Chapter 77. Blood recognition in the carriage. The young girl was in a daze, feeling both anxious and fearful. Uncle Li, dear Uncle Li, this time I have kept my lips sealed, hardly revealing a hint. This old woman is truly formidable. You mustn't strike me, Zhu Wanqing thought, her heart racing. It wasn't until they left the palace gates and took a path completely opposite to the one leading to the family compound that she realized she had misunderstood the situation. Zhu Wanqing felt a wave of relief wash over her. Thank goodness she would not face Uncle Li's wrath. At the same time, curiosity piqued within her regarding who the big brother the old woman had mentioned could possibly be. Being a clever girl, she understood that no amount of speculation would lead to clarity, so she opted for the simplest approach. She directly inquired, "Your Majesty, in the capital, aside from my adoptive father, I have no other kin. Might you clarify who you refer to as Big Brother?" Sun Shi did not conceal the truth, smiling as she replied, "The Crown Prince." The young girl gasped in astonishment, her mouth agape, and she quickly smiled. "How could the Crown Prince be my big brother? Your Majesty, you jest." Whether true or not would soon be revealed, Sun Shi remarked with an enigmatic smile. Upon seeing this, Zhu Wanqing shivered, feeling as though she were Snow White facing the wicked queen. How frightening. The carriage was spacious and comfortable, moving steadily without a jolt. Yet Zhu Wanqing felt an unsettling mixture of excitement and anxiety. She wished to probe Sun Shi for more information, but Sun Shi, having navigated life's complexities for many years, was not one to be easily engaged by a mere 10-year-old girl, and she completely ignored Zhu Wanqing's attempts. After her attempts bore no fruit, Zhu Wanqing refrained from further probing, fearing that her words might lead to greater missteps. Instead, she sought solace in recalling her uncle's words to calm herself. In the Eastern Palace, Zhu Jiaxin was fixated on Yu Qian's mouth as it opened and closed, his gaze vacant, lost in thought. Your Highness, Your Highness." Yu Qian called several times, but received no response. "Your Highness." Zhu Jiaxin finally snapped back to reality. "What is it?" Yu Qian opened his mouth to speak, but hesitated, ultimately saying, "Is the Crown Prince feeling unwell?" Unwell? Quite the opposite," Zhu Jiaxin replied. "It's noon already. I shall not keep you for lunch." Yu Qian remarked that he did not particularly desire the meal, but was concerned that the Crown Prince's attitude towards his studies was increasingly nonchalant, showing little earnestness. "Your Highness, at your age, this is the prime time for learning. Why do you always seem to be thinking of play?" I understand. I shall heed your teachings," Zhu Jiaxin responded dismissively, showing no real concern. Yu Qian frowned, about to launch into a lengthy admonition, when a sharp voice interrupted, "The Empress Dowager has arrived." At this, he was compelled to postpone his counsel. Hurriedly bowing and exiting the classroom, Zhu Jiaxin rose dejectedly, following suit, devoid of the joy typically associated with a grandson meeting his grandmother. "Minister Yu Qian, I greet the Empress Dowager." Grandson greets grandmother. At ease, Sun Shi waved her hand, stepping forward to support her grandson, her demeanor warm and nurturing. "Jiaxin has grown so much. Look how tall you are." Upon hearing this, Zhu Jiaxin's earlier gloom dissipated, replaced by delight, only to be swiftly followed by sorrow. What use was growing up? His sister, Zhener, was no longer here. "Yongqing Marquis, let us wait and see." Zhu Jiaxin harbors a deep-seated resentment, often cursing Li Qing's ancestors in his heart. This is an essential lesson. I reflect upon myself thrice daily. Have I failed to condemn Yongqing Marquis? Have my words lacked severity? Is there something I have overlooked? As the noon hour approached, Yu Qian felt it was time to depart for home and partake in a meal. However, his gaze was suddenly drawn to a familiar figure amidst the crowd. What is she doing here? Yu Qian pondered, having only caught a fleeting glimpse of Zhu Wanqing before, unaware of her true identity. He assumed she was merely the adopted daughter-in-law of Li Qing's foster son, and thought little of it. Yet, with Zhu Wanqing's arrival, his curiosity piqued. Could it be that the Empress Dowager has taken a liking to this young girl? It seems inappropriate to bring her here, especially since the Crown Prince is maturing. But wait, this girl does seem familiar. "Dear Yu family, I trust the Crown Prince has completed his studies for the day?" Sun Shi inquired, eager to disperse the gathering. Yu Qian, however, did not wish to leave. It was not merely a penchant for gossip that held him back, but a sense that significant events were afoot. "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince still requires reinforcement in his studies. I shall prepare for the afternoon lessons," Yu Qian said, bowing slightly as he made his way toward the classroom. Once out of sight, he halted behind a tree, keen to observe discreetly. From a distance, he was unable to hear the conversation, but could see a young eunuch bringing forth a basin of water. Following that, Sun Shi spoke, prompting the servants to scatter, leaving only 2 young ones and an elder. Sun Shi addressed the 2 youngsters, but they appeared resistant, particularly the young girl who shook her head and retreated in evident fear. Then, Sun Shi produced a small knife, glinting ominously in the sunlight. Yu Qian could no longer remain idle. Though he was uncertain of the specifics, he recognized the necessity of intervention. With a fervent rush, Yu Qian, though a man of over 60, surged forward with surprising vigor. "Your Majesty," he called out, his voice resonating even before his presence could be felt. Sun Shi flinched, dropping the knife, her ire quickly igniting. "What do you shout for?" "Ah, it is nothing," Yu Qian hastily approached, attempting to explain. "I merely wish to inform your Majesty that the Crown Prince has been somewhat neglectful in his studies of late. I hope you might counsel him." Given the delicate situation, he deemed it unwise to provoke a confrontation. After all, Sun Shi was the Empress Dowager of the Ming dynasty, and he, a mere subject, must exercise due respect. Zhu Jianshan interjected, "Do you not even conceal your grievances when reporting?" Sun Shi's brow furrowed. "I am aware. You may withdraw for now." "Yes," Yu Qian complied, taking a couple of steps back. "I meant for you to return home," Sun Shi added, clearly agitated. "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince's education cannot be overlooked." "I cannot leave just yet," Yu Qian responded. Sun Shi's frustration reached its peak. "So, you too, like Li Qing, choose to disregard decorum?" Yu Qian bowed his head in silence, but remained steadfast. Sun Shi scoffed. "Ah, I see. You believe my authority has waned, and thus treat me with such disdain? Very well, I shall remember this transgression." She then turned away, dismissively commanding the 2 children, "Hurry along." "No, please don't." Zhu Wanqing shook her head fervently, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. The elderly woman had brought her to meet the Crown Prince, insisting that they perform a blood test to confirm their kinship, implying that they might indeed be siblings. This led to the unsettling conclusion that the elderly woman could not possibly be the biological mother of her uncle. A true mother would not engage in such an act. If she were the true mother, she could have simply asked her uncle directly, rather than resorting to this convoluted method. Moreover, her uncle had always resided in the capital, making the notion of a hidden, illegitimate child implausible. If she was not the mother of her uncle, then she must be her father's true mother, making her the biological grandmother. This revelation also indicated that the Crown Prince of the Ming dynasty was not the son of her uncle, but rather her father's son. The elderly woman's actions were aimed at confirming her father's survival and using Zhu Wanqing to locate him, ultimately hoping to elevate her father to power and displace her uncle. However, the issue remained that her father had no desire to be emperor, nor did she wish to be a princess. Zhu Wanqing, peeling away the layers of confusion, finally grasped the truth, yet her heart raced with fear. There was no doubt about it. The scrutiny would expose everything. Just a single drop, painless as it seemed. Sun Shi coaxed gently, promising that whatever Zhu Wanqing desired would be granted afterward. Zhu Wanqing vehemently shook her head, refusing. "No, I do not want this." Zhu Jianshan, though not as frightened, was also reluctant to inflict harm upon himself unnecessarily. "Your Highness, how could she possibly be my sister?" he questioned. Yet, the possibility could be tested. Sun Shi urged, "Jianshan, you go first and demonstrate to your sister." Zhu Jianshan shook his head slightly. "I believe this is unreasonable, even if there were a chance. Such tests are traditionally conducted between elders and juniors. It is unheard of for peers to confirm kinship in this manner. Moreover, we are not from the same mother. What could be proven?" "Your Highness, you are the mother of the emperor," Sun Shi began. But Zhu Jianshan deftly extricated himself from the situation with a single declaration. "If a test must be performed, let it be done without my blood." Sun Shi pondered, finding merit in his reasoning. Without further hesitation, she drew a blade across her fingertip, allowing a few drops of blood to fall into the basin, then declared, "It is your turn now, my dear." "What do you mean by my turn?" Zhu Wanqing fumed. "If the Crown Prince will not test, then I shall not either. Who do you think you are to dictate this?" Sun Shi smirked coldly, warning, "Do not provoke me to take drastic measures. Regardless of whether Zhu Wanqing is a princess, it matters not. What is she, after all? A mere little girl holds no significance. Zhu Jianshan is the Crown Prince, the heir of the Ming dynasty. Even Sun Shi, despite her lofty status, would not dare to confront him. But Zhu Wanqing was different. A princess married off means nothing." Yu Qian realized it was time for him to intervene and stepped forward, speaking with gravity. "Your Majesty, you must be quiet." Sun Shi, fully committed to her course of action, dismissed any concern for decorum, intent on seizing Zhu Wanqing. The worst outcome would merely be a mistake, a loss of face. Yet, if she succeeded, all that she had lost could be regained. Her audacity knew no bounds, as only Yu Qian was aware of her intentions, and she held confidence that he would remain discreet. I cannot remain silent, he insisted. Yet Sun Shi paid no heed to the dignity of the Empress Dowager. Directly advancing towards Zhu Wanqing, facing the tempestuous Sun, Yu Qian found himself momentarily at a loss. Realizing that while it might have been simpler to curry favor with the emperor, the situation was far more delicate when it involved the Empress Dowager. One could hardly stoop to such measures. In the midst of his bewilderment, Zhu Wanqing was seized. The young girl, barely in her teens, might have escaped had she not been paralyzed by fear, her legs feeling as though they were weighed down by lead. A sharp sound echoed as her palm was sliced open, flesh torn and blood spurting forth. Sun hastily caught some of the blood, then approached a basin of water, allowing the crimson droplets to fall in, all the while neglecting any thoughts of Zhu Wanqing's suffering. Afterward, she paid no heed to the girl's agony. Her gaze fixated on the basin instead. After a considerable pause, a frenzied smile spread across her aged face. It has dissolved. It has dissolved. Chapter 78. Evil begets evil. Excitement, elation, and a sense of vindication flitted across Sun's visage, rendering her expression somewhat absurd, even morbid. Zhu Wanqing writhed in pain. Yet Sun remained oblivious, lost in her unparalleled joy. To her, it was not that her son did not wish to be emperor, but rather that he was under the sway of another, who, it was obvious, was Li Qing. Only he possessed the capability and audacity to exert such control over her son. Li Qing, Sun whispered, intending to settle both old and new scores. In agony, Zhu Wanqing cried, "Uncle Li, please come save me." Her pain was palpable, blood loss rendering her lips pale. "First, let us bandage this." Zhu Jiaxin stepped forward, retrieving a handkerchief. "Here, give me your hand." Zhu Wanqing writhed in pain, sobbing as she extended her hand toward him. Zhu Jiaxin folded the handkerchief and wrapped it around her small hand, securing it tightly, causing Zhu Wanqing to flinch in distress. "Be still. Excessive blood loss is perilous," Zhu Jiaxin admonished, frowning. "You must apply pressure to the wound." Through her tears, Zhu Wanqing nodded, but her fear of pain restrained her. The handkerchief quickly became saturated with crimson, the blood continuing to seep out. Before long, the once white cloth was thoroughly stained red. At that moment, Sun, having calmed from her earlier ecstasy, observed the girl's condition and felt a rare pang of compassion. Knowing the girl was her granddaughter, a flicker of familial sentiment stirred within her. She stepped forward, ready to utter words of concern, when her expression abruptly shifted. "Where is Yu Qian? Where has he gone?" Zhu Jiaxin cast a sidelong glance at her, responding, "Mr. Yu just left. Did you not see him, Your Majesty?" Sun froze, realizing in her exuberance she had overlooked his departure. Meanwhile, Yu Qian was en route to Lianjiaten. He had opted against the carriage, finding it too slow, and thus rode swiftly, invigorated by a youthful vigor. It dawned on him that the master had deceived him all along. The emperor had not been in the grasslands, but had been brought back to Jinling. Yu Qian felt a mix of joy and turmoil. The emperor's return was a cause for celebration, yet it would undoubtedly influence the political landscape, leaving him uncertain of the right course of action. Time was of the essence. He could not afford to wait any longer. Sun understood the urgency, dismissing thoughts of the young girl as she made her way outside. "Bring the carriage. We shall return to the palace. Your Majesty, we humbly bid you farewell." Zhu Jiaxin gazed at the departing Sun family, his expression gradually fading. He cast a glance at Zhu Wanqing and inquired with curiosity, "Are you not returning?" "I." Zhu Wanqing sobbed, "Who should I go back with?" "I shall return with whom I came." Zhu Jiaxin replied coolly, "This is the East Palace. Even if you were truly a princess, you lack the privilege to remain here." Zhu Wanqing, feeling both pain and anger, retorted, "Do you possess no compassion whatsoever?" Unmoved, Zhu Jiaxin looked at her with astonishment. "On what grounds do you presume that I should feel sympathy for you?" Zhu Wanqing snapped, "And on what basis do you think I desire to stay here?" "Huh. I have no interest in a desolate place such as this." With that, she turned to leave. After taking a couple of steps, however, Zhu Wanqing regained her composure. The distance was considerable, and returning alone seemed daunting, especially in her current state. She turned back and asked, "Could you refrain from seeing me off?" Zhu Jiaxin, maintaining a neutral gaze, advised, "Hurry along. You should still be able to catch up with Feng Yu. If you dawdle, you will have to walk back on foot. If you want to see me off, then don't. Zhu Wanqing, no longer wishing to belabor the point, departed in a huff. Nonetheless, she had no intention of traveling with the Sun family. The young lady, though delicate, possessed a certain pride, even if the old hag had drawn a knife on her. She would not humiliate herself by rushing to board her palanquin, nor would she sit in it by the roadside. As she neared the gate, she deliberately slowed her pace, ensuring that Feng Yu had gone far before she stepped outside. In the small courtyard, the foundation had been laid, and craftsmen were busy erecting walls using the simplest earthen bricks. Although the walls were made of mud, they were surprisingly sturdy, capable of lasting for decades under normal circumstances. Of course, it was mainly because Li Qing would not be staying long, and it was unnecessary to squander resources. Li Qing was indeed adept at frugality, particularly when it came to small expenses. After lunch, several gentlemen sat in a row, engrossed in watching the earthen bricks rise layer by layer. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the door was forcefully pushed open, causing everyone to turn their heads in unison towards the entrance. Yu Qian met their gazes, especially that of Zhang Lada, and felt an involuntary shiver. He could not fathom the reason for it. However, he quickly dismissed this inexplicable sensation and hastened into the courtyard, exclaiming urgently, "Sir, something terrible has happened." Li Qing, taken aback by Yu Qian's demeanor, promptly rose and pulled him aside, whispering, "What is it?" "Your goddaughter." Yu Qian succinctly recounted what he had seen and heard, then quietly asked, "Is she truly the daughter of the retired emperor? Do not speak of it publicly." Li Qing waved his hand. "I will explain this matter to you later." Without waiting for Yu Qian's response, and even without informing his master, he hurriedly exited. Yu Qian sighed and paused briefly before also turning to leave. "Where's my horse? Giddy up." Li Qing brandished the whip, making his way towards the East Palace. Exhausted, Zhu Wanqing had not walked far before fatigue overcame her. She had skipped lunch and lost so much blood, her legs felt as if they were laden with lead, and her stomach growled with hunger. She sat down abruptly, stars dancing before her eyes. Fortunately, being in the imperial city, under the bright sunlight and at the emperor's feet, coupled with Zhu Wanqing's splendid attire, which clearly signified her noble lineage, no one dared harbor ill intentions toward her. Zhu Wanqing struggled to lift her arm, pulling back her sleeve, revealing a wound that still bled, staining the fabric a deep crimson. Fortunately, the handkerchief wrapped around it had mitigated the bleeding, which was only seeping out slowly. Nonetheless, Zhu Wanqing was in considerable distress. At merely a tender age of 10, she was ill-equipped to endure such suffering. This pain surpassed the severity of her previous encounter with Li Qing. Throughout her arduous journey, she cursed Sun Shi. Her indifference towards Sun Shi had morphed into sheer loathing, even contemplating vengeance. "You'd better wait, for I shall summon Uncle Li to deal with you." Zhu Wanqing's small, pearly teeth clicked together audibly. Her delicate face, though charming, was now marred with rage. However, as she gazed down the seemingly endless path ahead, the fury in her expression faded, replaced by an overwhelming sense of helplessness. "The road stretches long and arduous," Zhu Wanqing lamented, struggling to rise, only to sorrowfully realize her inability to do so. The normally astute girl was genuinely panicking now. Weeping pitifully, "Kind-hearted soul, will someone come to my aid?" She lifted her face, eyes closed, and cried out in despair. Suddenly, the sound of a horse's whinnying filled her ears, startling her into opening her eyes, whereupon she beheld a horse rearing up, its massive hooves descending towards her. "Ah, no." The young girl turned pale with fear. "Do not scream. I did not step on you." Li Qing dismounted, approaching her with concern. "Let me see your wound." "Uncle Li, where have you been?" Zhu Wanqing exclaimed, recognizing him, her initial joy swiftly giving way to a flood of grievances as she collapsed into his arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Li Qing felt a mix of tenderness and amusement, aware of the peculiar stares from the onlookers nearby, and he could only suggest, "Let us return home." Zhu Wanqing, still weeping, replied tremulously, "Yes, all right." In Kuan-Ning Palace, upon her return, Sun Shi, with a heavy purse in hand, sought to spread the news that the Grand Emperor had returned to the Ming dynasty, residing in Jinling. The news, first whispered at noon, reached Zhu Qiyu's ears by early afternoon, startling him. "This cannot be. What has happened with my niece?" He quickly instructed Xiao Hengzi to seal off the information, forbidding the dissemination of rumors, while he himself proceeded to Kuan-Ning Palace to meet with Empress Dowager Sunday. Their reunion was markedly different. Gone was Sun Shi's earlier submissiveness, replaced by a confident demeanor. Did the emperor not foresee this? The Grand Emperor has indeed returned. Right here in Jinling, she proclaimed with a smile. And that little girl in the palace is his daughter. Previously, I endured in silence under your dominance. But circumstances have changed, she taunted Zhu Qiyu. What will you do now that the Grand Emperor has returned? Zhu Qiyu chuckled in response. Empress Dowager, from whom have you gathered such intelligence? I have not heard it from anyone. I uncovered it myself. Sun Shi replied with a slight smile. I have established a blood bond with that girl. She is indeed Jin'er's daughter, without a doubt. Ah, so that is the case. I have wronged little Wanqing, Zhu Qiyu mused. It is not that I do not trust the Empress Dowager, but such a significant matter cannot be accepted at face value, especially not in front of the civil and military officials. Why not? Sun Shi retorted. Zhu Qiyu frowned. This would indeed tarnish the dignity of the royal family. Yet, Sun Shi countered, I am willing to sacrifice my own face for the Grand Emperor. Must the Emperor not do the same for him? Pausing for a moment, she spoke with a hint of sarcasm. Or perhaps the Emperor fears that the Grand Emperor's return might threaten your position. She felt emboldened, knowing that if she escalated the situation, those eager for success would inevitably gather around her. Once her son was brought back, half the battle would be won. Sun did not fear. She understood Zhu Qiyu's character well enough to know he would not dare harm her. If you do not eliminate me, I shall do away with you. Jin'er, we are truly family, unlike you, she thought with satisfaction, then remarked. The Emperor has yet to respond to my inquiry. In a small courtyard, Zhu Wanqing tearfully recounted Sun's atrocities, igniting a furious response from Li Hong, who felt an overwhelming urge to storm the palace and confront Sunday. However, it remained merely a fleeting thought. Charging into the palace to slay the Empress Dowager would be akin to searching for a lantern in a latrine, futile and self-destructive. Not to mention the potential repercussions for his entire family. Suppressing his anger, Li Hong furrowed his brow and asked, What shall we do now, Godfather? Zhang Lada also turned to Li Qing, expressing his willingness to act if necessary. Yet, he had never been to the inner palace and had no idea what Sun looked like. Qingzi, you speak, he urged. Li Qing smiled gently and replied, What one does is observed by heaven. Good deeds are rewarded and evil deeds punished. Understanding the implication in her words, Zhang Lada abandoned his intention to intervene. Come here. Let me examine your injuries, he beckoned. Grandfather, Wanqing has suffered greatly, the young girl exclaimed, her voice quivering. She knows how to play the victim. And with such a deep wound, it is truly alarming. The old man's anger flared up. Fearing his impulsiveness, Li Qing quickly offered him a reassuring glance. Rest assured, master. I will take action. Chapter 79. Just watch me strike. Truth be told, Li Qing had no desire to confront Sun, as it seemed unnecessary. Yet circumstances had changed. It had become imperative. At her age, she still caused trouble. If she refused to enjoy her twilight years peacefully, then let him ensure her rest. Li Qing made up his mind. An assassination was out of the question, not due to any sense of dignity, but because of Sun's status. If the Empress Dowager herself could be assassinated, it would be a scandal that would mock the court's integrity. It would become a monumental joke. Poisoning was equally implausible, as the Imperial Medical Institute was filled with skilled practitioners who would surely uncover any foul play. Although these physicians might not be the most competent, it did not mean they lacked skill. Their hesitations often painted them as inept. After much contemplation, Li Qing devised a singular plan to induce a reasonable illness in Sun, one that could plausibly worsen and ultimately lead to her demise. With a crooked smile, he muttered, Let's see if I can strike you. As dusk approached, a young attendant arrived to convey an imperial decree, instructing Li Qing to attend court the following day, bringing along the young girl. As the Empress Dowager intended to publicly perform a blood oath of kinship, Li Qing found it amusing, never expecting such a dramatic act to unfold in public. However, recalling the feudal nature of the Ming dynasty, he quickly reconciled with the absurdity of it all. Very well, I understand, he nodded in acceptance. Assuring his timely presence the next day, the young attendant, sensing Li Qing's readiness, felt a pang of concern. My lord, are you aware of the intricacies behind this matter? His entire political career is intertwined with Zhu Qiyu, and Xiao Hengzi harbors no desire for Zhu Qixin's return. Li Qing scoffed, if you can comprehend such matters. Naturally I can too. Return and inform the emperor. There is no cause for concern. Everything is well within control. Xiao Hengzi hesitated and nodded. Yes. Then we shall take our leave. Very well, no need for farewells. Once they departed, the young girl stepped forward nervously, asking, Uncle Li, how do you intend to handle me? Handle you? Li Qing responded, perplexed. I mean, what are your plans for this predicament? Zhu Wanqing urged. Li Qing smiled. There's no issue. If she wishes to test, then let her. How can that be? The girl exclaimed anxiously. It has already been tested, and we can merge together. After all, this is genuine. Have you acknowledged it? How could I acknowledge that? Zhu Wanqing shook her head. Li Qing nodded. Then there is no problem. Just because you can merge today does not guarantee the same tomorrow. What do you mean? You wouldn't comprehend even if I explained. Li Qing stretched lazily, preparing to observe the construction once more, but the girl insisted on his attention. Reluctantly, he revealed the underlying principle. The ability of blood to merge is not dictated by blood relations, but rather by the temperature of the water. If the water is cold, the blood will congeal and remain separate, even between biological father and son. Conversely, if the water is warm, the blood will disperse quickly, allowing even non-relatives to merge. Your blood can merge because you were tested at noon. However, if tested at dawn, the results would be entirely different. Is that true? Zhu Wanqing inquired skeptically. This theory was novel to her, and even Zhang Laoda was astounded. Qingzi, I don't recall teaching you this. Where did you learn it? I saw such a scenario in a drama and looked it up online, Li Qing thought to himself, then explained, I read it in the Yongle de Dian. If you don't believe me, feel free to try. Li Hong eagerly suggested, Godfather, shall we give it a try? Not interested, Li Qing replied, exasperated. If you wish to experiment, find someone else. Li Hong scratched his head, scanning the surroundings, and set his sights on Zhu Qijin. Cousin, shall we give it a go? Zhu Qijin, reluctantly pondering, replied, by our lineage, I am your elder cousin. Elder cousin, let us try? Li Hong insisted. We have exceeded 5 degrees of relation. It should not merge. If it does, it proves my godfather's theory correct. All right. Li Hong specially fetched a small basin of water used by craftsmen, which had been warmed in the sun for half a day. 2 drops of blood were added, and within moments, they merged seamlessly. Subsequently, Li Hong opened the well cover, fetched another basin of water, which was quite cool. Upon testing again, the blood failed to merge, remaining distinct until the end, each drop retaining its own territory. Incredible! Zhu Wanqing exclaimed in delight. I never knew such a thing existed. Uncle Li, you are truly learned. Indeed, Li Qing beamed with pride, reflecting on his university diploma. Yet, he mused that there was little to boast about, for in this era, a university graduate would only be regarded as a mere scholar. Nevertheless, let us be clear. The knowledge that scholars of this era encounter pales in comparison to that of future generations. Well, now you can rest easy, Li Qing remarked with a playful smile. Indeed, I can hardly contain my anticipation, Zhu Wanqing chuckled, eagerly looking forward to witnessing her folly on the morrow. Li Qing inwardly scoffed. It is not merely folly that awaits her. The next day, before dawn, the uncle and niece set out. They shared a mount, proceeding at a leisurely pace. The young girl lifted her chin, gazing at the sparse stars scattered across the pale azure sky, and sighed, Uncle Li. I thought you relished this, yet the court duties seem so arduous. Not at all. I genuinely enjoy it, though I usually avoid attending court. Li Qing replied with a grin. You've been here for a while. Have you ever witnessed me at court? Isn't it because I'm here that my second uncle has given you a reprieve? Zhu Wanqing retorted. Li Qing chuckled derisively. You truly have a knack for self-deception. Whether you are here or not, my routine remains unchanged. I attend when I wish and refrain when I do not. Spare yourself the flattery. Are you not concerned about the emperor withholding your salary? Zhu Wanqing asked, her small face pouting in indignation. Well, it depends on the individual. Your second uncle would not. But your miserly father certainly would, Li Qing replied, his annoyance surfacing. He truly is insufferable. Uncle, you are quite unbearable. My father is not at all miserly. He is exceedingly generous. Zhu Wanqing defended her father, puffing up her cheeks. That generosity is directed at you. Li Qing rolled his eyes and added, moreover, he spends my money, so naturally, he is generous. My father earns plenty, far more than he spends. The young girl insisted, pouting. Uncle, you can just relish your secret joy. Li Qing playfully tapped her on the head, teasingly chiding. You act as if I've taken advantage of your father. Well, Zhu Wanqing, glancing at Li Qing's raised hand, decisively declared, it's a win-win. He, a win-win. You little imp, Li Qing chuckled, shaking his head. I truly fear for your moral compass. Not at all. I was simply naive before, Zhu Wanqing pouted. Actually, the last time you scolded me, I was quite upset. But after hearing my father and mother explain the circumstances, I felt remorseful for several days, realizing I had been like an ungrateful wolf. Uncle? The young girl turned her head, her face earnest. When you grow old, I shall be by your bedside, serving you faithfully, never leaving your side. Li Qing felt a warmth in his heart, mixed with a touch of melancholy, and finally smiled. Very well. At the square of the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Upon their arrival, the uncle and niece became the center of attention. The previous evening, the courtiers had received word from the emperor that the Empress Dowager would be recognizing Li Qing's daughter by blood on this day. Naturally, the courtiers were skeptical, believing the Empress Dowager was merely longing for her son and had grown somewhat muddled in her old age. The Supreme Emperor was known to be in the grasslands, a fact acknowledged by all. Nonetheless, it was a delightful spectacle to behold, especially during this tumultuous time of fierce competition for the position of Minister of Personnel. Observing the unfolding drama provided a welcome distraction, and perhaps an opportunity to vex Li Qing. While they dared not confront him openly, they resorted to veiled jabs and subtle sabotage, seeking to vent their frustrations in secret. These individuals comprehended that, given Li Qing's current standing, they could not hope to topple him. Li Godfather, your daughter is apprehensive. Zhu Wanqing's delicate face displayed a palpable anxiety, reminiscent of a country bumpkin entering the bustling city. The ministers, astute as they were, could not muster much concern for a mere girl of 10. They naturally assumed her behavior was simply a manifestation of youthful instinct. Simultaneously, their innate sense of superiority as city dwellers surged forth. After all, a rustic simpleton remains a rustic simpleton. Fear not, these adults are good people, Li Qing reassured her, stifling a laugh. Oh, I understand, father, Zhu Wanqing replied, her head bowed, closely adhering to Li Qing, appearing quite timid. A quarter of an hour later, Zhu Qiyu arrived first, followed closely by Lady Sunday. The ministers bowed in respect, and after the formalities, they divided into 2 rows of civil and military officials, leaving only Li Qing and Zhu Wanqing standing in the middle. Lady Sun surveyed the gathered officials, her joy evident. After today, the rigid court dynamics would surely polarize. As long as she could retrieve her son, everything she had lost could be regained, and perhaps she might even assume control. May I inquire, Your Majesty, when shall the blood test for recognition take place? Li Qing could scarcely contain his impatience, urging her on. More eager than I? Very well, I shall accommodate you. Lady Sun replied with a smile, gesturing to her personal maid, who bowed slightly before gracefully retreating. A moment later, the maid returned, taking small, hurried steps, and announced in a gentle voice, "This is spring water from the imperial household, just delivered." She scooped a spoonful with a wooden ladle and drank it to demonstrate the water's purity. Approaching the basin, Lady Sun cheerfully called, "Child, come here." "Godfather, I'm afraid," Zhu Wanqing admitted, her fear of Lady Sun genuine, not merely an act. "Fear not, I shall accompany you," Li Qing assured her softly. Seeing him step forward, Lady Sun contemplated and said, "Gentlemen, you 2 may observe." "As you command, Your Majesty," the ministers replied, though the basin was small and could accommodate only a few. Only the minister of the 6 departments had the privilege to approach, while the others merely shifted their positions symbolically. Li Qing led Zhu Wanqing forward and encouraged her. "Just a moment, it won't hurt." "Very well," she reluctantly extended her hand. The maid grasped a silver needle and pricked her fingertip, quickly drawing forth a droplet of crimson. The blood fell into the cold spring water. Without hesitation, Lady Sun took the needle from the maid and pricked her own fingertip as well. 2 drops of blood fell in separate places, swiftly congealing. The ministers watched intently. But after a period of silence, the lack of any sign of fusion prompted a collective, silent lament. "What was I expecting? Has the Empress Dowager lost her wits? Or have I lost mine?" Lady Sun's eyes widened in disbelief. Just yesterday, the blood had mingled effortlessly. What had gone awry today? A quarter of an hour passed, and the ministers grew increasingly restless, yet they could not depart, their gazes frequently wandering elsewhere, clearly losing patience. Impossible. How can this be? Lady Sun struggled to accept the reality. This abrupt descent from paradise to hell was unbearable for her. "Merge. Merge for me," she screamed, shaking the basin in a frenzy, splashing water everywhere. At that moment, Li Qing's ample sleeve swayed, and he deftly held 3 silver needles in his hand. He hurriedly stepped forward, his wide sleeves concealing him as he turned his back to the crowd, creating the impression that he was anxiously supporting Sun, fearful she might fall. He softly urged, "Your Highness, please, remain calm." Chapter 80. Sun has lost her mind. Sun, oblivious to her discomfort, felt only a slight tingling from the delicate silver needles that pierced her skin. Even in her calm state, she could only register a subtle itch. However, her current emotional state was one of extreme agitation. The water from a basin was violently splashed, causing it to crash to the ground, rolling several meters before gradually coming to a halt. Sun seemed to have been drained of all her strength. Her hands, once steady against the table, could no longer support her, and she sank to the floor, her eyes vacant and dazed. This sudden descent left her even more bewildered. Her mind, already clouded, felt as though it were seeing triple, akin to the disorientation of intoxication. Thoughts became stagnant, and her mind went blank. Your Highness, Sun stared vacantly, overwhelmed by the cacophony of voices, particularly Li Qing's, buzzing incessantly in her ears, threatening to shatter her composure. The sharpness of her outcry startled Li Qing and several officials, causing them to instinctively take a few steps back. I'm so annoyed, so very annoyed. Sun clutched her head, her aging visage contorting into a grotesque and malevolent expression. Get lost, all of you. Just get out. The officials' faces shifted dramatically, not in anger, but in shock. The Empress Dowager of the Ming dynasty has gone mad. Such a dignified figure would never utter such crude and disrespectful words unless her mind had truly unraveled. Seeing this, Zhu Qiyu spoke in a grave tone. Dismissed, everyone disperse. Disperse, everyone disperse. Xiao Hengzi called out, his voice sharp. We take our leave. The officials hurriedly bowed and departed, eager to avoid any ramifications concerning royal dignity. Li Qing did not linger. He was confident in his methods, certain that Sun was destined for ruin. Whether she lived or died was inconsequential, as long as she would no longer pose a threat. At the very least, she would remain in a state of madness. To be candid, considering Sun's health, she could likely survive another 2 years. After all, she had endured a severe cold previously. Yet, after Li Qing's intervention, her vitality would surely be extinguished within half a year. Once a person's mental state deteriorates, it invariably affects their physical health. After all, Sun was over 60. And having lived a life of luxury, her constitution was not as robust as that of officials who attended court daily. With her sedentary lifestyle in the imperial harem, her health was far from optimal. On the way home, Zhu Wanqing could not help but inquire, Uncle Li, why did she suddenly go mad? Isn't it normal to lose one's mind under such overwhelming pressure? Her mental fortitude was insufficient, Li Qing replied casually. Is that so? The young girl's large eyes brimmed with skepticism. I feel like... Smack. You hit my head. The young girl puffed her cheeks. What if I become foolish? You're clever enough. A little foolishness might balance you out, Li Qing teased. Besides, you needn't worry about finding a suitor. I don't want that. Zhu Wanqing pouted, turning her head aside, but she refrained from pressing further. Upon returning to the small courtyard, Li Hong rushed forward, urgently asking, Godfather, did it go well? Indeed. Li Qing nodded gently. Have the vegetables been prepared? Not yet. I shall go now. Li Hong felt relieved and hurried off. The young girl trailed behind. Big brother. I will help you. You mustn't get wet. Be cautious lest your wound worsens. I shall keep watch. Zhu Gaoshu chuckled lightly, reflecting, such vitality is truly rare. This little Lianjiaden is brimming with youthful exuberance. There is so much to behold. Li Qing approached and sat beside him. Come, allow me to take your pulse. Zhu Gaoshu raised his arm. For now, there is no significant issue. However, limit your drinking to 1 cup. Excessive consumption yields no benefit. Li Qing understood that it would be exceedingly difficult to persuade Han Hai to abstain from alcohol, and it bore little significance in the grand scheme. Another day, I shall arrange for a wheelchair, so that Shi Jin may push you around to see the sights. It is unwise to remain cooped up at home. Zhu Gaoshu could walk, but his physical condition was rather poor, limiting his distance. Very well, he replied with a smile, adding, summer is approaching, please procure some ice. For I detest the heat. Rest assured, you shall not suffer from the heat, Li Qing nodded. The golden beans that Han Hai had bribed him with were more than sufficient to construct an ice villa. Li Qing would not be stingy with him. In the cunning palace, the 13 departments of the Imperial Medical Bureau gathered in unison. All manner of specialists, those for major and minor pulses, and those for febrile illnesses, had arrived. Their expressions filled with dread as they listened to the nonsensical ramblings of Lady Sunday. The turning point of fate had arrived. The physicians dreaded the illness of imperial figures. A single misstep could lead to demotion or, in the gravest of circumstances, death. Ironically, these medical experts, sustained by the royal family for the purpose of healing, would often shirk responsibility when called upon. unwilling to commit fully to the treatment. It was not that they were unwilling to work for their pay. Rather, they feared the ramifications were they to fail. A group of them exchanged glances, each reflecting the bitterness of their predicament. What of the Empress Dowager? Zhu Qiyu inquired of one individual. Your Majesty, I specialize in gynecology. The Empress Dowager's ailment lies outside my expertise, the man replied, shaking his head. The nature of her illness should be. Noticing the predatory gazes of his colleagues, he hastily fell silent, sheepishly adding, I am incompetent. And you? Zhu Qiyu pressed further. I specialize in orthopedics. The Empress Dowager's condition also falls beyond my field. Zhu Qiyu furrowed his brow, insisting, you must answer me individually, mustn't you? What department corresponds to the Empress Dowager's ailment? He could not comprehend the sudden madness of Lady Sun, while it seemed to arise from understandable circumstances. It felt rather abrupt. Perhaps a latent affliction had erupted. In truth, Zhu Qiyu held little affection for this matron, but was compelled to act. For Lady Sun was the Empress Dowager after all. In the Ming dynasty, where filial piety governed the realm, as emperor, he was obliged to demonstrate his stance. I specialize in throat ailments. I specialize in oral conditions. I specialize in ocular health. One by one, they stepped back, leaving only the major pulse and acupuncture departments. Among the 13, the major pulse dealt with internal medicine, while acupuncture served as a universal remedy, typically supplementary to other disciplines. These two could not evade the call. Quickly, commence treatment. It is imperative that you cure her. Zhu Qiyu declared sternly. Should you fail, I shall not spare you. The moment those words escaped his lips, both practitioners felt a chill run down their spines. The acupuncturist's hand trembled as he held the silver needle, paralyzed by fear and unable to proceed. The self-awareness of Lady Sun has succumbed, with her primal instincts taking precedence. Upon seeing a long silver needle wave before her, she snatched it away in a protective impulse and jabbed it at the imperial physician. You dare to conspire against me? Let us see if I strike true. Whether her cries of pain were feigned or genuine, the physician collapsed, writhing on the ground, before succumbing to convulsions and fainting. Zhu Qiyu urged, hurry, attend to him. The outcome of the treatment was uncertain, yet as the emperor, he demanded a proper demeanor. The physician, drenched in cold sweat, felt as though he were beckoned by his ancestor. If given another chance, he vowed never to enter the Imperial Medical Academy, and if possible, to abandon the study of medicine altogether. As you command, he replied, steeling himself as he approached, hoping Lady Sun might strike him again, even if it meant enduring a few more needles. However, contrary to his expectations, Lady Sun, feeling unthreatened, refrained from any further violence. After a thorough examination, it became evident that no substantial inquiries yielded answers, for Lady Sun had lost her self-awareness. The physician ultimately concluded that the Empress Dowager had lost her mind. Isn't that obvious? Zhu Qiyu retorted, exasperated. When will she be cured? The physician, overwhelmed, stammered that he could not promise a remedy, even for a commoner, let alone for someone of her stature. Disorders of the brain are notoriously challenging, especially in an era with such rudimentary medical conditions, rendering them almost untreatable. Naturally, he dared not declare an inability to cure her, instead suggesting, I beseech your Majesty to allow me and my colleagues to deliberate and formulate a treatment plan. Don't you dare touch me. Lady Sun's primal instincts flared. None shall escape. If death is to come, let it come to us all. Zhu Qiyu, burdened with state affairs, uttered a few formalities before dismissing himself to attend to his duties, leaving the physicians in a state of bewilderment. Their despair was palpable, as if it might drive them to madness. 3 days later, the Imperial Medical Academy delivered their diagnosis. The Empress Dowager suffered from lovesickness, resulting in her derangement, and required a period of rest. Some may be alive, yet she had effectively perished. Zhu Qiyu expressed his sorrow and instructed the physicians to continue their efforts while he returned to his state responsibilities. The ministers, too, expressed their grief, shedding a few tears before resuming their discussions regarding the position of the Minister of Personnel. Lady Sun, as the Empress Dowager, had lost all value. No one would expend their energy on someone deemed useless. Even Zhu Jianshan merely took a 3-day break from his studies to visit her, returning to the Eastern Palace to continue his life as the Crown Prince. Affections are reciprocal. Without investment, one cannot expect returns. Lady Sun's political career had reached a definitive end, and she would no longer have the opportunity to cause turmoil, fading from public consciousness. For her, this was not an entirely unfortunate turn of events. Although she had lost herself, she had also shed her worries. spending her days in a cycle of eating and sleeping, thus managing to enjoy a semblance of tranquility in her twilight years. The cabinet minister, concurrently the minister of personnel, wielded tremendous power, and no one desired to see the emergence of an individual who stood above all others, second only to the emperor. However, Zhu Qiyu was inclined towards the emergence of such a figure, for he was utterly fatigued, often feeling overwhelmed by the demands placed upon him. Lacking exceptional political acumen, he relied on diligence, yet the vastness of the Ming dynasty rendered his efforts ultimately limited. Li Xian found himself thrust into the limelight, an object of envy and resentment, besieged by a flurry of criticisms. On this day, in the guest hall of Yu Qian's residence, Li Qing and Li Xian sat opposite each other, with Yu Qian seated beside them. The three raised their cups in a toast, enjoying tea amidst a harmonious atmosphere. While Li Xian appeared calm, his heart raced with excitement, for he was acutely aware of the weight and influence these two held. As long as they supported him, the position of Minister of Personnel would undoubtedly be his. The significance of their simultaneous visit was clear, though the reasons behind their assistance eluded him. Nonetheless, Li Xian, with his insatiable ambition, paid little mind to the uncertainty. The Yongqing Marquis family resided in Jinling, while the official's family was based in Hunan, not far apart, perhaps even connected 5 centuries ago. Li Xian smiled and remarked that such an attempt to establish rapport, although cliché, was practical and effectively conveyed his stance. The political arena is replete with human emotions, rife with alliances and factions, and any investment naturally demands a return. Li Xian was acutely aware of this. Li Qing chuckled, touching his nose, perhaps in agreement. Sensing his affirmation, Li Xian grew more confident and ventured further. Recently, many have criticized me. With such courtesy from the Yongqing Marquis and Lord Yu, I am truly. His face flushed with emotion, rendering him momentarily speechless. Li Qing set down his teacup and candidly stated, Li Daxuishi, let me be direct. I can assist you, but I wish to hear your honest thoughts. Please, speak, my lord. Li Xian immediately regained his composure, his expression turning serious. What do you believe is the essence of governance? Or rather, how should one conduct oneself in office? Li Qing's gaze was piercing, emphasizing the singularity of the opportunity presented. Li Xian felt a shiver run down his spine under Li Qing's scrutiny, as if he had nowhere to hide. Reflecting on Li Qing's accomplishments, he recognized that his stature far surpassed his own. Any attempt at cunning would likely backfire, making forthrightness the better course, though the truth was rather unpalatable. The unvarnished truth may not befit the esteemed company. Li Xian hesitated. Li Qing smiled slightly. Do you doubt this, Marquis or Lord Yu? I would not dare. Li Xian quickly waved his hands, taking a deep breath. Then I shall speak candidly. If I err, I humbly request your corrections. Yu Qian nodded. Speak freely, Li Daxuishi. Whatever you say will remain between us, never to escape our ears. With newfound resolve, Li Xian cleared his throat, straightened his posture, and declared, I believe the path of governance is fundamentally comprised of the following. Actions must be taken, alliances must be forged, underhanded tactics must be employed, political rivals must be undermined, colleagues must be courted, and flattery must be dispensed. While such truths may lack grandeur, they encapsulate the essence of governance, at least within the context of the Ming dynasty. To aspire to high office and accomplish significant deeds, one must inevitably shed the guise of a modest gentleman. Becoming a powerful minister or a capable official is an exceedingly high threshold to cross. Integrity? Yu Qian's lips curled in bitterness. Yet he ultimately refrained from voicing a retort. Though he disapproved of such values, he could not deny their veracity. His own rise to prominence stemmed from having caught the emperor's eye early on, undoubtedly aided by his considerable abilities. However, while many possess talent, few are granted opportunities. The realm of officials is akin to a battlefield. Numerous capable individuals falter before they can make their mark. In this arena, survival is paramount. Only by enduring can one aspire to the rank of a general. Li Qing, however, felt no shame in this reality and nodded, stating, Indeed, this is an undeniable truth. Nevertheless, every matter has its priorities. What do you consider to be of utmost importance? The current situation resembles a job interview. Li Qing and Yu Qian act as the interviewers, while Li Xian is the candidate. The initial impression that the interviewer Li Qing has of the candidate Li Xian is quite favorable, as Li Xian exhibits potential for promotion and possesses a fierce determination. Yet this impression is merely superficial. As the interviewer, Li Qing is more concerned with whether Li Xian can provide value to the Ming company and whether his values align with those of the organization. After all, this is no ordinary position. It is that of CEO. Li Xian pondered for a moment before responding. May I inquire whether the esteemed Lord Yongqing is referring to public or private interests? Before the deputy interviewer Yu Qian could speak, he seized the opportunity to interject. Let us begin with public matters. Li Qing shot a disapproving glance at his assistant, as this contradicted his intended approach. Li Xian continued, in truth, public and private interests are intertwined. The core remains singular, action. Li Qing sipped his tea, encouraging him to proceed. For the emperor, what he requires are individuals capable of alleviating his burdens and contributing to the Ming dynasty. Without the ability to act, one loses value. For an individual, holding an official position ultimately revolves around fame and fortune, yet this fame and fortune must also be accrued through action, no matter how lofty one's position. If one accomplishes nothing, the emperor will not employ you, fellow officials will not respect you, the populace will not appreciate you, and history will not waste ink on an unworthy individual. To attain both fame and fortune, one must take action. To earn the emperor's favor, action is imperative. To secure one's status, action is essential. Upon finishing his statement, Li Xian gently lifted his teacup and sipped, choosing to remain silent. He had submitted his answers, and now all that remained was to await the interviewer's evaluation and scoring. Observing the two interviewers whispering among themselves, Li Xian took the initiative to excuse himself, creating an opportunity for their discussion. Standing in the courtyard, he cast occasional glances at the two in the guest hall, feeling both anxious and hopeful. The sensation was even more intense than when he awaited his wife's delivery. At that moment, time felt interminable. After what seemed like an eternity, the interviewers finally spoke. Scholarly, please come in. With a long sigh of relief, Li Xian steadied his emotions and stepped forward. Scholarly, please take a seat. Li Qing gestured toward the chair opposite him while lifting his teacup. Sighing inwardly, Li Xian nodded and sat down, his tension peaking. Yet he found it difficult to initiate conversation. The anticipation was overwhelming. Fortunately, Li Qing did not keep him waiting long. After finishing his tea, he announced the decision. This lord and minister, you shall support your appointment as the Minister of Personnel. Li Xian's body trembled slightly, despite having gained some confidence, the moment he heard those words. He was still overwhelmed with excitement, nearly losing his composure. However, he quickly regained his composure and earnestly said, I am immensely grateful to both of you for your support. I shall never forget this kindness. There's no need for such formality, Li Qing replied with a smile. Our support for you is not driven by personal gain, but rather the court requires someone like you to assume this important position. After a brief pause, he added, but a position does not equate to an individual. You may be suitable, but so could others. Extending his right hand with a smile, Li Qing said, I hope you remain true to your original intentions and remember your mission. Li Xian had never encountered such etiquette before. Yet someone who could navigate the court and achieve recognition was certainly no fool. Thus, he extended his hand in return. The two shook hands. Li Qing continued, Tomorrow, I shall attend the morning court session. It is quite a task. Upon exiting the gates of Yu Qian's residence, Li Xian felt as if he were floating. Akin to having consumed half a pound of strong liquor, his body light as if made of cotton. Sir, do you truly believe he is capable? Yu Qian furrowed his brow, apprehensive about the significance of the position. Li Qing smiled slightly. At least for now, he appears quite suitable. He then patted Yu Qian's shoulder. Someone must undertake these responsibilities. Why not him? Yu Qian slowly nodded, sighing. I fear he may tread the same path as the Three Yangs. The current political landscape differs greatly from that of the Three Yangs era, and their positions were inherently unstable, aside from Yang Pu, who was somewhat better. Yang Shiqi and Yang Rong both lacked moral integrity and were driven by personal ambition, leading to their unfortunate outcomes. Li Qing held a decidedly unfavorable view of the Three Yangs, particularly Yang Shiqi and Yang Rong. When Zhu Di invaded Jinling, Yang Rong was among the first to pledge loyalty, even waiting along Zhu Di's route to the Fengtian Palace, questioning whether His Highness would first pay respects to his ancestors or ascend the throne. When Zhu Di recounted this to Li Qing later, he found it amusing. Did he need to say it? It was merely opportunism, seeking to curry favor, he reflected. Yang Shiqi was even more despicable, lacking any merit. He was only able to secure an official position thanks to Feng Xiaoru's assistance. Yet as soon as Zhu Di entered the city, he immediately turned against him. Such character is truly disgraceful. Li Qing did not defend Feng Xiaoru out of pity. He simply abhorred those who repay kindness with enmity. At the time Zhu Di entered the city, he could not afford to offend everyone at once. The two Yangs were obedient and discerning, coupled with their genuine abilities, which is why Zhu Di entrusted them with significant responsibilities. Nevertheless, Zhu Di secretly held them in disdain. After all, no emperor favors disloyal subjects. Li Qing stretched languidly and said, "All right, stop worrying unnecessarily. If he truly falters, I shall bear the consequences." That would be best," Yu Qian chuckled awkwardly. "With nothing pressing today, if you have time, how about we share a few drinks?" "Perhaps another day," Li Qing replied. "I must visit the Wuqing Marquis's residence to finalize this matter, so I can return to my leisurely pursuits." To the Wuqing Marquis's residence, Yu Qian acknowledged. Li Qing explained his purpose. Shi Heng had no objections. "You're attending the morning court session tomorrow, right? Very well, that is settled. Since you're here, let us share a drink before you leave." Shi Heng complained. "This is your first visit since returning to the capital, I assenti it? Mainly due to being busy." Li Qing remarked, glancing at the time. It was nearly noon, and he still needed to return to prepare a meal. However, given their generous hospitality, it felt inappropriate not to stay for a drink to express his gratitude. Li Qing nodded with a smile. "Then I shall not stand on ceremony. You are too gracious. Please, make yourself at home." Shi Heng chuckled and called out, "Quickly, prepare the food and wine." Once the feast was ready, the two men raised their cups in a toast. Shi Heng was no longer youthful. Having surpassed his 60s like Tong Yuqian, his health remained relatively intact. Yet leading troops into battle had become somewhat strenuous. The toll taken by his younger years had begun to manifest, and he was now in a semi-retired state. His influence in the military still prevailed, which is why Zhu Qiyu had not allowed him to retire entirely, but had shown him considerable favor, requiring only 2 court appearances each month. Li Qing remarked, "You should practice the breath-regulating techniques I taught Shi Biao. They will be beneficial for your health." "I am indeed practicing," Shi Heng nodded, a wry smile crossing his face, "but time is relentless. Once a person ages, each year brings noticeable change. Last year, I could still move a stone mill, but this year, alas, I cannot." Li Qing paused for a moment, then offered some comfort. "There are still many good days ahead. Take care of your health." "Of course, who wouldn't wish to live a few more days?" Shi Heng smiled, adding, "But look at you, nearing 50. Yet you appear hardly over 40. Truly enviable." Li Qing chuckled softly, his smile tinged with bitterness. "It seems my appearance could use some improvement." Chapter 82. The chief minister of the Ming dynasty. The following day, during the morning court, in the hall of heavenly purity, the ministers gazed at Li Qing, who stood at the forefront, an ominous premonition rising within them. Over the years, every time Li Qing attended court, events of varying significance would unfold. Coupled with the recent competition for the position of Minister of Personnel, their expressions involuntarily shifted. Particularly today, Shi Heng had also arrived, the Marquis of Wuqing, who typically graced the court only on the 1st and 15th days of the month, standing at Li Qing's side, poised to offer counsel as soon as the emperor arrived. Should Li Qing be appointed Minister of Personnel, what future would they have? Their concern was not unfounded. Li Qing's character left much to be desired, verging on provoking the ire of both deities and mortals alike. The various ministers exchanged glances, their faces etched with bitterness, silently resolving that they would risk everything to prevent Li Qing from assuming the office of Minister of Personnel. The notion of Li Qing as the Minister of Personnel was utterly unacceptable. Before long, Zhu Qiyu entered the grand hall, whereupon the ministers bowed and shouted, "Long live the emperor!" After the formalities of sovereign and minister were observed, they returned to their positions, yet most gazes remained fixed on Li Qing, apprehensive that he might self-nominate. "Are there any memorials to present?" Zhu Qiyu inquired wearily, the bloodshot veins in his eyes revealing a lack of rest the previous night. "I have a memorial to present." Shi Heng's voice boomed as he stepped forward. Indeed, the ministers clenched their teeth in secret. Shi Heng was also a marquis, and as the commander of the capital's troops, his power far exceeded that of ordinary nobles, earning even dukes their respect. On paper, Shi Heng appeared to surpass Li Qing. Yet Li Qing's influence was formidable, with Shi Heng, Shi Biao, Tong Yuqian, and even the emperor steadfastly supporting him. This led to a peculiar situation where Li Qing possessed no real authority, yet wielded immense power, presenting a brazen demeanor akin to that of a bandit. The details can be elucidated by examining the counterattack incident. Concerning Li Qing, most people could not help but feel a sense of futility. akin to a dog attempting to bite a hedgehog. Proceed with the memorial. Zhu Qiyu nodded. The ministers felt a chill in their hearts as the CPU whirred into action, concocting rebuttals. Shi Hong opened his mouth and declared in a resonant voice, during this period, both the emperor and the officials have been troubled by the selection of the minister of personnel, yet I have a suitable candidate to recommend. Do you truly dare, Shi Hong? The ministers glared in anger. However, Shi Hong remained unfazed, as the Marquis of Wuqing and the commander of the military. He had fought on the battlefield and slain enemies, holding a disdainful view of these scholars wielding pens. Zhu Qiyu cast a glance at Li Qing and smiled. Pray tell, who might this suitable candidate be, beloved Minister Shi? In my opinion, there are two individuals capable of serving as the Minister of Personnel, the Marquis of Yongqing and Minister Li Xian, Shi Hong replied. Indeed, they are fitting candidates. Zhu Qiyu nodded slightly, not granting the other ministers an opportunity to speak. He promptly said, Li Xian and Li Qing, step forward. Li Qing and Li Xian advanced a few paces. Zhu Qiyu inquired, who among you is willing to take on the role of Minister of Personnel? Li Xian glanced at Li Qing, observing the latter's barely perceptible nod, and immediately responded, I am willing. In such circumstances, humility could not be afforded, especially since the Marquis of Yongqing had already given his approval, leaving Li Xian with no hesitation. And you, Li Qing? Zhu Qiyu turned his gaze towards him. Li Qing clasped his hands and replied, I believe Minister Li's experience is still too limited. I would be more suited for the position of Minister of Personnel. His demeanor exuded an air of superiority, inciting resentment among others. Li Xian's eyes flickered, and he quickly understood the underlying meaning. Responding in kind, I cannot agree with the Marquis of Yongqing's assertion. Oh, what insights does Minister Li possess? I do not claim to have any profound insights. I simply disagree with the views of the Marquis, Li Xian stated. The path of governance relies on capability, not seniority. Is it true that in the Ming dynasty, the minister is chosen based on tenure, age, or the number of teeth one has? He paused momentarily, his expression one of pride. Even so, I possess more experience than the Marquis. I entered the court in the 5th year of the Zhengtong era, while I became a jinshi in the 8th year of the Xuande era. Zhu Qiyu, fully aware of the script between the two, quickly seized the opportunity. Who do you believe is more suitable, my lords? The ministers understood this was clearly a trap set by Li Qing. He transformed a straightforward debate into a multiple-choice question. However, despite their understanding, they dared not take the gamble. The prospect of Li Qing becoming the Minister of Personnel was utterly unacceptable to them. In the court, there are no fools, schemes often fail, and open strategies prevail. Knowing it was a trap, they were compelled to dance to the opponent's tune, which was quite uncomfortable. They were not naive either, unwilling to fall into the snare so easily, thus remaining silent. Yet, some were bold enough to speak. Yu Qian stepped forward and bowed, proclaiming, Your Majesty, I recommend the Marquis of Yongqing. I too recommend the Marquis of Yongqing. Shi Biao followed suit. Shi Hong paused momentarily before adding, among the two Lis, I also find the Marquis of Yongqing more suitable. Zhu Qiyu nodded with a smile. In that case, Your Majesty must think thrice. Some could no longer sit idly. If they did not intervene, matters might spiral out of control. They knew that Li Qing was not particularly eager to assume the role of Minister of Personnel, which was precisely why he had orchestrated this scheme, yet that did not imply he was incapable of fulfilling the position. With the backing of influential figures such as Yu Qian and Shi Hong, coupled with the emperor's favoritism, it was hardly a challenge for Li Qing to ascend to the position of Minister of Personnel. In fact, it was rather effortless. Should this mutual harm persist, resulting in Li Qing inadvertently becoming the Minister of Personnel, it would be akin to inflicting 1,000 wounds upon the enemy while suffering 30,000 in return. For Li Qing, it would merely entail some toil, yet for them, it would not be as trivial as mere labor. The Ministry of Personnel is esteemed as the foremost among the 6 ministries, as it holds the authority over the promotion of officials. Naturally, this is not solely at the discretion of the ministry. Imperial approval is requisite. However, the proposal and the drafting of candidates are solely the prerogative of the ministry, and only they possess the authority to do so. The head of the personnel department within the Ming Dynasty Company is a coveted position among all executives. In this psychological contest, Li Qing ultimately emerged victorious, and the rationale is straightforward. While the Minister of Personnel could be anyone but them, it must not be Li Qing. Your Majesty, I recommend Li Xian, scholarly, asserted a cabinet scholar, followed by I second the nomination. scholarly is more suitable for the role of Minister of Personnel. The Minister of Justice, Liu Yu, concurred. Shortly thereafter, another cabinet scholar, Liu Yuan, spoke up. I second the motion. Scholarly, possessing both virtue and talent, is well suited for the Minister of Personnel position. The Minister of Revenue, Nianfu, also endorsed Li Xian. Thus, with the tacit approval of all, Li Xian successfully ascended to the coveted position of Minister of Personnel, a role long desired by officials. It was on this day that the notion of a prime minister emerged within the Ming cabinet. Previously, whether it was the initial figures like Xie Jin, Huang Huai, and Hu Guang, or the later trio of Yangs, there was no such title as prime minister. It was merely a collaborative assembly where discussions occurred, often swayed by those with a close rapport with the emperor or those of higher renown and influence. However, from this day forth, the title of prime minister was firmly established. If the Minister of Personnel serves as a cabinet scholar, who, if not him, could be the prime minister? Li Xian had, in essence, achieved the pinnacle of power, ascending to the foremost position in the realm of officialdom. From this point onward, the cabinet would no longer merely engage in discussions. It would operate under the guidance of Li Xian. The distinction between the two is profound. Nevertheless, Li Qing remained largely indifferent to these developments. Since its establishment during the Yongle era, the cabinet had persisted for decades, playing a secretarial role even in the current Jingtai reign. Its influence existed, albeit modestly. He was unaware of when the cabinet had transformed into a formidable entity, yet for now, it remained a beneficial institution, essential for governance. In comparison to the 6 ministries, the cabinet still appeared as an inferior sibling, a mere attendant. Let it be for now, Li Qing mused. One must not forsake the essential due to minor inconveniences. The small courtyard project had reached its final stages. Once the roof was completed, it would be ready for habitation, and the donkey stable had already been finished. Li Qing brought the donkey back, allowing it to settle into its new abode. This donkey had been purchased in the 7th year of the Zhengde era, and now, nearly 20 years later, it had entered its twilight years. However, it was well-fed and comfortably housed, having not exerted itself significantly, still appearing quite sprightly. Though its coat had lost some of its former luster, Li Qing settled onto a small stool, feeding it hay while engaging in gentle conversation. The donkey, feeling quite content, devoured a substantial portion of fodder without realizing it. As long as you can eat, it is a blessing, Li Qing said with a smile. Brother donkey, our vegetables have run out. Accompany me to the market tomorrow. The donkey bared its teeth in response, eating half a bundle of hay. And now you expect me to follow your commands? Li Qing playfully retorted, a little exercise will do you good. The donkey flashed a friendly grin in response this time. Time flowed gently, and life was serene. The new house was finally completed, with each of the 2 younger generations having their own room. Li Hong no longer had to squeeze in with Zhu Gaosu, and Zhu Wanqing no longer needed to reside in the palace. However, she frequently visited to keep her uncle company. As summer approached, the heat began to rise, yet the presence of ice made the season bearable. By late April, the ceremonial transition was complete, and Zhang Lata prepared for a trip home, intending to replace all the items he had brought with him. Li Qing advised him not to rush, but Zhang Lata insisted he had been cooped up for too long and wished to move about. Understanding that the old man wished to assist him, Li Qing did not press the matter further. Filial piety entails not only respect, but also compliance. Li Qing was well aware of the old man's temperament, knowing that persuasion would be futile. In their twilight years, individuals often desire to leave something behind for the next generation. As a younger relative, one should graciously accept these gestures rather than decline. For one can never fully repay the debts owed to elders. Zhang Lata departed, and Zhu Wanqing bid farewell to her uncle before returning to Jinling. Li Hong contemplated joining them, but hesitated, realizing that if he left, no one would keep his godfather company. After all, in Jinling, he was not the only child, but he was the sole godson. He noticed that his godfather enjoyed quietly reclining under a tree, often lost in thought. For some reason, there was an unspoken sadness etched upon his godfather's serene face, a feeling that was palpable yet invisible. Godfather, is there something troubling you? Li Hong asked softly, pulling up a small stool to sit before him. You seem different lately. Li Qing turned his head slightly, chuckling. Everyone has their own troubles, merely differing in nature. And what troubles does my godfather bear? Li Hong inquired, but the words lingered unvoiced as he chose to share the silence with him. After a long pause, Li Qing exhaled deeply. Time passes so swiftly. Li Hong paused, slowly nodding in agreement. Indeed, But you are still young, godfather. You are not old. Yes, I am still young, Li Qing replied with a bittersweet smile. What is wrong, godfather? Nothing. I am merely a bit tired. I shall rest for a while. Li Qing said, reclining back into the chair, his body curling slightly. On this scorching day, he seemed to feel an unusual chill. Li Hong observed his godfather's closed eyes, witnessing a profound weariness and solitude, as if he did not belong to this world, existing in a state of transcendence, yet isolation. As time continued its relentless passage, Zhu Gaosu's health deteriorated day by day. Li Qing utilized his vital energy to nurture him, though the effects were minimal. It appeared that Zhu Gaosu was truly aging, with organ failure and bodily dysfunctions that no medicine could remedy. Even the influence of vital energy was nearly negligible. In truth, had he chosen to remain in Jiaoji, he might have prolonged his life by an additional 6 months. The toll of long-distance travel at the age of 80 is far too great. Yet, this is the choice of the simple-hearted, a reflection of his steadfastness. Beneath the shade of a tree, the two engaged in a leisurely conversation over tea. Li Qing sighed softly. I had thought you would endure through this year. But it appears the situation is rather dire. Zhu Gaoxu responded with a wry smile. They say one can live to 100, yet how many truly achieve this? Among mortals, I am already a paragon at my age. There is little to lament. After a moment's pause, he inquired about the emperor's plans. With fate drawing near, Zhu Gaoxu was deeply concerned about his legacy, having returned to seek solace in his roots. He wished to be interred at Chongling, ensuring that his life and identity were duly recognized. Li Qing remarked, however, a gravestone cannot be erected. It is simply beyond our means. Understanding this, Zhu Gaoxu nodded gently and sighed. This is sufficient. With a breath, his weary eyes grew even cloudier as he murmured, soon, I shall reunite with my father and mother. Along with my elder brother and younger brother, I wonder if they will welcome me. We are all family. How could they not embrace you? Li Qing smiled. That realm is surely more vibrant than this. Indeed, it must be far more lively there, Zhu Gaoxu said with a light chuckle, before adding, Sir, do you think my life has been a failure? Not at all. Do not speak like that, Li Qing replied earnestly. You have never committed acts detrimental to the Ming and have even contributed to its glory. You owe it nothing. Yet it is rather absurd. Zhu Gaoxu said with a bitter smile, I fear that future generations will see me as a mere jest. I have indeed been a joke in my life. Li Qing fell silent, ultimately saying, You had your moments of retribution, such as when you dealt with Zhu Di. Even to this day, only Li Qing dared to call the name of the Emperor Taizong directly. Zhu Gaoxu, however, remained unfazed, nodding gravely. I must show that old man a lesson, and let that wolf cub see what he has wrought. Very well, it is not far. We might as well pay him a visit, Li Qing laughed. But do be cautious, that fellow is no slouch. Him? Zhu Gaoxu scoffed. When I was out fighting, he was still drinking milk. I could easily best him with one hand. Li Qing concurred, extolling, in terms of fighting, he cannot compare to you. By the end of June, Zhu Gaoxu fell gravely ill, confined to his sickbed. Li Qing had little recourse, doing his utmost to alleviate his suffering. Soon after, Sun Shi's condition worsened, to the point that the court physicians were nearly tearing their hair out in despair, yet they could only maintain her with gentle remedies, fearing that a potent medicine might hasten her demise. Upon hearing of this, Li Qing felt rather pleased, not out of any deep-seated enmity with Sun Shi, but because her misfortune would bring about a fortuitous turn for Zhu Gaoxu. Moreover, it would afford him the opportunity to secure some hidden benefits. With Sun Shi drawing attention, matters would be easier to handle. By mid-July, Zhang Lada arrived once more, accompanied by a lively young girl. The tranquil courtyard, now enlivened by the presence of this spirited child, brought a welcome relief to Li Qing's previously melancholic disposition. However, as fortune seldom comes alone, Zhu Gaoxu's health reached its limits, often slipping into a deep slumber, utterly enervated. On this day, Zhu Qiyu concluded the morning court and proceeded to the small courtyard. Gazing upon the sickbed of Zhu Gaoxiu, despite lacking profound emotions, he could not help but feel a pang of sorrow. Rest assured, Prince Han, I shall never renege on my word, Zhu Qiyu softly stated. I will fulfill all that I have promised you. Thank you, Zhu Gaoxiu, frail and aged, exclaimed with excitement, his pallid complexion tinged with a hint of color. You are a good child. Zhu Qiyu smiled gently and offered further words of comfort before returning to the palace with Zhu Wanqing. Perhaps the knot in his heart had finally been untied. Zhu Gaoxiu's health had evidently improved significantly. After receiving the transmission of true energy from Li Qing, he was able to rise from his bed, and his appetite had markedly increased. Li Qing, however, felt no joy. He had witnessed similar instances too often, where the notion of recovery merely heralded an impending departure. Yet, it was, after all, a positive development. Zhu Gaoziu indulged in meat and wine, alleviating his burdens and resolving his regrets. That afternoon, he reclined beneath the shade of a tree, observing his grandson and Li Hong engaged in a game of chess, while his great-granddaughter chattered nearby. Casting a glance at the teacher by his side, he closed his eyes with a smile. Li Qing was not excessively mournful. He had grown accustomed to it. He felt that there were no lingering regrets. 3 days later, Sun Shi passed away. The emperor donned mourning attire, and the ministers wept bitterly. Li Qing brought the spiciest ginger. Perhaps heaven took pity. Time passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, with Sun Shi's protection, Li Qing personally oversaw that Han Han was successfully laid to rest at Chongling. In September, Zhu Qijin carried his grandfather's spirit tablet and garments, bidding farewell to Li Qing. He was to be met by a so-called caravan in Jinling, and Li Qing held no reservations. Before parting, he gifted Zhu Qijin a handful of gold beans. In October, the final segment of the grand ceremony was entirely replaced, save for the 2 volumes resting quietly upon the imperial desk in the Fengtian Hall. However, Li Qing did not intend to alter them. Perfection in action is a rare achievement. He meticulously copied the original texts, ensuring that the formal records of the ceremony were preserved, leaving a trace for posterity. As winter approached, the weather turned harsh. "Qingzi, my disciple, I wish to return to Jinling," Zhang Lada stated. Li Qing nodded. "Very well, let us return to Jinling." He entered the palace to bid farewell to Zhu Qiyu. "How long do you require leave?" Zhu Qiyu inquired. "A long time," Li Qing replied, his gaze dimmed. "There is someone of utmost importance who needs me." "For how long?" "I do not know. I am weary." Zhu Qiyu felt a heaviness in his heart and remained silent for a long while before asking, "Will you return?" Li Qing was silent for a moment before affirming, "I will." "Take your time, teacher." The donkey brayed, seemingly reluctant to go to the home of Yu Qian this time. "It's all right," Li Qing murmured, pressing his head against the donkey's. "Wait for my return." The donkey, now aged, was ill-suited for long journeys. And being a northern donkey, it struggled to adapt to the southern climate. More importantly, he wished to take his master to appreciate the splendid landscapes. Ultimately, the donkey still went to Yu Qian's residence. Li Qing took his leave from Yu Qian, and the two shared drinks until late into the night. Their eyes reddened from the revelry. Upon reuniting, they began anew, or perhaps Li Qing then visited the Shi family, bidding farewell to the uncle and nephew, who had grown fond of him despite never having fought. Knowing that Li Qing was departing, they felt great reluctance, culminating in a night of drunken revelry. Afterwards, Li Qing went to see Li Xian, consciously imparting some wisdom, which proved to be greatly beneficial for Li Xian. Meanwhile, Li Qing presented Li Xian with a list, urging him to promote and nurture individuals, thereby infusing fresh vitality into the Ming dynasty. Grateful for this favor, Li Xian naturally accepted, expressing his commitment to cultivating talent for the Ming. Once these matters were attended to, Li Qing felt a sense of relief as he set off for Jinling with his master, his godson, and a young girl, traveling in a carriage. Upon their arrival in Jinling, it was late October. After nearly a year of desolation, the city had come alive again, bringing joy to Zhu Qijin, who, having cherished the company of his daughter for a brief moment, invited Li Qing to drink. Zhu Qijin, not yet 40, was vibrant and spirited, reflecting a stark contrast to Zhu Qiyu. Li Qing's gaze darkened at this sight, and he wore an unwelcoming expression, leaving Zhu Qijin perplexed. "Ah, mister. He must stay until after the new year," Zhu Qijin insisted, raising his cup in a toast. Li Qing, however, did not clink glasses with him. Instead, he sipped his drink and remarked, "I have taken an extensive leave, a very long leave." Zhu Qijin paused, astonished. "Is he truly so generous?" "Why, Mr. He, is this so?" "Tired, weary," Li Qing replied, "I wish to rest." Zhu Qijin's smile gradually faded, and he fell into silence, softly agreeing, "Indeed, mister. He has endured much toil. Rest is warranted." After a moment, he inquired, "What are your plans?" "Not yet decided. It depends on the old master," Li Qing responded. Zhu Qijin felt a chill in his heart, his expression changing as he grasped the implication of those words. The old master was not an immortal, after all. Immortals are still human. Zhu Qijin fell silent. As winter approached, snow began to fall, blanketing the ground for an entire day and night. Upon waking the next day, a thick layer of snow covered the courtyard, reaching above the ankles. Zhu Wanqing and Li Hong engaged in a snowball fight, their youthful exuberance undeterred by the cold, their vivaciousness endearing. "Uncle Li, come play with us." The young girl beckoned with her rosy little hand. "It's so much fun. Enjoy yourselves, but don't overdo it." Li Qing advised, "Be cautious not to catch a chill." "Understood." The young girl replied with a cheerful smile. Li Qing shook his head with a smile. Turning towards the small courtyard he seldom visited, even upon returning. With such a significant snowfall, it would be a waste not to build a snowman. Chapter 84. The orphan Zhu Wanqing gazed at the solitary figure retreating into the distance, her movements halting as she tilted her head and remarked, "Big brother. Uncle Li seems quite off. He isn't ill, is he?" Li Hong shook his head slightly. "As long as I can remember, my godfather has never fallen sick." "Then what could it be?" she inquired. "Perhaps it is a matter of the heart," Li Hong replied solemnly. "My godfather always appears cheerful. Yet he often reveals a profound melancholy when least expected. You haven't spent enough time with him to understand. A mere hint of empathy can evoke such feelings." The young girl pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Shall we try to cheer him up?" "Perhaps not. Let him have his solitude," Li Hong sighed gently. "As the younger generation, it is difficult for us to comprehend the emotions of those who came before us." Zhu Wanqing pursed her lips and fell into silence. In the courtyard, the ground was blanketed in pure white snow. Li Qing stood alone, his shadow a somber companion. 3 exquisite snowmen stood lifelike. Shimmering brilliantly under the refracted sunlight, Li Qing's eyes sparkled similarly, but a gust of wintry wind swept by, causing him to blink and a crystalline tear to fall. The relentless flow of history continued, and at a certain juncture, he etched his mark, yearning to reclaim lost beauty. Yet, he sorrowfully realized that he was akin to a man seeking a sword in a drifting boat, going back and forth in endless cycles, ultimately just lingering on a tiny vessel. The river of time had long since passed, irretrievable. Time shows no mercy to anyone. It remains indifferent to all. The new year arrived, and the whole residence buzzed with festivity. Red lanterns hung high, couplets and door gods adorned the entrances, and firecrackers celebrated the spring festival, ushering in the joyous new year. Li Qing took to the kitchen, preparing a lavish banquet, and the family gathered to eat, drink, and share laughter, bidding farewell to the old and welcoming the new. This was the happiest year for the little girl. She received numerous red envelopes from her father, her mother, Uncle Li, and Grandpa Zhang, her pockets brimming with lucky money, overflowing. That night, fireworks lit up the sky for half the night, a splendid display, and she was radiant. In the 13th year of Jingtai, on the Lantern Festival, they savored glutinous rice balls and admired lanterns. Uncle Li was particularly generous, granting every request with ease. However, such joyful moments were fleeting, and before she had enough, they came to an end. "Uncle Li, where are you going?" Zhu Wanqing asked reluctantly. "Grandpa Zhang is already old. Shouldn't we take good care of him together?" During this time, she had been spoiled greatly, and boldly, she began to pout. "I don't care. Uncle Li, you cannot leave." Li Hong chimed in, "Godfather, Wanqing is right. Grandpa Zhang is old, and it's not wise for him to travel far." Zhu Qizhen wished to persuade as well, but ultimately remained silent. Understanding Li Qing's temperament, "It's time to go." Li Qing simply smiled and said, "Fate will bring us together again." "What does it mean to meet again by fate?" "It feels like a farewell," Zhu Wanqing retorted angrily. "Are you not planning to return, Uncle Li?" "Child, hold your tongue and don't be unruly." Zhu Qizhen shot a stern glance at his daughter and stepped forward, saying, "Do not worry about this. Take care and let the old master enjoy himself." Li Qing nodded. "Take care, everyone. Farewell." In the study, Zhang Lada noticed Li Qing approaching and closed his book, asking, "Is everything arranged?" "Yes," Li Qing affirmed. "Master, let us depart." Zhang Lada chuckled, rising. "Good, let us set off." Li Qing slung his bag over his shoulder, while the old man carried nothing. The master and disciple did not ride horses, nor did they take a sedan. They wandered without destination. Where they went was of no concern. Li Qing abandoned all, asking neither about time nor place, accompanying his master in indulging in fine food, delightful experiences, and savoring the myriad beauties of life. They stayed in inns, dined in restaurants, and even camped in the wilderness, relishing wild delicacies at their leisure. Sometimes they donned fine attire, other times they appeared disheveled. They traversed mountain peaks and forded rivers, witnessing breathtaking landscapes and experiencing the hardships of life. Unbeknownst to them, a year had passed. During this time, Li Qing felt particularly relaxed, his spirit unburdened, and the decades of pent-up melancholy found its utmost release. Ultimately, the master and his disciple returned to the dilapidated little temple where their journey had commenced. Abandoned for many years, the temple had succumbed to decay, rendering it uninhabitable. Having acquired a modicum of skills from a bricklayer, Li Qing undertook the reconstruction of the temple, drawing upon its original foundation, and managed to work with a certain degree of proficiency. Under the sun, he toiled bare-chested, laboring fervently and tirelessly. Meanwhile, the old man enjoyed a leisurely existence. Seated at a desk, penning his martial philosophies and chronicling his life's journey, Zhang Lada, adept in both martial arts and medicine, aspired to leave behind a legacy. After all, a life lived should yield some form of remembrance. One cannot traverse this world in vain. Months passed, and the fallen temple was revived. Now in even better condition than before, Zhang Lada gazed at the newly restored structure and smiled at Li Qing, recalling the age-old adage, out with the old, in with the new. Li Qing felt a pang of melancholy. He did not embrace the newness, no matter how splendid it appeared. The master and disciple settled into the refurbished temple, with Zhang Lada engaging in his daily practice of martial arts and writing, while Li Qing hunted for game and prepared meals, reminiscent of their humble days before the 15th year of the Hongwu era, though they had once lived in modesty. Rediscovering that simplicity now brought them warmth and a sense of priceless nostalgia. In the past, the garden cultivated by his junior had fallen into neglect, but Li Qing took it upon himself to reclaim it, planting yonglo rice. 2 months later, the rice, sown in late summer, yielded vibrant cobs, bursting with moisture. Perfect for grilling. The roasted corn was fragrant, far superior to its boiled counterpart, and the two squatted on the ground, relishing every bite. After finishing a cob, Zhang Lada leaned back in contentment, savoring the taste and letting out a satisfied burp. With his hands resting on the ground, he gazed into the distance and softly spoke. Qingzi, once I depart, you should return to the world. Zhang Lada stated calmly. You are not one to lead a life of simplicity. You need to be among people. Master, Li Qing replied, I will heed your words. A person must have aspirations, some ties to the world, and fortunately, you possess those. Zhang Lada felt reassured, grateful that Li Qing had such connections, alleviating his worries. Remember, do not make your life overly burdensome. Strive for happiness. Happiness, Li Qing pondered, his face a canvas of confusion. Master, what is happiness? Zhang Lada smiled gently. Throughout a lifetime, happiness manifests differently at various stages. In childhood, it might be a mere object. Possessing it brings joy. In youth, it could be a goal. Achieving it brings fulfillment. In old age, it should be a state of mind. Understanding it brings contentment. Li Qing lowered his gaze, dejectedly responding, but I cannot comprehend. That is simply because you are still young, Zhang Lada spoke softly. Happiness knows no hierarchy. Pursue what brings you joy. Li Qing nodded in silence, acknowledging his master's wisdom. Zhang Lada chuckled lightly, then, feeling a pang of affection, reached out to caress Li Qing's head, whispering, Qingzi, it has been nearly a century. Are you still not accustomed to it? Disciples should have become accustomed by now, Li Qing replied. Indeed, Zhang Lada affirmed. Yes. Li Qing's voice choked, his vision blurred. Though he had anticipated this moment, knowing it was inevitable, when the time finally approached, he found it difficult to bear. Master, you are in good health. Of course, I am well. Zhang Lada straightened his posture, chuckling. How could I have lived to such an age? The disciple implied otherwise. But Zhang Lada retorted, who is my master? A dignified immortal would never be tormented by ailments. With a proud visage, he soon wore a bittersweet smile. Yet even I cannot escape the relentless flow of time. This time, it is truly farewell. Is the master unable to transcend further? Zhang Lada shook his head with a laugh. Once was already an extraordinary opportunity. If one were to break through repeatedly, that would be the mark of a true immortal. Li Qing remained silent, his head bowed. Enough of this morose demeanor. Cheer up, Zhang Lada teased him. Li Qing attempted a smile, though it appeared rather strained. Zhang Lada playfully scolded. After 100 years of cultivation, you still cannot let go of life and death? Have you forgotten what I taught you? No. Li Qing replied softly. The disciple would not dare forget. Sighing deeply, Zhang Lada's eyes reflected a tender compassion as he said gently, in the world, when an elder passes beyond 80, it is considered a joyous farewell. I am over 200 years old, nearly equivalent to 3 such joyous farewells. What is there to lament? The disciple understands, Li Qing murmured, his gaze still lowered. Zhang Lada patted his shoulder and rose. Come. Let us return to the room and converse. That night, the master and disciple engaged in heartfelt conversation. Yet, such a bond forged over a century could hardly be encapsulated in a single evening. Perhaps, life must inevitably harbor some regrets. The following dawn, rays of sunlight filtered through the doors and windows, casting a warm hue across the room, bringing a slight warmth to Li Qing's icy heart. Zhang Lada, with a tranquil expression, remarked with delight, Qingzi, look how beautiful the dawn is. Li Qing lifted his gaze to behold the crimson clouds. A breathtaking spectacle reminiscent of a fiery blaze, utterly magnificent. He softly murmured, indeed, it is truly beautiful. Yet, when he turned back, his master, though still composed, had lost his vitality. Li Qing cradled his master, laying him upon the soft bedding, propping his head with a pillow, and gazed quietly at him. Nearly a century has passed. I should have grown accustomed to this. His master's words echoed in his mind as Li Qing whispered to himself, yes, I should have become accustomed to it. But could one truly acclimate to such loss? With a rhythmic chopping sound, Li Qing meticulously severed the wood, each crystalline shard falling with his movements, unending in its descent. He deliberately avoided any imperfections, fearing they might mar the timber. This was the finest wood he could procure, yet it remained but ordinary camphor. Fortunately, he had crafted coffins before and possessed considerable experience. After polishing and refining, the coffin emerged as a work of exquisite craftsmanship. Ultimately, Li Qing laid his master to rest. He arranged offerings, burned paper money, and knelt before the grave, weeping uncontrollably. His cries echoed forth, tears streaming down, his body bending with sorrow. From that day forth, he became an orphan. Chapter 85. The incompatibility of loyalty and filial piety. Li Qing remained alone at the temple, neither eating nor drinking, sleeping nor speaking. Fortuitously yet lamentably, even in this state, he found himself devoid of any affliction, not even a minor ailment. He was lethargic, despondent, and unkempt. The sun rose through the east window and set through the west, while he lay there, motionless. An emptiness enveloped him, an extreme void, stripped of sensation and color, as though he had been hollowed out. Time passed. How long? He could not discern. It felt like months, or perhaps merely a fleeting moment. Li Qing, having lost all sense of time, gradually emerged from his stupor. As the snow fell, Li Qing stepped outside, the ground blanketed in a thick layer of white, transforming the landscape into a silvery wonderland. The snow-covered ground bore scattered footprints, chaotic and devoid of any discernible pattern. It seemed he had forgotten how to walk. Having remained idle for far too long, he ambled forward, a solitary figure, his steps unsteady, gradually merging with the vast expanse of white. After what felt like an eternity, the white figure paused, gazing blankly into the distance, softly murmuring, "Master, look at the heavy snow." With those words, warm tears streamed down his cheeks. "It's so cold." He shivered, curling into himself, exhaling clouds of breath without a hint of warmth. Days dragged on in a relentless struggle. "Master, I have come to see you. Master, it is the new year. Master, spring has arrived. Master, the flowers are blooming. Master, I miss you." As summer blossomed, the verdant hills thrived, filled with the sounds of chirping insects and singing birds, a lively scene. Li Qing stood before the gravestone, and after a long moment, he exhaled slowly, whispering, "Master, I must take my leave." He washed away the stains of the past, donning new attire, reminiscent of the young Taoist who had once descended the mountain under duress from the Jinyui to serve in the government. He appeared just as youthful and handsome, but the difference was palpable. He no longer felt trepidation. In June, in Jinling, Li Qing knocked on the grand door. A young servant, peeking out, asked in surprise, "Whom do you seek?" "I seek Zhu Qiqian, Master Zhu," replied Li Qing. Recognizing the distinguished presence before him, the young man hesitated no longer and invited him in. "I shall not enter. Have him come out to meet me," Li Qing stated. "Merely inform him that a young man named Li is here, and he will come to see me." "Understood. Please wait a moment." The young man nodded and hurried off. Shortly thereafter, Zhu Qiqian emerged, utterly astonished at the sight of Li Qing. "This is not the place for conversation. Follow me," Li Qing declared, leading the way. Zhu Qiqian, suppressing his excitement, followed closely behind. Li Qing walked at a measured pace, while Zhu Qijin remained uncertain of their destination, teetering on the edge of inquiry, but ultimately refraining, silently trailing behind. After a short while, Li Qing halted in front of the Zhe Xianlu, contemplating for a moment before stepping inside, with Zhu Qijin resolutely following suit. The establishment had changed hands multiple times and had briefly ventured into different trades during the Xuanda era. However, it had returned to its original vocation. In a private room, Li Qing settled the bill for the young woman, allowing her to withdraw, and focused on the food and drink before him. The proprietor had changed numerous times, and the flavors had undoubtedly shifted, no longer resembling what once was. Yet, having not eaten in quite some time, Li Qing was not particularly concerned about the difference. Zhu Qijin did not intrude, merely observing Li Qing as he consumed his meal, acutely aware of the sorrow that enveloped him. The reason was simple: the old man had not returned. After a quarter of an hour, having satisfied his hunger and thirst, Li Qing leisurely wiped his hands and remarked, "Arrange for me an identity. This should not be too difficult for you." "Not at all." Zhu Qijin nodded slowly. "What shall it be called? Will it still be Li Qing?" After a moment of contemplation, Li Qing gently nodded, "Yes, but let it not be associated with the Marquis's residence." Having returned home, "Are you not considering staying for a few days?" Zhu Qijin suggested, "Perhaps it is best to return home." "No, I only require a single identity," Li Qing replied, shaking his head. "It is essential to ensure that the identity is pristine. In any case, I must not be entangled with anyone, including you. This is not particularly difficult, but it will demand considerable time," Zhu Qijin remarked. "Creating a mere identity is straightforward, yet establishing one from scratch, ensuring it bears no connection to anyone, is somewhat intricate and necessitates a multitude of lies to avoid detection." "Approximately how long will it take?" "At the very least, a month," Zhu Qijin replied. Li Qing nodded. "Very well, proceed with it. I shall return in a month to collect it." "Sir, what about your accommodations?" Zhu Qijin inquired earnestly. "Jinling is unlike other places. Without an identity, finding lodging poses a challenge. I understand your desire for discretion, but surely you cannot expect to sleep on the streets? I shall prepare a room upon my return, ensuring no one approaches. With your skills, you can stay at night and depart by day without any issue." "No, I must decline," Li Qing reiterated. "I have somewhere to go." "Where might that be?" Zhu Qijin pressed. "That is not for you to concern yourself with. Simply attend to your own matters," Li Qing replied with a smile, rising to leave. Zhu Qijin remained in a daze for quite some time before he heaved a deep sigh and exited the private room. At Qishao Mountain, the sunset remained breathtaking. Li Qing set out offerings and solemnly burned paper, doing so with utmost seriousness. As night fell, the stars sparkled brilliantly, and a gentle breeze whispered as he recounted stories until he drifted into a deep slumber. It had been far too long since he had spent time with the young ladies. Time, relentless like the Yangtze River, passed swiftly, and a month had slipped away before one knew it. Li Qing once again admired the sunset with the young ladies, concluding his tales before descending the mountain. Upon meeting Zhu Qijin again, he noticed the latter's troubled expression, as if he hesitated to speak. "What is it? Did you not succeed?" "I managed." Yet Zhu Qijin sighed and replied, "Let us discuss it at the Zhe Xianlu." "Very well," Li Qing acknowledged, aware that Zhu Qijin would not dare to deceive him. At Zhe Xianlu, in a private room, Li Qing asked, "What has transpired?" "Sir, it seems you can no longer utilize the new identity," Zhu Qijin lamented. Sorrow etched on his face. "Why is that?" Zhu Qijin sighed heavily. "The young lady has returned from the capital." "She has returned from the capital?" Li Qing's gaze sharpened. Astonished. "Has something happened to the emperor?" "Yes, he has fallen ill due to overwork and is not long for this world," Zhu Qijin confirmed with a pained expression. "He wishes for me to return to the capital and assume the throne." Li Qing furrowed his brow deeply, both astonished and yet sensing the logic in the situation. "What ailment does he suffer from?" "According to Wanqing, it appears he has developed a goiter," Zhu Qijin explained. "By the time the illness was detected, it was already too late, and recovery was beyond reach." Li Qing smiled bitterly, muttering to himself, "This is what they mean when they say that loyalty and filial piety have never coexisted. I left, and he fell ill. Do not blame yourself, for I am the one who should bear the guilt," Zhu Qijin said bitterly. "I have betrayed him. The goiter is merely a symptom, while overwork is the root cause. Even with you by my side, it would have been difficult to salvage the situation. He has already begun to show signs of aging, has he not? Unless he had been prevented from ascending the throne long ago. Yet, The problem lies in the fact that an emperor cannot simply choose to reign or not. Should we have allowed him to become a languid ruler, merely existing? Zhu Qizhan sighed. In your heart, it is undoubtedly the Ming dynasty that holds greater significance. Is it not? Li Qing fell silent for a moment before asking, do you still wish to be an emperor? No longer, Zhu Qizhan replied, shaking his head. I have grown accustomed to my current life. The notion of being an emperor holds no allure for me. Rather, it feels like a burden. Moreover, I have neither the face nor the qualifications to assume such a role. Li Qing slowly nodded. If you were to entertain such thoughts, I would be compelled to end your life. Sir, I have a request, Zhu Qizhan said earnestly. Take me back to the capital. I wish to see him one last time and personally apologize, to acknowledge my wrongs. What nonsense is this? Li Qing exclaimed, visibly angered. Consider it a chance for atonement. Zhu Qizhan said, filled with remorse. I believe he wishes to see me as well. During your absence, Wanqing visited the capital 3 times. She is quite charming. Zhu Qizhan sighed. Yet amidst this, there remains a bond of brotherhood. Li Qing fell into silence. Very well, I shall take you. Thank you, Zhu Qizhan replied gratefully. In the end, Li Qing donned a wig and applied makeup before moving into the Marquis's residence. He was no longer youthful, but had become a man nearing 60. Zhu Wanqing, however, had blossomed into a graceful young lady, nearly of equal stature to Qian Shi, her youthful innocence replaced by the allure of beauty. Upon seeing Li Qing return, she felt a mix of joy and sorrow. Uncle Li, you have aged. It has only been a short while. How can this be? She fell silent, aware that it was due to grandfather Zhang's passing. Li Qing merely smiled and replied, is it not natural to age? Zhu Wanqing gently nodded, offering consolation. Uncle Li, may you find peace in your grief. Indeed, Li Qing responded. Let us prepare to leave shortly. Very well, Zhu Wanqing nodded. Shall we bring grandfather? My second uncle wishes to see him. Yes, let us go together. Zhu Wanqing sighed with relief, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Uncle Li. Please hurry. Li Qing waved his hand, dismissing the young maid. Soon after, Li Hong arrived, and upon seeing his godfather in such a state, he couldn't help but shed tears. Godfather, he said, enough, enough. You are a grown man. Do not be so shameful. Li Qing chuckled, feeling both comforted and pained. How quickly time had passed. The once small child had now reached adulthood. Godfather, please do not leave again after returning this time, Li Hong implored. Allow me the chance to show my filial piety. Li Qing smiled gently, responding softly, I still have matters to attend to. We shall discuss it later. Are you returning to the capital? Yes, I shall depart today. Let me accompany you, Li Hong pleaded. Li Qing hesitated, yet ultimately could not bring himself to utter a refusal. Very well, go and prepare swiftly. In the palace, Zhu Qiyu leaned against the dragon throne. Though only in his 40s, much of his hair had turned white. His complexion was ashen, resembling that of a withered man. In stark contrast to Zhu Qizhan, who, despite his years, retained a robust physique. Zhu Jiaxin entered with the young prince, and upon seeing his uncle in such a state, he felt a pang of sorrow. Nephew Zhu Jiaxin pays his respects, he announced, bowing. Do not stand on ceremony, Zhu Qiyu replied, gesturing lightly. Jiaxin, come sit. As Zhu Jiaxin approached, he suddenly realized there was no chair beside the throne. Sit here, Zhu Qiyu nudged aside. Just as the young prince intended to fetch a chair, he froze, his expression shifting to one of dismay and sorrow. Not merely for his political career, but intertwined with personal sentiments, he has served Zhu Qiyu for decades. How could he not feel sorrow in such circumstances? Zhu Jiaxin was taken aback and clasped his hands, saying, Jiaxin dares not. In the past, I too did not dare. Zhu Qiyu reminisced, then smiled gently. It is merely a chair. What is there to fear? Come sit. Yes. Zhu Jiaxin approached cautiously and took his seat. Xiao Hengzi, you may withdraw. I wish to discuss some matters with the crown prince, Zhu Qiyu instructed. Yes, I take my leave. Xiao Hengzi, covering his face with his sleeve, wiped away his tears and exited the grand hall. Zhu Qiyu observed his elder nephew, while Zhu Jiaxin cautiously regarded his second uncle. The relationship between uncles and nephews in this era of the Ming dynasty had indeed improved. You have grown. You are 17 this year, am I correct? Yes, Your Majesty. Zhu Jiaxin did not feel completely at ease, yet he remained prudent and circumspect. Zhu Qiyu sighed and said, Do not call me Your Majesty. Refer to me as second uncle. Yes, second uncle. Zhu Qiyu pondered. Jiaxin, what kind of person do you perceive your second uncle to be? Zhu Jiaxin reflected for a moment before responding earnestly. A wise ruler who brings peace and stability to the nation. Such a lofty appraisal? It is the truth, sincerely spoken. Zhu Jiaxin replied. Zhu Qiyu chuckled. Regardless of whether his nephew spoke earnestly, those words brought him solace, vindicating his years of toil. With a deep breath, Zhu Qiyu became serious. This throne will ultimately be yours to inherit. There is one thing you must always remember, without fail. Please enlighten me, second uncle. Zhu Jiaxin earnestly requested. Do not rush into matters. Zhu Qiyu advised. Every action and word of the emperor carries significant weight. You must proceed with caution and not act impulsively. After a pause, he sighed. Your father suffered from this very flaw. Otherwise, based solely on his achievements in the Battle of Luchuan, he would have been deemed a wise ruler. He aspired to be a good emperor, but was simply too hasty. As for me, I began this path later in life. In terms of being an emperor, I cannot compare to your father. Thankfully, I had virtuous ministers to assist me, which has led us to this point. But you are different. You have received the orthodox education of a crown prince since childhood. And with the likes of Yu Qian and now Li Xian at your side, if you proceed steadily and cautiously, the Ming dynasty will undoubtedly ascend to even greater heights. Learn from the experiences of your predecessors, analyze their shortcomings, extract the essence, and discard the dross. Apply what you learn. Zhu Qiyu sighed lightly. After being an emperor for these years, I find it increasingly challenging. Remember, do not grasp everything tightly, nor should you delegate too freely. Zhu Jiaxin nodded slightly. Jiaxin shall remember second uncle's teachings. Zhu Qiyu smiled, gazing into the distance, lost in thought. Deep down, he truly wished for his elder brother to assume the throne. For Zhu Qiyu possessed greater experience, and, having faced failure, would act with greater caution and humility. Yet the issue remained. He seemed disinclined to take on the mantle of emperor. Sighing deeply, Zhu Qiyu felt a mix of emotions. Li Shu, perhaps we should take a break? Zhu Wanqing's small face had turned pale. Indeed, the intensity of Li Shu's journey was excessively demanding. Aside from sleeping, they had been on the road constantly, even eating while mounted. She could ride, but her equestrian skills were mediocre, and after these days, her legs felt as if they no longer belonged to her. Li Shu, I feel I might be sick. Let us continue for a while longer. We shall rest once darkness falls. Li Qing exhibited a heartless demeanor, expressing his fatigue with a dismissive tone. If you're tired, you and Li Hong may return. Giddy up, urged Zhu Qiyu, as he spurred his horse onward. Li Hong turned his mount and inquired with concern, Sister Wanqing, can you still endure? Let us proceed. Zhu Wanqing replied, her face etched with worry. I fear I may soon fall behind. Half a month later, the group arrived at the capital. Li Qing instructed, you all should return to the small courtyard of the Lian family. I shall enter the palace to check on matters. Please wait a moment, sir, Zhu Qiyu interjected. Riding forward, I merely wish to see him. If possible, it is better that I do not enter the palace. Very well, I shall first assess his health, if permitted. It would not be an issue for him to meet you. Li Qing acquiesced, nodding slightly. After a brief pause, he inquired, what are your intentions? Will you merely visit and depart, or linger for a while? Zhu Qiyu hesitated, shaking his head. I have not yet decided. I shall see him first and then determine my course. If he does not wish for my company, I shall leave immediately. Should he desire me to stay for a while, that would also be agreeable. Noticing a change in Li Qing's expression, he hastily added, rest assured, sir. I am aware of my sensitive position and will not compromise it. Li Qing cast him a sidelong glance, but chose not to comment further. Directing his horse straight to the palace. Your Majesty, your Majesty. Upon hearing the call, Zhu Qiyu slowly opened his eyes, weary as he responded. What is it, Xiao Hengzi? Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yongqing has returned, Xiao Hengzi announced. Zhu Qiyu paused, his fatigue swiftly dissipating as he asked in astonishment, the sir has returned? Quickly, summon him. Yes, I shall obey your command, Xiao Hengzi replied with concern. Your Majesty, please do not become overly excited. Take care of your health. Indeed. Quickly summon the Marquis of Yongqing to the court. Zhu Qiyu gestured, a hint of color returning to his pallid face, invigorated by the prospect. A quarter of an hour later, Li Qing entered the grand hall. Your Majesty, I have returned, he said softly, and upon seeing Zhu Qiyu in such a state, his heart ached. Zhu Qiyu smiled warmly. It is good to have you back, good to have you back. He gestured toward a chair nearby. Please, take a seat. Li Qing did not sit. Instead, he approached and took Zhu Qiyu's arm to check his pulse. After a moment, his expression darkened. Zhu Qiyu, with a light laugh, remarked, I am well aware of my own health. There is no need for concern. In the next instant, a surge of vitality coursed through him, alleviating his ailments significantly. He felt a long-lost sense of well-being wash over him, so wondrously delightful. Sir, what sorcery is this? Zhu Qiyu inquired, astonished. Consider it an advanced form of internal cultivation. Li Qing explained, then asked, how do you feel now? Much improved, Zhu Qiyu replied, moving his limbs with newfound ease, smiling as he invited, please, have a seat. Li Qing nodded and settled into the chair beside him. Zhu Qiyu mused, Sir, it has only been 3 years since we last met, yet you have transformed remarkably. Oh, I see. He laughed, realizing the absurdity of it all. But surely, your changes are rather exaggerated? In urgent matters, one does not ponder too deeply. Li Qing smiled wistfully. Does my appearance not reflect my age? Indeed, Zhu Qiyu conceded, feeling relieved. Sir, my time is limited. May I ask for your assistance? Li Qing nodded, speak freely. I wish to request the return of the Grand Emperor to take his rightful place, Zhu Qiyu stated. Admittedly, the Crown Prince is quite capable. Yet my elder brother possesses greater maturity. At present, the Ming dynasty is stable. A younger ruler is ultimately less preferable. Your Majesty, this assertion is misguided. Li Qing shook his head, stating that it was precisely because the Ming dynasty was currently stable that he could not allow the ascension to the throne. Why? You may ask. It is due to the adage of a new emperor brings new ministers. The Crown Prince is easily manipulated, whereas the retired emperor is not. Li Qing remarked that if the retired emperor were to take the throne, the officials would undoubtedly be in uproar. Zhu Qiyu replied, I believe that with his capabilities, coupled with your wisdom, we can suppress any dissent. Yes, but it would require bloodshed and would disrupt the existing stability. Li Qing sighed. If I am not mistaken, in these past 2 years, as the emperor's health has declined, many capable individuals have gravitated towards the Crown Prince. Have they not? Zhu Qiyu paused, then nodded with a wry smile. Indeed, including Li Xian and others. It is human nature. Who doesn't harbor a bit of selfishness? It is merely to prolong their political careers, which is understandable. However, if the retired emperor ascends, their investments will be in vain. Li Qing continued, at that time, not only will the current equilibrium be shattered, but the fragile hearts of the ministers will also suffer severe wounds. They will surely not give up easily, and may even rally around the Crown Prince to confront the retired emperor. What am I to do? Eliminate them all? In a conflict between father and son, who do you think stands a better chance? Li Qing answered his own question. The answer was evident. It would undoubtedly be the retired emperor. Consequently, the Crown Prince would be deposed, wasting years of cultivation. Li Qing lamented, after so many tumultuous dynasties, the current relationship between the sovereign and his ministers is the most harmonious. We cannot afford further turmoil. Zhu Qiyu remained silent for a long while before nodding. Your considerations are indeed thorough. I have been rather naive. After a pause, Zhu Qiyu hesitated before saying, I wish to see him. Li Qing nodded, that is possible. He has already arrived. He is here? Indeed, he is currently at the family residence. Li Qing responded, he wishes to see you as well. The young lady has come too. A smile crept across Zhu Qiyu's lips, filled with joy and anticipation. Tomorrow I shall visit. It has been over a decade since our last meeting. It is high time we reunite. Upon leaving the palace, Li Qing made his way to the home of Yu Qian. Yu Qian was still at the office, being attended to by Yu Mian. Upon seeing Li Qing's demeanor, Yu Mian was taken aback. Mr. Li, what have you experienced over these years? Nothing much, just growing older. It is quite normal, Li Qing replied with a dismissive smile. He glanced around, his smile faltering, and his heart sank. Brother Donkey is no longer with us. He is still here, Yu Mian explained. He is quite old now. I have relocated him. Hearing this, Li Qing let out a long sigh. Thank you for your kindness. You are too polite. Please, Yu Mian responded. The donkey was indeed very old. Its once lustrous coat had lost its sheen and was now shedding profusely, giving it an unappealing appearance, devoid of spirit. Brother Donkey, I have returned, Li Qing said softly as he approached, stroking its head. Let us go home. The donkey brayed in response, struggling to rise, twisting its neck and shaking off even more fur. As one man and one donkey exited the Yu residence, they ambled homeward at a leisurely pace, the setting sun casting an orange hue upon them. The man spoke while the donkey listened, occasionally braying softly to express its emotions. In the small courtyard, Li Qing settled the donkey and brought over a small stool to converse with it. Zhu Qizhen, unsure of what one could possibly discuss with the donkey, dared not interrupt. Until the night grew dark, the donkey had settled down to sleep. Only then did he step forward and inquire, "Sir, what did he say?" "Who?" "The emperor." Li Qing sighed and replied, "He will come to see you tomorrow." "Good." Zhu Qizhen exhaled with relief, then asked, "How is his Majesty?" "Not well," Li Qing lamented. "Treasure what you have." With that, he turned and walked briskly to the side room, leaving Zhu Qizhen in a state of contemplation. The night sky, adorned with twinkling stars, drew his gaze upward, where he found himself entranced by a few particularly luminous ones, feeling a bittersweet mix of shame and melancholy. The following morning, Li Qing pushed open the door to his room. On the stone table in the small courtyard lay a variety of breakfast items: buns, steamed bread, pickled vegetables, eggs, rice porridge, and fried qinhui. Though not lavish, it was plentiful. Zhu Wanqing tilted her head with a smile, saying, "We were just waiting for you, Uncle Li. My elder brother and I got up before dawn." Their father, with a face as dark as a pot's bottom, prompted her to explain, "Father, I was the one who got up first to call the elder brother next door." "Enough, enough," Zhu Qizhen retorted with irritation. "Do you fear you won't find a suitor? A young lady should not be so forward. Do you not feel any shame?" "Uncle Zhu, Wanqing merely wants to ensure that my godfather has a good meal." "Please do not speak ill of her," Li Hong interjected, unable to stand idly by. Zhu Qizhen snapped, "I am disciplining my own daughter. What concern is it of yours? Who do you think you are?" Were it not for Li Qing's presence, he might have rolled up his sleeves in anger. After all, the flower he had nurtured with care was already being eyed by others, a sentiment that would trouble any father, especially one as doting as Zhu Qizhen. "I warn you, you'd best behave yourself. Should you dare to have any improper intentions, I would not hesitate to find you a position in the palace," Zhu Qizhen threatened, his eyes blazing. Li Hong forced a smile. "Uncle Zhu, after all these years, do you still not see the character of your nephew? I am already of age and still unmarried. Who is stopping you from marrying?" Zhu Qizhen scoffed. "And by the way, nephew is a term used by elders when addressing juniors, not for self-reference. Have you ever read a book? Have some dignity." "You simply do not like me," Li Hong retorted. "Indeed, I do not," Zhu Qizhen replied coldly. "What can you do about it?" "Dad." Silence. Zhu Qizhen lamented his daughter's lack of ambition. "You are but 13, and at your age, how desperate are you to marry? There are impoverished families where daughters are married off at 13 or 14. The young girl murmured softly, unperturbed, for it was Zhu Qizhen's indulgence that had fostered her boldness. Zhu Qizhen paused momentarily, then, in a fit of anger, trembled with rage. "Very well, you have grown up and spread your wings. Confident that I will not have a second child, are you? Please do not be angry, Father," Zhu Wanqing stammered, her face flushed. "I only wish to clarify." Zhu Qizhen slammed his hand on the table. "I will not eat." "Uncle Zhu, look at you." Zhu Qizhen suddenly turned, his darkened visage striking terror into Li Hong, who swallowed the latter part of his sentence. "You had best not close your eyes when you sleep," Zhu Qizhen warned through clenched teeth. With that, he swept away in a huff. Li Hong swallowed hard, seeking assistance from Li Qing, who had just finished washing up. "Godfather, you must keep an eye on Uncle Zhu. Look at your cowardice." Li Qing rolled his eyes, moving to sit down. "If he doesn't eat, it works out well for me." Zhu Wanqing stood up, took a small bowl and playfully scooped a little, chuckling. "Uncle Li, you and the big brother eat. Don't mind me." She still cherished her father, urging them to eat. Li Qing took a bite of a bun, saying that despite his words, he wouldn't treat her harshly. At most, he would just give her a beating. Hee hee. Li Hong chuckled awkwardly. "By the way, Godfather, I bought some fodder. I was worried it might not know when to stop eating, so I left it at the donkey shed's entrance." "All right, I'll feed it later," Li Qing replied. As the hour approached, while Li Qing was chatting with the donkey over a small bundle of hay, Zhu Qiyu arrived. After a brief conversation with Zhu Qiyu in the courtyard, and once the guards had entered, they proceeded into the parlor. Zhu Qizhen, anxiously awaiting in the parlor, quickly stood upon their entrance, gazing at the visibly frail Zhu Qiyu. His lips moved for a moment, yet no words escaped. Zhu Qiyu, however, smiled and said, "After more than a decade apart, brother, you are well." Indeed, Zhu Qizhen appeared robust and prosperous in middle age, while Zhu Qiyu had aged considerably, his hair grayed, and his frame lean and frail. They seemed to belong to entirely different generations. Zhu Qizhen stood in a daze for some time before confirming that this was indeed his brother. At that moment, He was at a loss for words, finally stammering, "Younger brother, I am truly sorry. It is all in the past," Zhu Qiyu replied with a smile. Taking a seat nearby, "My days are numbered. Brother, do you intend to take the throne?" Zhu Qizhen shook his head slightly. "I am no longer suited to be emperor. The position should be passed to the crown prince." Zhu Qiyu nodded gently, sighing, "Jianshan is a good child, quite exceptional. I believe he will surpass me." "Jianshan?" Zhu Qizhen exclaimed in astonishment, looking towards Li Qing for confirmation. "It is he," Li Qing affirmed. Zhu Qizhen stood there, stunned, his guilt intensifying, feeling utterly ashamed. Zhu Wanqing interjected, "Father, it was Uncle Li who advised me not to tell you, fearing it would trouble you." "You knew as well?" "Yes. During the incident with the old Empress Dowager recognizing her kin by blood, I had my suspicions," Zhu Wanqing replied. Zhu Qizhen sighed and bitterly smiled. "You could have simply named a new crown prince. Perhaps initially it would have been difficult, but later you would have had the opportunity. There was no need for this." "Initially, I had such thoughts," Zhu Qiyu said with a smile. "However, having Jianshan as crown prince would garner greater public support and benefit the court. Eventually, I realized that whether it is Jianji or Jianshan who ascends, they are all members of the Zhu family. It matters not." Zhu Qiyu asked playfully, "Is it not?" Zhu Qizhen gazed at him, tears glistening in his eyes, feeling both pained and guilty. If only that battle had never happened. Indeed, but alas, there are no ifs. Zhu Qiyu replied bitterly, "Younger brother, yes, I am sorry. It was my actions that brought you suffering. I did not come here to hear your apologies." Zhu Qiyu replied gently, "I am a member of the Zhu family. I merely bear the responsibilities I should. It is only right." Zhu Qizhen shook his head and said, "You need not feel this way. It is my fault that has brought you to this point. Had it not been for my shortcomings, you would now be enjoying a life of leisure in the fief." "Ah, that is all in the past," replied Zhu Qiyu. "Initially, I harbored complaints, and at times, I even felt joy. Ultimately, however, I came to understand that whether in complaint or in joy, neither holds significance. What truly matters is that one in a position of power must not lead a life of mediocrity. I am but a useless individual," Zhu Qizhen said with a bitter smile. "My elder brother also wishes to accomplish great things. I have always believed that had you not been so anxious, you would surely have become a wise ruler." Zhu Qiyu maintained a thread of respect for his elder brother. "That battle was fortuitously aided by Mr. Yuqian. Our losses in the Ming dynasty were not severe, and the Tartars did not fare well either, further advancing our strategy of uniting the grasslands." Zhu Qiyu offered comfort, saying, "In the end, the outcome is favorable." Zhu Qizhen fell silent, tears streaming down his face. Upon seeing this, Zhu Wanqing hurriedly exited the parlor to seek her elder brother, preserving their father's dignity. Li Qing observed this poignant display of brotherly affection and felt a sense of solace. The two were no longer as they had been in history, locked in a cycle of love and conflict, and the current situation made his efforts worthwhile. "You continue your conversation. I shall take a stroll outside," Li Qing said, meandering through the courtyard before bringing a small stool to chat with Brother Donkey. Time passed, and soon it was midday. Yet the two in the parlor seemed to have endless conversation. Xiao Hengzi came several times to urge them, but Li Qing always intercepted him. Only after noon did Zhu Qiyu finally exit the parlor. Li Qing set down the fodder in his hands and approached, asking, "Your Majesty, can we finally reach a decision?" "Yes, as you advised, after my demise, the crown prince shall ascend the throne," Zhu Qiyu replied softly. "The crown prince's succession would be more beneficial to the court, and my elder brother has no desire to be emperor. I see no need to impose anything." Li Qing breathed a sigh of relief and nodded, saying, "Your Majesty is wise. It is not my wisdom, but your brilliance." Zhu Qiyu smiled sincerely. "Sir, do not rush to depart. Assist me for a little longer. I recognize this is a burden, but the Ming still needs you." "Very well," Li Qing agreed. Zhu Qiyu's smile deepened as he added, "Let my elder brother stay here a while longer. My days are numbered, and I wish for someone to converse with." "Agreed," Li Qing responded. Watching the departing dragon carriage, Li Qing sighed softly and turned to close the door. Zhu Qizhen stepped forward and asked, "Sir, you must have a way to prolong his stay?" "I do, but not for long," Li Qing exhaled. "In any case, I will make every effort." "I am most grateful," Zhu Qizhen said. "I wish to remain here and accompany him through his final journey." Li Qing replied with a grunt, "Stay well within the courtyard. Do not wander aimlessly." "Understood," Zhu Qizhen said, suppressing his temper. Turning back, he noticed Li Hong gazing at him with an unusual expression, and Zhu Qizhen felt a surge of anger. "You little rascal, are you itching for trouble? What have I done?" Li Hong replied, perplexed. "Why do you stare at me? You are being unreasonable." "I merely glanced at you," Li Hong retorted. "Enough chatter, let us duel." Zhu Qizhen, filled with pent-up frustration, was eager to unleash it. He disregarded whether Li Hong would agree and rolled up his sleeves, launching into a fierce attack. "Whom have I offended?" Li Hong lamented in despair. The donkey, brimming with enthusiasm, tilted its head to observe the spectacle, oblivious to whom it was lending its support. In Chapter 88, Loving the Beauty, Cherishing the Kingdom. Within the quaint courtyard, Li Qing immersed himself in medical texts while a young girl beside him stomped her feet, exclaiming, "Please, stop the fighting." Zhu Qizhen was relentless in his actions, and Li Hong lamented his plight, with the donkey braying in a manner reminiscent of a grand performance, creating an atmosphere of delightful chaos. In this moment, life was infinitely beautiful once more, falling into a rhythmic cadence. Li Qing navigated the palace, darting back and forth through the courtyard. Sometimes he visited Yu Qian's home, other times he chatted with the donkey, maintaining a pace that was neither slow nor hurried. Zhu Qiyu frequently visited as well, engaging in heartfelt conversations with Zhu Qizhen and discussing the Ming dynasty with Li Qing. In the sweltering summer, with chilled fruit wine and delightful company, including a whimsical young girl who lightened the mood, life held its own charm. Gradually, Li Qing's silence lessened. He would occasionally chuckle. And in the absence of deliberate reminiscence, time proved to be a potent healer. Yet, as time passed, the vibrant petals began to wither. On the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, Zhu Qiyu returned, though his condition had deteriorated significantly. Despite Li Qing's skilled interventions, the progression of his illness could not be entirely halted. Fortunately, under the influence of vital energy, his suffering was considerably alleviated. At noon, Li Qing prepared a meal, accompanied by chilled fruit wine, and the three of them shared laughter and drinks at the table. After that day, Zhu Qiyu ceased his visits. Li Qing began to frequent the palace more often, sometimes not returning home at all. Simultaneously, subtle changes were occurring within the court. After several attempts to gauge the emperor's stance, the officials grew bolder, increasing their visits to the Eastern Palace, even discarding their discretion. This behavior was rather distasteful. The former chairman had not yet retired, yet the employees were already seeking favor with the new board. Had the situation involved a more temperamental leader, consequences would have been dire. At least during the latter terms of Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Di, no official dared to act so brazenly. Nevertheless, Zhu Qiyu was untroubled by these developments. He believed that the crown prince's early acquaintance with the ministers was not detrimental, and, being willing to pass the throne to his nephew, he naturally did not concern himself with such matters. In late autumn, Zhu Qiyu's health severely declined, leaving him bedridden and utterly depleted. Despite Li Qing's relentless efforts to save him, he was nearing his end. In the Qianqing Palace, after administering acupuncture, Li Qing advised, "Your Majesty, do not concern yourself with state affairs any longer. Nurturing your health is of utmost importance." Zhu Qiyu, acknowledging his limitations, conceded that he no longer had the energy to manage the court and suggested the crown prince assume regency. Li Qing nodded gently, accepting the medicine handed to him by Xiao Hengzi, tasting it to ensure its quality before offering it to Zhu Qiyu. Although the likelihood of foul play was minuscule, Li Qing deemed it necessary to be cautious, as anything concerning the throne was indeed extraordinary. Zhu Qiyu swiftly consumed the medicine and rinsed his mouth, feeling somewhat revitalized. Li Qing assisted him into a sitting position and inquired, "Does your Majesty have any unfulfilled wishes?" Zhu Qiyu replied, "Personally, I am at peace. My son has been granted a fief, and my daughter has chosen a consort, both distanced from the political turmoil, so there is little to be anxious about." He sighed softly, smiling as he continued, "With you overseeing court matters, there is nothing to fear. Everything is quite satisfactory." Li Qing let out a soft sigh and inquired, "Is there anything you wish to do?" Zhu Qiyu pondered for a long time, offering a bitter smile and shaking his head in self-mockery. "In truth, I find myself at a loss. I do not even have a desire to pursue." Li Qing fell into a contemplative silence. Zhu Qiyu quickly adjusted his mindset, stating, "Sir, I believe it is essential for them to recognize one another as father and son. My elder brother will inevitably return. The king of Han harbors a longing for his roots, and he too will feel it. Even if he is reluctant to return or assume the mantle of emperor now, he will undoubtedly wish to do so in his later years. Li Qing sighed. There is no rush, even if they were to recognize each other. The timing is not right at this moment. We must at least wait until the crown prince ascends the throne and firmly establishes his control over the court. That is agreeable, Zhu Qiyu replied. I hope you can ensure this matter is set in motion before your departure. I will promise you that, Li Qing affirmed, then asked. And what about you? Do you have no desires at all? After much contemplation, Zhu Qiyu finally responded, regarding the temple name. Please assist me in ensuring its appropriateness. Certainly. Li Qing nodded in agreement. As for your reputation, you need not worry. I shall ensure you are not slighted. Zhu Qiyu exhaled in relief and chuckled softly. In that case, I'm deeply grateful, sir. Noticing his fatigue, Li Qing cupped his hands in farewell and proceeded to the East Palace. The East Palace buzzed with activity. Officials, including ministers, deputy ministers, and grand scholars, crowded around Zhu Jianshan, causing significant disruption to Yu Qian's lecture. Colleagues, are you not occupied with your duties? Yu Qian expressed his annoyance, finding their behavior utterly contemptible. Minister Yu, we have completed our official business and have come to pay our respects to the crown prince. Is that beyond the bounds of propriety? One deputy minister retorted. Upon hearing this, others chimed in, losing their previous courtesy towards the Minister of War. Although Yu Qian served as the crown prince's tutor, his influence was waning, as he was an unwavering confidant of Emperor Jingtai, and they were confident that his position would be affected once the crown prince ascended the throne. This sentiment echoed among all. Given that the crown prince and the emperor were not related by blood, Yu Qian felt a surge of indignation. Just then, a cold voice interrupted. The emperor has not yet passed. Is there such urgency to curry favor? The assembly erupted in anger, but when they turned to see the speaker, their expressions froze. Li Qing approached and stated calmly, "Return to your offices at once. Otherwise, none will escape unscathed. Feel free to test me." The presence of this formidable figure instilled fear in the crowd. They dared not challenge him. As Li Qing had indicated, the emperor was still alive, and should he choose to unleash his wrath, he could easily do so before his eventual demise. Furthermore, Li Qing's intimidating aura left them wary, as they had no desire to confront such a formidable adversary. After all, once the crown prince took the throne, Li Qing, as the emperor's foremost confidant, would undoubtedly wield even greater influence. There was no need to invite trouble at this juncture. The group departed in silence, their spirits dampened. Li Qing smirked and turned to Zhu Jianshan, who stood a short distance away, saying, "Crown Prince, come here for a moment." Zhu Jianshan frowned and replied coolly, "Is this the manner in which you address me?" Li Qing paused for a moment, then broke into a smile. "Very well, I shall come to you." As he approached, he rolled up his sleeves, adopting an air that suggested he was prepared to deliver a sharp reprimand. Zhu Jianshan swallowed hard, feeling an unexpected surge of fear. "All right, let us address the matter at hand." The moment the words escaped his lips, he felt a wave of embarrassment. After all, he was the crown prince, the future emperor. How could he be intimidated by a mere subject? Recalling the incident involving Li Qing, his anger flared up, bolstering his courage. "Duke Yongqing, upon meeting this crown prince, should you not pay your respects?" He pondered upon his past grievances, his eyes blazing with fury. "Do you still acknowledge this crown prince? How dare you?" Li Qing glanced around, and seeing only Yu Qian present, he dropped the pretense. "Repeat that," Zhu Jianshan retorted. "If you want me to say it, then it would indeed be quite undignified for me." "Enough, enough, let it be for my sake," Yu Qian interjected hastily, stepping in front. "Crown Prince, perhaps you should temper your words." Zhu Jianshan scoffed. "You need not impede him. I wish to see." Before he could finish, he felt his body lifted effortlessly, realizing that Li Qing had seized him without him even noticing. In the next instant, he found himself staring into Li Qing's cold, penetrating gaze, as if it were demanding, "Look me in the eye, you wretch. What do you intend to do?" Zhu Jianshan stammered, his bravado crumbling as fear set in. This fellow truly dares. Li Qing dragged Zhu Jianshan into the classroom, and Yu Qian hurried to follow, only to find the door slammed in his face. With a resigned chuckle, Yu Qian retreated, while Li Qing kicked the door open and carelessly tossed Zhu Jianshan onto a chair. Leaning forward, "Do you understand why they fear me?" Zhu Jianshan glared back. "I also need to be able to speak, because I am capable of anything." Li Qing replied nonchalantly, "Being a crown prince or an emperor does not stem from mere displays of power. If your sole desire is to flaunt your authority and revel in the title of emperor, then you need not pursue that path at all." Zhu Jianshan glared fiercely, If you have the courage, allow me to speak. Li Qing raised his hand, restoring Zhu Jinshan's ability to voice his thoughts. You have some nerve, Zhu Jinshan exclaimed, nearly boiling with rage. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? With this, I could punish you severely. You may certainly try, Li Qing replied calmly. Zhu Jinshan hesitated, feeling a wave of deflation. After all, he was not yet emperor. Everyone was aware of Li Qing's favored status, and presently, he truly did not dare to confront him. Are you not afraid that I will ascend the throne and take revenge on you? Zhu Jinshan asked indignantly. You may certainly try, Li Qing reiterated, pausing before adding. Regardless of your presence or absence, I will carry out what I believe must be done. Li Qing's aura was overwhelmingly powerful, so much so that Zhu Jinshan could not meet his gaze directly. Turning away, he huffed, I am the crown prince. You are but a subject. Should you not pay me your respects? Is this merely a matter of respect? Li Qing countered. Your grievances with me stem not from any breach of decorum or morality on my part, but rather because of a woman, correct? Your heart is too narrow to encompass the grandeur of the Ming dynasty. Li Qing's disappointment was evident. Zhu Jinshan faltered, his handsome face flushing. Yet he could not shake the thought. Where is she? What have you done with her? I can convey this to you. Yet one must not be overly greedy. Li Qing remarked that one must choose between the kingdom or a beauty, and one must ponder this choice carefully. What if I desire both? That option does not exist. Li Qing shook his head, stating that one can only select one. Zhu Jinshan, filled with frustration, found himself powerless against Li Qing's resolve. At the very least, tell me how she is faring, he implored. Li Qing relaxed, smoothing his collar, and replied with a smile. So, it seems the crown prince has chosen the kingdom? Could a sovereign be lost in the allure of a beauty? If Zhu Jinshan were to truly choose Wanjiner, Li Qing would seriously contemplate passing the throne to Zhu Qizhan. Fortunately, Zhu Jinshan remained rational, not disregarding everything for a woman. Zhu Jinshan's visage reflected anguish, which eventually transformed into tranquility. Is she happy now? The specifics eluded him, but she should be content. Li Qing shrugged, estimating that she likely had several children by now. You are truly outrageous. Zhu Jinshan ground his teeth in frustration. Li Qing offered a subtle smile and bowed respectfully. Your Majesty has summoned the crown prince to oversee the state. The message has been delivered. I take my leave. Chapter 89. The Grand Decree of Jingtai in the Hall of Heavenly Purity. Zhu Jinshan stood beside the dragon throne, observing the ministers bowing below, a swell of grandeur rising within him. This was the zenith of power. We pay our respects to the crown prince. May he live for 1,000 years. 1,000 years, 1,000,000 years. Upon completing their obeisance to the dragon throne, the ministers turned to bow before Zhu Jinshan, their voices resounding, no less fervent than their previous chants of longevity. Zhu Jinshan inhaled deeply, tempering the tumult within. Rise. His complexion flushed, an emotion shared by every emperor who had traversed this path. All who accepted homage here felt the thrill. I shall undoubtedly become a wise ruler, he mused. At the Palace of Heavenly Purity, after acupuncture, Zhu Qiyu's complexion improved slightly after consuming his medicinal broth, yet he still appeared feeble. Is the gentleman satisfied with the crown prince? Li Qing placed the medicine bowl on a nearby tray, nodding. For now, I am content, though further refinement is necessary. As long as you are satisfied, there will be ample time ahead, Zhu Qiyu replied, struggling to sit up. Li Qing rose to assist him, propping up his head with a pillow. Having lain for so long, sitting felt considerably more comfortable. How much longer can I endure like this? Zhu Qiyu inquired. Approximately a month and a half, Li Qing deliberated. Is there no way to avoid lying down like this? Zhu Qiyu lamented. I truly find this position unbearable. I wish to take a walk. That may shorten the duration, Li Qing cautioned. No matter, it is better than lying down, Zhu Qiyu expressed with longing. I apologize for the trouble, dear sir. Li Qing sighed softly and nodded slightly. The following day, Zhu Qiyu felt significantly revitalized, even capable of attending court. However, he chose not to, instead opting to ride the imperial sedan chair through the capital. Since he had entrusted governance to another, he did not wish to be inconsistent. In these final days, he wanted to live for himself. The streets of the capital bustled with activity, shops lined up next to one another, which brought Zhu Qiyu great comfort. He then ventured to Lianjiaten, witnessing the continued hardships of the common folk, which filled him with regret. In the days that followed, Zhu Qiyu made it a point to venture out nearly every day, sometimes visiting his younger brother for a chat, and also engaging with his niece, living quite contentedly. Thus, time flowed gently, and in the blink of an eye, over 20 days passed, and Zhu Qiyu once again found himself back upon his sickbed. On this occasion, Li Qing found himself at a loss. It was the early hours of the morning, and the Qianqing palace was ablaze with light. Li Qing and Zhu Jianshan knelt before the bed, while other ministers knelt behind them. Zhu Qiyu lay upon the bed, his eyes vacant, having reached his limit. He had conveyed all that needed to be said and now awaited the inevitable with a calm demeanor. After a long silence, Zhu Qiyu spoke bitterly to himself. In the end, I have failed to subdue the grasslands. Your regret will be fulfilled by Jianshan, Zhu Jianshan replied, his voice moderate yet firm. While Zhu Qiyu felt a sense of comfort, a tinge of worry also crept in. Jianshan, do not act in haste. Patience is key. Take your time, for a measured approach leads to success. Do not let emotions dictate your actions. Remember this. Jianshan nodded earnestly, taking his uncle's words to heart. A faint smile appeared on Zhu Qiyu's lips as he glanced at Li Qing, feeling increasingly reassured. He slowly turned his head to gaze at the carvings on the beams, his expression gradually becoming distant. He was utterly fatigued and, in his final moments, yearned for rest from the burdens of life, even engaging in trivial pursuits. He sat in a trance, feeling relaxed, for a quarter of an hour, then another. Zhu Qiyu remained in the same position, his countenance resembling that of a statue. A ray of morning light streamed in, subtly altering Zhu Qiyu's expression as the corners of his mouth lifted in a serene smile. Daybreak has arrived. Weary, he closed his eyes. Day had indeed dawned, but the sun of the Ming dynasty had fallen. Your Majesty, Xiao Hengzi softly called out. Yet Zhu Qiyu's visage remained frozen. Xiao Hengzi's expression turned mournful as he cried out, the emperor has passed away. Your Majesty. The ministers were engulfed in grief, their wails drowning the hall in sorrow. In the courtyard, Zhu Qizhan stared blankly at the sun in the sky. It was so dazzling that he could not discern its clarity, becoming increasingly blurred the longer he gazed. Li Hong returned with breakfast and, in a somber tone, remarked, Uncle Zhu, as I passed the palace gate. He paused before continuing, the emperor has departed. I know, Zhu Qizhan replied, still fixated on the sky, which had become even more indistinct. Zhu Wanqing let out a cry, as Xiao Hengzi's voice, laced with sorrow, echoed. The weeping outside the Qianqing palace intensified to a deafening crescendo. The cries subsided, morphing into soft sobs. The news of the emperor's death spread first through the capital, with the populace donning white mourning attire to honor their sovereign. Yet life continued unabated. Zhu Qiyu had decreed that the people's lives should not be disrupted. They were to observe a mourning period of 7 days, after which life would resume as normal, and marriages could not be restricted. A nation cannot exist without a ruler. And at the moment of Zhu Qiyu's passing, Crown Prince Zhu Jianshan automatically ascended to the throne, while the emperor must prioritize state affairs. The common people observe 3 years of mourning, the emperor himself only needing to mourn for a day in place of a year. After 3 days of mourning for his uncle, Zhu Jianshan ascended to the imperial throne, becoming the 8th emperor of the Ming dynasty. However, until the previous emperor was interred, he was not yet the true emperor in the fullest sense, despite wielding imperial powers. Only after the late emperor's burial and the coronation ceremony would Zhu Jianshan truly be recognized as the emperor. He was exceedingly busy in those days, with sleep scarce as he balanced mourning with adapting to the role of emperor. The fast-paced, demanding life left him feeling unsteady. Though the mourning period had officially ended, Zhu Jianshan continued to visit the mourning hall daily, weeping 3 times each day. This is a matter of ritual, which the Son of Heaven must adhere to, and he must do so with utmost rigor. The Ming dynasty governs the world through filial piety, and it is incumbent upon the emperor to set a commendable example. This 17-year-old youth has endured unrelenting hardships during this period, yet he can only grit his teeth and persevere. This is the price of being an emperor. Every emperor has traversed this path. Even Zhu Di, who seized the throne through rebellion, wept for his nephew, let alone those who ascended through rightful succession. The palace is draped in mourning, and the streets of the capital have grown markedly desolate. The transfer of power this time has been remarkably smooth. The crown prince has been confirmed for many years, and the ministers, having had varying degrees of familiarity with the new emperor, do not anticipate the repercussions of a new reign affecting them. Thus they remain obedient. In fact, in a bid to present themselves favorably before the new emperor. Their work ethic has become increasingly proactive, and everything is progressing in a positive direction. 10 days later, following discussions among the Hanlin Academy, the Ministry of Rights, and the cabinet, a posthumous title was proposed for Zhu Qiyu. Fu Tian Jian Dao Gong Ren Kong Ding Long, Wenbu Wu Xian De Chong, Xiao Jing Huang Di. Initially, posthumous titles consisted of a single character, but over time, they have gradually expanded. Since the reign of Emperor Taizong of Tang, posthumous titles have proliferated, growing longer with each dynasty. By the time of the Ming dynasty, they have reached a length of 17 characters. The increasing length makes them harder to remember, and few can recall them in full. Hence, since the Tang dynasty, people have ceased to refer to emperors as they did during the Han dynasty, by titles such as Gao Di, Wen Di, and Wu Di, and instead use temple names for brevity and ease, such as Taizu and Taizong. This is also why Zhu Qiyu places little importance on posthumous titles while valuing temple names, as these titles are seldom remembered by the general populace, save for historians. However, due to Zhu Yuanzhang maintaining the era name Hongwu throughout his reign without alteration, later emperors like Zhu Di dared not change it. An era name is used for a lifetime. Thus, the common people often refer to the emperor by this era name. Nevertheless, in the court, officials continue to use temple names. In summary, there are various ways to address the emperor, and people use whichever is most familiar. Li Qing is indifferent to this. The posthumous title is by no means unsatisfactory, and there is no need for dissent. However, a few days later, he could not overlook the temple name proposed by the ministers, questioning the appropriateness of Daizong. Were they belittling the son of a non-reigning emperor? In truth, he wrongfully accused them. They too were reluctant to propose this, primarily out of fear that a favorable name might displease the new emperor, given their differing lineages. Yet, a less favorable name weighed heavily on their consciences, leading them to suggest this neutral name that accurately reflects the situation. Li Qing sought out Zhu Jianshan. What were you thinking, bestowing such a title upon him? I am not so petty. Zhu Jianshan denied this, asserting that it stemmed from their assumptions about his thoughts, which he had already rejected. Li Qing's anger subsided as he remarked, even after your rejection, they will still speculate about your intentions. Would it not be better if I proposed a name? Zhu Jianshan glanced at him and replied, let us hear it. Zhongzong. Zhu Jianshan pondered this temple name, his brow furrowing slightly. Zhongzong signifies a ruler of restoration, a title of particularly noble quality. However, it also implies that the nation had previously experienced a period of decline, which severely tarnishes his father's reputation, and he was displeased. Despite the fading memories of his father, Emperor Zhu Jianshan felt compelled to uphold not only the paternal bond, but also the principles of political correctness. It was somewhat inappropriate. Zhu Jianshan remarked, let it be Xianzong. Xianzong was indeed a commendable temple title, and Zhu Jianshan was not being unduly harsh. However, Li Qing interjected, how about Zhongzong? Your father would not take offense. Xianzong it is then, Zhu Jianshan insisted resolutely. Zhongzong, Xianzong, Zhongzong, heed my advice, it will benefit you. Li Qing replied, as a condition of this exchange, I can discreetly inquire about Wan Zhen'er's current situation. Your uncle's achievements are worthy of the title Zhongzong. Zhu Jianshan responded accordingly. Li Qing smiled. 27 days after the coffin was halted, Zhu Qiyu's remains departed the imperial palace, en route to the mausoleum at Tianshou Mountain. To clarify, the mausoleum, known today as Qingling, was originally the tomb of the Jingtai emperor. After Zhu Qiyu was stripped of his imperial title and could not be interred in the Ming royal tombs, he was eventually laid to rest in the unused Shouling due to the premature death of the Ming Guangzong, who passed away within a month, leaving no time for the construction of an imperial tomb. Additionally, the court was preoccupied with the mourning for the Ming emperor, leaving no alternative but to inter the Guangzong in the Shouling, which was subsequently renamed Qingling. Zhu Jianshan led the procession, followed by Li Qing, Yu Qian, and numerous ministers, who respectfully accompanied the benevolent Jingtai emperor on his final journey. As the last mound of earth sealed the imperial tomb, the era of the Jingtai emperor was solemnly concluded. Li Qing gazed at the tomb, lost in thought for a considerable time, softly uttering, "May you travel well." Chapter 1. The Melancholy of Zhu Jianshan. 3 days later, the coronation ceremony commenced. Following his ascension, the new emperor established an era name, granted amnesty throughout the realm, and methodically reduced taxes. Everything proceeded smoothly, and the court functioned with stability. Zhu Jianshan took residence in the imperial palace, seated upon the dragon throne, Yet, he possessed no particular agenda, merely conducting daily court sessions and attending to state affairs. Typically, in the early stages of a new emperor's reign, significant actions are avoided to demonstrate respect for the preceding emperor's governance, while also soothing the officials. In summary, everyone was quite satisfied, and affairs continued in their usual manner. Thus, 3 months elapsed. The tranquil court was finally met with a momentous event, though for Li Qing, it was not particularly significant. The selection of an empress. Zhu Wanqing, now 17, was of an age typically associated with marriage. However, as Zhu Qiyu was not Zhu Wanqing's biological father, there was a reluctance to choose a primary consort for fear of inciting rebellious sentiments. Yet, now that Zhu Wanqing had ascended the throne and reached adulthood, how could the Ming dynasty be without an empress? The title of empress was highly coveted. Being chosen would elevate one's status immensely, not only becoming a member of the royal family, but also ensuring that future emperors of the Ming would carry their own bloodline. The allure was overwhelming. Thus, everyone was deeply invested in the matter. The capital buzzed with excitement, and minor officials with eligible daughters became quite sought after, while high-ranking court officials frequently mingled. It is noteworthy that the daughters of high-ranking officials were ineligible to vie for the empress title, primarily to prevent the usurpation of power by maternal relatives. Moreover, even aside from this concern, having one's father-in-law standing before the emperor during court sessions could be rather discomforting. However, the empress of the Ming dynasty cannot be the daughter of illiterate commoners. Therefore, under normal circumstances, candidates for the position of empress often emerge from families of minor officials, possessing a degree of cultural refinement while preventing powerful maternal relatives from gaining influence. This represents a compromise of sorts. For a time, many cast their nets wide, forging early connections. Even if they fail to be chosen, the loss is minimal, but if selected, the rewards are substantial. At any moment, providing assistance in times of need is far more valuable than mere embellishments. To curry favor only after being selected incurs greater costs than establishing relations beforehand. In contrast to the bustling capital, the small courtyard offers a serene comfort. Zhu Qiyu has departed. He could not bear to leave the young girl alone in Jinling for long and has returned to accompany her. Li Hong remains, as does the young girl. The two stay behind to honor Li Qing, for they perceive him as advancing in age. In the donkey shed, Li Qing sits on a small stool, feeding the donkey with fodder. Zhu Wanqing stands behind him, massaging his shoulders. "Uncle Li, how old is this donkey?" she inquires. "I purchased it the year your parents wed." Li Qing replies, patting his hands and sighing. "It has been many years since then." Zhu Wanqing, intrigued, asks, "Uncle Li, was it a lively occasion when my parents got married?" Of course, Li Qing chuckles. The first emperor of the Ming dynasty was marrying. How could it not be lively? I was even part of the wedding procession. You were one of the wedding escorts? Zhu Wanqing exclaims in astonishment. But uncle, you had just entered the court not long before, right? How do you know that? I heard my second uncle mention it. Zhu Wanqing explains. Uncle Li, you entered the court in the 5th year of the Jingtong reign, starting as a doctor and soon being promoted to an official position. She expresses curiosity. Uncle Li, how did you rise so swiftly amidst a sea of talented officials? And how did you manage to stir the winds of change as a 7th-rank official? It is simply due to Uncle Li's capabilities, good character, and prudent approach. Li Qing responds modestly. Zhu Wanqing rolls her eyes. We are family, uncle. Can you not be more forthcoming? Li Qing finds himself at a loss. The truth is less than glorious. He cannot reveal that it was through careful study and the strategic planning of Emperor Xuanzong that he managed to break through the ranks. Why does a girl like you inquire about such matters? Li Qing retorts. Why, do you think I want to be an official? Zhu Wanqing laughs, explaining. I am merely curious. In terms of wits, uncle, you have always bested me. You think I have many schemes? Li Qing chuckles. What, is your skin itching again? Zhu Wanqing, nearly in tears, protests. A niece does not mean it that way. I just want to know how you rose so quickly. I am not mocking you. What benefit do you gain from knowing this? Learning from the wise can naturally make one wiser. Zhu Wanqing responds with a playful grin. One becomes red by proximity to vermilion and black by proximity to ink. Li Qing replies calmly. Firstly, you are already quite intelligent. Secondly, I am not a good person in the traditional sense, so do not emulate me. Moreover, you should read fewer books on military strategy and scheming. Life is too short to be troubled by knowledge. Knowing too much often leads to more worries. Uncle Li hopes you remain innocent and carefree rather than calculating. Besides, who do you wish to scheme against? Zhu Wanqing pouts. It is merely a hobby. Do not try to charm me, he warns. Li Qing was unimpressed by her antics and remarked with a snort. Thank goodness you are a girl. Had you been a boy, I might have seriously harmed you. Uncle Li, how can you say such things? She retorted. Li Qing turned his head, his tone somber. I am not jesting. Zhu Wanqing was taken aback. She could see that Uncle Li was indeed serious. Feeling aggrieved, she said, Uncle Li, you have done so much for our family. I merely wish to assist you. Assist me? Be my advisor? Yes. No need for that at all. Li Qing shook his head. Your cleverness is not suited for the court. And I am not at a point where I require a little girl-less help. If it came to that, I wouldn't need to be in this position. Just because you don't need it now doesn't mean you want later. What if you grow old and confused? The young girl protested. Li Qing chuckled. It's still early for that. If you truly wish to help Uncle Li, I could point you in a direction. What direction? The family business in Jinling will ultimately fall into your and Li Hong's hands. Manage it well and earn plenty. Li Qing stated. Is that all? Li Qing raised an eyebrow. Do you think it's simple? Well, it's not particularly difficult, Zhu Wanqing nodded. I've given my father advice before and received substantial returns. At this, her curiosity piqued again. Uncle Li, are you related to the previous Yongqing Marquis? Look, your names are the same, your titles are the same, and that Marquis belonged to the former Yongqing Marquis. Moreover, your political career hasn't been long, yet you possess such a formidable family fortune. Don't provoke me into violence. Li Qing rolled his eyes. What do you mean by that? Nothing much, just, Godfather. Sister Wanqing, dinner is ready. Li Hong called from the kitchen. Coming, Li Qing responded, casting a glance at the young girl. Enough chatter. After this meal, be on your way. Zhu Wanqing frowned. Uncle Li, the new year is almost upon us. It's too late to leave now, especially in this biting cold. If you don't wish to leave, then speak less. You are currently dependent on others, Li Qing said with a stern expression. Zhu Wanqing. In truth, Li Qing understood that his secrets must eventually be known. Otherwise, if he encountered difficulties in the future, rectifying the situation would be exceedingly challenging. No matter his abilities, he required a stepping stone. During the early years of the Zhengtong era, the court was a chaotic mess. His rapid stabilization was reliant on his prior experiences and Zhu Zhangji's support. When it came to Zhu Qiyu, he chose to reveal his past, which became the foundation for his significant trust. Of course, Li Qing was confident that even if he did not confront the emperor directly in the future and pursued the traditional examination route, he could, to a certain extent, restore order, provided he had a traceable background. The court would not appoint someone with an obscure origin. It was essential to have a documented existence, even if it meant fabricating one and connections with others. Thus, one day, he would have to reveal the truth to his godson and the young girl. It was inevitable. But not now, especially since the young girl was still quite young and overconfident. Informing her of these matters now would only have adverse effects, and it was unnecessary at this moment. For now, he remained the Yongqing Marquis, possessing substantial power. In the palace, Zhu Jinshan had been busy all morning and finally found a moment of respite. The past few days had been quite exhausting, yet he was gradually acclimating to this lifestyle. Your Majesty, please enjoy some tea. Xiao Hengzi diligently presented the tea, meticulously attending to his new master. After the ascension of the new emperor, he remained in his position as the chief eunuch of the ceremonial office. Yet Xiao Hengzi was acutely aware of the precariousness of his situation. He understood that should the emperor desire to remove him, it would only take a single word. The reason for his continued employment was not due to an inability to act, but rather a desire to stabilize the situation first. This period was crucial for showcasing his capabilities. Should he perform admirably, he might retain his esteemed position, but failure would surely lead to his dismissal. Zhu Jinshan accepted the tea, took a sip, and set it down, his expression darkening with apparent concern. Sensing the shift in mood, Xiao Hengzi quickly offered a flattering remark. Your Majesty, joyous occasions are just around the corner, worthy of celebration. However, this comment only served to deepen Zhu Jinshan's frown. What is there to celebrate? He retorted, leaving Xiao Hengzi bewildered. He had not anticipated that such a seemingly foolproof compliment could be misplaced, and unease began to creep in. Might the new emperor be discontent with him, contemplating his removal? This humble servant has spoken out of turn. I humbly request your punishment, Your Majesty. Enough. Zhu Jinshan waved his hand irritably. Tell me, has the selection of the empress been finalized? Not yet, but it should be soon, Xiao Hengzi replied hesitantly. It's merely a matter of 10 days or so. The Empress Dowager has declared that the grand wedding must occur before the year's end, a double celebration. He found it perplexing that a young man, brimming with vitality, could appear so disinterested in the prospect of marriage. Had he been in his youth, under similar conditions, he would have been unable to contain his excitement. Very well, I see. Zhu Jianshan sighed heavily, rising to his feet. Come, walk with me. Yes, your servant obeys. With this invitation, Xiao Hengzi felt a wave of relief wash over him. The emperor's desire for his company indicated he was not yet weary of him. Yet, it also illustrated the emperor's palpable reluctance towards marriage, a notion that left Xiao Hengzi baffled. Chapter 2. A love that means letting go. Zhu Jianshan indeed felt troubled. Despite his status as emperor, he was unable to marry the woman he cherished, nor did he possess the autonomy to choose his bride. Matters of marriage were traditionally dictated by parental authority, and even the emperor was not exempt from this custom. The ultimate decision regarding the empress's selection rested not with Zhu Jianshan, but with his mother, the newly appointed Empress Dowager Zhou. The rise of Empress Dowager Zhou was a tale of hardship and fortunate turns, culminating in her current position, a feat not easily attained. Now that she held such power, it was only natural for her to assert her authority. The Ming dynasty was governed by filial piety, and while the empress held a noble status, her influence paled in comparison to that of the dowager. Thus, under her directive, the selection of the empress was being conducted with great pomp and ceremony. However, the more elaborate the proceedings became, the more discomfort Zhu Jianshan felt, fostering a profound sense of aversion that he could not articulate. How could he possibly express to his mother his affection for Wan Zhen, a woman of his own age? Moreover, Wan Zhen had already married under the machinations of Li Huan, making it utterly absurd for the emperor to take a divorced woman as his empress. If he were to pursue such a path, he would undoubtedly cement his place as the most ridiculed figure in Ming history. The very last. Zhu Jianshan sighed deeply, surrendering to despair as he thought, well, it's not her anyway. Let whoever love whom. Suddenly reminded of a promise made by Li, he promptly declared, prepare the carriage. We shall visit the Yongqing Marquis's residence. Yes, I'll arrange it at once, the maid responded. Young Hengzi, bewildered, dared not inquire further, reasoning that whatever the emperor commanded must be right. At the Li Jia family household, the three members were enjoying a hot pot while engaging in lively conversation, relishing the warmth of the meal amid the frigid weather. Godfather, I raise a toast to you, Li Qing said, clinking his cup with the childess. Next time we prepare hot pot, let us add more chili peppers, he suggested. Li Hong awkwardly chuckled, well, mainly because Sister Wanqing isn't fond of spicy food. Perhaps I shall go to the market another day to order a yin-yang pot. Li Qing teased, very considerate of you. Wanqing's cheeks flushed as she shyly interjected. I can handle spice. My elder brother is merely looking out for Uncle Li, worried that you might suffer from heat. Li Qing shot a glance at the little girl, pursed his lips, but said nothing further. The child was astute but not unreasonable, and Li Hong was not one to give without receiving in return. Their affection was genuine, and if they were to marry in the future, with her presence, Li Hong would not suffer. Li Qing remarked, with the new year approaching in just over half a month, we should stock up on goods beforehand. The cold one tea spoil them, and prices will surely rise. Understood. Godfather, Li Hong nodded. Uncle Li, you truly know how to manage life. Wanqing suppressed the urge to tease. Surely we are not short on money, are we? Ridiculous. Do you think the vast estate in Jinling was built without effort? Li Qing rolled his eyes. Every bit was saved penny by penny. Wanqing remained unconvinced, muttering. With your mere 7th grade salary, you could hardly accumulate such wealth. What do you mean by that? Li Qing frowned. Wanqing quickly shook her small hands. Nothing, Uncle Li. Please enjoy your meal. Mind your manners when speaking, Li Qing said as he sipped his dish. Yes, she replied, yet could not suppress her curiosity, softly asking, Uncle Li, may I inquire how you amassed such a fortune? Oh, Godfather has no such wealth, Li Hong replied. He lives modestly, earning just enough to make ends meet. Having grown accustomed to frugality, and that estate in Jinling? That was bequeathed to Godfather by Grandfather Zhu, Li Hong explained. He even held you as a baby, though you wouldn't remember it. Is that so? Wanqing looked bewildered, hearing this for the first time. Indeed, it is, Li Qing nodded. Now, please continue with your meal. Yes, Wanqing nodded awkwardly, but a greater question brewed in her mind. Why had her father never mentioned this Grandfather Zhu, when he had explicitly stated that all wealth belonged to Uncle Li? Furrowing her brows, she stole a glance at Li Qing, only to find him observing her with keen interest, causing her heart to skip a beat. "Ah, Uncle Li, please enjoy your meal," Li Qing said meaningfully. "I have always told you that being too clever is not beneficial. At your age, you should focus on what is suitable for you." "Yes, Uncle Li," Wanqing murmured, lowering her head to continue eating. Li Hong felt a pang of sympathy for his future wife, yet as the words came from his godfather, he found himself unable to speak in her defense. Taking a moment to offer some words of comfort to his sister Wanqing, he thought to himself that she should refrain from provoking his godfather. He smiled and called out, "Come, let us eat, the lamb is ready." Just then, a series of sharp knocks echoed at the door, accompanied by a high-pitched voice calling, "Is Lord Yongqing home?" Li Hong set down his bowl and chopsticks, rising to say, "Godfather, please continue your meal, I shall answer the door." "Very well," Li Qing replied, continuing to eat and drink. Although he had not attended court, he remained attentive to matters within the palace, noting that no significant events had transpired recently. However, shortly thereafter, he was taken aback by his godson's astonished voice. "Commoner pays respects to your Majesty." The arrival of the young emperor caught Li Qing off guard. Furrowing his brow, he instructed, "You continue eating, I will see what is amiss." "Uncle Li," Zhu Wanqing said nervously, "he knows me. It cannot be." "Fear not. As long as you keep your tongue in check, all will be well," Li Qing reassured her. "Moreover, the rumors of blood ties have been dispelled, so there is nothing to worry about." As he stepped out of the parlor, he began to adopt a ceremonious tone even before reaching the threshold. "Minister Li Qing pays respects to your Majesty. Long live the emperor." "Do not bow," Zhu Jiaxin instinctively retorted, only to realize that Li Qing had yet to perform the gesture. "Thank you, your Majesty." After completing the formalities, Li Qing approached with a smile, saying, "If there was a matter of urgency, your Majesty could have sent someone to convey it. There was no need for you to come in person." "Oh, I have been cooped up in the palace for too long. I merely sought a breath of fresh air." Zhu Jiaxin feigned nonchalance, laying the groundwork for his next inquiry. It would be improper to say that he had traveled such a distance merely to inquire about Wang Jie. He waved his hand, signaling to the entourage, "You may all withdraw. I wish to speak with Lord Yongqing." "Yes, your Majesty." As the group exited, Li Hong returned to the parlor. Zhu Jiaxin, unable to mask his intent, cleared his throat and inquired, "Is this truly your residence?" Li Qing nodded. "It is rather humble. I apologize for the disarray." Zhu Jiaxin silently regarded him, slightly improving his impression of Li Qing, recognizing him to be an honorable official. "My dear minister, your contributions to the state have been invaluable. Residing here seems to reflect poorly on the royal family." Zhu Jiaxin smiled. "Upon my return, I shall reward you with a residence." Li Qing shook his head with a smile. "At my age, such luxuries are unnecessary. The late emperor has already granted me the marquisate of Jinling. I could not impose further on the treasury." Zhu Jiaxin remarked, "If one does not desire a reward, it would be inappropriate to broach the subject." "Your Majesty's visit today is surely concerning Wang Jiner?" Li Qing asked directly. Zhu Jiaxin hesitated, then coughed lightly. "Now that you mention it, I recall that matter." Li Qing replied, "I have inquired about her. She is currently living quite well. Have you seen her with your own eyes?" Zhu Jiaxin pressed, unwilling to relent. Li Qing resolutely stated, 2 sons and a daughter, a blissful family. Zhu Jiaxin's body trembled in shock, nearly causing him to stumble. "Your Majesty, are you unwell?" Li Qing quickly supported him. Zhu Jiaxin felt a rush of blood to his face, filled with indignation. "Li Qing, you." "Your Majesty, there are still others outside." Li Qing reminded him. "Where is she?" Zhu Jiaxin gritted his teeth, demanding an answer. "That I cannot disclose," Li Qing replied. "You have already made your choice." "Have you not?" Zhu Jiaxin's eyes blazed with fury, yet he dared not raise his voice, for he too had his pride. "I merely wish to know her whereabouts. I do not intend to act recklessly. A royal's word is his bond. How could you go back on it?" Li Qing firmly refused. Zhu Jiaxin, filled with resentment, retorted, "What grounds do you have to assert that your words are the truth? If that is your perspective, then there is little I can do." Li Qing shrugged in response. Zhu Jiaxin was incensed, his frustration palpable. After a prolonged silence, he inhaled deeply and proposed, "Then have her write a letter to me." "Your Majesty, could you not exercise a bit of reason?" Li Qing interjected helplessly. "She is already married, happily managing her household and raising her children. Why must you pursue this? Must it come to the ruin of her family? There exists a love that is defined by letting go." Zhu Jiaxin's heart ached. tears glistening in his eyes. The youthful affection he had buried within for all these years had not diminished. Rather, it had matured like fine wine, growing richer with time. I merely wished to see her, even if just for a moment, he murmured. Li Qing inquired, if given a second chance, would you choose her again? Zhu Jianshan hesitated. Rendered speechless. If given the opportunity, he would indeed make the same choice. Sensing his distress, Li Qing suggested, given the chill in the air, Your Majesty, why not step inside and enjoy a warm drink? After a long silence, Zhu Jianshan, his eyes reddened, nodded in agreement. Very well. Inside, Zhu Wanqing was relishing her meal, a piece of vegetable still clinging to her lips. Upon noticing her elder brother, the emperor, enter, she quickly slurped it down and, with cheeks puffed, greeted him. I pay my respects to Your Majesty. Long live the emperor. Li Hong followed suit, bowing once more. No need for formalities, you may withdraw. Zhu Jianshan declared with an air of authority. Yes, Your Majesty. Zhu Wanqing felt a pang of regret, having not yet taken a bite of the fish she had just cooked. Her brother Li Hong signaled her discreetly, urging her to leave. Li Qing, being courteous, gestured, please. Your Majesty. Zhu Jianshan took a seat, his expression serious as he inhaled the delightful aroma wafting through the air. Having skipped lunch, his stomach rumbled audibly. Li Qing offered him a pair of chopsticks, saying, Your Majesty, do sample the flavors. Very well, Zhu Jianshan replied, taking a bite. The taste was indeed delightful, spicy and fragrant. A true indulgence. 15 minutes later, having eaten his fill, Zhu Jianshan remarked, Did we not agree on having a drink? Where's the wine? Allow me to fill your cup, Li Qing said with a grin. Despite his troubles, Zhu Jianshan found himself favoring the realm over his sorrow. After consuming 7 or 8 cups, he decided to halt, much to Li Qing's satisfaction. At his age, to remain unperturbed by emotions was a rare and admirable quality. I have official duties to attend to this afternoon, Zhu Jianshan stated as he rose to leave. Li Qing stood as well, saying, I bid you farewell, Your Majesty. Zhu Jianshan paused, turning back to declare, starting tomorrow, anyone who misses a day of court will forfeit a month's salary. You truly are your father's son, Li Qing retorted. Your Majesty, I am a noble, not a court official. Nobles must attend court as well, Zhu Jianshan insisted. But I am a noble without a specific post. Li Qing countered, unlike the Duke of Wuqing, who serves as a military governor. What purpose would my presence serve at court? Zhu Jianshan was momentarily at a loss for words, then scoffed, attend court first. We shall discuss the rest later. You make me uncomfortable. So do not expect to find ease yourself. Zhu Jianshan shot a glare at Li Qing before storming off. On his way back, the more he pondered, the more discontented he became, feeling a heavy weight in his heart. Li Qing, you wretch, do not let me uncover your secrets, he thought. Secrets? Zhu Jianshan suddenly seized upon a crucial thought, and his sorrowful mood lightened instantly. In recent months, Li Qing has not traveled far. Thus, in Chapter 3, I am the emperor, who dares to ridicule me? In an instant, Zhu Jianshan's heart surged with emotion, his handsome visage flushed with excitement, and his breath quickened. However, this fervor soon tempered, as he realized that his assumptions were predicated on the belief that Li Qing had not deceived him, which did not necessarily reflect reality. It was entirely possible that Li Qing had not investigated at all, but merely fabricated a tale to mislead him. Given his understanding of Li Qing, it was certainly within his character to engage in such deceit. The hope that had just ignited within Zhu Jianshan slowly extinguished, and the spark in his eyes gradually faded. Happiness had arrived too swiftly, only to depart with equal haste, leaving him disoriented. Infuriated, Zhu Jianshan silently seethed. He had never encountered anyone so audaciously dismissive of the emperor. Tomorrow, should you dare to miss court, I shall see to it that your salary is withheld. Zhu Jianshan resolved with a fierce determination, genuinely incensed by Li Qing's actions. How could he not be angry? His first love had been taken from him, and now she was a mother. Who would not be enraged? This was an insufferable grievance. After his moment of wrath, he found himself entangled in contemplation. Should he pursue Li Qing or not? To refrain from searching felt unbearably unsatisfactory. Yet to seek him out might reveal the truth of Li Qing's deceit, resulting in futile efforts. Moreover, should word of his quest leak, where would his dignity reside? Zhu Jianshan wrestled with this dilemma until his dragon carriage entered the palace, at which point he resolved, I shall seek him out. I am the emperor. Who dares to mock me? Zhu Jianshan bolstered his resolve. As he disembarked from the dragon carriage, he cast a glance at Xiao Hengzi and commanded, "Come with me. Others shall wait outside." "Yes," Xiao Hengzi replied, feeling anxious. The emperor's expression does not bode well for me, does it? Within the palace, eunuchs possess no rights. Even the chief eunuch of the imperial ceremony has no say. The emperor's word is law, with no room for negotiation. The eunuchs of the Ming dynasty are vastly different from those of the Han and Tang dynasties. Following Zhu Jianshan into the grand hall, as soon as he took his seat, Xiao Hengzi knelt, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, I have yet to state my business, and you are already unable to fulfill it?" Zhu Jianshan thundered in fury. "I can do it, I can. Please, Your Majesty, give your orders." Xiao Hengzi, momentarily stunned, quickly regained his composure, transforming his fear into excitement. This was the first time the emperor had assigned him a task, and he was elated. Being entrusted with work indicated that his position was secure, for now. As long as he executed the task splendidly, all would be well. "This matter holds great significance for me," Zhu Jianshan stated solemnly. "Rest assured, I shall not disappoint Your Majesty," Xiao Hengzi pledged, thumping his chest, adopting an air of professionalism. Sensing a measure of reassurance, Zhu Jianshan gestured for him to approach. "Come closer." "Yes," Xiao Hengzi replied, increasingly exhilarated. The more confidential the task the emperor assigned him, the greater his chances of retaining his position as chief eunuch. Zhu Jianshan glanced outside before lowering his voice to say, "Help me find a person, a woman." Xiao Hengzi's expression momentarily flickered, seriousness overtaking him. "Your Majesty, could you be more specific?" "Please wait a moment." Zhu Jianshan approached the imperial desk, unlocking a drawer to retrieve a painting. Unfolding it revealed the image of a woman, possibly older in reality, perhaps in her 30s. Her smile showcased 2 dimples, and a tear mole adorned the corner of her right eye. She likely resided nearby the capital. Xiao Hengzi scrutinized the portrait, a faint sense of familiarity washing over him, as if he had encountered her before, yet the memory eluded him. "Your Majesty, might I inquire if I may keep this painting?" "Alas, I am no artist, and without the original, searching will prove to be quite arduous," Xiao Hengzi ventured cautiously. Zhu Jianshan pondered briefly before nodding. "Return it afterward, but it is imperative that this matter remains undisclosed to any unrelated parties." Xiao Hengzi understood the unspoken gravity of the situation. "Rest assured, Your Majesty, I shall merely say it is a distant relative who has lost her way." He felt uncertain about the emperor's intentions regarding the woman in the painting, given that she was over 30. However, regardless of the implications, such matters were beyond his station to disrespect, even in mere words. "Very well," Zhu Jianshan acquiesced. "In any case, this matter must remain confidential." Xiao Hengzi accepted the painting with utmost care, promising, "Your Majesty, I shall dedicate myself fully to this task." "Yes, proceed swiftly," Zhu Jianshan replied, affirming that upon successful completion, rewards would follow. Xiao Hengzi's heart swelled, not merely from the promise of reward, but from what it signified. "I shall obey your command," he said, bowing deeply before turning to carry out his duties. Suddenly, he recalled a question he had yet to pose. "Your Majesty, upon finding her, shall she be brought directly here? Or?" Zhu Jianshan hesitated, momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, what would happen upon finding her? Would he truly compel her to enter the palace? She had a family of her own. Would she truly be happy within those walls? She had treated him with such kindness, yet he would be causing her harm. His heart was torn, a cacophony of thoughts echoing in his mind. "Your Majesty, to love her is to consider her well-being. Do you wish to shatter her family? There exists a love that entails letting go. To refrain from intrusion is the utmost respect. Your Majesty, what troubles you? Shall I summon the royal physician?" Xiao Hengzi asked with concern. Zhu Jianshan regained his composure, exhaling slowly. "If she is found, it is crucial that her life remains undisturbed, not even in the slightest. Merely return to inform me." Pausing, he added, "Furthermore, we must not allow the search to disrupt the lives of the common people. Investigate in the streets, but do not invade their homes or search door to door." Remembering the recent passing of his uncle, whose words of caution lingered in his mind, Zhu Jianshan understood that those beneath him might resort to extreme measures to please him. Bear in mind, failing to locate her is no crime, but disturbing the populace is indeed a transgression. He declared firmly. "Yes, I shall abide by your wishes," Xiao Hengzi replied. Zhu Jianshan sighed. As the new year approaches, families are busy preparing for the festivities. This period witnesses the highest frequency of women venturing out. Ensure you mobilize your resources to search diligently. After a moment's reflection, he imposed a deadline. By the eve of the new year, if there is no progress, we shall abandon the search. Zhao Hengzi felt the weight of the task increase. Hesitating, Your Majesty, such a short time frame. I have spoken. If she remains unfound, it is no fault, Zhu Jianshan reassured him. As long as you apply yourself earnestly, I shall not hold you accountable. Zhao Hengzi exhaled in relief. I shall comply, Your Majesty. I take my leave. Zhu Jianshan reclined in his chair, his gaze fixed upon the intricately carved beams above, softly murmuring to himself, whether I shall find it, that rests with fate. In truth, he had already resigned himself to his destiny. What would it matter if he were to find it? As an emperor, could he truly force himself upon a common woman? Even if he were to cast aside all semblance of shame, it would likely only result in the disdain of Sister Zhen'er, who had once held him in high regard. A bitter smile crept across Zhu Jianshan's face. He harbored no grand ambitions now, only a desire to bring closure to the innocent affections of his youth. The following day, before dawn had even broken, Li Qing was deep in slumber. Knock, knock, knock. Uncle Li, it's south time for court. The insistent knocking jolted Li Qing awake, and his irritation flared as he bellowed. Who told you I was going to court? I heard it yesterday. The emperor declared that if you skip court, your salary will be docked. The voice of the young girl outside continued. Hurry up. The marquis's salary for the month is quite substantial. We'll have more than enough for the new year. Your ears are quite sharp, Li Qing retorted through gritted teeth. Oh dear, Uncle Li, please get up, or you'll be late. The girl persisted, continuing to knock. Don't sleep any longer. You can rest after the morning court. Li Qing, his teeth clenched in frustration, threatened, little girl, keep knocking and I swear I'll give you a good slap. How can you say such a thing, uncle? Zhu Wanqing replied, her voice tinged with indignation. She had scarcely slept herself in her efforts to rouse him, only to be met with harsh words. Oh, how cruel fate could be. She meant well, yet received no praise, only reproach from her elder. I'll count to 3. Forget it, forget it. If the emperor docks your salary, it's of no concern to me, Zhu Wanqing declared with a quivering voice before her footsteps retreated. Li Qing was equally exasperated, grumbling as he lay back down. But sleep eluded him. On this frigid morning, his sweet dreams had been shattered, and it left him quite irritable. Faintly, he heard the sound of sobbing outside. And with a wry smile, he sat up, donned his shoes, and opened the door. Hey, Zhu Wanqing jumped, momentarily forgetting her grievances, and quickly said, Uncle Li, you didn't tea-count. With all your noise, I can't sleep either, Li Qing replied helplessly. Come, let us go to the parlor and chat for a while. In the parlor, Li Qing stoked the charcoal brazier, and before long, the chill in the air dissipated significantly. Zhu Wanqing, still sulking, asked, Uncle, do you think the emperor dares to dock your salary? Not quite. I'm not that important yet. Li Qing gently shook his head, adjusting the coals to make them burn brighter. Then why don't you go to court? She queried, feeling both puzzled and wronged, muttering. You're so picky about buying vegetables, yet you can simply disregard your salary. It's simply absurd. Li Qing smiled slightly, this time not rising to her provocation. Although he had been disturbed from his sleep, the girl's intentions were indeed kind. In his moment of anger, he had forgotten that one day, he would surely be repaid in full for this slight. Are you so confident? The girl scoffed. Of course. Why wouldn't I be? And on what basis? Because your father once docked my salary, yet he eventually returned it doubled, Li Qing chuckled. He needed me then, and similarly, the new emperor needs me now. It's merely that he has just ascended the throne and is still unacquainted with the intricacies of governance, compounded by the grievances of the past. Have you fallen out with the new emperor? Zhu Wanqing inquired with curiosity. What feud? It's best for children to refrain from prying into adult matters. I will be 14 after the new year, Zhu Wanqing retorted defiantly. 14 is still a child. Uncle Li, you are bullying me. The little girl, who fancied herself clever, was often treated like a child by Li Qing. Having just been scolded despite her good intentions, she felt wronged and burst into tears, exclaiming, You simply dislike me. No matter what I do, you always have disdain for me. Li Qing, feeling somewhat guilty, chuckled awkwardly. How could that be? Uncle Li treasures you dearly. I could never dislike you. Exactly. Zhu Wanqing pouted, tears streaming down her cheeks. You rarely scold my big brother, yet you always reprimand me. I want to go home. Li Qing protested. I was peacefully asleep when I was awakened. Who have I wronged? I am a victim here as well. Chapter 4 Li Qing, you truly deceive me. At that moment, Li Hong, still groggy from sleep, entered the room, yawning as he said, "Godfather, Sister Wanqing, what shall I buy for breakfast?" After a moment, he added, Godfather, have you scolded Sister Wanqing again?" "Again?" Li Qing frowned. "Do I often scold her?" Now, the little girl was energized. "Big brother, you must adjudicate this matter." Li Hong was left in a dilemma. How am I to judge? This is a conundrum of the century. If both your mother and I fell into the water, whom would you save first? This left Li Hong quite perplexed. One was his beloved, the other his cherished one. How could he choose? I must have dozed off. I shall return to sleep for a bit. All right, I shall have the meat bun. They both chimed in unison. Li Hong felt as though he had been granted a reprieve. I shall go buy it at once, he declared, fleeing the scene. Zhu Wanqing watched his retreating figure, pouted, then burst into laughter. Turning her head, she glared at Li Qing and murmured, "Uncle Li, if you have any grievances against me, please express them openly. I will amend my ways. However, could you refrain from scolding me so often? Well then, do you have any critiques for me?" "None," she replied. Her head bowed as she dabbed at her tears, shoulders trembling. "I was merely awoken early, and that has put me in a sour mood." "Is that so? I find it hard to believe." Li Qing teased. "Must I offer an apology? That would be rather audacious, for how could a senior apologize to a junior?" The little girl pouted. "That would be quite disrespectful and would make me seem petty. It is indeed my fault for disturbing Uncle Li's rest." Li Qing rubbed his nose. "You certainly understand the nuances. Enough with the victimhood. If you truly wish to leave, I shall escort you back after breakfast." "That is unnecessary, my dear uncle. I would never dare to harbor resentment towards you. I simply feel a bit disheartened." The little girl lowered her head, wiping her tears, her shoulders shaking. Had Li Qing not been well acquainted with her temperament, he might have felt a pang of guilt. "All right, let's be direct," he said. "Well, if Uncle Li's New Year red envelope were a bit more generous, I would be quite delighted," Zhu Wanqing suggested tentatively. "I knew you were waiting for me to say that." Li Qing rolled his eyes. "You shall not be disappointed." "Thank you, Uncle Li," the little girl exclaimed. Her tears instantly replaced by a sweet smile. Li Qing couldn't help but chuckle, his laughter echoing in the room. The young lady possesses a penchant for wit, which, in turn, stirs ripples and warmth in the heart of Li Qing, once as tranquil and gradually cold as an ancient well. Indeed, a mischievous younger generation often evokes fondness. The streets bustle with life, teeming with men and women, young and old, creating a lively atmosphere. After a year of toil, during the festive season, one ought to indulge in the luxuries they typically forego. The common folk place great significance on the new year, as it represents the most joyous time of the year. Little Hangzi's keen eyes darted about, scanning the crowd in vain. He was not alone, for he had summoned his most loyal companion, the genie Qianhu. A group of them, clad in the attire of commoners, mingled in the streets, observing the women flocking to the New Year's market. In their 30s, women of this era were often considered middle-aged. As little Hangzi searched desperately, he couldn't help but ponder whether the emperor truly favored those older than himself. A gentle call from the court eunuch snapped little Hangzi back to reality. He inquired if there had been any progress, to which the Qianhu sheepishly replied that there had been none thus far. It was already midday, and their stomachs were grumbling. "Very well, let us dine, and afterwards we shall continue the search." Having served as a chief eunuch for quite some time, little Hangzi had accrued some wealth. In truth, emperors tend to be lenient with those around them. As long as one does not commit any fundamental mistakes, punishment is rare. Ministers are often corrupt, and eunuchs are no exception. Thus, 5 days later, little Hangzi had spent over 1,000 taels merely on banquets, yet still found himself at a standstill, which greatly troubled him. Although the emperor had assured him that failure to find the woman would not incur punishment, this was his first official task and a matter of the emperor's private concern. Success would undoubtedly lead to significant rewards. However, after scouring the east, west, south, and north of the city, this throng of individuals had nearly exhausted the capital's marketplaces without locating the woman the emperor sought, leaving him utterly disheartened. As the new year approached, the number of people attending the market dwindled. This was a natural consequence. As the festive season neared, prices rose, a tacit rule. For the common people's money was not easily earned, prompting them to shop in advance. Observing the situation, little Hangzi's expression soured, for he had yet to fulfill the emperor's commission. With the royal wedding only days away, he, as the head eunuch, still had much to attend to. Despite his reluctance, he had no choice but to call off the search and return to the office of ceremonial affairs to prepare for the emperor's grand nuptials. This was a significant event, demanding utmost precision. The Office of Ceremonial Affairs, established by Zhu Wanqing, was tasked with managing and overseeing the court's rituals. On the day of the emperor's wedding, it was not only the Ministry of Rites that would be busy, the Office of Ceremonial Affairs would be even more occupied. In the laundry bureau, Zhener had finished her daily tasks and stood guard over a pile of freshly washed, neatly arranged garments, lost in quiet contemplation. Though distanced from the political turmoil, she was aware of significant events such as the untimely death of Emperor Jingtai and the ascension of the new emperor, who was none other than the prince she had served since childhood. While she felt a surge of happiness, it was tinged with a sense of self-pity and sorrow. Had she remained by the prince's side, she would undoubtedly have become a lady-in-waiting by now. As Zhener contemplated, a trace of bitterness crept onto her lips. Such is fate. She sighed, curling her body and clutching her knees. The air was frigid and lacking charcoal for warmth. Her inadequate clothing offered little solace. Her days were far from pleasant. Yet, compared to the maid's suffering from frostbite while washing clothes, her situation was considerably better. This thought provided her with a modicum of comfort. Lost in her reverie, a high-pitched voice pierced the silence. Where are the garments? The Empress Dowager requires the coronation attire for the emperor's wedding. Has it been cleaned? Startled, Zhener recognized the voice of the head of the laundry bureau, who rarely made an appearance, and quickly rose to her feet, bowing respectfully. It is ready. Please wait a moment. Make haste, the chief eunuch huffed. Time is of the essence. Yes, Zhener replied cautiously, bowing slightly before hastening to fulfill the request. Shortly thereafter, she approached, carrying a wooden tray with both hands. Please inspect, Your Excellency. The chief eunuch took out a handkerchief to wipe his hands before meticulously unfolding the garments. He scrutinized them for a good 15 minutes before placing them back on the tray, neatly folded. Very well, Zhener said, deftly arranging the clothing, attentive and meticulous. Here you are, Your Excellency. She presented it with both hands. The chief eunuch accepted it, his gaze inadvertently catching the tear mole at the corner of Zhener's eye. Suddenly, he recalled something and said, Lift your head. Zhener complied, hesitantly inquiring, Is there anything else, Your Excellency? The chief eunuch pondered that this young lady bore a striking resemblance to the person his patron was seeking. Typically, he visited only twice a year, and when he did, it was merely a formality, allowing his foster son to do the work without paying much heed to the understated Zhener. Today, however, he was here at his patron's behest, which underscored its significance. Upon closer inspection, she bore a resemblance, yet it was not exact. How could a relative sought by his patron possibly reside within the palace? He shook his head in amusement, dismissing the notion. Nonetheless, while Zhener was slightly older, her beauty was undeniable. A match for someone would be quite fitting. How had he not noticed this before? With this thought, the chief eunuch felt no rush, instead smiling warmly. Come, grant me a smile. Zhener, well aware of the chief eunuch's intentions, recognized the unspoken implications. In the palace, it was common for maids to be paired with eunuchs, and she understood the underlying message. Though irritated within, she dared not show it and forced a smile. As she smiled, 2 dimples appeared, and although he had initially thought she bore little resemblance, her smile made it undeniable. The chief eunuch's grin faltered, and he gazed deeply at her, finding the likeness increasingly uncanny. He could not afford to be careless. Regardless of potential pairings, what if she truly was the person his patron was searching for? He understood the gravity of the situation and, without further ado, hurried off with the garments. Zhener felt a slight relief wash over her, musing, if they push me too hard, I shall have to invoke the name of the Duke of Yongqing. At the Bureau of Rites, her patron exclaimed, What are you shouting about? Do you not realize the significance of the coronation attire you hold? Little Hung stepped forward to take the garments, scolding, If that falls to the ground, you'll surely regret it. Yes, my patron speaks wisely. The laundry eunuch quickly apologized. Then, his gaze fell upon a portrait spread across the desk. He murmured, It resembles her far too closely. What resembles her? The patron inquired. My lord, I believe I have found a relative of yours. Xiao Hengzi was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly filled with joy, exclaiming, Where is it? Where is it? It's at the laundry bureau. Observing his godfather's excitement, he felt a twinge of anxiety. What if it turned out to be a false hope and he faced reprimand again? However, he quickly added, It resembles her. But it's not certain. Xiao Hengzi was too eager to dwell on such thoughts, urging, Let us hurry there. Indeed, he affirmed, it certainly resembles her. Oh, I remember now. It is unlikely to be mistaken. Xiao Hengzi was so excited that he became incoherent. Yet, he still recalled the emperor's instructions and did not approach, merely stealing glances from afar. Godfather, won't you go and recognize her? You can forget about that. It's none of your concern. Xiao Hengzi's face was flushed with excitement, and he could not be bothered to argue. This truly is a case of seeking far and wide only to find it effortlessly. The position of the chief eunuch was likely secured. Overjoyed, he cautioned, under no circumstances should you disturb her. Let everything remain as it is. Understood. The chief eunuch gazed at his godfather's retreating figure, bewildered. After a moment's thought, he ultimately refrained from approaching again. In the palace of heavenly purity, Xiao Hengzi dashed in, nearly beside himself with pride. Your Majesty, I have found her. I have found her. What have you found? Zhu Jinshan was taken aback, quickly waving his hand. All of you, step back. Yes. Several young eunuchs bowed and exited the hall. Zhu Jinshan stepped forward, anxiously asking, Are you certain? Xiao Hengzi inquired. Is it the woman who previously served you in the Eastern Palace? Yes, yes. Zhu Jinshan was beside himself with excitement. Where is she? Where is she? Xiao Hengzi, unwilling to prolong the suspense, succinctly replied, She is in the capital, at the laundry bureau west of Dishing Gate. The laundry bureau? Zhu Jinshan murmured, suddenly widening his eyes. You mean she is still a palace maid? Yes, Your Majesty, Xiao Hengzi nodded. Ah, Li Qing, you truly deceived me. Zhu Jinshan felt a mix of anger and elation. But soon, overwhelming joy took precedence, and he could not contain himself. Prepare the carriage, quickly. Chapter 5. I have found you. Zhu Jinshan could hardly contain his excitement. However, as he exited the hall, he unexpectedly encountered Empress Dowager Zhou. Where are you off to, Your Majesty? I have seen Mother. Zhu Jinshan paused, suppressing his eagerness. The situation on the grasslands has changed. I am going to the Ministry of War. Just summon you to come here. There is no need for you to go personally. Empress Dowager Zhou smiled. There is indeed an urgent matter, Zhu Jinshan thought anxiously. Yet he had to patiently inquire. What is it, Mother? What else could it be? The selection of the Empress is nearing its conclusion. Zhou smiled as she approached, whispering, 12 beauties have been chosen. Your Majesty might as well take a look. Zhou, ever concerned for her son, feared he would not favor her selection. So she left the decision to him. Zhu Jinshan was eager to see the beauties, yet he was not in a hurry to see all 12. Matters of marriage were to be decided by parents, and the choice of the Empress rested with his mother. You wish for Mother to decide? Yes, I appreciate your efforts. Mother, Zhu Jinshan nodded gently. His respectful demeanor filled Zhou with joy. After enduring years of hardship, she finally saw her efforts bear fruit. Beaming, she assured him, Rest assured. Your Majesty, I will choose a most suitable Empress for you. As Zhou observed her son's anxious expression, she said, Since the Emperor has official duties to attend to, you may go ahead and busy yourself. I shall manage things here. Yes, Mother, take care, he replied. After watching Empress Dowager Zhou depart, Zhu Jinshan immediately turned to the young Prince Xiao Hengzi, saying, Let us proceed to the laundry bureau. At the laundry bureau, Zhener had spent a considerable amount of time in fear. Noticing that the old eunuch had ceased his harassment, she finally exhaled in relief and continued with her duties. With the new year fast approaching, she aimed to complete more work in advance so that she could enjoy a lighter workload during the festive days. Having been under the tutelage of Sun since childhood, she was well versed in reading and writing, and she managed the statistics with remarkable ease, her abacus clicking rhythmically. She kept meticulous track of how many garments needed washing, where they would be stored post-cleaning, and when they would be collected, ensuring everything remained organized in her mind. This task, while seemingly simple, was not one that just anyone could undertake. As she was busy with her inventory, a sudden commotion erupted outside, followed by the sounds of reverent greetings. The servants pay their respects to Your Majesty. The sound of a falling brush startled her, smudging the figures she had just calculated. Panic-stricken, she leapt to her feet, causing her abacus to tumble to the ground. Without a second thought, she hid behind a pile of clothes, her heart racing. Why had he come? What brought him to the laundry bureau? Zhener felt an overwhelming sense of unease, her anxiety reaching its zenith. Was it because of Li Qing? Clearly not. The only person aware of her secret was Li Qing. If the current emperor had come, it was highly likely that Li Qing had revealed the truth. Thus there was no cause for alarm. Perhaps he was merely seeking respite from the confines of the palace, wandering here by chance. And it was not as dire as she imagined. With that thought, she gradually relaxed, only to be swept away by a wave of despondency. Taking a small copper mirror from her pocket, she gazed at her reflection, and her sense of loss deepened, culminating in a sigh as she hugged her knees, resting her chin upon them, enveloped in silence and solitude. "Where is she?" Zhu Jinshan inquired, dispersing the palace maids from the courtyard as he turned to Xia Hengzi. "Over there." Xia Hengzi pointed towards a large room resembling a storeroom not far away. Zhu Jinshan nodded slightly and commanded, "No one is permitted to approach without my permission." "Understood." Zhu Jinshan sighed, stifling his excitement as he stepped forward. The door creaked open. "I have arrived." He was there, one in light, the other in shadow. Both felt an intense tension. The storeroom was quite spacious, comparable to several large chambers combined, with neatly arranged clean garments. Zhu Jinshan scanned the area, but saw no one. Yet he was overwhelmed by the strong conviction that Zhen'er was present. "I have come to find you," he declared. His soft voice echoed in Zhen'er's ears like thunder, sending tremors through her heart. "Do not come closer, please," she whispered, trembling with fear, her face a mask of terror. She was frightened to confront him. She felt aged. Her youth long past. How could she compare to a blooming young maiden? "I know you are here," Zhu Jinshan said. "Come out and meet me." Zhen'er did not respond, but her body shook violently. She felt both fear and an unexpected thrill. After all these years, the crown prince still remembered her. What was she rejoicing about? Zhen'er engaged in profound introspection, ultimately arriving at a poignant realization. It dawned upon her that he had never truly departed. Initially, he was an endearing child, later a charming younger brother, and now, with clarity regarding her own feelings, she was reluctant to confront the truth of her existence. What was she now? Merely a woman in her 30s. Even if he were not an emperor, but merely a commoner, she felt unworthy of him. "Do not approach me, I implore you," she murmured, burying her head as her body trembled, silent tears cascading down her cheeks. "Do not weep," a gentle voice broke the silence. Zhen'er stiffened at the sound, her head sinking lower, wishing she could vanish on the spot, for she lacked the courage to face him. Zhu Jinshan sighed softly, disregarding appearances as he settled beside her, reaching for her hand. Zhen'er attempted to resist, yet her frail hand was easily enveloped by his warm grasp. She turned her head away, too afraid to meet his gaze. Zhu Jinshan did not press her. Instead, he tenderly caressed her hand, feeling the roughness of her skin, which stirred a deep ache within him. "Come back to the palace with me," Zhu Jinshan uttered for the first time in such a manner. Although she could not see his eyes, she sensed the fervent yearning within them, accompanied by an unspoken plea. She remained silent, unsure of what to say. After a lengthy pause, Zhen'er regained her composure, withdrawing her hand to kneel before Zhu Jinshan in reverence, declaring, "This servant pays homage to your majesty." Zhu Jinshan smiled wryly, rising slowly. "You may rise." "Thank you, your majesty," Zhen'er replied, standing with her head bowed in silence. Zhu Jinshan stepped closer, attempting to embrace her, but she retreated a few steps, silently rejecting his advance. Observing her response, he refrained from pursuing further, softly commenting, "After all these years, you have grown thinner." "Thinner? Have I aged? Or perhaps become less beautiful?" Zhen'er could not suppress the torrent of thoughts that surged within her. Yet Zhu Jinshan continued, "But you are still the same Zhen'er, as lovely and charming as ever." Her mind reeled, and in a heartbeat, she lost her composure, her face now streaked with tears. Zhu Jinshan stepped forward, enveloping her in a warm embrace, whispering, "I have finally found you. Come back to the palace with me." As the dragon carriage departed from the laundry bureau, a chilling voice echoed from within, "If today's events are made public, all involved shall face execution." "Yes," responded the 20 or so attendants in unison, their voices hushed with trepidation. Xia Hengzi, return to the palace and arrange for the dismissal of the maidservants attending to the Qianqing palace." "Yes," Xia Hengzi replied, bowing before the dragon carriage and hastening away. Inside the carriage, Zhen'er kept her gaze lowered, her fingers nervously fidgeting with the hem of her simple gown, feeling a mix of joy and anxiety. The imperial palace was not merely a realm of beauty, it harbored shadows as well, yet at this moment, she found herself unwilling to retreat. "Your Majesty, will you assign me to the Qianqing palace?" she inquired. "Indeed," Zhu Jinshan replied naturally as he took her hand, pressing a gentle kiss upon her knuckles, causing Zhen'er to lower her head even further. Her mind spun, overwhelmed by a haze of emotions, leaving her uncertain of her thoughts. The Qinqing Palace, resplendent in gold and brilliance, exuded a warmth akin to springtime. The vibrant charcoal brazier filled the air with the fragrance of pine, a stark contrast to the laundry bureau, resembling paradise itself. Zhen'er remained in a daze, as if caught in a dream. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Hengzi approached, stating, "Your Majesty, warm water has been prepared in the inner chamber, and I have found 2 obedient maidservants. Shall I have them attend to the lady?" Upon hearing the term Your Highness, Zhen'er's expression shifted dramatically, and she hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, this is too much. I am perfectly fine." Zhu Jianxin, unfazed, turned to the young prince and instructed, "Have someone come in to attend to her." Soon after, 2 young maidens entered, having been briefed to address Zhen'er as Your Highness. Reluctantly, yet willingly, she was ushered into the inner chamber. Zhu Jianxin, in high spirits, patted the young prince on the shoulder and remarked, "Well done. Continue to strive diligently for me. And as long as you remain steadfast in your duties, the position of chief eunuch shall be yours alone." "Yes, I understand," replied the young prince, elated. For this was the affirmation he had longed for after so much effort. Zhu Jianxin continued, "My grand wedding is approaching. Matters concerning Zhen'er should remain confidential." After a moment's reflection, he added, "Without my explicit permission, ensure that no one else learns of this. Your servant obeys." Seeing that the emperor had no further commands, the young prince bowed and exited the grand hall to summon those in the know, delivering stern warnings to ensure discretion. After her bath, Zhen'er donned an exquisite new gown. The steam enveloped her, revealing her fair skin with a healthy flush, making her appear considerably younger. Before the bronze mirror, she gazed at her reflection. The intense feelings of inferiority slightly alleviated. Although no longer youthful, she still retained a certain beauty. 2 young maidens styled her hair, and the luxurious life she had once only dreamed of filled her with profound satisfaction, yet she was plagued with anxiety over its fleeting nature. She pondered how much longer she could retain her beauty, acutely aware that such a state would not last long. The bittersweet feeling of having recently gained something precious only to risk losing it was disheartening. "If only I could be 20 years younger, even 10 would suffice," she mused. "Your Highness, all is ready," one of the maidens gently reminded her. "Yes," Zhen'er replied with a slight nod. Another maiden said, "Your Highness, please follow me." What are we doing?" Zhen'er stammered, fully aware of what was to come, and it made her nervous. Just as the maiden was about to respond, the emperor entered, prompting them to bow deeply. "Your servant greets the emperor." "Yes, you may leave," he replied. With a charming smile, Zhu Jianxin approached, his eyes brimming with affection, though he remained youthful and somewhat naive. The enthusiasm of youth often mingles with the stirrings of romance. He wrapped his arms around her waist and kissed her lips. Zhen'er, feeling dazed and lightheaded, suddenly found herself swept off her feet by Zhu Jianxin. "Where are we going?" she asked, bewildered. He merely chuckled, a mischievous grin upon his face. The charcoal brazier blazed brightly, occasionally flickering sparks that danced across the scene. Soft murmurs filled the air, and the ambience was alive with the gentle sway of springtime whispers. Myriad sweet nothings mingled with the dewdrops blooming amidst the flowers. Chapter 6. A unique perspective within the hall. 3 young maidens stood gracefully. They were the cream of the crop, meticulously selected by the Zhou family from a dozen beauties, each excelling in intellect, grace, and appearance. The young prince was still quite young, thus limiting the number of selections was prudent to safeguard the royal health. Yet upon reaching this stage, she found herself in a quandary. The 3 maidens were nearly indistinguishable in their merits. Each was in the prime of youth, with exquisite figures and features, and the royal family placed little importance on their social standings. Whom to choose? Furrowing her brow, she gazed at the 3 young women before her. She wished to have them all. Is it possible to keep them all? Surely, there must be a distinction between them, perhaps in terms of rank? After all, there can only be one queen. The Wu family hails from a military background, possessing a somewhat assertive temperament. However, a queen must maintain a certain dignity to uphold her regal presence. The Wang family, on the other hand, comes from a scholarly lineage, characterized by a gentler and more reserved nature, which is quite agreeable. The Bai family, though of a somewhat lower status, has been influenced by their upbringing, leading to an overly delicate disposition. Yet, she possesses the most admirable figure, with the right proportions that make her appear particularly nurturing, leaving the Empress Dowager Zhou with a difficult choice. Behind the gauze curtain, Zhou pondered, lifting her pen only to set it down again, struggling to reach a decision. The eunuch Niu Yu, observing her indecision, cautiously inquired, "Is your Majesty facing a dilemma?" "Indeed, it is rather challenging to choose," replied the Empress Dowager. Her brow furrowed as she gazed at the three women beyond the curtain. Niu Yu, ever attentive, suggested, "I dare say, the Wu family seems the most suitable, though I may be overstepping." The Empress Dowager was not angered. She was in a quandary and asked, "What makes you think she is the most fitting?" "I would not presume to speak out of turn, but if I may be so bold," Niu Yu hesitated. "The Wu family's military background aligns with His Majesty's profound interest in military affairs. Just a thought for Your Majesty to consider." Zhou took this to heart, recalling her son's mention of engaging in military matters that afternoon. "Very well, let it be her," she declared, inscribing the character for Wu. Niu Yu's face brightened as he asked, "And what of the other two?" Zhou contemplated, deciding, upon entering the palace, "Let His Majesty decide for himself. I am not one to make such determinations. I shall refrain from bestowing titles." "That may not suffice," Niu Yu replied, somewhat troubled. "It is advisable to designate titles for the two accompanying ladies in advance. Then let one be a noble consort, and the other a virtuous consort." The Empress Dowager said casually, "The hour grows late. I must return. Ensure they are well attended, for the grand wedding is soon to unfold." Just as Niu Yu was about to inquire further about which lady would be the virtuous consort and which the noble consort, he noticed Zhou had already risen to depart. Though he wished to call her back, he felt he had already spoken too much, and it was prudent to avoid further impressions on the Empress Dowager. Having achieved his objective, "I bid you farewell, Your Majesty." In the Hall of Supreme Harmony, Zhu Jianshun was dressing when he remarked, "Zhur, you may stay here for the time being. Rest assured, I will arrange your status appropriately, but it is somewhat complicated at present. Grant me a little time." Zhur nodded obediently, her heart filled with satisfaction and her spirit stirred by the thrill of their encounter, still enraptured by the experience. "Where are you headed, Your Majesty?" she asked. "I have some official matters to attend to," Zhu Jianshun replied gently. "You should rest for now. Join me for dinner later." "Very well," Zhur said, pulling the quilt over her, enveloping herself in its warmth. Zhu Jianshun glanced at the time, noting it was nearly the end of the hour. Estimating that the Ministry of War would soon close, he decided to send someone to deliver a message to Yu Qian. Not wishing to make the trip himself after emerging from the warmth of his bed, Yu Qian's residence was not far from the palace, yet as winter nights fall early, he received the imperial decree as darkness enveloped the sky, with only half an hour remaining before the palace gates would lock. He disregarded the cold, forsaking the sedan chair, and mounted his horse, hastening towards the palace. The bitter chill of this winter's day posed an extraordinary challenge for a 66-year-old gentleman. As he dismounted before the palace gates, he could not suppress a shiver. His breath crystallized into frost, clinging to his beard, rendering him somewhat disheveled. However, time was of the essence, and he could not afford to be concerned with appearances. He hastily wiped his face and hurried into the palace. Yu Qian, still relatively spry, reached Qianqing Palace in a mere 15 minutes. There was no need for formalities. "Come, sit down," said Zhu Jianshun, whose conscience was not entirely blunted. Observing Yu Qian's condition, he felt a twinge of compassion. He stepped forward, inviting Yu Qian to take a seat, and even adjusted the brazier closer to him. This was characteristic of Yu Qian. Had it been Li Qing, he would have surely vented his frustrations, even if only in his thoughts. "Your Majesty has summoned me. What is the matter at hand?" Yu Qian inquired directly, without any complaints. "Indeed, it is as such," Zhu Jianshun replied. "During this morning's court session, my advisors indicated that the situation on the steppes is perilous, with the potential for a large-scale war. What is your assessment?" Yu Qian contemplated briefly before responding. "In truth, they should have engaged in battle long ago. They have merely been biding their time. However, while I cannot guarantee certainty, I believe there is a 70% chance of conflict." Pausing, he suddenly realized something and quickly added, "Your Majesty, whether they choose to fight or not is their affair. We need only observe the unfolding events." The lessons of past conflicts weighed heavily on his mind, and he was genuinely fearful. His mention of the matter in court was solely to keep the emperor informed, with no ulterior motives. Zhu Jianshun, however, held a different perspective. As the saying goes, when the clam and the snipe contend, the fisherman benefits. Should they engage in fierce battle, we could act as the mantis stalking the cicada, waiting to reap the rewards. Would that not be splendid? "Your Majesty, you must not lead the charge," Yu Qian exclaimed, dropping to his knees. Zhu Jianshun, bewildered, urged him to rise. When did I ever say I would lead the campaign? I have capable generals. There is no need for me to ride into battle. Yu Qian, flustered and realizing he had knelt prematurely, rose awkwardly. This was understandable, as he had been deeply unsettled by the emperor's previous expedition. Your Majesty, we of the Ming cannot intervene, he asserted earnestly. If we refrain from action, it will merely be a civil war among the tribes. Should we intervene, it may compel them to unite against us. The strategy of pitting one against the other is the most prudent approach. Zhu Jianshan furrowed his brow in silence. Yu Qian hastily added, even if the Ming were to coincide with their exhausted conflict and achieve a decisive victory over the main forces of the Tatars and Walla, the outcome would still be limited. The population on the steppes exceeds 5 million. Furthermore, should we eradicate the Walla and Tatars, other tribes will inevitably rise. The vastness of the steppes and the multitude of people cannot be subdued through war alone. Moreover, the costs of waging war are exorbitant, and our treasury is not abundant. Zhu Jianshan, overwhelmed, sighed. Very well, I shall contemplate this further. It is getting late. You may return. Indeed, I take my leave, Yu Qian replied. Upon exiting the palace, he rubbed his nose and managed a bitter smile. Having accomplished nothing, this journey felt futile, particularly in such frigid weather. Reluctantly, he mounted his horse and braved the biting wind on his way home. Halfway there, his unease compelled him to divert his course towards Lianjia village. After dinner, the family gathered for their customary tea gathering. The charcoal brazier crackled, filling the room with a warmth reminiscent of spring, instantly elevating the festive atmosphere. Li Qing recounted classic tales, captivating his listeners, who occasionally interjected with playful banter, adding to the amusement of the evening. Seizing a moment while Li Qing sipped his tea, Zhu Wanqing asked, Uncle Li, don't you wish to recount your past exploits? Her eyes gleamed with admiration and anticipation, convinced that Uncle Li's stories would be far more riveting. A true hero does not dwell on past glories, Li Qing replied, aware that the young lady had caught on to something, thus evading the trap, and added with a hint of annoyance, are we still discussing Dream of the Red Chamber? Yes, please continue, Uncle Li, Zhu Wanqing urged, though she understood it was futile to press him. With a deep breath, Li Qing responded, to know what follows, you must await the next installment. Oh, Uncle Li, why must you do this? Zhu Wanqing pouted, clearly frustrated by the abrupt ending. I am but an old man, lacking the vigor of youth. I cannot compare myself to you young ones, Li Qing replied lazily. Then let me tell a tale. Li Hong volunteered, Sister Wanqing. Allow me to recount the battle of the three heroes against Lu Bu. What is there to enjoy in bloodshed? Zhu Wanqing scoffed, I have already read that story. Just then, a knock echoed at the courtyard door, and Yu Qian's voice called out, Sir, are you at home? Indeed, Li Qing replied, somewhat surprised, it is dark already. You may have official business. You two should return to your rooms and rest. Very well, Zhu Wanqing nodded reluctantly, rising to leave. Li Hong hastily followed, Sister Wanqing. Let me assist you, the path is slippery. Don't be silly, you merely wish to hold my hand. She retorted, how could you think such a thing? Li Hong replied with a wounded expression. However, Zhu Wanqing was not deceived, and with a huff, she retreated to her room, leaving Li Hong alone in the cold. Li Qing chuckled, shaking his head, acknowledging that his godson was indeed lacking in certain manners. Upon reaching the door, Li Qing opened it to find Yu Qian shivering uncontrollably. He quickly ushered him inside. Yu Qian, truly frozen, paid no heed to decorum, plopping down before the brazier, seeking warmth while his teeth chattered. What has caused you to be so cold? Li Qing inquired. I just rode back from the palace and then came straight here. The wind was merciless. Yu Qian replied with a wry smile. Li Qing frowned. What has transpired? Yu Qian spoke gravely. The emperor is contemplating military action in the grasslands. A personal expedition? Li Qing inquired. No, Yu Qian clarified. Then there is no cause for alarm, Li Qing chuckled. His desire to assert military prowess is quite normal. It is the mindset of a competent ruler. Yu Qian, anxious, insisted, Sir, you are well aware of the situation in the grasslands. We cannot afford to deploy troops. But he has not yet mobilized forces. Why the urgency? Li Qing responded with amusement. In this frigid weather, are you not concerned about catching a cold? Don't you know your own limits? Yu Qian sighed. That is not the point. The key issue is that the emperor wishes to take action. I have already advised against it, yet my counsel has not swayed him. Li Qing rolled his eyes. After all these years as Minister of War, let me ask you, what is his motivation for wanting to deploy troops? The young emperor, brimming with youthful exuberance, is prone to grand ambitions, Yu Qian suggested. Incorrect, Li Qing interrupted. His father has already set a precedent. Do you truly believe he would act so impulsively? Moreover, he has been governing for several months. How could he possibly be unaware of the treasury's impoverished state? Yu Qian paused momentarily and inquired, What do you mean, sir? He is indeed contemplating military authority. Li Qing replied with a smile, a glint of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. This lad truly resembles his father and grandfather, possessing a keen political insight that captures the essence from the outset. Is it truly so? Yu Qian expressed some skepticism. Li Qing countered, Are you unable to discern the students you have personally taught? However, even so, dispatching troops is ultimately a misguided strategy. He harbors no genuine intention of mobilizing troops. Rather, he seeks to test the waters. Otherwise, he would not have summoned you privately. Li Qing chuckled, remarking that if he wished to wage war, he would have sought out Marquis Wu Qing instead, as you merely handle logistics. What is there to discuss with you? Yu Qian mused that after Li Qing's analysis, he realized he might have been overly sensitive. I hope you are correct, but should I intervene? He began. I shall advise against it, Li Qing interjected. Yu Qian nodded, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Speaking of which, the emperor's grand wedding is imminent, just a few days away. Are you aware of this? So soon? Li Qing exclaimed in astonishment. Goodness, the banquet is approaching, and yet I have not been informed. Has the empress been chosen? Yu Qian gently shook his head. I am uncertain, but with the new year approaching, did not the Empress Dowager express a desire to finalize it before the year end, to celebrate joy upon joy? Oh, I had forgotten about that, Li Qing muttered to himself. He was not particularly concerned, but simply remarked, Let me know once the empress is confirmed. Very well. Yu Qian jested. What, do you wish to serve as the matchmaker? Am I idle? Li Qing rolled his eyes. In this frigid weather, who would prefer to lie in bed? I merely fear missing out on the banquet. In the Qinxing Palace, following the evening meal, Zhu Jianshun began contemplating the state of the court. Once the new year arrives, he shall adopt his regnal title. As an emperor, particularly at his tender age, he naturally aspires to achieve greatness. Not only him, but the majority of emperors, upon ascending the throne, harbor grand ambitions. Although many lead mundane lives, or even become tyrants, initially, their hearts burn with resolve. Zhu Jianshun is nearly 18, having undergone the education befitting a crown prince, well-versed in classical texts and adept at strategy, far surpassing Zhu Qizhen, who ascended at the age of 8. He is more mature and possesses the wisdom of restraint, demonstrating patience. To ignite 3 fires upon taking office? How absurd. Until he gains the approval of the majority of ministers and stabilizes the court, such fiery displays would only lead to self-immolation. Before the imperial desk, Zhu Jianshun dipped his brush in ink, furrowing his brow in contemplation. After a prolonged moment, he inscribed the name Li Xian, the Minister of Personnel and concurrently a Grand Scholar of the Cabinet. His influence within the court is formidable, embodying civil governance. Next, he pinned the names Yu Qian and Shi Hong. These two also wield significant power, representing military prowess. Zhu Jianshun exhaled deeply and finally inscribed another name, Li Qing. On paper, Li Qing appears to possess the least influence, lacking tangible authority, merely a noble title, thus straddling neither civil nor military domains. Yet, therein lies the issue. Li Qing's influence is overwhelmingly formidable. Whether representing the civil virtues of Li Xian or the martial prowess of Shi Hong and Yu Qian, they are unwavering supporters of him. Even those officials who harbor animosity towards him, despite their considerable influence, find themselves at a loss and tend to steer clear of him. Such a figure must be cultivated diligently. What does he particularly favor? Zhu Jianshun rubbed his brow, a bitter smile escaping his lips. His prior malice towards Li Qing had led to an instinctive aversion, preventing him from attempting to understand the man. However, circumstances have changed. His dear sister Zhener has returned. And with the dissipating resentment, coupled with Li Qing's significance, winning him over has become paramount. Your Majesty, are you troubled by state affairs? Zhener approached, her eyes shimmering with allure, the grace of a mature woman intertwined with the charm of youth, creating a delightful harmony that quickens the heart. Zhu Jianshun, unable to contain his emotions, drew her waist closer, and with a gentle pull, she fell into his embrace, her cheeks flushed. Your Majesty. After a moment, Zhu Jianshun released her, chuckling softly. With you by my side, how could I possibly be troubled? Zhener, feeling a bit bashful, remarked, Is this truly the crown prince I remember? How adept he has become. She found herself enamored. Perhaps due to the vast age difference, an unusual thrill surged within her, catalyzed by such emotions, causing her previously suppressed feelings to erupt exponentially. In that instant, Zhu Jinshan appeared to her as a towering figure, while she, once affectionately called sister, was enveloped in the emotions of a young woman. The shy delight mixed with a playful pout was undeniably captivating. The emperor must delight in pleasing his servants, she teased. Subjects must refer to me as your majesty, Zhu Jinshan corrected her. Zhen'er paused, gradually awakening from the haze of affection. Is the emperor truly considering bestowing upon me the title of a consort? Otherwise, what would it be? That seems inappropriate. She hesitated. I am too advanced in years. It would tarnish your imperial dignity if it were to spread. It was easy to predict that if the officials were to learn of this matter, it would surely cause an uproar. A man of 80 marrying a woman of 20 might face little more than jest, yet the reverse, where a woman marries a younger man, even by 5 years, would be a topic of scandal, especially considering she was 17 years his senior, and that Zhu Jinshan was the emperor. She could almost guarantee that should she be conferred the title of consort, it would invite a deluge of censure. The doctrines of propriety espoused by the literati have always served their own interests, often binding women in heavy constraints to uphold their own moral standing. At her age, she was coincidentally the same as Empress Dowager Zhou, and had Zhu Qizhan nodded back then, she would have been Zhu Jinshan's stepmother. The disparity was something Zhen'er herself found quite embarrassing. Your Majesty, can we remain as we once were? Zhen'er implored. Having endured so much, she had come to realize that the title mattered little. Maintaining their current way of life was of utmost importance. What more could she desire? I have no intention of placing you in a difficult position. Zhu Jinshan gently shook his head, noticing her anxious expression. He smiled reassuringly. Rest assured. I shall not act rashly. I will seek a peaceful resolution. Your Majesty. Enough, you should go rest now. I shall honor my word. Zhu Jinshan asserted with a resolute manliness. Zhen'er hesitated, her heart unwilling to deliver a harsh blow. Her gaze fell upon 4 names inscribed on the rice paper, and she exclaimed in astonishment, Your Majesty, do you intend to deal with them? Zhu Jinshan fell silent, pondering, I must possess the capability to do so. It would be folly to confront the elders merely 6 months into my reign. Clearing his throat, he continued, These individuals are esteemed ministers, exceptionally talented. What purpose would it serve for me to target them? Relieved, Zhen'er exhaled, offering a sheepish smile. It seems I was overly concerned. However, upon seeing the name Li Qing, a chill ran through her, prompting her to inquire, Your Majesty, how did you come to find me? Did the Duke of Yongqing inform you? Not at all, Zhu Jinshan replied with a grunt. That old rascal has been quite reticent. It was I who instructed Xiao Hengzi to discreetly search for you, and thus, by chance, we located you. Was it not he who revealed it? Zhen'er paused, a look of dread crossing her features. Your Majesty, then it is even more imperative that I do not receive any official recognition, lest are you so frightened of him? Zhu Jinshan furrowed his brow, retorting, I am the emperor. What can he do to me? Zhen'er spoke earnestly, Your Majesty. While it may not matter with an ordinary individual, the Duke of Yongqing is different. Is he not just another man with 2 shoulders and a head? What sets him apart? Zhu Jinshan, irritated, insisted, I have already stated that you need not concern yourself with this matter. Go rest. I must attend to state affairs. Zhen'er hesitated, timidly responding, Yes, I shall take my leave. Observing her demeanor, Zhu Jinshan felt a pang of regret, yet could not bring himself to apologize. Instead, he cloaked his guilt in the guise of duty, contemplating whom to ally with first. Initially inclined to support Li Qing, Zhu Jinshan found himself repelled after hearing Zhen'er's words. Ultimately, reason triumphed over emotion, and he circled the name Li Qing. He yearned to swiftly consolidate his power. An emperor devoid of authority, even clad in the dragon robe, was merely a talisman. Zhu Jinshan was unwilling to be a mere symbol, and reclaiming power necessitated an alliance with Li Qing. Very well, let him be for now, Zhu Jinshan murmured to himself. He had contributed significantly during the Zhengtong and Jingtai reigns. A ruler's generosity should not be so limited. Beauty is beauty, and a kingdom is a kingdom. They must not be conflated. With a clear direction established, Zhu Jinshan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Leaning back in his chair, he sipped tea and mused. It is getting late. Perhaps I should retire early. Tomorrow, I must attend the morning court. In the prime of his youth, having recently savored the pleasures of life, He found himself somewhat indulgent. Zhen was also at a vigorous age. In this regard, they were indeed well matched. The following day, in the courtyard, a little girl called out, "Li Shu, wake up quickly. We have visitors." Her knocking was vigorous, emboldened perhaps by the presence of guests. "Hurry up. The imperial envoy has arrived. Stop making so much noise." "I'm getting up," Li Qing groaned, reflecting, "Surely this early summons isn't merely to inform me of my wage deductions?" Upon reconsideration, he deemed it unlikely. Zhu Jianshan did not seem the type to be so vexatious. Dressing and putting on his shoes, Li Qing opened the door and was taken aback to find it was Xiao Hengzi, his surprise magnified. "Why has the eunuch come here so early?" Xiao Hengzi beamed with a smile, saying, "Your Majesty appreciates the contributions of the Marquis to the Ming dynasty. As the new year approaches, it is well known that the Marquis is of humble means. Hence, His Majesty has specifically instructed me to deliver some financial gifts to ensure that he is not left wanting. Oh, serving the ruler with the fruits of one's labor is a duty I gladly embrace." Li Qing replied with a cheerful grin, glancing outside. Xiao Hengzi waved his hand eagerly. "Come quickly, bring in the rewards." A dozen imperial guards entered, dragging wooden trays. As they unveiled the crimson cloth, a dazzling array of gold glimmered forth, no less than 500 taels. Yellow, the color most favored by Li Qing. Zhu Wanqing stood astonished, reflecting, "Is the emperor truly this generous? Such a sum amounts to several years' worth of a marquis's salary. No wonder he has amassed such great wealth." She felt a pang of envy at the speed with which fortunes could be acquired. Simultaneously, she understood why Li Shu paid little heed to his official salary. Indeed, when compared to this, trifling amounts became inconsequential. After a day's work, receiving 500 taels of gold was indeed a considerable bounty. Once the group departed, two young individuals approached, their faces alight with excitement. Li Hongxi exclaimed, "Godfather, it seems the current emperor still holds you in high regard." The young girl interjected, "Haven't you heard the saying? Flattery without cause is suspect. The emperor clearly has ulterior motives. Isn't it merely a matter of escorting the bride?" "A day's labor hardly warrants such exaggeration," Li Hong retorted. "Ah, dear brother, you are mistaken." The girl shook her head, clearly. "Being appointed as the bride escort is an honor, and the emperor's true intentions have yet to be revealed." With a note of concern, she continued, "Li Shu, the adage goes, to accept another's wealth is to bear their burdens. You have accepted gold. If the emperor's wishes conflict with your principles, what will you do?" Li Qing frowned. To accept another's wealth and bear their burdens is a philosophy of brigands and outlaws, not protected by law. Chapter 8. The issue is manageable. Zhu Wanqing stared blankly. "Li Shu, is this not the most fundamental of moral principles?" Li Qing's expression darkened. "Are you accusing me of immorality?" "No, not at all. Are you suggesting I lack morals?" Zhu Wanqing was left speechless and indignant, retorting, "Li Shu, your actions will surely draw the emperor's ire." Li Qing scoffed. "What do you know? I have told you countless times not to apply your youthful cleverness to the affairs of state. Also, do not underestimate Li Shu." Zhu Wanqing, undeterred, countered, "Do not forget, he is the sovereign, and you are but a subject. When you return to Jinling, speak these words to your father and see how he reacts." Li Qing rolled his eyes. "I do not indulge anyone." "Go on, boast," Zhu Wanqing thought, yet she dared not argue further. After all, Li Shu had not spoiled her. Continuing to press the issue would only invite trouble for her. With a twinkle in her eye, she sweetly suggested, "Li Shu, with the new year approaching, shouldn't we be expecting red envelopes soon?" On New Year's Eve, Li Qing gathered the gold and hummed a little tune as he returned to his chamber. Zhu Wanqing, with a hint of dissatisfaction, remarked, "Elder brother, why is Uncle Li so miserly?" Li Hong scratched his head and replied, "Perhaps that's the reason why our godfather is wealthy." "No argument there," Zhu Wanqing retorted, exasperated. 2 days swiftly passed. On the 28th day of the 12th month, just past midnight, Li Qing was roused from his slumber by a knock on the door. "Uncle Li, it's time to get up." Li Qing responded, sitting up in bed, donning his blue robe, and stepping out of his room. "It's quite chilly. You should return to sleep," he advised. To be fair, this niece was far more reliable than his godson. Yesterday, he had set 2 human-shaped alarms, but one of them was disturbed by the snoring from the adjacent room, igniting his ire. "Uncle Li, the hot water is ready. Hurry and wash up. The emperor's wedding day demands utmost diligence," Zhu Wanqing urged. Suppressing his urge to reprimand his son, Li Qing made his way to the east kitchen. After locking the door and performing a brief wash, he touched up his disguise before emerging. The sound of his godson's incessant snoring only fueled his frustration. Approaching the door, he forcefully kicked it open. Bang! Who is it? Which god? Li Hong stammered. I was just about to call you. Now that I have your attention, Li Qing said coolly, prepare yourself. When I return, I shall assist you in reviewing your master's Tai Chi, uncle. Please don't listen to my excuses. Let me explain, Li Hong said, on the verge of tears. Turning to the young girl, he added, Sister Wanqing, next time something similar occurs, please call me first. All right, but, Zhu Wanqing cooed, I'm hungry. At the hour of the tiger, the palace gates opened. In the square of the Fengtian Hall, eunuchs and palace maids busily prepared under the watchful eye of the young prince. Li Qing made no delays and went directly to the court chamber. He seldom visited the court chamber, as he usually arrived just in time, heading straight to the Fengtian Hall. The chamber was sparsely populated. Today, due to the emperor's wedding, there was no morning assembly, only a few ministers awaiting the bride's procession. Li Qing's arrival disrupted the lively atmosphere, causing a hush to fall over the chamber. They promptly rose and paid their respects. Minister of Rites Yao Kuei, with a teasing tone, remarked, The Lord is usually punctual. I did not expect such an early arrival today. Li Qing merely grunted in response, ignoring him, and turned to Li Xian, asking, Who will read the edict when we arrive? Li Xian cupped his hands and replied, The emperor has appointed the Yongqing Marquis as the official to receive the bride. Naturally, it will be the Yongqing Marquis who reads the edict. He then addressed Yao Kuei, Minister Yao, quickly present the edict to the Yongqing Marquis. Yao Kuei felt a pang of frustration. This edict was a product of his painstaking efforts, yet it was being handed over to Li Qing. The Marquis of Weichong, Sun Jizong, chimed in, Minister Yao, what are you dawdling for? Hurry and present the edict to the Yongqing Marquis. Having weathered many storms himself, he knew well the precariousness of court politics. Years ago, he had nearly met his demise at the hands of his nephew, and now, with his grandnephew ascending to the throne, it seemed as though he had gained a generation, yet the tide had shifted. With the late Empress Dowager Sun deceased, and the power now held by the Dowager Consort Zhou, along with the new Empress, the Sun family could no longer stir up trouble. The current power players in the court were closely allied with Li Qing, and he was determined to maintain good relations with them. Yao Kuei, feeling helpless and reluctant, took out the ceremonial document and handed it to Li Qing, saying, The article is somewhat profound. Should the Lord have any difficulties in understanding, please do not hesitate to inquire of me. Li Qing, indifferent, replied, Understanding or not, it matters little, I shall merely recite it. Yao Kuei felt even more distressed. His cherished work was so casually dismissed by Li Qing. Yet he could not deny the truth of the matter. Sun Jizong chimed in, There is merit in that. Li Qing moved aside, seated himself, and began to read the document silently, preparing himself to avoid any potential stumbles. However, while perusing the text, he also contemplated the current state of the court. It was evident that after the new year, the previously stable political landscape would experience some turbulence, as the new emperor would undoubtedly seek to bolster his own faction. This would inevitably lead to conflicts with the entrenched powers. The magnitude of the upheaval would depend on the intensity with which Zhu Jianshan nurtured his influence. The greater his efforts, the more significant the unrest. Given Zhu Jianshan's desire to control the military, it was clear he harbored grand ambitions. Nevertheless, I currently possess absolute authority, rendering that young man incapable of causing significant disruption. This is not a matter of great concern. In truth, Li Qing also wished for Zhu Jianshan to assume power. A sovereign who does not wield authority is merely a figurehead. However, his understanding of Zhu Jianshan was superficial and required further evaluation. He was not inclined to unreservedly assist Zhu Jianshan in his quest for power. Considering his current age, he was merely in his 50s. With a political career potentially spanning another 20 years, there was no need for haste. Suddenly, the young attendant, Xiao Hangzi, entered with a smile, clasping his hands in greeting. Esteemed officials, the auspicious hour has arrived. We must depart. Li Qing, roused from his reverie, stored the document and rose. Sun Jizong, the Marquis of Huichong, hurriedly approached Li Qing, stating, Lord Yongqing is the chief envoy for the wedding. Please, Lord Yongqing, lead the way. In response to this overt attempt at ingratiation, Li Qing maintained a nonchalant demeanor, striding forward out of the court chamber. Sun Jizong felt a touch of awkwardness but quickly regained his composure, energetically following along. The procession, resembling a great dragon, exited the palace and made its way to the residence of the commander, Wu Jun, a local from Shuntian and a court official, lived not far from the palace. At the third watch of the day, the wedding entourage arrived. Wu Jun, evidently more composed than Qian Guiqing had been at the outset, timed the firecrackers perfectly, and the reception proceeded with admirable organization. Li Qing dismounted his horse, cleared his throat, and proclaimed the ceremonial text. The Wu family has a daughter. I hereby declare the Wu clan, renowned for their noble lineage, possessing both grace and virtue. Following this, he presented the imperial edict, which was straightforward. I appoint Wu Jun as the deputy governor. This was akin to the treatment afforded to the fathers-in-law of emperors throughout history, a true royal gift. After a lengthy exchange of formalities, the new empress embarked upon her lifelong abode, the palace, specifically, the inner court of Qianqing Palace. Zhu Jianxin awoke from his tender slumber, noticing that daylight had fully emerged, and panic surged within him. Today marked the day of his grand wedding to the empress, and tardiness was simply unacceptable. Zhener, where are my garments from last night? Zhu Jianxin exclaimed anxiously. Zhener pulled the blanket up slightly, responding, there they are, on the floor. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhu Jianxin leaped from the bed and began hastily dressing, nearly tripping in the process. What is the cause of your urgency, your majesty? Zhener inquired. Today, I am to wed. Did I not inform you beforehand? As Zhu Jianxin spoke, he hurriedly donned his garments, urging, come quickly and assist me. Time is of the essence. Zhener, not daring to delay, cast aside her modesty, for there were no outsiders present. She swiftly dressed in her attire and assisted Zhu Jianxin in adorning himself. She was well aware of the emperor's grand wedding, having been informed on his first day back. However, the harmony of the previous night had caused her to momentarily forget. Zhener harbored no resentment. After all, despite her advanced years, even if she were in her prime, it would be unreasonable to claim the emperor for herself. Historically, no emperor has ever been devoted to just one woman. Yet, a sense of melancholy lingered within her, as she recognized the passage of time and the fragility of her position. Zhu Jianxin, oblivious to her emotions, was preoccupied with the urgency of reaching Kuan-Ning Palace for the ceremony. That should suffice, he remarked, assessing his appearance. Zhener, remain here in the inner chamber and keep yourself hidden. I shall return to see you tomorrow. Yes, I shall obey. Zhu Jianxin paused briefly, then smiled wryly. Do not worry. I am not one to forsake the old for the new. The events of today cannot be delayed, but I promise to make it up to you later. His reassurances brought Zhener some solace, and she recognized her own overreactions, hastily urging, Your Majesty, you must hurry. Indeed, Zhu Jianxin replied, hastening out of the inner chamber. Zhener returned to the bedside, gathering the scattered garments and donning them one by one. She then retrieved a bronze mirror, gazing at her reflection with a soft sigh. The years have indeed slipped away. She whispered to herself, let go of greed. To have reached this point in life is a fortune one could scarcely hope for in 8 lifetimes. At the very least, I shall not want for sustenance in my later years. Moreover, the emperor does hold genuine affection for me, though it may not endure. I have savored the beauty of the moment, and even as the dream fades, the memories remain sweet. With her mindset adjusted, Zhener settled back onto the bed, lost in thought. She understood that she was akin to a gilded cage canary, confined and hidden from the world. Yet, she did not indulge in self-pity or harbor complaints. In comparison to other palace maids, her situation was indeed fortunate. The lingering question was how long this fortune would last. She mused, as for the consorts, I shall not dwell on them. While the emperor feels a sense of guilt towards me, perhaps I could request a position for a female official within the palace tomorrow. It is essential to have something to occupy my time. Logically, as long as I am not a woman of the late emperor, all palace maids are fair game for the emperor's affections. Although my age may be a factor, as long as I am not formally recognized or made public, discreet encounters should pose no significant issue. Chapter 9. The carefree spending of the young master. The grand banquet unfolded at the Meridian Gate, overseen by the Ministry of Revenue. The imperial wedding was no less significant than a grand birthday celebration, and indeed, it surpassed it. The Music Bureau prepared 9 performances, while the imperial pantry arranged wine to the west of the emperor's seat and delicacies to the east, alongside a pavilion of exquisite dishes, with ingredients sourced from far and wide. Notably, many fresh ingredients were expedited via relay stations, meticulously prepared by the royal kitchen. making the culinary experience of the Ming dynasty truly remarkable. This was merely a wedding banquet. If one were to tally all expenses for the entire wedding proceedings, it would exceed 200,000 taels, a display of grandeur unparalleled. Yet, no one deemed it excessive. After all, such was the prerogative of the emperor. For an emperor, it is customary to prioritize personal indulgences as a means of serving the greater good of the realm, such is the nature of affairs. The emperor desires his ministers to be obedient, virtuous, and earnest in their duties, yet often indulges in lavish extravagance, incurring unnecessary expenses amounting to millions of taels annually for the sake of royal grandeur. Strangely, no one perceives this as amiss. Both officials and commoners accept it as a matter of course, harboring no grievances or feelings of injustice. Li Qing, however, holds dissenting views. Yet he recognizes his inability to effectuate change. The notion of transforming the beliefs of millions with the thoughts of a single individual is akin to a fanciful dream, utterly unrealistic. Furthermore, he lacks the courage to instigate class conflict, which would surely plunge the realm into chaos, potentially more tumultuous than the era of the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms. After all, even in the postmodern age, the old Yuan still claimed the throne. What could be expected in this current time? Li Qing can only exhaust his capabilities to maintain stability and strive to maximize benefits rather than pursue extremes. Advanced ideas that are too ahead of their time often lead to tragedy and despair. At this grand wedding, the inner treasury left for Zhu Qiyu's nephew has been nearly depleted. It reflects the old adage, children spend their parents' money without remorse. As the emperor has yet to arrive, the dishes are naturally not served. The ministers engage in polite conversation over tea. Li Qing's table consists of illustrious figures such as Yu Qian, Li Xian, Shi Hong, along with the 4 ministers of revenue, rights, justice, and works, forming a remarkably prestigious assembly. Despite any underlying dissatisfaction they may harbor towards Li Qing, they maintain an exterior of courteousness. Minister Yu, have there been any new developments from the grasslands? Li Qing inquires. Given the status of those present, there is little to conceal. If the court were to make any decisions, they would possess a voice in the matter. Not yet, but a major conflict is essentially assured. Yu Qian replies, setting down his teacup. Even if there is no engagement this year, there will certainly be one next year. The Minister of Revenue, taken aback, interjects. The Ming dynasty levies light taxes to support the populace, and the emperor has further reduced some taxes upon his ascension for a duration of 2 years. Thus, the resources the ministry can currently provide for military pay are rather limited. War is a perilous endeavor. Yao Kuei follows suit with an extensive discourse. Li Qing, growing increasingly exasperated, chooses to curtail the discussion, stating, they too will celebrate the new year. If a great war is indeed unavoidable, it will likely occur within this brief interval. Pausing, he continues, regardless of the outcome, the geopolitical landscape of the grasslands will undergo significant transformation post-conflict, and we must prepare our adaptive measures. What insights does the eternal Qing Marquis possess? Yao Kuei inquires. Even if I had insights, I wouldn't share them with you. Li Qing replies nonchalantly. The situation remains unclear. It is premature to discuss such matters. I merely asked out of curiosity. Yao Kuei, stroking his beard, shakes his head and asserts, I indeed have a strategy. Oh, you have a plan? Do you think the eternal Qing Marquis doubts my capability? Yao Kuei retorts, visibly displeased. Nothing of significance. Li Qing sips from his teacup with a dismissive demeanor, provoking Yao Kuei's ire. On this joyous occasion, Yu Qian, wishing to avoid any further discord, quickly seeks to mediate, asking, what insights does Minister Yao possess? Yao Kuei cast a sidelong glance at Li Qing, yet he dared not confront him, so he acquiesced, saying, your insights are too generous. They are merely my superficial opinions. I believe that rather than squandering vast resources and allowing our soldiers of the Ming dynasty to shed blood, it would be far wiser to offer rewards. He disdainfully continued, the barbarous tribes of the grasslands are unaccustomed to civility. A little incentive will ensure their compliance with the desires of the Ming. In this process, we can further civilize them, thus securing a long-lasting peace. Minister Yao's perspective is most enlightening. Minister of Justice Liu Yu wholeheartedly agreed. To besiege a city is to act below. To win hearts is to act above. This is indeed the most effective strategy for dealing with the tribes. In truth, they were inclined to take action, yet they would inevitably consider their own interests first. When warfare commenced, the military leaders would gain strength, which fundamentally underpinned their opposition to conflict. In the 100 years of the Ming dynasty, there had been precious little time for civil officials to assert themselves. They were truly averse to being subjugated by commanders. Consequently, the overwhelming majority of civil officials adopted the political stance of diminishing the influence and power of military leaders. For them, unless it was akin to the last defense of the capital when the enemy was at their doorstep, it was preferable to avoid military engagement. Engaging in battle only provided fertile ground for the military to gain political power. Though Shi Hong was somewhat naive, he discerned that these two were not expressing their thoughts candidly. He grunted, "Whether to fight or not is a decision for the emperor. Isn't it premature to discuss this now? Moreover, the tribes must be confronted. Mere rewards will only embolden them." "What do you say, Lord Yongqing?" Li Qing merely smiled. "The situation remains unclear. Discussing it now holds little significance. By the way, isn't it time for the banquet to commence?" The others responded. "We are engaged in discussions of national importance, yet you are solely focused on the feast?" In truth, Li Qing also preferred to avoid conflict, believing that if the tribes were left to their own discord, the Ming would benefit the most. Otherwise, they risked being ensnared in the quagmire of war, which could also lead to greater stability in the tribe's internal strife. The cost of military engagement was immense. However, it did not mean that the Ming could categorically refrain from action. It depended on the outcome of the battle. If the Walla achieved a great victory, then no conflict would ensue. If the Tatars triumphed, engagement would be imperative. Otherwise, the grasslands would be unified. Furthermore, since the battles of Luchuan and the defense of the capital, the Ming army had not engaged in warfare for 15 years. If peace persisted for another decade or so, the resultant gap in military readiness could severely diminish their combat effectiveness. Under such conditions, Li Qing wished to preserve the martial prowess of the Ming forces. Yet he also acknowledged that one should not provoke unnecessary wars under the guise of maintaining military strength. The balance of these considerations was crucial. Li Qing could not help but glance toward the north, a slight furrow forming on his brow. May Walla not disappoint me. As noon approached, the emperor and empress arrived together, and the ministers paid their respects, bowing before the youthful couple. Subsequently, the music played by the Imperial Music Bureau heralded the commencement of the grand banquet. The feast was opulent beyond measure, leaving no room for concern over insufficient provisions. An array of exquisite delicacies flowed endlessly, epitomizing extravagance. Regardless, not partaking would be a waste. Li Qing was unconcerned with such matters. Once the banquet began, even Yu Qian could not claim a share, though it was unfortunate that he could not take leftovers. The emperor and empress did not linger long, merely making an appearance before departing, allowing the ministers to indulge freely. As the two departed, the atmosphere of the banquet reached its zenith. Colleagues toasted one another, and junior officials flattered their superiors, vividly illustrating the prevailing customs of the officialdom. Naturally, at a table filled with influential figures, Li Qing found himself a frequent target for toasts, resulting in him consuming an ample amount of wine. In the grand halls of power, one must not appear overly aloof. Such occasions necessitate a degree of mutual respect, and a few cups of wine would hardly affect him. However, Li Qing still felt uncomfortable in such bureaucratic environments. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he wiped his mouth and exited the palace. Having risen in the dead of night and toiling ever since, he was in dire need of rest. Upon arriving home, Li Qing did not forget his promise from the morning, as he diligently reviewed Tai Chi with his godson, feeling quite satisfied before making his way to the side chamber. "Uncle Li, what does the empress look like?" Zhu Wanqing inquired, trailing closely behind him. Not having paid much attention, he had only glimpsed her during the grand banquet before entering the palace. After a moment's thought, he replied, "She appears quite beautiful. After all, how could an empress be anything less?" "Was the banquet enjoyable?" "Yes, the flavors were quite delightful." Li Qing gestured dismissively. "Enough of this. I've been busy and am quite tired. I need to rest." Zhu Wanqing pouted. "Uncle Li, you seem to rest every day?" Li Qing halted his steps, turning back with an arched brow. "Do you have an objection?" "Who would dare?" Zhu Wanqing chuckled awkwardly. "As long as you understand," Li Qing replied coolly. "Matters of the royal family are none of your concern. Even if your title of princess were to be restored, it would have no bearing on you." Zhu Wanqing's expression fell. "Uncle Li, you still dislike me." "Spare me this melodrama," he retorted. "I am genuinely upset this time," Zhu Wanqing insisted, her concern stemming from a fear that he might neglect state affairs leading to a decline in his power and position, thus giving political adversaries the upper hand. Li Hong limped forward, awkwardly stating, "Godfather, you are indeed too harsh on Sister Wanqing." "Very well, I concede. I have wronged you this time," Li Qing acknowledged. "Is that all it takes to absolve you?" Zhu Wanqing huffed, "You know my fragile heart. Don't take advantage of it. The red envelope must be substantial," she added. Li Qing chuckled and nodded. "You shall not be deprived. Truly, such a vast estate will eventually be entrusted to you both, yet you cling to these trifling benefits. The grand estate belongs to Uncle Li. The red envelope is rightfully mine," Zhu Wanqing replied with a grin, before her expression turned serious. "Uncle, if you continue to be so idle, is everything truly fine?" Li Hong chimed in, "The court is perilous. One moment of misfortune could grant political foes an opportunity to strike mercilessly. The new emperor still holds you in favor. You must respond positively." Li Qing laughed. "You two young ones are now taking it upon yourselves to educate me? After so long in this role, I hardly require your instruction. Uncle, my elder brother and I only have your best interests at heart," Zhu Wanqing murmured. "After all, we shall all be one family in the future." Li Qing smiled, his heart softening. The care from the younger generation truly felt wonderful. "Rest assured, they lack both the courage and the means for now," he sighed. "Moreover, I shan't be idle for long. After the new year, a change in reign will occur, and the new emperor will surely undertake significant actions. The situation at the borders is reaching a critical moment, and I shall have plenty to occupy my time." Li Qing stretched her limbs and languidly remarked, "These days are my final moments of leisure. Please refrain from disturbing me." In Chapter 10, titled When a Daughter-in-Law Becomes a Mother-in-Law, the night passed with Zhen'er alone, struggling to find sleep. Surely, the Empress must be quite young? Yes, she must be young, and undoubtedly beautiful as well. Thoughts surged uncontrollably, leading to a profound mental turmoil that kept her tossing and turning. The following day, Zhen'er awoke early, eagerly anticipating Zhu Jiaxin's arrival, yet he failed to visit her. She even heard someone outside paying respects to the emperor, but still, Zhu Jiaxin did not come. By evening, his absence was still palpable. A deep sense of disappointment enveloped Zhen'er, plunging her into feelings of intense inferiority. She realized there were facets in which she could not compete. For instance, a youthful physique and delicate skin, who would still crave coarse grains after having tasted fine delicacies. She had mentally prepared herself. Yet the emperor's swift change of heart was beyond her expectations. She found it difficult to accept, even as she knew she had no choice but to do so. Zhu Jiaxin was indeed busy. As a newlywed, he naturally had obligations to fulfill. The public's attention was fixated on the empress, neglecting the presence of the noble consort, Wang, and the virtuous consort, Bai. Zhu Jiaxin, wishing to distribute his affections evenly, found the pleasures of the boudoir utterly enchanting and intoxicating. Youth, beauty, and an alluring figure. Who could resist such charms? Zhu Jiaxin, being a young man, naturally gravitated towards youthful and beautiful women, particularly as he was just beginning to explore such delights. Nevertheless, he did not neglect the necessary affairs of state. His ambition remained intact, though he overlooked Zhen'er's feelings. It was not until New Year's Eve that he finally found the time to visit her in the inner palace. "I have been rather occupied these days. How have you been?" Zhu Jiaxin expressed a hint of remorse. Zhen'er replied softly, "I wonder what has kept your Majesty so busy." Upon uttering those words, she felt she had overstepped and quickly added, "I am well. I have been managing just fine." After a brief pause, she continued, "Your Majesty, I have a request." Zhu Jiaxin, recognizing his neglect of her, readily replied, "Zhen'er, speak freely. I shall grant your wish." "I wish to become a lady-in-waiting," Zhen'er stated. Zhu Jiaxin's smile faltered, and his brow furrowed. That may not be possible. After all, he belonged to the old Zhu family, and his assurances were as hollow as empty promises. Zhen'er's heart sank. She had not expected such coldness from the emperor, especially when just days before. She said, "I do not wish for a high position. Being a lowly lady-in-waiting would suffice." In the Ming dynasty, the palace maids were not only part of the consort system but also held official titles within the palace, such as the Palace of the Head of the Ladies, the Palace of Clothing, the Palace of Ceremony, the Palace of Food, the Palace of Sleeping, and the Palace of Achievements. The two ladies-in-waiting held positions equivalent to the 5th rank, with 6 departments under their supervision. Collectively known as the 6 departments of the 24 offices, each office comprised 10 to 24 individuals, all holding legitimate official titles with authority. Note: the power of the ladies-in-waiting was confined within the palace, distinct from political power. Zhu Jiaxin shook his head. Is that truly impossible? Zhener, frustrated, exclaimed. You once expressed such eagerness. Would you truly deny even the lowest-ranking lady-in-waiting? Zhu Jiaxin shook his head once more. I have promised to grant you a title and to bestow upon you recognition. I shall not go back on my word. Zhener was momentarily taken aback, her sense of grievance transforming into a feeling of profound gratitude. The emperor, with a slight sniffle, calmly responded, As for the consort, let us set that aside. I do not wish for such matters. Being a female official suits me just fine. In truth, should I become a consort, it would not bode well for either the emperor or myself. I am the emperor, and my word is final, declared Zhu Jianshan with an air of authority. Endure this discomfort for a while. Once the Lantern Festival has passed, I shall devise a means to resolve it. The emperor must consider carefully, Zhener replied earnestly. For this would indeed tarnish the imperial dignity, and I would face criticism. I need not elaborate further. I shall ensure all matters are balanced. Zhu Jianshan waved his hand dismissively. Very well. I have official duties to attend to, but let us share a meal together. Zhener nodded obediently. Indeed. It is New Year's Eve. Must the emperor also be busy? Indeed, sighed Zhu Jianshan. The life of an emperor is far from easy. In recent days, amidst the wedding preparations, I have grown somewhat lax and have accumulated a backlog of petitions that require swift attention. After a brief pause, he added, Join me tonight for the New Year vigil. You may first disguise yourself as a maid. Of course, I shall heed the emperor's wishes, Zhener replied. Her spirits lifted, no longer wallowing in self-pity. Though she remained skeptical about the prospect of being conferred a title, she refrained from further objections, understanding that men, especially emperors, are sensitive to their pride. On New Year's Eve, in the Kuan-Ning Palace, Empress Dowager Zhou, Empress Wu, noble consort Wang, and virtuous consort Bai were gathered together. However, Wang and Bai's statuses were significantly inferior, their expressions revealing a desire to please, their faces adorned with respect. With a sense of accomplishment, Zhou, having finally ascended to her role, took pleasure in expounding on grand principles, transferring the treatment she once received from the Sun family onto her daughters-in-law. These so-called grand principles boiled down to a singular tenet. Everything must align with the emperor's wishes, and one must never defy him in the slightest. For the emperor is akin to heaven. The newly married daughters-in-law dared not speak out, even to show any sign of dissent. They listened intently, taking mental notes, dutifully proclaiming, We shall heed the Mother Empress's teachings. Zhou raised her eyebrows, feeling a sense of satisfaction, when suddenly a report came from outside. The emperor has arrived. She ceased her discourse, and the three daughters-in-law rose to stand, preparing to pay their respects. Soon, Zhu Jianshan entered the hall, Zhener trailing closely behind him, head bowed. In high spirits, Zhu Jianshan preemptively addressed the daughters-in-law before they could perform their customary greetings. No need for excessive formalities. Please, take your seats. Yes, thank you, Your Majesty, they replied. The Empress Dowager shot her son an admonishing glance, slightly displeased. While your kindness is commendable, do not allow yourselves to grow arrogant in your favored position. Indeed. Mother, Zhu Jianshan replied, scratching his nose, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to his mother's tone. He took his seat in the central position and smiled. I wish for your health and longevity. Mother, may you grow ever younger. Such nonsense, the Empress Dowager chided, yet she could not help but smile, her eyes crinkling with joy. Zhener stepped forward, serving water and wine according to rank, and then respectfully stood to the side. Following her lead, the Empress, Wang, and Bai offered toasts to the Empress Dowager and the Emperor, engaging in a display of familial etiquette that felt excessively formal for those who were indeed a family. Zhu Jianshan held little fondness for such family banquets, yet the Empress Dowager reveled in them, finding them immensely enjoyable. She had once been in their position, where she had to exercise caution in her toasts. Now, she was the one receiving them. The family banquet continued until after midnight, finally drawing to a close. Zhu Jianshan originally intended to return to the inner hall of the Qianqing Palace to spend a delightful evening with his maid sister. However, Empress Dowager Zhou urged him to exert himself alongside the Empress to expand the royal lineage. Faced with his anxious mother, who was eager to become a grandmother, Zhu Jianshan found himself without a valid reason to refuse and reluctantly took the Empress along. This predicament left one Zhener in distress. Without Zhu Jianshan, She could not enter the inner hall of Qinqing Palace. In desperation, she sought refuge in a sheltered flower garden for the night, nearly succumbing to the cold. Father, father. It is time to rise, Li Hong yawned, knocking on the door, seemingly in a daze, for today the emperor was distributing red envelopes, and he could not afford to miss out. With a creak, Li Qing opened the door and said, "Very well, go back to sleep. It's as if waking you early is a life or death matter." "Oh, that child has gone back to bed." Li Hong felt as though he had been granted a reprieve and stumbled toward his own room. At that moment, Zhu Wanqing approached with a basin of warm water. A towel draped over her small shoulder. "Uncle Li, here is the freshly warmed water." "Such a thoughtful little girl," Li Qing smiled. "Now, hurry off to bed. Uncle Li will be cooking lunch today, and there will be delicious food." "All right." Zhu Wanqing beamed, handing over the towel. "Uncle Li, wash your face quickly. I will go fetch the loofah. I can get it myself. It's freezing outside. You should go to sleep." "It's all right. I went to bed early last night, and am not tired." Zhu Wanqing waved her small hand. "Uncle Li, do wash your face," Li Qing remarked. "Why do I feel you harbor ulterior motives? Isn't it respectful to you?" The little girl pouted. "Stop pretending to be cute. It won't work on Uncle Li." He shot her a glance, saying meaningfully, "I have warned you not to venture into the unknown. You are clever, yet not sufficiently wise to compensate for a lifetime's difference. Do you think your father lost the throne due to a lack of intelligence? To be frank, your father was far more astute at your age." Li Qing scoffed. "Don't mistake your father's current jovial demeanor for foolishness. It is merely because he is Zhu Leoi. As for you, do not overestimate your own significance. What you perceive as cleverness is merely trivial wit. The world is replete with clever individuals. You still have a long way to go." "Uncle Li, enough. Go back to sleep," Li Qing said lightly. "Uncle Li can be Uncle Li, or he can be someone else." Zhu Wanqing did not grasp Li Qing's playful banter, but she understood the underlying message. "If you continue to act recklessly, I will truly be harsh with you." "Understood," she replied, returning to her chamber. "Close the door properly." "All right." In the square of the Fengtian Palace, Li Qing arrived punctually. Soon after, Zhu Jianxin made his entrance. At the inaugural annual meeting of the new administration, it was inevitable that he would deliver an impassioned speech, reflecting on the past and envisioning the future, propelling the Ming company to new heights and creating further brilliance. Zhu Jianxin had thoroughly immersed himself in his rhetoric. The veteran employees, while harboring their own thoughts, outwardly displayed expressions of surprise mixed with emotion, seemingly in agreement. Receiving a red envelope was quite an effort. What use was it to merely engage in empty rhetoric? Li Qing rolled his eyes, lamenting that Zhu Jianxin remained too naive. Perhaps in a year or two, he would come to see things differently. Zhu Jianxin spoke for over half an hour, until his lips foamed with words. Reluctantly, he paused to begin distributing red envelopes. With the new emperor's ascension and his upcoming grand wedding, this year's gifts were particularly generous. Li Qing received 50 taels of silver, which he tucked into his large sleeves, making a delightful clinking sound as he walked. However, before he could exit the palace, he was halted by Xiao Hengzi. "Lord, please wait. The emperor commands you to meet him in the Qinqing Palace." Li Qing frowned. "But today is the first day of the new year." That's what the emperor said," Xiao Hengzi replied awkwardly. "It seems additional compensation is warranted in this situation." Chapter 11. The Empress's arrival in the Qinqing Palace. The imperial study. Zhu Jianxin reclined in his chair, sipping tea with a manifest joy. One is invigorated by good fortune, and he felt particularly content over these past few days. "Why have you summoned me, Your Majesty?" Li Qing asked directly. Please sit, Li Qing." "Tea." Zhu Jianxin set down his cup and smiled broadly. "It's nothing of great import. I simply wish to converse with you. Today marks the first day of the first year of Chenghua, and as a senior official from the Yongzheng and Jingtai eras, this day is indeed significant for us to commemorate together. Wouldn't you agree?" Li Qing responded. "Your words make it sound akin to an anniversary." With a hint of exasperation, he accepted the tea from Xiao Hengzi and savored it, refraining from further comment. He understood that Zhu Jianxin was not merely indulging in idle chatter. No one would be so tedious. As expected, before he finished his cup, Zhu Jianxin could no longer contain himself and expressed his concerns. "Li Qing, it has been 15 years since the Ming army last engaged in battle. Peace reigns across the realm, a blessing for the state." Li Qing feigned ignorance, fully aware of the underlying implications. Zhu Jianxin continued, "It is often said, born in adversity, perish in comfort. While this holds true presently, Looking ahead, there are hidden dangers. I wish to revive our military capabilities. It is commendable that your Majesty harbors such thoughts. Revitalizing our military can take many forms and does not solely necessitate warfare, Li Qing replied. Drills can be conducted, and when time permits. Your Majesty might personally oversee the training. Zhu Jinshan added, I aim to swiftly consolidate military power and promote young generals through warfare, nurturing my own people. Li Qing understood this urgency, but recognized that it could not be rushed. This was not a matter to be settled by mere words. It required time for the emperor and military leaders to harmonize. Moreover, he did not wish for Zhu Jinshan to grasp power too quickly. That which is easily acquired is often undervalued. Zhu Qizhan, for instance, had become too complacent, and Li Qing's full force to restore order had only taken a few years, leading to Zhu Qizhan's inflated confidence and reckless arrogance. He did not wish to repeat such a mistake. Li Qing preferred that Zhu Jinshan strive for his achievements, with him providing support at critical junctures or stepping in when matters threatened to go awry, rather than leading the charge. Through the struggles of court politics, he believed the emperor should grow gradually. This was the proper approach. He felt it essential to subject Zhu Jinshan to some trials, lest he become overly complacent. Zhu Jinshan sighed in disappointment. In the past, Li Qing, you were bold in speech and action, always leading the way, yet now, alas. His disappointment was evident as he lamented, it seems I am indeed lacking in fortune and virtue. Your Majesty is overly concerned. I have always stood by the side of the Ming dynasty, and my loyalty has never wavered. Li Qing spoke earnestly, Your Majesty. Please do not harbor any doubts regarding this matter. Then may I inquire, Your Majesty? Li Qing interjected, asking, on which side do you stand? Zhu Jinshan was momentarily taken aback before responding, I am the emperor of the Ming dynasty, and naturally, the prosperity of the Ming realm is my foremost concern. Li Qing smiled faintly. It seems our goals as ruler and minister are aligned. We are indeed comrades on the same path. Zhu Jinshan, abandoning pretense, laid his cards on the table. As I ascend the throne, I require wise ministers to assist me. Would you be willing to serve as my right-hand man? To serve the emperor and alleviate his burdens is the duty of any loyal subject. Why speak of it in such a manner? Li Qing replied with surprise. All the officials in the court could serve as your right-hand men. Zhu Jinshan remarked. Li Qing, I trust you have been enjoying this year? He subtly hinted, hoping Li Qing would recall the previous gift of gold. But alas, Li Qing failed to catch the drift and replied honestly, it has been acceptable. Though on this New Year's Day, there is not much to celebrate, as my duty is to serve the emperor. Come, let us celebrate the new year. Zhu Jinshan, being youthful, found himself caught off guard by Li Qing's straightforwardness. How infuriating! Li Qing was pushing his limits. Zhu Jinshan, feeling powerless, experienced a surge of anger, his chest heaving. After a while, he composed himself, managing a bitter smile. The consolidation of power proves to be more challenging than anticipated. Obstacles abound from the very outset. Xiao Hengzi, observing the situation, sought to flatter, Your Majesty is wise and valiant, in the prime of your youth. There is plenty of time ahead, no need to rush. Indeed, Zhu Jinshan exhaled, gesturing gently. Xiao Hengzi, seeing the cue, offered a slight bow and retreated a few steps before turning to leave. However, just a few steps away, he was called back. Wait, where's Zhener? Xiao Hengzi was momentarily taken aback. I am not certain. It seems the lady was with you last night. Zhu Jinshan suddenly recalled and urged, quickly, go find her, promptly. Yes, I shall go at once. After a while, Zhener was located by Xiao Hengzi and brought back to the inner palace of Qianqing. Zhu Jinshan noticed her pallor and inquired with concern, Zhener, what troubles you? After a night of freezing, what do you expect? Zhener shivered. On New Year's Eve, the old lady nearly passed away. Zhu Jinshan, seeing her tremble, surmised the cause and felt deeper remorse. It was my oversight. Zhener, you must rest. Xiao Hengzi, have those two palace maids prepare some hot water. And also procure some medicine to ward off the cold. Yes, I shall do so immediately. Xiao Hengzi hurriedly departed. Zhu Jinshan's anxious demeanor felt like a warm current flowing within Zhener, who, while touched, also found herself feeling less cold. Your Majesty, I am quite well, she insisted. Oh, we cannot be careless. It is better to be safe. Zhu Jinshan spoke softly, please, go rest. Zhener felt a profound warmth, all her grievances dissipating. Just as she prepared to lie down, Xiao Hengzi returned, panic-stricken, Your Majesty, it is not good. The Empress has arrived. Xiao Hengzi was visibly anxious, resembling a man caught in infidelity. Zhu Jianxin instinctively felt guilty but quickly adjusted his mindset, calmly stating, "Yes, I am aware. Continue with your duties." Xiao Hengzi, admiring Zhu Jianxin's composure, resumed his tasks. Zhen'er wore a visage of palpable anxiety. "Your Majesty, what should we do? Perhaps I should hide for a while?" "No. She will find out sooner or later. It is of little consequence." Zhu Jianxin replied gently, "The Empress is not a petty person. There is no need for fear, especially with me here." After a moment's contemplation, Zhu Jianxin decisively stated, "You shall remain here. We will address the matter openly in due course." "Your Majesty, this is rather listen to me," Zhu Jianxin asserted with a masculine firmness. "In this palace, I hold the authority." Zhen'er still wished to retreat, not solely out of fear, but also from a profound sense of shame. The disparity in their ages was stark, and anyone who observed them might hastily conclude that she had seduced the emperor. Should such rumors spread, the censors would not spare her from their scathing tongues. Words can wield a lethal force. How many women can withstand the brutality of verbal assault? "Your Majesty, I implore you, allow me to hide for a bit," Zhen'er pleaded earnestly. Zhu Jianxin, however, remained resolute, his irritation evident. "What are you afraid of? Do you doubt my ability to protect you? I shall stay right here," he asserted, firmly grasping her hand. Before long, the Empress Wu, adorned in resplendent phoenix robes and crowned with a magnificent headpiece, approached gracefully. Her opulent attire accentuated her already exquisite features, rendering her even more regal and captivating. Though still youthful, her presence commanded respect. "I have come to pay my respects to your Majesty," Empress Wu greeted with utmost reverence. Her father, though a military figure, was renowned as a scholar, while her mother was celebrated for her literary talents. Having grown up in such an esteemed environment, it was evident that someone like Zhen'er, of humble origins, could not compare to the refined aura of the Wu family. In terms of age, lineage, appearance, and grace, Zhen'er found herself utterly outmatched, unable to lift her gaze. "There is no need for excessive formality," Zhu Jianxin remarked to Empress Wu, his tone softened by a hint of guilt. "What brings you here?" Empress Wu's cheeks flushed slightly, for she had given her heart to another. "I was merely taking a stroll and found myself in the Qianqing Palace," she replied, her voice barely above a whisper. Zhu Jianxin smiled, choosing not to unveil the truth. "Please, have a seat. I have something to discuss with you." "Very well," Empress Wu said as she settled into a nearby chair, her gaze falling upon Zhen'er. Women possess an uncanny intuition, and she quickly discerned that this young maid was no ordinary presence. Zhu Jianxin, unreservedly, introduced her. "This is Zhen'er, my personal maid." At this point, he felt a twinge of embarrassment and cleared his throat, adding, "I wish for her to continue attending to me." Empress Wu blinked in surprise and replied, "It is entirely within your Majesty's prerogative to choose whom you wish to serve you. I have no authority to interfere with your decisions." "Ah, I see," Zhu Jianxin responded, somewhat disheartened. "What I meant to convey is that I have a fondness for her." Empress Wu certainly understood. She was not a jealous woman. Yet the fact that Zhen'er was nearly the same age as her mother-in-law presented a challenge to her acceptance. However, as the Empress, she comprehended the necessity for magnanimity. The Emperor could not be expected to have only one woman by his side. To obstruct the Emperor from taking concubines would invite scrutiny from the Dowager Empress and other officials alike. Such was the nature of their era. Men held stringent expectations for women, while women were expected to exhibit grace and generosity towards men. The issue lies not merely in the fact that her husband seeks the company of younger women, but rather that he has chosen one who is nearly the same age as her mother-in-law, which she finds, to put it bluntly, quite disconcerting. Is the Empress aware of this? Wu did not want to refuse. Thus, she brought her mother-in-law into the conversation. Understanding her stern mother-in-law, she knew that the latter would never allow her son to pursue a woman of similar age. Zhu Jianxin felt a flush of warmth on his face. "Mother is not yet aware. I merely wish to discuss it with you first." The respect shown by her husband moved Wu deeply, yet she found it difficult to comprehend his taste. At a loss for words, her mind was in a whirl. Zhu Jianxin inquired, "Does the Empress have any objections?" Wu replied, "What objections could she possibly have? Even as Empress, she cannot prohibit the Emperor from taking concubines." "I harbor no objections," she said bitterly. Zhu Jianxin, growing increasingly cheerful, remarked, "You both should spend some time together. I shall go speak with Mother." With that, He disregarded the feelings of the two women and strode out of the inner chamber. Chapter 12. My son, this is an affliction that must be cured. The maidservant bowed before the empress, wishing her eternal prosperity and well-being, prostrating herself in utmost respect. She felt a sense of trepidation. Everything has a shelf life. And she was not yet confident enough to believe that the emperor would always favor her. Even if his affection remained unwavering, that could not justify her becoming presumptuous. For the emperor could not bind her to himself and take her wherever he went. Ultimately, the imperial harem is ruled by the Empress Dowager and the Empress herself. After spending 30 years in the palace, she was acutely aware of this, not to mention her own insecurities. Though she had known Zhu Jianshan longer, this did not grant her any leverage. On the contrary, Wu was the rightful, formally recognized empress. Even in an ordinary household, she would merely be a concubine and must show utmost respect to the legitimate wife. In this era, should a concubine behave impertinently, the legitimate wife could easily eliminate her without severe repercussions. It goes without saying that the harem is a place that devours its own without mercy. Jeanne bowed her head to the ground, too afraid to breathe. Rise, Wu said softly. Although she felt a swell of emotions, she refrained from expressing them due to the empress's status. It would be utterly disgraceful to be jealous of an old palace maid. Thank you, Your Highness, Jeanne replied as she stood, respectfully remaining silent with her head bowed. Wu was at a loss for words herself, feeling quite speechless, still having difficulty believing the situation. After a long pause, she finally asked, "When did your affair with the emperor begin?" Replying to Your Highness, "It has only been a matter of days," Jeanne said awkwardly, bracing herself for Wu's potential ire. However, Wu did not express anger. She merely nodded and advised, "The emperor is still young and in the prime of his desires. Do not seek to gain favor through your appearance. The emperor bears the responsibility of the entire populace upon his shoulders." "Yes, Your Highness, I shall remember your words," Jeanne replied obediently, displaying great compliance. Wu sighed lightly and remarked, "Your complexion appears poor. Are you unwell?" "Your Highness possesses keen insight. I do feel somewhat unwell," Jeanne admitted, her head lowered. "Then you should rest," Wu said as she rose. "There is no need for you to fear. I am not so petty as to hold grievances against you. To be favored by the emperor is indeed a blessing. Yet if you become arrogant and reckless in your affection, I shall not spare you." "Yes, Your Highness. I would not dare." Jeanne lowered her head even further. Wu uttered a soft sound and stepped out of the inner hall. The servant girl respectfully sent off Her Majesty the Empress Jeanne with another bow, only daring to lift her head once she confirmed the empress had walked far away. The fright had caused her to break into a sweat, and the chill had lessened considerably. Yet, thinking of the challenges that lay ahead, she felt a gnawing unease. The young empress was manageable, her words not carrying much weight. The true challenge lay with the Empress Dowager and the officials of the outer court. Jeanne dared not imagine how they would assail her if they learned of her circumstances. One step at a time, she murmured to herself, hoping for a smooth journey ahead. At that moment, two palace maids entered with warm water, respectfully announcing, "Your Majesty, it is time for your bath." Jeanne snapped back to reality, her mood brightening considerably. Having served others for so long, being attended to now felt utterly delightful. "No, this won't do. It's sheer folly." Zhou rarely expressed anger, but she was incensed. "Last night, I thought that maid looked somewhat familiar, but I never imagined it was her. Such audacity." "Mother, please calm down," Zhu Jianshan said with a wry smile. "It's just one concubine. Must we escalate this matter?" "Of course." Zhou remained resolute, her composure faltering slightly. She is of such an age. If word spreads, what will become of the royal family's reputation? The Empress Dowager scoffed, to consider elevating her to a concubine. "Only over my dead body." "But mother, I truly have feelings for her," Zhu Jianshan implored, appealing to their emotional bond. Yet, it was to no avail. The Empress Dowager retorted angrily, "You've been bewitched. What folly has consumed you?" "I simply like her," Zhu Jianshan responded earnestly. "Mother, you know that the Empress Dowager was once a maid herself." "What? You wish to make her empress?" "Not at all. I merely wish to grant her a title," he clarified, shaking his head. "I do like her, but I am not so foolish as to lose my mind. I love beauty, yet I cherish the throne even more." Zhou was left speechless, growing increasingly frustrated. "I shall not concern myself with this. It is simply unacceptable." "I like her," Zhu Jianshan insisted. "Is that truly what you call liking?" The Empress Dowager pressed her forehead, lamenting, "My son, This is a malady that must be cured. Mother, this time I truly cannot comply. Zhu Jianshan stood firm, while she continued to reason with him. Jianshan, you have just ascended the throne. The officials have yet to rally behind you. If you act so rashly, what will they think? Zhu Jianshan dismissed her concerns. What is the harm in taking a maid as a concubine? Taking a maid as a concubine is one thing, but one of your mother's age is quite another. The Empress Dowager was infuriated. What shall I say to you? Mother, I ask you, what is more important? A woman or the empire, the loyalty of the officials? Zhu Jianshan fell silent for a long while before softly nodding. Then let us postpone the formalization of her title until the situation stabilizes and the officials are on my side. Would that be acceptable? Must she be officially recognized? Mother, I truly like her, more than you know, Zhu Jianshan asserted earnestly. Zhou Shi felt a mixture of anger and resentment. In years past, Zhu Qizhan had been affectionate, yet his affections were not directed toward her. Now, her son displayed the same feelings and dared to defy her repeatedly. It pained her deeply. Do as you wish. After all, you are the emperor, and I cannot dissuade you, she said with a sense of melancholy. Mother, I realize my errors. Zhu Jianshan quickly offered soothing words, guiding Zhou Shi to sit down. He began to massage her shoulders and knead her legs, embodying the dutiful son, which somewhat eased the wounds in her mother's heart. In the small courtyard, upon returning home, Li Qing found Li Hong busy chopping filling for dumplings. Over the years, Li Hong had absorbed quite a bit of Li Qing's culinary skills. After being scolded by Li Qing, the young girl settled down, diligently rolling out dumpling wrappers, and upon seeing Li Qing, she obediently greeted him with a respectful Uncle Li, no longer daring to ask for a red envelope. Li Qing halted the two, reminding them that today was the new year, and their godfather had promised to prepare delicious food, so they should go and enjoy themselves. As he spoke, he retrieved some silver coins from his sleeves, stating, "These are from the emperor. I haven't even warmed them yet. Take them." "Thank you, Uncle Li." "Thank you, godfather," they replied as they accepted the new year's money, kneeling to bow to Li Qing in gratitude. All right, off you go to play," he urged. Li Qing approached the water vat and scooped a ladle of water to wash his hands, awaiting the delightful meal. "Godfather, may I help with the cooking?" one asked. "No need. Just go," Li Qing replied, sending them on their way while he rolled up his sleeves to busy himself. In previous years, the festive occasions had been his busiest times, and now, reflecting on it brought a touch of nostalgia. The new year always felt joyous, with the aroma of rice and meat wafting through every household. After all, during the new year, one must indulge in a grand feast. After lunch, Li Qing prepared some fried meatballs and steamed buns before leading his donkey out. The donkey, though aging, still maintained a good spirit and nimbly followed Li Qing, listening to his chatter, occasionally responding with a grunt or two. In these days, Li Qing's musings were only shared with the donkey, as it couldn't speak. Yet it seemed to understand. When Li Qing felt melancholic, the donkey would nuzzle his palm, releasing warm breaths. Before long, the holiday had passed, and it was time to return to court. However, Li Qing remained unaffected, continuing his comfortable life, though he knew this tranquility would not last long. The situation on the grasslands would likely come to a head around the Lantern Festival, and regardless of the outcome, he could not remain idle at home. After years of tension, both sides on the grassland were poised to erupt, which would undoubtedly have profound implications for the future landscape that the Ming dynasty could not overlook. Li Qing felt a sense of unease. Calculating the time, he realized that the honest Chulosper Yin Timur was now elderly, estimating that matters would come to a head within the next couple of years. Should this loyal Walla leader pass away, the Ming dynasty's control over Walla would be significantly affected, prompting questions about the path ahead. It was foreseeable that, following the turmoil of a great war, numerous tribes would seek refuge with the Ming, as the dire circumstances they faced left them unable to sustain themselves on the grasslands, making allegiance to the Ming their optimal choice. However, this opportunity was time-sensitive. It could only be seized in this wave. I must make some plans in advance, Li Qing mused. In the imperial palace, within the inner hall of the Qianqing Palace, Zhu Jianshan spoke earnestly. "Zhener, do not worry. Once I stabilize the court and pacify the officials, I shall bestow upon you the title of consort." Zhener nodded, then shook her head, replying, "Your Majesty, it is quite sufficient as it is. I am content." Zhu Jianshan placed his index finger gently upon her lips, declaring, "You are my subject, and I shall ensure you receive your rightful status in due time." Zhener replied, "Ultimately, It is merely a title. I do not concern myself with such matters. Yet I know you care. Zhu Jinshan reassured her. Rest assured, at the appropriate moment, I will grant you your name. Zhener wished to speak again, but her lips were already silenced. Since she had entered the inner palace, she had been the sole object of affection. And although she advised Zhu Jinshan to distribute his favors more evenly, he would not listen, choosing instead to shower her with attention. While Zhener felt a profound happiness, a twinge of anxiety also gnawed at her. After all, both the Empress and the Dowager Empress were aware of her existence, and if this continued, her fate would be precarious. The Emperor, the Empress, and the two beloved consorts were all exquisite beauties. Zhener gently suggested that if the dragon heir were to be born soon, the officials would be more inclined to align themselves with the court. After all, she was no longer young, and she did not wish to squander her energy on her. With moist eyes, she expressed, "If the Emperor keeps me in his thoughts, I find great joy in that. However, you are also the husband of the Empress and her companions, and the Dowager Empress is eagerly awaiting a grandchild." "I am well aware of that," Zhu Jinshan replied with a smile. "While my mother is anxious for a grandchild, what if you were to bear me a dragon heir first?" "Me? To give birth?" Zhener stammered, her heart racing with anticipation. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, reminding him, "We should let things unfold naturally. Do not neglect the Empress. She should be prioritized." Just then, a series of knocks echoed at the door. The Emperor remained unhurried, but the eunuch was anxious. "Your Majesty, the time has come." Zhener blushed and urged him, "Your Majesty, please get up quickly." Zhu Jinshan, resigned, rose to dress. As he stepped out of the inner hall, Xiao Hengzi approached him and whispered, "Your Majesty, the Dowager Empress seeks you. She seems quite displeased." "I understand," Zhu Jinshan sighed. "She must be in Kunning Palace?" "Indeed, Your Majesty," Xiao Hengzi replied respectfully. "How troublesome." Zhu Jinshan muttered as he made his way to Kunning Palace, preparing to face the impending storm. Chapter 13. Full of determination in Kunning Palace. Lady Zhou occupied the main seat, while Empress Wu took her place at the lower seat, followed by the Guifei and Xianfei in order. Zhu Jinshan sat at the opposite lower seat, facing four women, feeling the pressure overwhelming. "Do you not know why I summoned you?" Lady Zhou asked with a cold smile. "Is it regarding my recent stays in the front hall?" Zhu Jinshan inquired, feigning nonchalance. "Now that you know, let me ask you, what enchantment has that vixen cast upon you?" "Mother, you are mistaken. I have been exceedingly busy these past few days," Zhu Jinshan explained. "Having just ascended to the throne, there are many matters I am unfamiliar with, and much work to be done." "Spare me that," Lady Zhou retorted. "No matter how busy you are, can you truly claim that you lack time for rest?" Zhu Jinshan sighed heavily. "I will be more mindful in the future." "It is not merely a matter of mindfulness. You must reside in the inner palace," Lady Zhou declared with finality. "If you still care for your mother, you must quickly provide me with a grandchild, or else." She paused, adding with a huff, "I will not forgive you." "I obey, mother," Zhu Jinshan replied with a wry smile and a nod. "Very well. You and Xiao Wu may return to your chambers. But, mother, it is still broad daylight, and I have official duties to attend to," Zhu Jinshan protested. "Have you truly been occupied with official matters in the front hall?" Lady Zhou mocked. "Do not use your responsibilities as a shield. Expanding the royal lineage is the greatest duty of all." Wu Shi could not help but blush, while Wang Shi and Bai Shi instinctively placed their hands on their bellies. The phrase "a mother's worth is elevated by her son" holds particularly true within the royal context. Should a dragon son be born, the question of whether he would become the crown prince is secondary. His treatment would undoubtedly soar. The Wang and Bai families were stirred by this prospect. For in the Ming dynasty, the crown prince, much like the emperor or the retired emperor, need not be the firstborn son alone. Though the chances may seem slim, they are not entirely without possibility. Alas, they were mere consorts, unable to openly vie for favor, as the emperor's affections naturally favored the empress first. Yet, they did not lose heart. The matter was uncertain, and it was not guaranteed that being favored would lead to conception. Zhu Jinshan, despite his youth and recent intimacy, was still reluctant to engage in such obligatory unions. He said, "Mother, I truly have official matters to attend to. The chronicles of the Middle Sovereign have yet to be compiled." Empress Dowager Zhou furrowed her brow. "Now is the time to compile them?" "Well, according to protocol, it should indeed be done now," Zhu Jinshan replied, puzzled. Did his mother think it inappropriate? "Of course it is inappropriate," Empress Dowager Zhou frowned. "Where have you placed your father?" Zhu Jinshan was momentarily taken aback, But then a spark of inspiration lit his eyes. As he thought, isn't this a reason to mobilize the troops? To rescue the retired emperor? Who would dare openly oppose that? Your Majesty. Huh. Oh. Zhu Jinshan cleared his throat and continued. The chronicles of the middle sovereign must be compiled, as it is a long-standing tradition that cannot be violated. As for my father, rest assured, I will find a way to strive for his return. Whether it be military or political power, it matters not. Filial piety is paramount. Upon hearing this, Empress Dowager Zhou had no further retorts, merely stating, your intentions are commendable. I shall not interfere with state affairs, but I cannot delay in holding my grandchild. I understand. Mother, Zhu Jinshan assured her. Starting tomorrow, I shall spend the nights in the inner palace. Today? She insisted. Listening to Mother, he acquiesced. The Empress Dowager's face brightened, and she nodded. Since the Emperor has official duties, then go and attend to them. A sovereign's word is as solid as gold. Do not go back on it, otherwise. Mother will not forgive me, Zhu Jinshan teased. With a sidelong glance, Empress Dowager Zhou playfully scolded, you are already an emperor, yet you still lack decorum. Are you not afraid of ridicule? We are all family. What is there to ridicule? Zhu Jinshan responded as he rose. Then I shall be on my way. Go on then, she urged. Zhu Jinshan sighed in relief, nodding to Lady Wu before stepping out of Kunning Palace. In truth, he had not lied. After the holiday, he was indeed quite busy. Upon arriving at the Imperial Study, he immediately perused the list of officials from the Hanlin Academy, preparing to prioritize the compilation of the chronicles of the Middle Sovereign. His feelings toward his second uncle were not particularly deep, as he had lived in a semi-imprisoned state until the age of 15. However, he understood his second uncle's actions when, in his time of illness, officials gathered at the Eastern Palace to pay their respects. Such behavior was, after all, justifiable. Viewing the situation from the emperor's perspective, Zhu Jinshan could comprehend his second uncle's helplessness. Zhu Jinshan was a perceptive individual. He realized that had his second uncle harbored any selfish intentions, the throne would never have passed to him, and had he been a touch more ruthless, he might not have survived at all. Yet, the throne had indeed been bestowed upon him. Reflecting on the mess left by his father and the diligent years his second uncle had dedicated, only to meet an untimely demise, Zhu Jinshan could not help but feel a sense of melancholy. To speak candidly, Zhu Jinshan is grateful to Zhu Qiyu. Regardless of the circumstances, he did not bequeath the throne to his own son, but rather entrusted it to him. As for the grievances endured previously, they pale in comparison to the significance of the imperial throne. Moreover, Zhu Qiyu has indeed contributed to the state. This fact is universally acknowledged and accepted, and Zhu Jinshan has no desire to deny it, nor can he. Setting aside conscience, to repudiate Zhu Qiyu would be to negate the achievements of the Jingtai era and the efforts of all involved. Until he cultivates his own allies, Zhu Jinshan dares not confront the established powers. Zhu Jinshan perused the names of the Hanlin scholars and paused when he came across Lu Jian. He vaguely recalled that Li Xian had mentioned this name more than once. The top scholar of the 11th year of Jingtai could indeed bear great responsibilities. Zhu Jinshan mused aloud, then called out, "Come forth." A young eunuch stepped forward. "Your servant is here. Convey the decree. Promote Hanlin Lu Jian to the position of editor-in-chief, overseeing the compilation of the records of Zhongzong. Your servant obeys." The young eunuch performed a bow and prepared to deliver the decree. "Wait," Zhu Jinshan interjected, hastily penning a royal edict. "Take this." "Yes." The young eunuch stepped forward, cradling the edict with both hands, and turned to leave. Zhu Jinshan exhaled, contemplating. It is indeed necessary to elevate some of his own people, yet whom should he promote? Although Li Xian is not particularly old, his health is failing. He needs someone capable to assist him. Yu Qian is also aging, and Li Qing is too wild, not the type of obedient minister. Lu Jian, being a fresh top scholar, seems rather inexperienced. As Zhu Jinshan muttered to himself, a sudden realization struck him. Shang Lu. This individual had achieved the remarkable feat of winning the top 3 degrees, but had fallen from grace due to a mistake and was dispatched to Nanzili. It is said that he has a contentious relationship with Li Xian. Zhu Jinshan softly remarked, "This person must be recalled. He urgently requires the promotion of individuals into the political center to replace the outdated powers." Zhu Jinshan is ambitious. He not only seeks to seize military power, but also aims to cultivate his own allies in civil governance. Come forth. After a busy afternoon, Zhu Jianxin meticulously selected over a dozen individuals and began preparations for wielding authority. Now 18 years old, unlike Zhu Qixin, who ascended the throne at 8 and could not assert control, Zhu Jianxin's maturity has flourished, and not being oppressed by the ministers, he feels unencumbered, allowing him to act with greater composure. These over a dozen individuals cannot be promoted to high positions all at once. Instead, it must be a gradual process, lest the old guard become restless. Zhu Jianxin calculated quietly that the first order of business for an emperor is not sweeping reforms, but rather fostering one's own power base in order to gain authority and become a sovereign with real influence. Without this, even the most fervent desire for reform would be futile. This is, of course, a well-known adage. Otherwise, the saying a new emperor brings new ministers would not endure. The officials are well aware of this, which is why they often strive to curry favor with the crown prince before a power transition, extending their political lifelines. However, new emperors generally prefer fresh faces. Though veteran officials may be useful, a capable emperor will always choose to cultivate his own entourage. Only children make choices. I, the son of heaven, desire both literary and martial achievements. Zhu Jianxin's gaze was bright and filled with confidence. He believed he could accomplish it. Young people are often brimming with such self-assurance. After a day of diligent work, he naturally sought to relax with Sister Zhen'er as a reward. Yet, Zhu Jianxin remained true to his word. After indulging himself, he proceeded to the inner palace. In an inconspicuous courtyard, Lu Jian held the imperial edict, repeatedly examining it, his expression one of palpable excitement. Having spent several years in the Hanlin Academy, he had garnered a certain understanding of the intricacies of the officialdom. Compiling the annals of the late emperor was indeed a lucrative task, generally speaking, as long as one did not err. Successful completion of the manuscript would surely lead to promotion. He had initially thought he would need to toil for several more years to secure a position as a county magistrate, but unexpectedly, such a substantial opportunity had fallen into his lap, leaving Lu Jian in a state of euphoria. After a considerable time, he carefully stored away the edict and began to contemplate potential candidates. Firstly, he excluded those with greater seniority and significant backgrounds, as there was a risk of his credit being usurped. Secondly, he needed to find a person of exceptional learning, someone who would execute the task flawlessly. However, he recognized that a portion of the credit must be shared. Those who seek to monopolize accolades often meet with unfortunate ends. Thus, he pondered the necessity of finding a capable and trustworthy assistant. Having navigated the corridors of power for so long, Lu Jian was no longer the naive youth solely engrossed in the classics. He understood that the world of bureaucracy was far from pristine. Li Danyang, a scholar of merit, seemed a commendable choice. Entering the Shuntian Academy at the age of 8, he achieved the position of Jinshi in the 13th year of the Jingtai era, and his family had a long-standing military background, belonging to the Jinwu Left Guard. He was not only a prodigy, but also possessed a modicum of influence. Recently entering the Hanlin Academy, upon reflection, Lu Jian recognized that Li Danyang aligned with his interests, and he held a favorable impression of the man's character and intellect. The task of compiling the annals of Emperor Zhongzong would significantly impact Lu Jian's future career. After all, opportunities are not perpetual. The capital is replete with erudite individuals, and sometimes a mischance may never present itself again. Yes, he would do. Chapter 14. Surprise? Shock. The following day, within the Hanlin Academy. The Hanlin Academy of the Ming dynasty was relatively relaxed, a place where individuals could read, write, and engage in the compilation of national history, while also taking on private tutoring for the offspring of noble families. The remuneration from tutoring, combined with their salaries, afforded them a comfortable lifestyle. However, the pursuit of officialdom was driven by ambition. None wished to remain in such a position. As a result, the Hanlin Academy, despite its outward appearance of high moral standards, was rife with bitterness. Scholars often looked down upon each other. Many deemed themselves exceptional, dissatisfied with their circumstances, and thus, grievances inevitably arose. Even high-ranking officials were regarded by them as mere figures of little consequence. They all harbored a sentiment of, "I could do it too, if only I had the opportunity." This discontent was not without reason. The rigors of the eight-legged essay were daunting, yet they persevered, overcoming numerous obstacles, only to find themselves in a different environment of study. Although they held official titles, it felt more like a form of charity, leading to their inevitable dissatisfaction. Lu Jian walked along, listening and observing as his colleagues engaged in daily discussions about national affairs, expressing their various grievances regarding court policies and articulating their unique insights. Occasionally, bursts of admiration and praise erupted, while conflicting opinions led to heated debates, faces flushed with fervor. All that he witnessed and heard struck him as rather juvenile. Initially, he was part of this group, but as time passed, he gradually distanced himself. To put it plainly, they were a congregation of disenchanted individuals who, in their idle chatter, fancied the grand achievements they would accomplish once in power. To speak more bluntly, their discourse resembled that of gossipy neighbors, complaining about one another without any substantial difference. Now that Lu Jian had encountered an opportunity, he regarded such discussions with disdain. His aspirations had shifted from mere idle talk to the pursuit of a genuine political career, aiming to realize his initial ambitions. After a thorough search, he finally spotted the individual he had been seeking in a quiet corner. Li Dongyang sat alone, engrossed in a scroll of text, oblivious to the surrounding clamor, exuding an air of distinction. At 18, he had yet to grow facial hair, with only a faint trace of down on his lip, giving him a somewhat youthful appearance. However, the calmness in his brow conveyed a sense of maturity and composure. Noticing someone seated nearby, Li Dongyang merely inclined his head slightly, continuing to immerse himself in his thoughts. "Ah, the prodigious scholar, ever eager to learn," Lu Jian remarked, eliciting a moment of surprise from Li Dongyang. Slowly lifting his head, he recognized Lu Jian, closed his book, and smiled. "Ah, it is you, Brother Shixian." Lu Jian, being over a decade older than Li Dongyang and now in his 30s, felt comfortable bestowing the title of Li the Prodigy, a moniker that had circulated within the Hamlin Academy, and Li Dongyang accepted it without discomfort. "Have I interrupted you?" Lu Jian inquired politely. "Not at all," Li Dongyang replied with a smile. "I have read this records of the Three Kingdoms countless times. Its contents are deeply ingrained in my mind." "Truly commendable, Li the Prodigy," Lu Jian praised, fully aware that Li Dongyang's claim of memorization was not mere hyperbole, but rather a testament to his ability to recite it verbatim. However, he found it somewhat perplexing. It seemed that Brother Dongyang had a particular fondness for the records of the Three Kingdoms. Li Dongyang had yet to receive a courtesy name, so Lu Jian continued to refer to him in this manner. Indeed, this historical narrative possesses a unique charm. Each reading unveils new insights. Li Dongyang nodded with a smile. Lu Jian remarked, "To review the old and learn the new, you could very well be a teacher. Brother Dongyang, your exceptional talent surely marks you as a pillar of the nation in the future." "I am unworthy of such praise, Brother Shixian," Li Dongyang responded modestly. Then suddenly aware of something, he gently inquired, "Do you have matters to attend to, Brother Shixian?" "Yes," Lu Jian replied candidly. "The Emperor has commanded me to oversee the compilation of the Zhongzhong Shilu." "Oh," Li Dongyang's eyes brightened with realization, immediately grasping the deeper implications of Lu Jian's words. Yet, adhering to the inherent pride of a scholar, he refrained from appearing overly eager and instead smiled, bowing his hands. "Congratulations, Brother Shixian. The Emperor has a keen eye for talent. Your golden potential is finally ready to shine." Lu Jian chuckled lightly. "I am in need of a deputy. Would you consider joining me, Brother Dongyang?" This was no mere act of kindness. It was an invitation to elevate him. Though the two shared a good rapport, Li Dongyang had not anticipated such generosity from Lu Jian. "I fear my limited abilities might hinder you, Brother Shixian," Li Dongyang replied, maintaining a sense of restraint. Lu Jian chuckled. "Who in the Hamlin Academy is unaware of the prodigious knowledge of Li Shintong? If you are unable, then I truly cannot think of another." Lu Jian extended his invitation once more. "Might I inquire if Brother Dongyang would be willing to accept?" A single act of modesty suffices. Excessive self-effacement may come across as pretentious and might convey an air of excessive arrogance. Li Dongyang naturally recognized this as a splendid opportunity for advancement and promptly replied, "I am deeply honored by your kind regard, and thus I shall graciously accept." "Indeed, it should be thus," Lu Jian laughed. "I shall have to rely on you, Brother Dongyang." The two engaged in mutual flattery when a Hamlin member noticed Lu Jian and swiftly approached. Though they had not heard the specifics of the edict conveyed by the eunuch yesterday, it was evident that Lu Jian was on the brink of prosperity, making it prudent to forge favorable connections in advance. Before long, the two found themselves surrounded by colleagues within the imperial study. Li Qing and Zhu Jianshan sat across from each other, the atmosphere amicable. "Li Qing, you have devoted yourself tirelessly to the nation, You are the pillar of our state. I, inexperienced as I am, may sometimes speak too candidly. I hope you do not take it to heart, the emperor remarked. Zhu Jinshan adopted a humble demeanor, exuding a spirit of deference. Li Qing felt at ease, not solely due to the emperor's flattering words, but because Zhu Jinshan exhibited a steadiness far superior to that of Zhu Qizhan, displaying a greater understanding of restraint. The emperor is gracious. I have grown quite old. And now, I am but a frail shell of my former self, perhaps more willful than able. Li Qing sighed lightly. I see you are still thriving. Zhu Jinshan thought to himself, yet his face remained adorned with a warm smile as he continued. Before the year ended, Liaodong offered several century-old ginseng from Changbai Mountain. This ginseng is renowned for its restorative properties. I shall command that it be sent to you. Then I am most grateful, Your Majesty. Li Qing replied with a beaming countenance. Zhu Jinshan chuckled. You have contributed immensely to the Ming dynasty. A mere few ginseng roots are of little consequence. Pausing momentarily, he added, I have a significant matter to discuss with you. Li Qing nodded. Your Majesty, please proceed. Then I shall speak plainly, Zhu Jinshan stated. As the son of heaven, I am also a son in the flesh. The Grand Emperor has been adrift on the steppes for over a decade. As a dutiful son, how can I remain idle while my father wanders? In truth, Zhu Jinshan harbored a belief that his father had likely passed away, given the tumultuous state of the steppes in recent years. This sentiment was shared by the vast majority. Zhu Jinshan's actions were entirely motivated by a desire to use this premise to mobilize troops and, through orchestrated maneuvers, seize military authority. This is unacceptable, Li Qing firmly rejected. Zhu Jinshan was momentarily taken aback. Then his annoyance surfaced. As a son, is it wrong to welcome back the Grand Emperor? The Ming dynasty is governed by filial piety. Your Majesty, the Grand Emperor resides within the Ming. There is no need for military intervention, Li Qing asserted. He is in Jinling, if you wish to welcome him back. It is merely a matter of words. It was no longer feasible to withhold the truth. Otherwise, Zhu Jinshan would bring it to light, leaving no room for refusal. However, revealing the truth placed Zhu Jinshan in a precarious position, for he had only been emperor for half a year and had yet to solidify his authority. The notion of welcoming back the Grand Emperor would render his circumstances exceedingly awkward, as he had not yet grasped the reins of power. What nonsense are you spouting? Zhu Jinshan rose in agitation, torn between anger and the fear that Li Qing might indeed be speaking the truth. Li Qing, however, remained unfazed, stating, I assure you, Your Majesty, that I am not speaking in jest. The Grand Emperor has indeed returned, and the Grand Empress should now be referred to as Empress Qian, as she is in Jinling accompanying the Grand Emperor. That young girl you mentioned is the Grand Emperor's legitimate daughter, hence the Emperor's sister. You speak nonsense. Zhu Jinshan exclaimed in anger. The Grand Emperor is clearly in the grasslands. How could he possibly be in Jinling? The truth stands as it is. If the Emperor harbors doubts, he may dispatch a ceremonial escort to welcome him. Li Qing shrugged nonchalantly. He is currently at the residence of the Duke of Yongqing. Once he is brought back, the Emperor shall know the truth. Are you serious? If there is any falsehood, I am willing to face death, Li Qing asserted. Zhu Jinshan fell into his seat with a thud, his gaze fixed intently upon Li Qing, yet he discerned no flaws in his words. After a long pause, he sighed despondently, coming to believe in Li Qing's assertions. This matter could easily be exposed. Li Qing had no need to fabricate such a lie. When did this occur? Does my uncle know? Zhu Jinshan inquired. Li Qing nodded. Quite some time ago. Initially, your uncle was unaware until your sister arrived in the capital, at which point he learned the details. Zhu Jinshan's expression turned grim. This was indeed an awkward situation. He was a son of the concubine, while the Qian family was the legitimate consort. Should his father return with the legitimate consort and her son, how would he position himself? The court had yet to stabilize, and the officials had not yet rallied to his side. If his father were to return, the throne might very well slip from his grasp. Zhu Qizhan's affection for the Qian family surpassed even that for Zhener. Zhu Jinshan was acutely aware of this, having heard his mother lament about it countless times. And he recognized that his father held little affection for him, particularly after so many years of separation. Caught in a dilemma, Zhu Jinshan yearned to inquire if his father had fathered another son, yet he hesitated, fearing that the truth would be even harder to bear. Why hasn't the emperor returned sooner? Li Qing smiled and explained. He currently has no interest in the throne and wishes to avoid influencing court affairs. After a moment's pause, he added, the emperor is benevolent and filial. I believe if the emperor insists on inviting him, the Grand Emperor would be willing to return. Zhu Jinshan swallowed hard and asked, who else is aware of the Grand Emperor's situation? In Shuntian, it is just you and I, Your Majesty, Li Qing replied. Zhu Jinshan could not help but exhale in relief. He cleared his throat, forcing an awkward smile, and said, Jinling is prosperous and vibrant, with a pleasant climate. Since my father does not wish to return to the capital, I cannot compel him. To be filial is not merely to be dutiful, but also to be accommodating. Zhu Jinshan stammered. What do you think, Li Qing? Li Qing smiled in agreement. So, does the emperor still intend to deploy troops? If the Grand Emperor is not in the grasslands, there is no necessity for military action. Zhu Jinshan awkwardly admitted. Indeed, this is not a surprise, but rather a fright. Does the emperor have any other matters to address? No, nothing further. Then I shall take my leave, Li Qing said, bowing respectfully before turning to depart. After taking a few steps, he turned back to inquire, what of the ginseng from Changbai Mountain that the emperor promised? I shall send it to you shortly. Zhu Jinshan replied politely. Li Qing smiled satisfactorily before continuing towards the palace exit. Just as he reached the palace door, he encountered Xiao Hengzi, who entered exclaiming, Your Majesty, Hanlin editor Lu Jian seeks an audience, claiming he has selected the candidates for the compilation of the Zhongzong Shirlu. He requests your review. Li Qing paused in his steps, deciding not to rush away. The matter concerning Zhu Qiyu's reputation required his careful oversight. The Jingtai era must not be let down. Chapter 15. The Old Thief Oversteps. Xian Zhu Jinshan cast a surprised glance at Li Qing, inquiring, Aren't you supposed to return? Li Qing smiled lightly. There is no need for haste. I have not engaged in duties for some time, and consider myself somewhat familiar with the Jingtai reign. He paused before continuing. Having received the emperor's bounty, it is my duty to alleviate his burdens. Though I am aged, I still wish to contribute in any way I can. Zhu Jinshan was at a loss for words. You, a powerful and influential Duke Yongqing, are concerned with such trivialities? Why not dedicate your energy to practical matters? Though he grumbled internally, Zhu Jinshan refrained from saying too much, for Li Qing held his vulnerabilities in hand. Who would have thought that the Grand Emperor would be present in the Ming dynasty? Zhu Jinshan lamented his own careless words. Based on his understanding of Li Qing, this scoundrel could manipulate him for a lifetime. Since you possess such intentions, I shall accommodate you, Zhu Jinshan said reluctantly. Xian Luiqing, please enter. At your command. The servant replied, promptly exiting. Li Qing returned to his previous position, leisurely savoring his tea. After a short while, Lu Jian entered the grand hall, and upon catching sight of Zhu Jinshan clad in a dragon robe, he immediately bowed, proclaiming, I, Lu Jian, pay my respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor. His excitement was palpable, his voice trembling. Rise, Zhu Jinshan said gently. Have you selected an appropriate candidate? Yes, Lu Jian replied, standing up and presenting a list from his sleeve with both hands. The servant took it and presented it to Zhu Jinshan. After a cursory glance, Zhu Jinshan closed it, smiling. Do you know, my dear minister, that I could have designated a candidate, yet I chose to let you find one yourself? Li Qing thought to himself, isn't it simply your own laziness? I am but a fool, Lu Jian responded respectfully. I beseech your majesty for clarity. Zhu Jinshan erupted in hearty laughter, offering no further explanation, merely stating, go back and ponder it well. He gestured, and the servant promptly stepped forward to receive the list, which was then passed back to Lu Jian. Lu Jian accepted it in a daze. And as realization dawned upon him, his face flushed with excitement. This was clearly the emperor testing his abilities, indicating that he was to be favored. The sudden influx of happiness stirred his heart. Lu Jian struggled to contain his enthusiasm and cautiously asked, Your Majesty, is this list approved? It is, Zhu Jinshan confirmed. Your servant obeys, Lu Jian replied, his voice slightly altered with excitement. The emperor truly intends to promote me. Li Qing cast a surprised glance at Zhu Jinshan, contemplating. You are quite adept at this. Painting an enticing picture, though intangible, is profoundly effective. Zhu Jinshan had said nothing overtly. Yet it felt as though he had conveyed everything, a truly sophisticated approach. Indeed, the old Zhu family's talent for such persuasion had been passed down through generations. In the past, Li Qing had often found himself ensnared by the old Zhu's grand visions, leaving him exasperated and rolling his eyes. Yet, evidently, this method remained popular, especially among newcomers to the bureaucratic realm. Once Zhu Jianshun had completed his enticing portrayal, he added, Duke Yongqing is a veteran of the Jingtai era. Should you encounter any uncertainties, you may consult him. He shall review the records of the Zhongzong. Yes, I shall comply, Lu Jian affirmed. Lu Jian humbly clasped his hands and bowed to Li Qing, expressing a desire for guidance from the esteemed Yongqing Marquis. Li Qing nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips. He held a favorable impression of Lu Jian from their previous encounter during the palace examination. Lu Jian possessed an innocent heart, though he pondered whether the years spent in the Hanlin Academy had dulled his edges. Li Qing, knowing he could not remain in the court indefinitely, felt the need to prepare and nurture talent for the Ming dynasty, individuals who could genuinely contribute. Outside the palace, Li Qing remarked, I will periodically visit the Hanlin Academy to assess the progress of your writings and the content of the records. However, do not feel overly pressured. The emperor holds the late sovereign in high regard and respects him greatly. Remain pragmatic and do not be swayed by external factors. Yes, I will bear that in mind, Lu Jian replied, clasping his hands once more. Despite holding an official title, he had yet to truly enter the political arena, as those in the Hanlin Academy often referred to themselves as students out of humility. Yet, behind the scenes, many Hanlin scholars were formidable forces. Li Qing chuckled, Very well. Attend to your duties. Lu Jian bowed, watching as Li Qing departed until he was out of sight. Only then did he manage to suppress his excitement and hurriedly make his way to the Hanlin Academy. In the imperial study, Zhu Jinda was restless, unable to find solace. This monumental secret weighed heavily upon him, proving difficult to accept. While only Li Qing was aware of it in Shuntian, it did not mean that he was the sole bearer of knowledge. Confronting Li Qing directly would yield no results. Dealing with his father seemed a more viable option, but the mere thought of it was daunting. If he were to act against him, such a revelation would inevitably become public knowledge. And that was his father, his own flesh and blood. Zhu Jinda dared not entertain such thoughts, setting aside familial ties. The principle of filial piety deeply rooted in the governance of the Ming dynasty would incite widespread outrage should he dare to take such actions. Frustrated, Zhu Jinda lamented how Li Qing had him cornered. Each time they clashed, he found himself at a disadvantage, suffering significant losses. He soon realized that bestowing the title of consort upon Zhun would face even greater opposition, especially since he had initially chosen the empire over personal matters. This scoundrel is truly outrageous. That old robe pushes me too far. Zhu Jinda fumed, his face flushed with anger. Xiao Hengzi. Yes, your majesty? Xiao Hengzi replied, stepping forward, mentally preparing to apologize to the Yongqing Marquis, as his loyalty lay solely with the emperor. Go and deliver those ginseng roots to Li Qing. What? Xiao Hengzi nearly bit his tongue in disbelief. You speak so harshly, yet still wish to send him ginseng? Are you deaf? Why, yes. I shall go at once. Xiao Hengzi hurriedly responded, eager to comply. Zhu Jinda resumed his seat, thumping the imperial desk in frustration, declaring, a nobleman avenges himself. 10 years is not too late. Continue your schemes, and when you perish, I shall shatter your tombstone. Though his words were fierce, they were merely empty threats. He truly had no recourse against Li Qing. No longer a hot-headed child, Zhu Jinda refrained from excessive self-reflection, for he needed Li Qing, who had a firm grasp on his vulnerabilities. Zhu Jinda found himself lacking the resolve to retaliate. Acknowledging Li Qing's considerable contributions to the Ming dynasty in his advanced age, Zhu Jinda attempted to temper his emotions, embodying a spirit reminiscent of AQ. As time passed, the Lantern Festival arrived, signaling the end of the festive season and the return of everyone to their normal lives. Li Qing savored a sesame-filled glutinous rice ball and remarked, in the inaugural year of the new emperor's reign, various trivial and significant matters will undoubtedly surge. I shall soon find myself quite occupied. You two have resided here for quite some time. If you yearn for home, you may return. With a chuckle, Li Qing added, I am quite mobile and require no assistance from you. Zhu Wanqing inquired, Uncle Li, are you trying to send us away? Or is it that you fear we might be embroiled in forthcoming significant events? Neither, Li Qing replied. There is no need for you to remain here merely to tend to me. Regardless of the magnitude of the matters at hand, I am capable of managing them. He rolled his eyes in amusement and continued, do not be overly sentimental. After half a year here, do you not wish to return? Well, I do wish to go back, yet I also desire to show filial piety towards Uncle Li, Zhu Wanqing admitted, her cheeks flushing from being caught in her own thoughts. Li Hong asked, When will you be busy, godfather? It is uncertain. It could be within the next few days, or perhaps after the Lantern Festival, Li Qing replied. Hastily finishing his rice ball, he set down his bowl and said, somewhat indistinctly, you need not wait for me to become busy before leaving. You both have your own parents to honor. You may depart tomorrow. Exchanging glances, Li Hong and Zhu Wanqing silently nodded in agreement. Godfather, we will return to visit you. They promised. Indeed, the young girl echoed. Li Qing smiled. It is good to have such intentions. In a few years, once I have accomplished what I must, I shall return. Godfather, when will you complete your tasks? Li Qing's smile faltered slightly, his expression growing more serious. The next day, Li Hong and Zhu Wanqing bid farewell to Li Qing and returned to Jinling. As Li Qing had predicted, after half a year in Shuntian, they indeed felt a longing for home. Once the two younger ones departed, Li Qing felt a sense of relief, though he could not help but feel a tinge of emptiness. He sighed, and the donkey brayed, lifting Li Qing's spirits considerably. Fortunately, I still have my donkey companion. 3 days later, Yu Qian visited, his demeanor grave. Sir, we have received news from the grasslands. What is the situation? The fighting continues. But the most intense phase has passed, and the outcome is nearly certain, Yu Qian reported. Li Qing's gaze sharpened with concern. Who is winning? This matter was of paramount importance for the Ming dynasty's subsequent strategies, and Li Qing could not afford to treat it lightly. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, it is almost certain that the Walla will prevail, Yu Qian replied, frowning. After this battle, Walla's power on the grasslands will undoubtedly escalate, and there is even a risk of losing control. At least I am not disappointed, Li Qing sighed in relief. This outcome was undoubtedly favorable for the Ming dynasty. If Walla won, there would be no need for military intervention. As for Yu Qian's concerns about risks, Li Qing remained unconcerned. He chuckled lightly. Indeed, there is a risk of losing control, but it is not a matter of Walla growing too powerful and unifying Mongolia. Rather, it is the risk that, having grown strong, Walla may lose its formidable adversary in the Tatar, leading to a backlash. Yu Qian was taken aback, frowning. So, you mean we should continue to support Walla? Precisely. But that is extremely perilous, and the officials will undoubtedly oppose it. Yu Qian's frown deepened. Currently, Walla has already grown too large. Even the emperor may not agree to continued support. Li Qing countered. Over the years, the conflict has persisted, with Walla almost always emerging victorious over Tatar. Yet, has Walla unified the grasslands? Yu Qian was left speechless. Li Qing continued. The Tatars have been repeatedly devastated by the Walla, yet within a few years, they can rise again. What does this signify? It signifies that the Tatars can endure countless defeats, while the Walla can only afford one. That one defeat could very well spell their doom. Li Qing asserted that the Walla, being outsiders, are inherently rejected by the locals. Even those nomadic tribes that have allied with the Walla do so merely for sustenance, devoid of any loyalty. With unwavering conviction, Li Qing declared, the Walla must be supported. It is imperative. Chapter 16. Heart blooming with joy, Yu Qian sighed softly. The reasoning is sound, yet how can one guarantee it? The crux lies in the perception of the majority, who believe that the Walla can no longer be supported. However, Li Qing countered, truth is often held by a minority. Yu Qian opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from voicing a rebuttal. Over the years, Li Qing had never erred in his decisions. Has the emperor been informed of this matter? Li Qing inquired. During the morning court, I reported it to the emperor, Yu Qian responded. What was his reaction? Yu Qian forced a smile. The emperor wishes to send troops, intending to take advantage of the conflict between the two sides. But apart from a few military officials like Shi Hong, the rest are opposed. Hence, the emperor did not press the matter further, merely stating to observe the situation. It cannot simply be observed. After a Walla victory, chaos will ensue, Li Qing remarked. The Walla size poses a significant risk of internal collapse. The court must provide assistance. However, the issue remains. The principle of aiding the Walla cannot waver. Li Qing insisted, let us proceed to the palace. In the imperial study, Zhu Jianshun was reviewing memorials. Each memorial bore annotations of his insights, rendering his workload considerably lighter than that of Zhu Yuanzhang or Zhu Biao in their times. Frankly speaking, the cabinet still exerts a strong positive influence, at least for now. Zhu Jianshun had grown accustomed to the rhythm of life. Although state affairs were intricate, they were not excessively burdensome, allowing him moments of leisure with Zhen Er. In the evenings, he would stay in the inner palace, where the likes of Wu, Wang, and Bai were delightful companions, leading a rather pleasant life, buoyed by power and enjoying good spirits, provided he did not dwell on troubling matters. At that moment, a young eunuch approached. "Your Majesty, the Duke of Yongqing and Minister you request an audience." "Let them in," Zhu Jinshan replied, picking up his brush to write the words of approval before resuming his work. However, after only a few moments, his brow furrowed as he marked a large cross on the annotations. He muttered in frustration, "Still thinking of raising their salaries? Their remuneration has long surpassed the amounts set by the founder, and with so much under-the-table income, they remain unsatisfied." Minister Li Qing pays his respects to His Majesty. "Rise," Zhu Jinshan casually responded, setting aside the memorial and lifting his gaze, only then noticing that Li Qing and Yu Qian had just entered the hall. Yu Qian, somewhat speechless, found himself spared the need for formalities, thanks to Li Qing's presence. Zhu Jinshan had grown accustomed to this, and given his current wariness of Li Qing, he did not express much anger. "What brings you both here together, my esteemed ministers?" "Your Majesty, the situation on the grasslands has taken a dire turn. It is imperative that we swiftly assist the Walla," Li Qing stated directly. Zhu Jinshan paused, surprised. "Minister Li, did Minister Yu not convey the details to you?" The minister acknowledged the intricacies of the situation, asserting the necessity of assisting Walla. Li Qing spoke earnestly, noting that Walla had long been rife with internal conflicts. Its survival thus far was attributed to the support from the Ming dynasty and the watchful eyes of the Tatars. Although Walla currently enjoyed an advantageous position, the internal strife that would follow their victories was inevitable. Zhu Jinshan set aside his brush and furrowed his brow, expressing concern. What if Walla took this opportunity to expand and unify the steppes? He lamented that while he was not permitted to send troops, he was still expected to finance assistance, a sentiment that stirred his ire. Had it been another, he would have unleashed his frustration. Yet, Li Qing countered, Walla could not unify the steppes. Since the era of Emperor Xian, the Ming had provided support, and despite the passage of years, had they ever unified the steppes? Not once. They had achieved numerous victories, yet the unification remained elusive. Do you know why? Zhu Jinshan scoffed, suggesting that if they were irredeemable, then assistance was even less warranted. Li Qing sighed, pointing out that Walla were not the indigenous people of the steppes, which was crucial. Pausing, he invoked the memory of Zhu Jinshan's grandfather, recalling that Emperor Xian had bestowed the former Yuan dynasty's imperial seal upon Walla. Did the emperor truly believe that if Walla had the potential for success, Emperor Xian would have acted thus? Zhu Jinshan faltered, regardless of right or wrong. That was his grandfather, and he could hardly argue against it. Suddenly recalling the empty state treasury, Zhu Jinshan inquired about how Li Qing knew of matters from the Xuanda era. Li Qing replied that he had heard it from the retired emperor. He then brought up Zhu Jinshan's father. During the Yongle period, the retired emperor had consistently upheld the policy of supporting Walla, employing a strategy of assisting the weak against the strong, thereby ensuring the steppes remained embroiled in internal conflict, which indirectly shielded the Ming from invasion. Li Qing posed a thought-provoking question. Did the emperor believe that Emperor Xian and the retired emperor were mistaken in their approaches? Zhu Jinshan, frowning, retorted that he had not claimed such. However, he pointed out that the current predicament was that the Ming was not affluent. And just because Walla had failed to grow in the past did not guarantee they would not succeed in the future. If they did expand, would it not be akin to lifting a stone only to drop it on one's own foot? That would not happen, Li Qing confidently assured. Why? He elaborated. First, Walla possessed the Yuan dynasty's imperial seal, an artifact of immense allure to the major tribes of the steppes. Second, Walla were neither descendants of Genghis Khan nor the local inhabitants of the steppes, their numbers significantly inferior to those of the native tribes. Under such constraints, Walla could never unify the steppes. Zhu Jinshan furrowed his brow, questioning, what if Walla were to relinquish the seal? Li Qing shook his head, asserting that should Walla surrender it, regardless of who acquired it, a formidable force could be swiftly mobilized. The steppes were fragmented, and Walla would struggle to cope. Should they unite, their demise would be imminent. Zhu Jinshan smiled, understanding this reasoning well, yet he sought to tease Li Qing, a small release of his frustration. You make a valid point, he conceded, but then spread his hands in exasperation. We lack funds. Li Qing responded. And Zhu Jinshan added, if we were to assist through trade, I would not be opposed, yet their constant warfare consumes all resources. The finances of the Ming do not come without effort. We cannot simply offer them our wealth without consideration. Without waiting for Li Qing to speak, Zhu Jinshan quickly interjected. Lending is also not feasible, as their demands are excessive, and they are unlikely to repay. Despite all arguments, Zhu Jinshan was reluctant to provide assistance due to the inherent risks involved, even though Li Qing's reasoning was sound. At present, the figures presented by Walla were indeed exaggerated. Li Qing articulated his points with clarity, and Zhu Jinshan understood the stakes. However, he could not ignore the potential losses that could befall the Ming dynasty due to a miscalculation. No one could guarantee that events would unfold according to Li Qing's script. The unknown is always fraught with uncertainty. Zhu Jinshan shifted his tone, softening his stance. I understand that you, my loyal minister, have the nation's interests at heart and harbor no selfish motives. Yet, as the sovereign, I must weigh the pros and cons. I empathize with you, and I hope you can also understand my position. Zhu Jinshan expressed his sincerity, and Li Qing did not take offense. He recognized that Zhu Jinshan was not targeting him personally, but was genuinely concerned with the ramifications of their decisions. Reluctantly, Li Qing proposed a compromise. What if we do not require financial aid? Zhu Jinshan chuckled wryly. This issue is not merely about money. It is that Walla has grown too powerful. Your analysis is astute, but it does not reflect the current reality. How can you be so certain that Walla, which could not unify the grasslands in the past, is incapable of doing so now? A person changes greatly in just 3 days. How much more so after all these years? Ultimately, this is just your personal conjecture and does not prove anything. At least from my perspective, both sides of the matter are equally plausible, so why should I incur such immense costs? Li Qing chuckled softly, nodding, Your Majesty speaks truly. Underestimating an opponent is a trait that a ruler must avoid. After a moment, he added, What if this assistance could also benefit the Ming? Oh, how so? Zhu Jinshan inquired. Li Qing took a breath and explained. After the battle, internal conflicts within Walla are bound to erupt. This is beyond question. The Ming could help them mitigate these conflicts by, for instance, managing the grassland tribes that Walla struggles to control. Yu Qian's eyes lit up as he quickly grasped Li Qing's deeper intentions, exclaiming, Brilliant, truly brilliant. Your Majesty, this plan is feasible. Zhu Jinshan hesitated. This is indeed a good approach, but the question remains, will Walla agree? They certainly will, Li Qing replied. As Walla expands, they can no longer sustain such a large population. Retaining those unstable factors would only lead to disaster. Suddenly, Zhu Jinshan had a thought and smiled. If that is the case, we must still send troops to the grasslands. Otherwise, how can we bring back so many people? Li Qing nodded. Yes, troops must be dispatched, but not for combat. So, no fighting is required. I only need to send troops. Zhu Jinshan chuckled. Then it is settled. Tomorrow at court, you shall come. For such a significant matter cannot be decided unilaterally. Finally, he saw an opportunity to cultivate his own influence. Zhu Jinshan felt elated. For the first time, he found Li Qing quite agreeable. Upon exiting the palace, Yu Qian remarked, Sir, this strategy is superior to direct assistance and would garner greater support from the officials. However, Li Qing shook his head. Not quite. The optimal solution remains financial and material support for Walla. It is not that I underestimate Walla. Rather, they genuinely cannot manage it. This is merely a compromise. However, Yu Qian held a different perspective. He found it difficult to counter, instead offering consolation. This is already quite commendable, as it alleviates the burden on the Walla to some extent while concurrently benefiting the Ming dynasty. Truly a case of killing two birds with one stone. If you persist in your desire for substantial assistance, neither the emperor nor the officials would concur, and even Li Xian would sing a different tune. Moreover, the national treasury is indeed not affluent, making such strategies hard to implement. What is there to regret? Li Qing sighed softly. For now, let us proceed in this manner. However, should the Walla truly find themselves unable to withstand the pressure, I shall not concern myself with who agrees or disagrees. Upon hearing this, Yu Qian grew anxious. It would be wise for you to exercise caution. The current emperor has yet to solidify his authority, and the officials have not yet pledged their loyalty. Li Qing gently waved his hand, stating, The interests of the Ming dynasty take precedence above all else. That does not mean we can act recklessly. Yu Qian replied, alarmed. Rest assured, I shall not act recklessly, Li Qing responded with a smile. Yet, to Yu Qian, this smile sent a shiver down his spine. Chapter 17. The Game of Strategy. The following day, Li Qing attended court. Not only he, but also the seldom-seen Shi Hong made his appearance. In the Grand Hall, Li Qing articulated the pros and cons, presenting a case for sending troops without engaging in battle, thus effectively silencing many dissenting voices. Naturally, Shi Hong and Yu Qian aligned themselves with Li Qing, and upon hearing the notion of avoiding conflict, Li Xian felt a weight lift and also sided with Li Qing. The civil officials found the situation uncomfortable, yet it was not entirely unacceptable, as there would be no warfare. Military achievements were tangible, and they could not disregard their conscience to utter falsehoods. But retrieving people from the grasslands could hardly be deemed a military accomplishment, leaving ample room for maneuver. Of course, the primary reason was that the Ming dynasty could not afford to remain indifferent. They were not foolish. If they were to neglect the situation and allow the grasslands to unify, peace at the borders of the Ming would be forever elusive. At that point, regardless of their preferences, the martial generals would rise, and they could not refrain from permitting the army to strike back against an invading enemy. Considering all factors, this course of action incurred the least loss for them. This time, there was no heated debate. The decision was reached with minimal discussion. Zhu Jianxin, for the first time, felt that the individuals beneath him were not so detestable after all. In the imperial study, Zhu Jianxin was elated. At last, he could ostensibly cultivate his own power. This initial step opened the door for further maneuvering. Shi Hong was aging, as was Shi Biao, and both were loyalists of the late emperor. Zhu Jianxin, regardless of his motives, had no intention of nurturing them. He aimed to foster a younger generation of loyal commanders dedicated to his cause. Thus, Zhu Jianxin finally initiated the first battle for consolidating power. Yet, he soon found himself in a quandary. Whom should he cultivate? The intricate web of relationships within the military rivaled that of the court in complexity. How many individuals were connected by kinship? And how many possessed the capability worthy of cultivation remained debatable. While investigations could yield results, the time required was excessively lengthy, and the current circumstances did not permit such delays. Zhu Jianxin feared that if he took too long, the ministers would find other justifications to procrastinate and refuse, and he did not wish to squander this hard-won opportunity. Is there anyone whom I can trust implicitly and who is wholly devoted to me? Zhu Jianxin fell into deep contemplation. Suddenly, Zhu Jianxin's eyes sparkled with realization. He had it. His father-in-law, Wu Jun. This man would undoubtedly remain loyal to him, as Wu Jun was the national father-in-law. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, the future crown prince would be Wu Jun's great-grandson, a relationship that warranted the highest trust. Otherwise, throughout history, marital alliances would not have held such value. Naturally, it was also essential to guard against the undue influence of powerful relatives. However, Zhu Jianxin felt little concern, for he was still young and confident, believing that once he matured, he would possess the ability to manage or even find alternatives. The pressing matter was to seize power. Without tangible authority, Zhu Jianxin felt an incessant sense of unease, particularly with the presence of an abdicated emperor in Jinling. His father's existence only intensified his feelings of insecurity. With a deep breath, Zhu Jianxin muttered to himself, "The power that belongs to the emperor, I shall reclaim bit by bit. This realm is my realm. Summon someone." The following day, Wu Jun received the general's seal, taking full responsibility for the subsequent communication with the nomadic tribes, and news spread like wildfire. In no time, the ministers were in uproar, voices of dissent echoing throughout. Some were envious, while others genuinely feared the ascendance of powerful relatives. In any case, the number of opposers was overwhelming, and the censors seized the opportunity to voice their grievances, accusing the emperor of exploiting his position for personal gain. Assigning a mere former commander to such a monumental task, which they deemed farcical. The cabinet, the 6 ministries, and even Yu Qian disapproved of Zhu Jianxin's actions. Before becoming the national father-in-law, Wu Jun was merely an obscure figure, perceived by many as unworthy of such a significant role. Of course, how they might feel if the roles were reversed remains uncertain. Yet, Zhu Jianxin was resolute. He had few individuals he could trust, and his father-in-law was undoubtedly an excellent choice. The astute courtiers quickly discerned Zhu Jianxin's intentions, and thus, they discarded their masks of congeniality. It was akin to a newlywed couple, just past their honeymoon, beginning to find fault in one another. Zhu Jianxin, as emperor, demanded absolute authority, which was justifiable. The ministers had labored tirelessly for years to attain their positions, only for the new emperor to shift the paradigm and cultivate new power, thereby threatening their interests, which was only natural. Consequently, the harmonious relationship that had endured for 6 months between a wise ruler and capable ministers was irrevocably shattered. For the first time, Zhu Jianshan witnessed how loathsome and detestable these individuals could be after revealing their true faces. They were akin to a horde of treacherous brigands. However, Zhu Jianshan did not act recklessly. Instead, he employed the tactics of a scoundrel, neither opposing, nor rejecting, nor accepting. Upon witnessing this demeanor, his courtiers could hardly tolerate it. Was this not a betrayal of trust? They had truly been blind to the truth. After the initial fervor of love, the reality of their relationship became apparent. One was merely a facade, while the other was merely an illusion. The inevitable conflict between ruler and ministers erupted. Zhu Jianshan insisted on utilizing Wu Jun, while the ministers countered with the suggestion of Shi Hong. Zhu Jianshan remained steadfast in his choice of Wu Jun, and the ministers rejected it. Neither party was willing to concede to the other's opinions, yet both maintained a level of composure, engaging within the framework of established protocols. Zhu Jianshan did not resort to imperial edicts, nor did the ministers attempt a coup. Despite their discord, they were not entirely at odds, and state affairs remained largely unaffected, resulting in a restrained atmosphere overall. Li Qing did not involve himself directly. Instead, he instructed Zhu Jianshan to issue a decree, commanding the scouts beyond the Great Wall to closely monitor the battles on the grasslands. The outcome of the conflict between the two sides was of paramount importance, and the specific arrangements of the Ming dynasty would hinge on who emerged victorious. Although the odds favored the Oirat, the final verdict had yet to be determined. His suggestion was promptly approved, and none of the ministers opposed it, for it bore no significant impact on them. Having achieved his objective, Li Qing ceased attending court, opting instead to frequently visit the Ministry of War to stay informed about the latest developments on the grasslands. Occasionally, he would also visit the Hanlin Academy to keep track of the progress of the Zhongzong Shilu, sometimes sharing obscure tidbits unknown to outsiders, enriching the historical record and simultaneously enhancing the persona of Zhu Qiyu, making it more multidimensional. As for the power struggles within the court, Li Qing remained indifferent, as the ultimate outcome would still benefit the Ming dynasty. Moreover, after several days of observation, Li Qing had developed a certain understanding of Zhu Jianshan's political acumen. At least for the time being, the methods exhibited by Zhu Jianshan were completely aligned with, if not exceeding, Li Qing's expectations. While employing relatives by marriage had its criticisms, it was indeed an expedient means to seize power, and once firmly in control, it would be quite easy for a sovereign with real authority to diminish the influence of those relatives in favor of substitutes. Zhu Jianshan's strategic move was not misguided. What Li Qing found even more admirable was Zhu Jianshan's understanding of propriety, a quality all too rare among the emperors of the Zhu family. Zhu Yuanzhang disregarded decorum, as did Zhu Di, Zhu Zhangji, and Zhu Qixin. Yet history has shown that such disregard eventually incurs a price, manifesting both overtly and covertly. In the realm of power, the dynamics hinge more on the art of negotiation, balancing the opposing party's tolerable limits, which is of utmost significance. One could assert that Zhu Jianshan's core strategy was astutely correct, demonstrating an understanding of patience. Thus far, aside from the matter of Wanqing, there was little to critique. Li Qing felt he may have underestimated him. Nevertheless, it was ultimately a positive development, as Li Qing wished for an emperor who could govern effectively without his assistance. He had a premonition that Zhu Jianshan might prove to be the most capable emperor since Zhu Zhangji, potentially surpassing him and becoming the foremost sovereign after the founding emperors, Taizu and Taizong. Of course, this was contingent on maintaining the right course without deviation, a certainty Li Qing could not guarantee, leaving it to the passage of time. Upon returning to his small courtyard, Li Qing tended to the donkey, and after concluding his chores, he found himself somewhat hungry. Since the departure of the two younger ones, he had not ventured to the market. His home lacked provisions, and he was too lethargic to go out. Most times, he simply endured, knowing he would not starve, as it did not impede his bodily functions. After chatting idly with his donkey companion, Li Qing, having nothing to occupy his mind, prepared to take a nap. Unexpectedly, just as he stood up, a knock resonated at the courtyard door. "Sir, are you home?" came the voice of Yu Qian. "I'm here," Li Qing replied, opening the door to find Yu Qian looking hurried and grave, causing Li Qing's heart to sink. Had news arrived from the grasslands that the Oirat had been defeated? Yu Qian shook his head. "Not at all. Why do you come with such a long face?" Li Qing exclaimed in irritation. "You startled me." but it is indeed significant. Li Qing's gaze sharpened as he stepped inside. After securing the door, he turned to inquire, "What is the matter?" "The emperor intends to depose the empress." "What?" Li Qing was taken aback, utterly astonished. Isn't he insistent on relying on his father-in-law? What has prompted this sudden turn of events? Even if that were not feasible, it should not lead to the empress's dismissal. This was indeed a significant matter. The empress, a figure of grace and authority, should not be so easily discarded. When Zhu Zhangji deposed the Hu clan, it was a meticulously plotted scheme, carefully orchestrated over a prolonged period with the assistance of the three Yangs. Li Qing found Zhu Jinshan's actions utterly perplexing and exclaimed, "What is the rationale behind this?" "It's a long story, but to put it simply, there is collusion at play," came the response. "Collusion?" Li Qing queried, puzzled. Wasn't there someone in the palace who accepted bribes from the Wu family during the selection of the empress, manipulating the process to sway the final decision? He paused. Even so, that hardly warrants the empress's deposition. To be frank, among those final 12 candidates, how many were truly untainted? Li Qing struggled to comprehend Zhu Jinshan's motives. Was he attempting to demonstrate his imperial might, thereby intimidating his ministers? Such a crude tactic seemed unworthy of Zhu Jinshan. It was akin to two individuals in conflict, where one, finding himself at a disadvantage, strikes his wife and proclaims, "Do you see how formidable I am?" This behavior is nothing short of foolish. Having interacted with Zhu Jinshan for an extended period, Li Qing believed he was not of such simple-minded disposition. The selection of an empress never possessed absolute fairness. This was a truth well understood by all. Moreover, the ramifications of deposing an empress were monumental, rivaling the upheaval caused by the ousting or appointment of a crown prince, stirring turmoil both within the court and among the populace. Chapter 18. The Emperor's Wrath. To clarify, Yu Qian elucidated, it is not merely a matter of bribery and corruption. If one delves deeper, the Wu family and its associates are engaged in a grand scheme. Li Qing furrowed his brow. Wu Jun, a mere low-ranking commander, was insignificant before his daughter ascended as empress. What associates are you referring to? The Marquis of Huaining, the current commander of the 3000 troops, is the empress's maternal uncle, Yu Qian explained. Furthermore, the Marquis has familial ties with the eunuch Niu Yujia of the Imperial Sacrificial Office. Yu Qian meticulously unraveled the intricate web of relationships to Li Qing. The three families' alliance was subtle, unbeknownst to the public. However, the emperor's insistence on relying on his maternal relatives bred discontent, prompting private investigations into Wu Jun's unsavory dealings. As fate would have it, they uncovered the truth. The alliance among the three families was known to very few, yet the influx of substantial bribes compelled the information to surface. It was extracted from the Wu family's steward, and subsequently, the trail led to a complete revelation. Yu Qian sighed. Had it not been for this incident, this secret might have remained concealed. Li Qing, taken aback, remarked, "Indeed, notoriety breeds fear. And this current cadre of officials is no less adept than modern-day netizens at unearthing information. They are all astute detectives." Yu Qian, not grasping Li Qing's contemporary terminology, responded gravely, "The internal court, the harem, and the 3000 troops. This formidable alliance possesses an overwhelming influence. Even after the crown prince is established, the connections between the palace and the military must not be underestimated." The emperor, upon learning the underlying circumstances, was incensed. "Wait a moment," Li Qing interjected, incredulous. "Is it truly necessary for a mere eunuch to go to such lengths? What could he possibly gain from this?" "There are members of the Niu family serving in the court," Yu Qian replied. Li Qing's gaze sharpened. "Ah, that makes sense." Approaching the table and taking a seat, he pondered, how does the emperor intend to handle this matter? Yu Qian, seated opposite him, replied, "The families of the Marquis of Huaining, as well as the Wus and Nius, have all been placed under house arrest, with the Eastern Depot and the Jinui maintaining a vigilant watch day and night. However, the emperor has yet to provide any specifics on how to proceed." "And the officials?" Li Qing inquired. "Most are merely spectators, reveling in the misfortune, while a few consider the deposition of the empress to be ominous, though they are in the minority." Yu Qian continued, "The actions of these three families have clearly violated the emperor's bottom line. The officials are not foolish and recognize that any attempts at obstruction would only compel the emperor to take drastic measures. Thus, they largely have no objections to the empress's removal." Yu Qian sighed. "Moreover, There is a palpable sense of outrage among the majority regarding this malicious incident. It reflects a predatory ambition that transcends all bounds. Do you personally support the Empress's removal? Li Qing asked. Yu Qian nodded and countered. Do you believe it to be inappropriate? Not at all. I was merely inquiring, Li Qing expressed with a hint of lamentation. It has barely been a short while since the grand wedding, and yet Empress Wu is not even 20. It is truly a pity. Yu Qian couldn't help but feel a tinge of sorrow. Most women rarely dictate their own fates. She merely serves as a pawn for the Wu, Sun, and Niu families. She is certainly unaware of these machinations, at least until the birth of the dragon's son and her elevation to the status of crown prince. Alas, she is quite innocent. Pausing for a moment, he added, nevertheless, the Empress's removal is now all but certain. No emperor would turn a blind eye to such matters, lest it invite numerous imitators. Indeed, Li Qing sighed. What news from the steppes? Any updates? None as of yet. The Tatars are retreating under pressure, their defeat becoming increasingly apparent. It should not come as a surprise. Yu Qian lamented. We must act swiftly on our side, especially with this incident unfolding. Li Qing contemplated before asking, are the officials still supporting Shi Heng? Indeed. Yu Qian replied with a wry smile. Shi Heng is a distinguished figure from the Jingtai era, and in that regard, his stance aligns with that of the majority. Furthermore, given his advanced age, he is largely in a state of retirement, posing no threat. Aside from the title of Marquis of Wuqing, Shi Heng's military authority cannot be inherited by his descendants, as this is an unwritten rule. There has never been a precedent for military power to be passed down through a single family. The Shi family may reap some benefits, but the emperor would never allow them to inherit Shi Heng's military command. Yu Qian asserted that, from any perspective, Shi Heng remains the most suitable candidate. He sighed. In truth, I too lean toward Shi Heng taking the reins. After all, these steppe tribes have turned to the Ming out of sheer necessity. And having just endured a great battle, their wildness is at its peak, making the potential for rebellion quite likely. We need a capable and seasoned general to maintain order. And Shi Heng can certainly manage that. Li Qing nodded slightly. Are you concerned that the emperor may choose not to employ Shi Heng? Indeed. Yu Qian replied with a pained smile. After this incident, the emperor's suspicions are bound to intensify, perhaps even fostering a sense that there are always schemers seeking to harm him. Li Qing articulated his thoughts. Yes. Yu Qian furrowed his brow. This is precisely what I fear most. Mutual suspicion between the ruler and his ministers can have a profoundly detrimental impact on the court. Li Qing chuckled softly, saying, at your age, you should not shoulder every burden. Allow yourself some relaxation. After all, you have me to rely on. Yu Qian was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a silent laugh. Indeed, you speak wisely, sir. It appears I have been overly anxious. However, he added with concern, I can see you are weary, and I wish to alleviate some of your burdens, for time is of the essence. Li Qing remained silent for a moment before forcing a smile. It is precisely because your time is limited that you must not squander it. One must live for oneself at times. After a brief pause, he continued with a smile. I have plenty of time to spare and am untroubled by waste. You, with your limited time, should not compete with me. With my support, what is there to fear? It is not fear, merely a tinge of worry, Yu Qian replied. There is no need for worry at all, Li Qing said, stretching lazily. When faced with problems, one must resolve them. Fretfulness and anxiety do not solve anything. They are merely the disturbances of the mediocre. Indeed, Yu Qian wholeheartedly agreed. This principle is clear to all, yet how many can face difficulties without worry or distress? Your level of understanding, sir, is unattainable for us ordinary folk. Li Qing chuckled. Are you now trying to flatter me? In truth, you are quite extraordinary. Yu Qian laughed as well. In that brief exchange, the weight of his worries had lightened considerably, for he knew Li Qing possessed the capability to find a solution. In Kuan-Ning Palace, Wu Shi knelt on the ground, her face pale and bewildered as she struggled to comprehend the unfolding events. Just last night, they had shared a bed, yet today the Wu family faced confinement, and her own downfall loomed ominously. The abruptness of it all left her mind in disarray. She could not grasp the accusations of bribery, conspiracy, and usurpation of power that her husband spoke of. They were incomprehensible to her, as she had been wholly uninformed. Zhu Jianshun was still engulfed in furious indignation, his words laced with venom as he accused her of frivolity and depravity, questioning how she could partake in the ancestral rites. The notion of one night of marriage brings 100 nights of affection was cast aside in his wrath. He had every reason to be enraged. Who would not be incensed if so cruelly deceived? Especially as he had intended to support the Wu family. And had it not been for discord between sovereign and subject, he would have foolishly continued to uphold his father-in-law. As it stood, he felt utterly humiliated. Zhu Jianshun had been played for a fool, teetering on the brink of being sold while assisting the very ones who deceived him. It was the first time he had lost control of his composure, unable to manage his emotions. Meanwhile, Wu Shi experienced a whirlwind of confusion, fear, and despair. Her world had crumbled, yet ironically, she remained oblivious to her own missteps. Her delicate face drained of color, her once bright eyes now devoid of their luster. Zhu Jianshun continued to berate her, but Empress Dowager Zhou could no longer bear to watch. Jianshun's ire should not be directed at Wu. The Wu family would not disclose such matters to her so swiftly. Cease your accusations, she is entirely unaware. The Empress Dowager felt a pang of sympathy. While punishment was warranted, her son's words were excessively harsh. As a woman herself, she could empathize with Wu Shi's plight. To be frank, she held Wu Shi in high regard. The young lady was well-educated, gentle-natured, and obedient. The unfortunate events that had transpired left her feeling regretful. Zhu Jianshun took a deep breath, calming himself for a moment before stating, I wish to depose the Empress. Does my mother have any objections? Depose her. But do not harm her, the Empress Dowager replied, agreeing. Zhu Jianshun cast a cold glance at Wu Shi before sweeping out of the room. The Empress Dowager watched her son depart in a fit of rage, then turned her gaze to the crumpled figure of Lady Wu on the ground. Once disregarded by the Emperor, she felt an unexpected empathy for Lady Wu in this moment. Leaning down, she gently tucked a strand of hair from Lady Wu's forehead and softly reassured her, do not fear, the Emperor will not harm you. Lady Wu, lost in a daze, murmured, why, Mother Empress? Why is this so? The Empress Dowager remained silent, enveloping her in a warm embrace. An urgent court assembly was convened. Zhu Jianshun declared with unwavering resolve, depose her. His words left no room for negotiation. The ministers, recognizing the gravity of the issue, dared not voice dissent. It was a matter of principle, affecting them not at all. Even the usually vocal censors and officials, who sought to assert their presence, fell silent. Thus, the decision to depose was conclusively settled with the tacit approval of the court. With the Empress Dowager and ministers secured, Zhu Jianshun turned his attention to the Wu, Sun, and Niu families. Yet, when the moment for action arrived, he hesitated, not out of compassion, but from concern that excessive measures might destabilize the realm. These three families represented significant factions, the imperial in-laws, military leaders, and internal officials. Swiftly eliminating them might provide immediate satisfaction, but it would also sow discord among these groups. Zhu Jianshun chose to refrain from hasty decisions, allowing himself a day to regain composure and avoid being driven by anger into making irrational choices. On the following day, he issued his decree. The Wu family's assets were confiscated. Their patriarch, Wu Jun, and their uncle, Wu Xiong, were exiled to the frontier. The influence of the Ming dynasty's imperial in-laws was not substantial. Sparing their lives was already a considerable act of clemency. The Marquis of Huaining was stripped of his title and expelled from the capital, while Niuyu was banished to Jinling without confiscation. He was an internal minister, and it was essential to maintain some level of appeasement, given their role in balancing the external powers. Zhu Jianshun exercised remarkable restraint, refraining from executing anyone. Chapter 19. This imperial power is firmly within my grasp. Upon learning the outcome of the proceedings, Li Qing could not help but express a sense of relief. Zhu Jianshun, the sole emperor since Zhu Zhangji to capture his attention, clearly outshone his predecessor in terms of action and decisiveness, albeit due in part to Zhu Jianshun's lack of experience. Zhu Zhangji, as the eldest grandson, had been groomed by two emperors, benefiting from a plethora of resources and support, gradually acquiring military authority even before his ascension. Thus, when Zhu Zhangji finally took the throne, he was already a sovereign with substantial power. His formidable influence was well recognized during Zhu Di's reign. It was understood that the future heir apparent would inevitably ascend, allowing Zhu Zhangji to circumvent much of the time typically squandered in consolidating power. This was fundamentally why, despite a decade of rule, he accomplished so much. The Xuande era, while lacking in dramatic flair, can be said without exaggeration to have been shaped by Zhu Zhangji. Whether it was decentralizing power to the cabinet, educating eunuchs, or establishing provincial governors and censors to oversee local governance. The framework of power in the Ming dynasty was crafted by Zhu Wanqing and would endure. However, Zhu Jinshin could not compare. He could hardly aspire to such heights. It is not that he lacks the capabilities of Zhu Wanqing, but rather that he does not possess the fortunate destiny of Zhu Wanqing. Zhu Wanqing is the legitimate firstborn son and the rightful heir, while he is but a son of a concubine, with a mother who is not well regarded. Zhu Wanqing was granted military authority even before ascending the throne, whereas he, upon his ascension, must navigate power with caution and restraint, always mindful of the opinions of others. Zhu Wanqing was cherished by his grandfather, the emperor, and favored by his father, the crown prince. He, on the other hand, faced neglect and hardship from a young age, with his father treating him as little more than a burden. Although his uncle did not harm him, he was also denied early exposure to court affairs. Now, having finally ascended to the throne, he finds himself beset by the return of his burdensome father. What cruel twist of fate is this? He lamented, alas, my circumstances are dire. Zhu Jinshin struck the imperial table in frustration, cursing the misfortunes of his origin. Even in marriage, he finds himself ensnared. The woman he adores cannot bear the title she deserves. What nonsense is this? With a deep exhale, Zhu Jinshin sought to compose himself and began to strategize for the future. The selection of an empress was paramount. A sovereign cannot be without an empress. And leaving the position vacant for too long could lead to unforeseen turmoil. Conducting a new selection would be an impractical use of time, and Zhu Jinshin was not inclined to pursue that route in the near future. Thus, he turned his attention to the candidates of the Wang and Bai families. He harbored affection for Wang Zhen'er, yet he knew she could not be empress. Aside from the question of status, their age difference posed an insurmountable barrier. His fondness for a woman 17 years his senior was his own affair, but elevating her to the status of empress would become a matter of state. Zhu Jinshin understood the weight of such decisions. He could bestow upon Wang Zhen'er all the love he could muster, yet he could not grant her the highest title, for he was the emperor. He cherished the beauty, yet he adored the empire more. As for the choice between the Wang and Bai families, Zhu Jinshin found himself indecisive. The Wang family boasted a superior lineage, and their temperament was fitting for the role, gentle and refined, possessing great intellect. It was only natural for her to ascend further. In contrast, the Bai family fell short in both lineage and demeanor, although these attributes were often intertwined. However, Bai possessed a quality that Wang lacked, her physical allure. Clearing his mind of such thoughts with a shake of his head and a wry smile, Zhu Jinshin sighed. I shall consult with my mother first. The ministers will surely have their opinions as well. It is truly difficult when even the primary consort holds no sway. A bitter taste lingered in his heart, strengthening his resolve to consolidate power. If he could not make decisions in such matters, what kind of emperor was he? No matter how many wise policies he harbored, how could he implement them? Zhu Jinshin gritted his teeth, vowing to seize the imperial authority, for even Li Qing could not stand in his way. In the Kuan-Ning Palace, the sympathetic Empress Dowager Zhou was compelled to ponder the matter of designating an empress, as it bore significant implications for the dignity of the royal family and the reputation of the sovereign. The younger Wang is more suitable, she reflected, setting aside her lineage. She better embodied the qualities of an empress, while the younger Bai was too restrained and submissive. Zhu Jinshin furrowed his brow, but she hails from the southern Jili, a political power center, second only to the capital. What of it? Empress Dowager Zhou held a differing opinion, asserting that the influence of southern Jili did not extend to the capital. Even if there were some entanglements, they were inconsequential. The paramount importance lay with the empress, the mother of the realm, and one should not forsake the essential for the trivial. After a brief pause, she added, with the former empress recently deposed and a new one to be enthroned, discussions are inevitable. Although Prince Xiao is more suitable, you have chosen to elevate Xiao Bai. Will the officials acquiesce to your decision so easily? You have just ascended the throne. Uniting people's hearts is of utmost priority. You have a penchant for beautiful women. There will be many opportunities ahead. Zhu Jinshin felt a sense of resistance. At this moment, he was acutely aware of the phrase once bitten, twice shy. He found it difficult to place his trust in the Wang family. Southern Jili was indeed known as a minor court, and Zhu Jinshin felt he must tread carefully. Nevertheless, the Empress Dowager's words were not without merit. Due to the recent turmoil surrounding the Wu family, he had already strained relations with the officials, who were currently scrutinizing his every move, especially with the decisive battle on the grasslands nearing its conclusion. Zhu Jinshan sighed helplessly and said, "Then I shall heed the Empress Dowager's counsel." He then tentatively remarked, "Mother, I wish to grant Zhun a title." "That is not permissible," Empress Dowager Zhou replied. Shaking her head, this matter was non-negotiable. "There will come a day when I shall no longer consult anyone, nor will I regard anyone's sentiments." Zhu Jinshan silently nodded, rising to depart. "I have state affairs to attend to. I shall first go to the study." Let us finalize the enthronement matter within these few days." "Very well." "Your Majesty, take care," Empress Dowager Zhou acknowledged with a nod. 3 days later, the Ming dynasty once again enthroned a new empress. However, compared to the grand spectacle of Zhu Jinshan's wedding, the ceremony was noticeably less extravagant, albeit still quite elaborate. Li Qing, having heard there would be no banquet, chose not to attend. The enthronement of the new empress significantly diminished the controversy surrounding the former empress's deposition. Within a few days, no one spoke of it any longer. After all, most individuals were primarily concerned with their own interests, and discussions over tea and meals served merely as entertainment, ultimately returning to the rhythm of normal life. During this period, Shi Heng was quite troubled. He genuinely felt his age weighing upon him. Now, he longed only for a peaceful life at home. If war were to arise, he could grit his teeth and manage somehow, but he did not wish to engage in it. Yet, many hoped he would go, as his presence would minimize their own risks. Shi Heng, unwilling to go yet unable to overtly refuse, sought Li Qing's assistance. "Sir, you must help me. Those scoundrels harbor ill intentions. You do not wish to go?" "Certainly not," Shi Heng replied with a wry smile. "If it were battle, that would be one thing. But I do not wish to run errands." Shi Heng grumbled, "At my age, dying on the battlefield might bestow a certain honor, but to perish during the journey to and fro across the grasslands would be utterly disgraceful." "Your health is not so dire," Li Qing chuckled. "A bit of exertion won't kill you. Do you wish for me to go?" After pondering for a moment, Li Qing nodded. Although they claim there will be no battle, one cannot guarantee it will not arise. There is still risk involved. However, I can assist you. If you were to serve as military supervisor, I believe I could manage. Shi Heng's demeanor distinctly shifted, even beginning to entertain hopeful thoughts. For many years, he had ardently wished for Li Qing to return as his military supervisor. There was no other reason than the prestige it would bring. Despite Li Qing having been sufficiently low profile in recent years, his legitimacy and the accumulation of power during the Jingtai period were unparalleled. Although the courtiers held a disdainful view of Li Qing and even harbored jealousy towards him, none dared to underestimate his capabilities. The mere fact that he played a pivotal role in restoring order during the chaotic reign of the Zhengtong dynasty was enough to instill a sense of caution among them. The formidable three Yangs were indirectly brought to ruin by Li Qing, and such achievements were indeed remarkable. Consequently, the influential figures in the court preferred to avoid provoking him whenever possible, for they understood that antagonizing him could lead to dire consequences. Despite lacking formal power, Li Qing possessed an almost terrifying influence. Everyone acknowledged his prowess and recognized their inability to surpass him. Over time, this led to a reluctance, if not fear, to oppose him. Having Li Qing as a deputy was undoubtedly a matter of prestige. "Shall I find you a deputy?" Li Qing inquired, assuring he would be of assistance. "I trust you," replied Shi Heng. Li Qing shook his head. "I cannot venture far to the grasslands. The current political situation is unstable, and I must remain in the capital to oversee matters." "Oh, come now," Shi Heng teased. "I haven't seen you do much, always staying indoors like a recluse." Li Qing chuckled. "That is precisely because I am here. If I were to go to the grasslands, certain individuals might not behave so obediently." "Very well." Shi Heng sighed in disappointment. "I had hoped you would help mediate the situation. If I can avoid going, I shall. It seems everyone is pushing me to serve as a shield for the new emperor's ambitions." "Just once," Li Qing suggested, "upon your return. You could excuse yourself due to health issues. As long as the first outing goes smoothly, subsequent risks will diminish significantly." Shi Heng nodded slowly and inquired, "Sir, how long do you think the alliance with the grassland tribes can be sustained?" "At most 2 years, possibly even just 1 or 2 engagements," Li Qing lamented. "This opportunity is fleeting. Once the great conflict subsides, many will be reluctant to leave their homes. Achieving a comprehensive unification both within and beyond the borders will take an exceedingly long time." Chapter 20. Do you look down upon me? In the Qinqing Palace. Within the inner hall, Zhen'er cautiously massaged Zhu Jianding's shoulders while attentively observing his expression, hesitating several times to voice her thoughts. Speak your mind, Zhu Jianding urged, squinting slightly. Is it that you two are now distant from me? Not at all, Your Majesty, Zhen'er replied, shaking her head gently. I merely feel that you have been overly fatigued of late, and it pains me to see it. As she spoke, her cheeks flushed. Zhu Jianding opened his eyes, the weariness in his expression lessening considerably, and he chuckled softly. Indeed, I am quite weary, but there is little to be done. Many matters are beyond my control. The Emperor can seek capable ministers for assistance, Zhen'er suggested. You are the Emperor. It is their duty to support you. Zhu Jianshan let out a derisive laugh, affectionately brushing the tip of her nose with his hand. You are thinking far too simplistically. Those individuals are not to be underestimated. And the Emperor is not as absolute as you presume. Zhen'er pondered for a moment and replied, I believe there are still those willing to assist the Emperor, such as Lord Yongqing. Among those I am acquainted with, he is undoubtedly the most formidable. In her past as a servant by Sun's side, the name Li Qing resonated profoundly, and whenever significant matters arose in the court, Li Qing's shadow was ever present. She felt that Li Qing could indeed provide substantial aid to Zhu Jianshan. Li Qing? Zhu Jianshan furrowed his brow in surprise. He has caused you such distress. Yet you wish to recommend him? It is not a recommendation, Your Majesty. I dare not presume such authority. I merely mentioned it in passing, Zhen'er insisted, pouting as her small hand continued to thump. He is the only one I can think of who might assist the Emperor. Zhu Jianshan chuckled softly. Li Qing is quite remarkable, isn't he? Even you recognize his prowess. He is indeed formidable. Zhen'er, aware of Zhu Jianshan's discontent toward Li Qing, gently advised. If Your Majesty were to blame Lord Yongqing due to my grievances, that would be my fault. As the saying goes, those who achieve great things do not concern themselves with trifles. Besides, we are together now, are we not? In truth, had it not been for him, I might not have gained clarity about my own feelings. Zhen'er continued, previously, I regarded the Emperor as a younger brother. It is precisely because of our years apart that I now urge you to reflect deeply. Indeed, I find him disagreeable. Yet I am not so petty as to conflate personal and public matters. Zhu Jianshan sighed deeply. It is not that I do not wish to employ him, but rather that he is disinclined to assist me. How could that be? Zhen'er furrowed her brow, suddenly recalling something. Lord Yongqing has a fondness for wealth, particularly gold. Zhu Jianshan chuckled. Bestowing riches upon him is akin to throwing a meat bun to a dog. There will be no return. He is capable, yet his character leaves much to be desired. Deep down, he is not avaricious but adheres to his own moral code, lacking true loyalty to the throne. Why not give it a try? I have attempted this before. He has ignored my overtures time and again. Zhu Jianshan offered a wry smile. Let him be. He has contributed to the glory of the Ming dynasty and has not actively opposed me. His heart is in the right place. Let us not dwell on this any further. Zhu Jianshan grasped her shoulder gently, pulling her closer, enveloping her in his embrace. Zhen'er exclaimed, losing her balance and landing in his lap, her face mere inches from his. As she looked up, her lips were silenced by his. After a brief moment of surprise, her gaze grew hazy, and she wrapped her arms around his neck. Your Majesty, I still feel we could attempt this again. Zhen'er nestled against Zhu Jianshan's arm, her soft body pressed close to him as she spoke tenderly. Zhu Jianshan, savoring the softness, squinted his eyes and replied, I shall consider it later. At present, I am unable to think clearly. The following day, in the imperial study, Zhu Jianshan summoned Li Qing privately for one final attempt at persuasion. Li Qing, a vital minister across 2 reigns, has rendered immense service. Shortly after my ascension, I found myself unfamiliar with state affairs and urgently require capable ministers like you to assist me. Zhu Jianshan stated directly, without preamble. Li Qing contemplated for a moment before sighing. Your Majesty, it is not that I do not wish to assist, but I am simply too advanced in age and lacking in vigor. After a moment's pause, he remarked, to forge iron, one must possess strength oneself. The Emperor is still quite young. There is ample time, so why the haste? Zhu Jianshan furrowed his brow, rendered speechless. Despite being mentally prepared, the rejection still ignited a flame of indignation within him. The Yongle and Jingtai reigns were met with unwavering dedication. Why then, in my Changhua era, is it deemed impossible? Do they look down upon me? Yet Li Qing countered, historically, emperors have often been solitary figures. Ultimately, Your Majesty will face challenges alone. I can endure for a few more years, but what lies ahead? Zhu Jinshan paused, continuing in silence, though his resentment diminished significantly. He recognized that Li Qing spoke the truth and found merit in his perspective. Li Qing continued, I believe that even without my assistance, Your Majesty will remain a sagacious ruler, capable of great accomplishments. A smile involuntarily crept upon Zhu Jinshan's face. Ah, so you can utter sweet words after all? Very well. You claim to be aging, I understand. However, Zhu Jinshan said, recommend some capable individuals. I am currently unable to discern them. Li Qing teased, so? It seems Your Majesty still places considerable trust in me? Indeed, with your character, apart from Yu Qian and Shi Hong, you have few companions and do not forge alliances. Zhu Jinshan retorted, given your infamous reputation, why should I trust you? Li Qing replied, ultimately, the selection of candidates should rest with Your Majesty. You must have faith in your own judgment. Without such confidence, if you constantly dwell on the notion that there are always nefarious individuals seeking your downfall, how can you achieve greatness? Zhu Jinshan replied, do you find me so bothersome? Not at all. Li Qing shook his head. In truth, I regard Your Majesty more favorably than the late emperor and the retired emperor, and I am confident that Your Majesty's achievements will surpass theirs. Such words, I dare not believe. Zhu Jinshan rolled his eyes. Li Qing chuckled lightly. Whether you believe it or not is up to you, but I speak nothing but the truth. After a brief contemplation, he added, indeed, the obstacles to Your Majesty's reign will be considerable, yet they are not insurmountable. As for the methods, they are merely twofold, the nobility and the inner court. After a moment's thought, Li Qing supplemented, moreover, there is the strategy of division. Akin to how the retired emperor managed the Mongolian plains, strike one, win over another. Over time, those eager for advancement will naturally emerge. However, the specific approach must be adapted to circumstances. Li Qing asserted, my support in helping you secure power is entirely different from your achieving it through your own capabilities. That is indeed true, Zhu Jinshan conceded with a slight nod, casting a sidelong glance at Li Qing, muttering, you do not seem so unbearable after all. Li Qing smiled. Those who understand me never find me disagreeable. Yet you are excessively arrogant, Zhu Jinshan retorted. You display no awareness of what it means to serve. Had you encountered a narrow-minded and volatile emperor, you would have certainly faced dire consequences, perhaps even death. Perhaps not, Li Qing chuckled heartily. Zhu Jinshan joined in laughter. And through this discussion, his preconceived notions of Li Qing transformed significantly, even though Li Qing had not promised to assist him. Nonetheless, Li Qing did provide him with a new perspective, to divide the ministers and utilize the inner court and nobility. Zhu Jinshan sighed. The responsibilities are heavy and the path long. Being an emperor is even more challenging than I anticipated. Do you regret it? No. The joy of contending with fate is boundless, and the thrill of contending with others is equally delightful. Zhu Jinshan confidently proclaimed, I am the emperor, the one ordained by heaven. My destiny is divinely appointed. This time, Li Qing refrained from mocking his bravado. After all, youthfulness and self-assurance are not inherently detrimental, and a touch of youthful exuberance is hardly objectionable. One must only fear the loss of confidence and the descent into despair. For the first time, the monarch and his minister found themselves in a serene and congenial atmosphere. Seizing the moment, Zhu Jinshan probed, Li Qing, why do you so vehemently oppose my union with Zhener? Previously, he had chosen the empire over personal ties, unwilling to reveal the truth or hurt Li Qing's sentiments. While Li Qing's assistance was not obligatory, his presence in the capital was essential. Zhu Jinshan was astute enough to recognize that with Li Qing by his side, he could quell numerous dissenters. It could be said that as long as Li Qing remained in the vicinity, he would, albeit subtly, aid in solidifying Zhu Jinshan's authority, though the effects were not overtly apparent. As far as Zhu Jinshan understood, Li Qing was not the pedantic and obstinate type of scholar. Although she was considerably older than he, did age truly hold such significance? Zhu Jinshan pondered, or perhaps he thought, would he neglect state affairs for the sake of a woman? Li Qing maintained a lengthy silence before furrowing his brow and inquiring, does His Majesty truly hold her in such high regard? Zhu Jinshan nodded, affirming his fondness. Love often leads one into a quagmire, causing a loss of reason, Li Qing remarked. However, Zhu Jinshan disagreed, stating, I have long surpassed the naive years of youth. How could I possibly blur the lines between public duty and personal desire? With a hint of exasperation, he continued, you, a dignified Duke of Yongqing, seem to regard a woman with such trepidation. Do you not find this amusing? Frankly, I do not comprehend what you fear, her potential to disrupt the court? Li Qing gently shook his head. In his recollections, Wang Jiner had not caused turmoil within the court, and the controversy surrounding her was indeed significant. Moreover, with Empress Dowager Zhou still alive, what upheaval could a mature woman like Wang Jiner truly instigate? Yet, his concern lay in Zhu Jianshan's deep emotional investment in her, which could inevitably sway political matters. Since when has a beautiful woman led to calamity? How old is she now? Zhu Jianshan chuckled. The Empress and the consort are all exceptionally lovely. Am I truly so easily beguiled? Li Qing could not resist teasing. Who prompted your preference for older women? Nay, you are mistaken, Zhu Jianshan replied earnestly. I appreciate the youthful, the beautiful, and those with graceful figures. My affection for Zhener is not merely due to her age, but rather an ineffable attraction that transcends description. I cherish her without having succumbed to folly. Li Qing sighed. So you have indeed found her? Not at all. Zhu Jianshan shook his head in bewilderment. I was just about to inquire of you her whereabouts. Li Qing rolled his eyes, ceased the pretense. Had you not located her, would you maintain such a calm demeanor with me? I am inherently magnanimous. Dare you speak the truth? Li Qing retorted disdainfully. Let us not forget, I previously mentioned she has married and borne children. Very well, I concede. I have found her. Zhu Jianshan admitted. Chapter 21. What lies before us is the undeniable truth. Where is she? What are your intentions? Zhu Jianshan grew wary. I must inform you. She is now my woman. Li Qing rolled his eyes again. Look at you. So frightened. Am I to devour her? She is merely a mature woman. I have no reason to bear ill will towards her. Zhu Jianshan felt somewhat stung by the term mature woman, as it indeed wounded his pride. Yet it was an undeniable fact. This is your assertion. Zhu Jianshan rose, declaring, Wait here. I shall summon her. A quarter of an hour later. Zhen Er followed closely behind Zhu Jianshan, her head bowed in humility. She felt guilty for breaking her promise, and her fear of Li Qing lingered. She was well aware of Li Qing's capabilities and understood that he was unlike traditional ministers. If provoked, he could be deadly. As she prepared to greet the Duke of Yongqing, Zhu Jianshan forcibly straightened her posture. You are not a servant, but my woman. There is no need to bow to him, he declared assertively. Turning to Li Qing, he added, Now that you are here, what can you do? Li Qing sipped his tea, a playful expression crossing his face. Zhu Jianshan, having put on a show, felt a twinge of regret. After all, he needed something from Li Qing and should maintain a proper demeanor. Clearing his throat, he attempted to salvage the situation. Li Qing, feel free to ask whatever you wish. Li Qing set down his teacup and inquired, Might His Majesty step aside for a moment? Zhu Jianshan furrowed his brow, questioning why there was a need for secrecy. Li Qing merely smiled, remaining silent as he continued sipping his tea. Zhen Er suggested, Perhaps we should heed the Duke's request, with your Majesty's presence. He may feel a bit apprehensive. Ask quickly. Then, Zhu Jianshan replied with a huff. But let it be known that you cannot oppose my relationship with Zhen Er any longer. With that, he swept away. Li Qing set down his cup again and said, Please, have a seat. Zhen Er awkwardly sat down across from Li Qing, her body slightly hunched, her heart racing with anxiety. It was His Majesty who sought me out. I did not intentionally expose myself, she began to explain. Since entering the palace, I have remained in the inner hall, scarcely venturing outside, and I have not interfered with His Majesty's duties. She understood that if Li Qing did not oppose her, she might no longer need to conceal her feelings. She could be forthright and perhaps gain a recognized status. Although Empress Dowager Zhou's stance was significant, the emperor was of age now, and the late emperor had left no edict. Thus, the Empress Dowager could not meddle in state affairs. Zhu Jianshan was truly wary of the officials, not his mother. As long as the ministers did not cause an uproar, she and Zhu Jianshan could ultimately find happiness together. While Zhen Er professed that she did not care for status, what woman truly does? To claim indifference was merely pragmatic, given the right circumstances. She would undoubtedly wish to assert her claim. Enough, Li Qing interjected, cutting through her rambling. When did you come to the palace? A few days before the new year. Zhen Er replied. Li Qing nodded slightly, taking a keen look at Zhen Er's features and form, quickly discerning that the two had shared an intimate bond. Under such circumstances, Zhu Jianshan could not possibly abandon her. To forcibly separate them would likely backfire. For a mere 18-year-old, losing one's beloved was unbearable. Zhu Jianshun was mature in mind, yet still youthful in spirit, and Li Qing had to consider the consequences of tearing them apart, as it directly impacted the mental well-being of a future monarch. If Zhu Jianshun were to forsake Jin heir for the sake of power, it would be a chilling act. In contrast, Li Qing preferred a ruler who possessed warmth. The Duke of Yongqing has truly not committed any wrongdoing, he concluded. Zhener felt a twinge of anxiety. That year, you urged me to be a virtuous servant, and since then, I have faithfully adhered to my duties, not once faltering. Li Qing inquired, if you were to gain a rightful status and become a consort, yet the emperor turned his affections to another, fathering multiple children with her, how would you respond? Zhener looked bewildered. What can I do? Would you not feel jealousy? Might it not breed envy within you? Li Qing rephrased his question. Isn't that quite natural? Zhener responded with a strange expression. Hasn't it always been thus with emperors? A flourishing royal lineage is a blessing for the Ming dynasty, and even the empress has no authority to intervene. Am I to feel jealousy? Li Qing scratched his head, questioning the necessity of his inquiry. Deep down, he doubted Zhener could embody the ideals described in later tales. The reason was simple. Zhu Jianshun was no fool, and the countless servants within the palace were neither blind nor deaf. The true power in the harem lay with Empress Dowager Zhou, a woman of considerable age. Merely a concubine, and not even an empress, could not attain such heights. Similarly, Zhener was no fool. Regardless of her capabilities, she would not dare to act, for it would surely lead to exposure. Even if Zhu Jianshun adored her, he would never tolerate a woman capable of harming his own flesh and blood. Li Qing's genuine concern lay in the possibility that Zhu Jianshun might neglect important affairs due to Zhener. However, the evidence suggested otherwise. Zhener had resided in the palace for years, yet Zhu Jianshun remained steadfast in his duties, only pausing court sessions for their grand wedding, which had nothing to do with Zhener. Furthermore, considering Zhu Jianshun's calm and measured handling of the matter regarding the deposed empress, as well as his subsequent elevation of consort Wang to empress, it was evident that he had not been blinded by love and had no intention of appointing Zhener as empress. Li Qing suddenly shook his head and chuckled, self-deprecatingly stating, "The stark reality is before us. Why believe in these ambiguous truths?" Zhener, not comprehending his implication, softly asked, "Does the Duke of Yongqing fear I might bring disaster to the nation?" "Not at all," Li Qing replied with amusement, waving his hand. "You lack the capacity. Despite your cleverness." Li Qing did not underestimate Zhener. Rather, he believed that a woman's intellect often fell short in the realm of governance, and Zhener's background was too pristine to mirror the circumstances of the Wu family. More importantly, her age rendered her unacceptable to societal norms. Zhu Jianshun would never appoint her as empress, and the ministers would not associate with her or her family, as they all valued their reputations. Thus, Zhener could not possibly disrupt the state. Never mind, he thought. I am a well-educated and virtuous young man. How could I be like those corrupt scholars? Li Qing shook his head in amusement. Does the Duke of Yongqing not believe me? Zhener, seeing him shake his head, grew anxious. Li Qing waved his hand. It's not that. In any case, you should be cautious. His tone grew cold. If you truly dare to harbor ill intentions, I possess means to end you. I understand. Zhener nodded. Then, with hope, she asked, so, does the Duke of Yongqing not oppose it? I am not your father. It seems unnecessary for me to give my explicit approval, Li Qing replied with a smile. Zhener was elated, in her eyes. Securing Li Qing's support meant she had achieved half of her goal. After a brief moment, Zhu Jianshun entered the grand hall, scoffing, "Have you finished your inquiries?" Having completed his duties, Li Qing rose to take his leave. Wait, Zhu Jianshun called out to him, from now on, akin to Shiheng. You shall attend court twice monthly. Li Qing pondered for a moment. Indeed, 2 visits did not seem excessive. Very well, he replied, but regarding my salary, might there be some consideration? The treasury is not affluent. You must understand my predicament, Zhu Jianshun replied sternly. The situation on the grasslands has yet to stabilize. War may loom, and expenditures will mount. Moreover, at your age, what need have you for such wealth? Can you even spend it all? Zhu Jianshun jested. Do you know what the greatest sorrow in life is? It is living while one's money is gone. No, Zhu Jianshun countered. The true sorrow is when one dies with unspent wealth. Upon exiting the palace, Li Qing proceeded to the Ministry of War. Have any letters arrived from there? He inquired. Yes, Yu Qian nodded. Leaning forward with anticipation, Li Qing asked, did the Walla achieve victory? Almost, Yu Qian responded. The Tatars are retreating, abandoning their camp. Walla's triumph is now assured, barring any unforeseen events. In large-scale warfare, very few can successfully feign weakness, as the sheer number of troops complicates control. Often, in retreating, one inadvertently becomes ensnared in true defeat. Most situations resist the notion of retreating or advancing at will, especially in battles on the grasslands. Their combat hinges upon valor rather than tactics, and given the nature of cavalry warfare, turning back becomes exceedingly challenging. Li Qing exhaled, his demeanor relaxing. The support from the Ming over the years has borne fruit. Walla has proven itself, and I am not disappointed. Yu Qian smiled. Indeed, with this, the Ming need not engage in battle, significantly reducing expenses and averting the quagmire of war. However, concerning Shi Hong, he has consented, Li Qing interjected. Then there is no issue, Yu Qian rejoiced. With his involvement, we need not worry about errors. This matter has been adeptly resolved. Do not rejoice too soon. We have yet to commence, Li Qing cautioned, shaking his head. Moreover, we must meticulously plan the subsequent arrangements. The influx of people is a blessing. Yet it may not be entirely so. Should unrest arise, it could turn into a calamity. Do you have any insights, sir? Yu Qian inquired. Li Qing furrowed his brow, contemplating. This time, we must not allow those individuals to venture into Liaodong. We cannot permit the grassland tribes to surpass the Han people in numbers. Yu Qian nodded slowly. Then where shall they settle? There exists a vast expanse of territory beyond the pass, which is part of the Ming domain. Let them reside there, Li Qing proposed. That may not be prudent, Yu Qian replied, furrowing his brow. There is a saying, it is not scarcity that is worrisome, but inequality. Those who previously sought refuge in the Ming have homes and land. Yet, when it comes to these newcomers, the Ming refuses them entry. This is simply untenable and could easily incite resentment. Li Qing scoffed coldly. Let them stifle their discontent. No need for further discussion. Li Qing asserted earnestly. Remember, it is they who seek the Ming's favor, not the other way around. There is no necessity to indulge them. Chapter 22. Incomprehension. Yet profoundly impacted, Li Qing stated calmly. To rush forward is not a transaction. There exists a phrase. To take an inch is to demand a mile. After a moment of pause, he remarked that the influx of people this time was overwhelming, and since they belonged to the same batch, their collective anxiety was magnified. Although the expanse of Liaodong was vast, the lack of accompanying infrastructure rendered it impossible for the Ming to disperse them swiftly. They could only be left to linger beyond the borders. Yu Qian sighed and expressed his fears that such actions might alienate them from the Ming, thereby exacerbating future recruitment challenges. He reiterated the sentiment that one cannot force a transaction. Li Qing held a differing perspective, suggesting that the more privileges granted, the greater the sense of superiority among the populace, which could lead to a host of complications despite the potential for better recruitment. After a moment's contemplation, Li Qing added, however, that they could establish certain conditions, such as compliance with the court's arrangements. Those who were honest and diligent could eventually be allowed to bring their families into the Ming after a few years. This, he mused, would significantly improve the situation. Yu Qian nodded slowly and inquired if Li Qing had devised a concrete plan. Not yet, Li Qing replied, stretching lazily. These matters can be discussed in the court. I shall not burden myself with them. I will provide a perspective, and you may take it from there. Amused, Yu Qian nodded in agreement. Very well. I shall speak with the emperor at tomorrow's court session. Indeed, Li Qing rose and added. It would also be prudent to remind the emperor that the great battle is nearing its conclusion. Action should be taken promptly. Upon returning home, Li Qing tended to his donkey, engaging in conversation for a considerable while before retreating to rest. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had elapsed. The troops were assembled, supplies secured, and the commander, Shi Hong, along with his deputy, Yong, prepared over 50,000 soldiers for departure. Before their march, Zhu Jianxin deliberately appointed an inconspicuous noble, the Earl of Funing, Zhu Yong, to accompany them. He personally saw the army off, underscoring his appreciation for the military. Zhu Jianxin placed immense value on military power and naturally wished to foster goodwill with the troops. Ideally, he aspired to engage in several battles, thereby justifying the promotion of younger generals loyal to him. However, the conditions were not favorable, the officials were unsupportive, the treasury was not affluent, and the costs of an expedition to the northern deserts were exorbitant, with the lengthy supply line straining resources. Zhu Qiyu had left behind scant funds, as all the money had been allocated to repaying loans. Even then, prior to his passing, only 65% had been settled. After Zhu Jianxin ascended to power, Li Qing initially intended for him to continue repayment, but after careful consideration, he abandoned the idea. A shortage of banknotes in circulation would severely undermine their credit value. And in time, the Ming currency could be forgotten. Li Qing was loath to see the Ming currency rendered obsolete. It served as a safeguard, a potential resource should the Ming ever find itself in dire straits. Li Qing found himself with ample leisure, yet the court remained tumultuous. The decision to deploy troops to the northern deserts met with considerable dissent. Even without conflict, it was evident that the emperor would face some displeasure. However, Li Qing refrained from intervening, opting instead to observe how Zhu Jianxin would navigate the situation. Zhu Jianxin's approach was straightforward: endure when possible, and when unable to do so, find a plausible reason for retaliation, albeit with a measured response. His actions did not provoke undue alarm, nor did he yield excessively. The struggle between sovereign and ministers remained within a reasonable scope, not impacting the governance. Witnessing this, Li Qing felt reassured, spending his days in a leisurely manner. As March arrived, the warmth of spring blossomed abundantly. On this day, having concluded a taxing day of labor, Zhu Jianxin dragged his weary body into the inner hall, seeking solace from Sister Zhen. However, just as he was about to broach the subject after indulging in his desires, he was met with refusal. "Your Majesty," she stammered. Her face flushed. I might be. Zhu Jianxin paused momentarily, then was overcome with joy. "Yet it is also possible that I misinterpreted," Zhen hurriedly added, uncertain and fearful of premature elation. Zhu Jianxin laughed heartily. "What does it matter? Should it not come to fruition, you need not fret." Yet, despite his words, he was eager and impatient to ascertain the truth. "Wait here, I shall summon the physician." Zhu Jianxin rushed out, but Zhen quickly called after him. "Your Majesty, this would expose us. You are currently at odds with the officials. Why concern yourself with their opinions?" Zhu Jianxin retorted, "You carry my child. If I cannot declare this to the world, then I ought not to be emperor. I have shown enough restraint. No man would endure such indignity." Zhen wished to offer further counsel, but considering Zhu Jianxin's pride, she conceded, "It may not be certain. What if it turns out to be untrue? That would bear no consequence." Zhu Jianxin replied gently. "While others revel in the glory of their status as emperor's consorts, you need not hide away. You have endured much these past months. Regardless of whether you are with child, I shall grant you a proper title. Your Majesty." Zhen's nose tinged with emotion, her eyes glistening as tears began to fall. Zhu Jianxin stepped forward, gently wiping her tears away, whispering, "This is what you deserve." The physician from the 13th Bureau of Obstetrics entered the palace upon summons, and upon seeing Wan Zhen, he was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, while Wan Zhen remained beautiful, she had aged, appearing akin to the Empress Dowager. The notion of a woman of her age conceiving was truly astonishing. The emperor, standing nearby, was beset with anxiety, realizing this woman was his consort. The revelation was overwhelming, leaving his mind in a daze. "Well, is there joy to be found?" Let me confirm once more." The physician regained his composure and took her pulse again, suppressing his astonishment to focus intently. After a brief moment, he withdrew his hand and cupped it in reverence, saying, "Congratulations, Your Majesty. Indeed, the Empress is with child." His words felt awkward, and his demeanor was unnatural. Nevertheless, it was the first time he encountered such a woman. Though he knew most consorts in the palace, he had never heard of someone like her. This was sensational. He thought to himself, eager to share the news with colleagues, anticipating their astonishment. Such matters could hardly be kept secret. Having conceived, the emperor would surely not conceal it, and he felt no moral burden. "Is there truly no mistake?" Zhen asked anxiously. The physician cleared his throat, smiling obsequiously. "Rest assured, Your Highness, I can guarantee it." Under normal circumstances, the physician's skills were reliable, especially with such a joyous event at hand, for there would be rewards. He knew if he remained silent, his colleagues would come to confirm, and the rewards would vanish. Zhu Jianxin was filled with exuberant joy, spinning in delight. Observing his unrestrained happiness, the imperial physicians refrained from mentioning rewards, instead flattering him with congratulations, proclaiming it a blessing for the royal family and the state. Indeed, let there be a reward." Zhu Jianxin's smile became increasingly unrestrained. "Thank you for your generosity, Your Majesty." The physicians, having achieved their desired outcome, joined in the fawning laughter. News of the event spread rapidly, soon circulating among the officials in the capital. The ministers expressed their confusion but were greatly astonished. Yet, they found it difficult to voice any objections. The emperor's potential progeny was a matter worthy of celebration, regardless of the circumstances surrounding it. After all, a royal heir was a tangible reality, even if born of a lowly palace maid, and it could not alter the esteemed lineage. However, the thought of the emperor's peculiar tastes sent a chill down their spines. As the saying goes, a man remains a youth until death. Everyone admires the bloom of a young woman, yet the emperor seemed oblivious to this notion. In Kuanning Palace, Empress Dowager Zhou was struck with a mixture of shock and delight upon hearing of Wanqing's pregnancy, tinged with a hint of anger. The prospect of becoming a grandmother brought her joy, but the fact that it was Wanqing who was bearing the child dampened her spirits. "Mother, I am to become a father. You shall soon hold your grandchild," Zhu Jinshan declared joyfully. The Empress Dowager furrowed her brow and shot him a sidelong glance, replying coolly, "Do not rejoice too soon. It is not certain whether it will be a prince. The greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment," she bitterly remarked. "The Empress has yet to conceive. Even Xiaobai, who seems so fertile, has not shown any signs of pregnancy. Why waste such effort on an old woman?" "Mother, she is not old," Zhu Jinshan retorted. "She is old," the Empress Dowager insisted. Zhu Jinshan mumbled, "You are still quite young. How can she be considered old?" The Empress Dowager took several steps back, leaning against the tea table as if wounded, contemplating retribution. As they both aged, her words bore an undertone of hypocrisy. "Is it your intention to provoke me?" she exclaimed. "I would not dare, mother," Zhu Jinshan replied with a playful grin. "According to protocol, a consort who bears a child must be elevated in rank. That is correct, is it not?" "She is not yet a consort," the Empress Dowager murmured. "Even a maid who bears a royal son must be promoted to consort. Is that not the case?" Zhu Jinshan countered. The Empress Dowager found herself at a loss for words, huffing, "Very well, she has indeed contributed to the royal line. I am not one to disregard reason. Thank you." "Mother, you are truly kind," Zhu Jinshan said, eagerly assisting her to sit and kneeling to massage her legs, his obsequious demeanor rivaling that of a favored son. "Mother, I wish to confer the title of Guifei upon her," Zhu Jinshan declared as he continued his ministrations. "This is my first child. She has rendered great service." The Empress Dowager shook her head, declaring no. She is unworthy. She harbored significant grievances against Wanqing, akin to a father who, upon seeing his daughter wed a man of his own age and bear children, despite the shared bloodline, could not help but resent the son-in-law. "Mother, she is the mother of your eldest grandson. The eldest grandson is one matter. She is another," the Empress Dowager huffed. "I have already stated. It remains uncertain whether it will be a prince." Zhu Jinshan, feeling helpless, asked, "Then what title do you deem appropriate?" "Ning Fei will suffice." "This is rather disappointing, isn't it, Xu Fei?" Zhu Jinshan remarked. "This is my bottom line. If you are unwilling, then do not bestow the title." The Empress Dowager replied coolly, "Furthermore, granting her a title is permissible, but I have conditions. Within 3 months, the Empress and the Xian Fei must conceive." Zhu Jinshan felt a surge of indignation. The obsequious demeanor vanished as he replied with equal coolness, "Mother wishes to emulate the officials, compelling me to obediently adhere to the script." Chapter 23. Accustomed to it, the Empress Dowager, slightly vexed, retorted, "What ill intentions do I harbor? I merely wish to embrace a grandchild sooner. What is wrong with that? Is it not already in progress? Can you ascertain it will be a grandson?" She scoffed. "Even if it is, he will not be the legitimate heir. Without a legitimate son, who shall inherit the throne in the ages to come?" Zhu Jinshan countered, "I am not a legitimate son, nor was the late emperor, nor the late emperor's father." The Empress Dowager was exasperated. "But that is not the same. The late emperor was called to duty in a time of crisis. The late emperor was not born a legitimate son, but he later became one. Do you still wish to make that old woman the empress?" "Not at all. What I wish to convey is that legitimacy begets legitimacy, and illegitimacy begets precedence. If you are willing, how could there be no legitimate heir?" The Empress Dowager retorted angrily. Zhu Jinshan sighed deeply and stated, "Mother, let me be frank. The Empress cannot possibly conceive, for I do not trust her." The Empress Dowager laughed in anger. "So you place your trust in that aging woman?" "Indeed, for her background is the cleanest," Zhu Jinshan countered. "How can you guarantee that today's Empress will not be like yesterday's?" "Very well, very well." The Empress Dowager trembled with fury. "You have grown up and no longer heed your mother's words. I heed no one's words. Zhu Jianshan bellowed, the pent-up resentment erupting, his face contorted in rage. The ministers, with their so-called sage wisdom, pressed upon me with the weight of the nation, yet whenever I harbor my own thoughts, they become frantic. Ultimately, do they not wish for me to act according to their desires? Now, Mother is no different, using filial piety to compel me to comply, which clearly aims to undermine imperial authority to satisfy personal whims. Zhu Jianshan sighed deeply. I have shown enough restraint, yet you remain utterly unyielding. You stand upon your moral high ground, binding me with your grandiose principles. But do not forget, who is the emperor of the Ming dynasty? You, Mother, should realize that it is not because of you as the Empress Dowager that I became emperor. Rather, it is because I became emperor that you hold the title of Empress Dowager, Zhu Jianshan stated coolly. With that, he departed, disregarding the Empress Dowager's reaction. She stood there, stunned. The following day, during the morning court session, after the customary greetings between sovereign and ministers, Minister of Revenue Yao Kuei stepped forward. He first congratulated the emperor on the birth of a dragon son, and subsequently suggested that, due to the empress's lack of offspring, the dragon son should recognize the empress as his mother. This proposal gained considerable traction and was met with much support. Zhu Jianshan, seething with rage, paid no mind to the clamor of the officials. Instead, he fixed a cold, piercing gaze upon Yao Kuei, one filled with lethal intent. Yao Kuei faltered under the intensity of that gaze, awkwardly attempting to justify, I act solely for the benefit of the Ming dynasty. Should the empress bear a legitimate son in the future, we can always revert the decision. Zhu Jianshan remained with an icy demeanor. Yao Kuei, with a steely resolve, spoke again. Of course, if it were not for the dragon son but rather the princess, there would be no need for such discussions, he chuckled. Minister of Justice Liu Yu echoed his sentiments, while Minister of Works Bai Gui lent his support, along with several other officials, all of whom expressed their agreement fervently. Zhu Jianshan remained silent, merely gazing at the assembly, acutely aware that the imperial court was on the brink of upheaval. Gradually, the chorus of support dwindled, until the entire hall fell into a profound silence, with none daring to speak. They recognized the impropriety of their actions. It was evident that the first woman bearing the dragon's lineage would likely be the emperor's favored. Yet, the more they understood this, the more imperative it became for them to compel the emperor into a position of concession. If the emperor could yield on such matters, the scope for future compromises would only expand. The so-called struggle between sovereign and ministers is, in essence, a relentless tug-of-war for power, a dance of retreat and advance. Zhu Jianshan was acutely aware of this dynamic. Thus, even for Wan Zhen'er, he would not relent, for any concession would only pave the way for further demands. However, at that moment, he found himself unable to sever ties, his hand trembling against the imperial desk for what felt like an eternity, yet he ultimately refrained from overturning it. Zhu Jianshan understood that harsh words would bear no fruit, so he chose silence, observing their exchanges instead. For the next hour and more, Zhu Jianshan uttered not a single word. Regardless of what the ministers reported, he remained enveloped in silence. The ministers were unafraid of provoking Zhu Jianshan's wrath, nor did they fear verbal reprimands. Even the prospect of punishment held little weight for them. They were accustomed to exploiting their vulnerabilities to elicit sympathy and shape public opinion. Imprisonment or corporal punishment only served to validate their boldness and candor, earning them a reputation that pressured the emperor while allowing them to retain their positions. In the Ming dynasty, the vast majority of officials were undeterred by the threat of punishment. Some even sought it out, not out of a lack of self-respect, but because such tactics proved effective. Aside from Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Di, who were notorious for their lack of martial ethics, generally speaking, as long as one did not commit a fundamental error, severe punishments were rare. In fact, many who endured a beating would emerge with their reputations enhanced, praised and revered by their peers. In this evolving atmosphere, it was commonplace for the emperor to be criticized, unless he resorted to absolute subjugation of his ministers, killing one for every insult, treating all officials as mere servants. Such occurrences could not be entirely eradicated. Yet, such tyranny would silence all voices, leading to an environment rife with flattery, a calamity of immeasurable proportions for any nation. Moreover, history bore no precedent. Which Han Emperor had not faced reproach. They had grown accustomed to it. The habit of criticism was mutual, particularly among the censors, who felt it their duty to rebuke the emperor periodically, lest they feel unworthy of their salaries. They were not intimidated by the emperor's anger or volatility, viewing such reactions as signs of weakness. Yet, Zhu Jianxin, instead of engaging, merely observed them with a chilling gaze. At merely 18, Zhu Jianxin's youth rendered him unpredictable. None could guarantee that this impetuous young emperor would not commit some reckless act if provoked. The art of manipulating rules to suppress and control the emperor was their forte. And should they force him to the point of flipping the table, it would be them who would suffer first, regardless of the emperor's fate. Thus, the court was dismissed. Zhu Jianxin rose and declared, "If any of you ministers have matters to present, please leave your memorials for my perusal. Long live our emperor." The courtiers bowed. Their fervor noticeably diminished. This time, none dared to implore the emperor to stay, nor to engage in the perilous act of remonstrance. For the threat of death was all too real. Li Qing returned from the Hanlin Academy, and, upon hearing from Yu Qian about the morning court session, merely chuckled. "It is of little consequence. There must always be an adjustment period," he said leisurely. The late emperor was indeed somewhat benevolent towards the officials. This new regime must tighten its grip. As Confucius said, only women and petty men are difficult to nurture. If distanced, they harbor resentment. If close, they show disrespect. Such is the nature of things. "Enough. You should take a break," Yu Qian replied. Li Qing patted his shoulder. "You are not new to governance, after all these years. Such occurrences are hardly unprecedented." Yu Qian paused, a bitter smile forming as he nodded. "Indeed, I should have grown accustomed to it." Li Qing fell silent for a moment, forcing a smile. "Well then, I shall return home. Sir, do join me for lunch. Let us indulge in a couple of cups." Yu Qian extended the invitation, knowing that Li Qing often succumbed to lethargy, even neglecting meals. "Not today," Li Qing waved his hand. "I have matters to attend to at home." Yu Qian scratched his head, pondering what could possibly require attention at his residence. Just as he was about to persuade Li Qing to stay, the latter had already turned to leave. Suddenly, Yu Qian recalled something, his expression darkening as he sighed deeply, a heart full of bitterness. In the small courtyard, a donkey brayed, its head turned aside. "All right, let us have something to eat," Li Qing murmured, caressing the donkey's head. "Do not sulk. Have a bite." Premium fodder was offered, yet the donkey showed little appetite, nibbling only a small amount before lying down, its large eyes vacant. The creature appeared to be in poor condition. Once glossy and sleek, its coat now lacked luster, almost resembling a balding donkey, appearing frail and listless. The donkey had aged significantly, by human standards. It was over 80 years old. "Dear brother donkey, just a little more, please," Li Qing urged, offering the fodder once again. The donkey complied, eating a bit more. But its condition remained remarkably poor. Li Qing did not press further, instead sitting beside it and chattering away. The donkey squinted in the sun, basking in the warmth, quietly enjoying the conversation. It seemed to sense its impending demise, its large eyes filled with nostalgia as it nudged Li Qing's clothing, inhaling his scent as if wishing to etch that aroma into memory forever. In the balmy spring of March, the sun shone warmly, inviting comfort. The donkey gradually succumbed to slumber, emitting gentle snores, its large ears occasionally flicking to shoo away bothersome flies. Li Qing brought a basin of warm water to help rid the donkey of pests, seeking to enhance its comfort. He reminisced about the days when the donkey was just over half a year old, once being peddled in the marketplace. Its bright eyes filled with curiosity as it observed the bustling crowd. In the blink of an eye, many years had passed. And now the donkey had entered its twilight years, its once vibrant gaze dulled, its once lustrous coat becoming sparse. Li Qing could only lament the rapid passage of time. Feeling utterly helpless, indeed, he had always felt powerless. The donkey's condition continued to decline, and perhaps its time was drawing near, within a matter of days. It would no longer be able to eat. It grew irritable, seemingly reluctant to depart so soon, yearning to linger a while longer. Yet, ultimately, there was an inability to alter the deteriorating condition. Li Qing continuously offered solace to the donkey, remaining by its side without ever departing. After 3 more days, the donkey reached its limits. Its large eyes narrowed to mere slits, almost unable to open. Nevertheless, it still strained to open its eyes from time to time to see if Li Qing was present. "I am here. I have always been here," Li Qing reassured it, gently stroking its head and whispering, "Do not fear, I will not leave." With a sense of relief, the donkey allowed its eyelids to droop gradually, ultimately closing its eyes in serene slumber. However, this time, it did not awaken. Li Qing sat in the donkey shed for a long while, lost in thought. Eventually, he tidied the shed meticulously, bathed the donkey, and then dug a deep grave to lay the donkey to rest. In the end, everything returned to its original state. Chapter 24. The necessity of martial examinations. During this period, numerous events transpired. Due to his poor health, Li Xian resigned 3 times and ultimately returned to his hometown. The successful merchant, Sheng Lu, was integrated into the government, with Chun Wen assuming leadership of the cabinet. However, the position of Minister of Personnel remained unresolved. Without the endorsement of the Ministry of Personnel, the Chief Minister of the Cabinet became a figurehead. The connection between the cabinet and the 6 ministries was once again severed, creating a clear demarcation. Xiao Hengzi left the palace, but Zhu Jianshun treated him well, purchasing a plot of land for him in Zhongwan village, where a residence was constructed, along with a generous monetary gift. The new chief eunuch of the Imperial Sacrificial Office was a man named Huaiyan. Meanwhile, Wang Jinair was conferred the title of Imperial Concubine. Surprisingly, the court did not erupt into chaos. A brief tranquility settled over the political landscape, at least on the surface. In early April, Zhu Jianshun issued his first official edict since ascending the throne, imposing additional commercial taxes. To be precise, this edict was never formally issued, as it became stalled within the Ministry of Rights, leading to uproar among the officials. They vehemently criticized the emperor for his lack of empathy towards the common people, asserting that the increased commercial taxes ultimately harmed the interests of the populace rather than those of the merchants. They were not entirely mistaken. Indeed, the increase in commercial taxes would adversely affect the people to some extent, albeit the merchants would suffer more significantly. Such is the nature of the bureaucratic landscape in the Ming dynasty. In the halls of power, the common people are deemed paramount, yet in the realm of the populace, the situation is quite different. The commoners often serve merely as pawns in the struggle against imperial authority, utilized for personal gain. Furthermore, they adeptly fabricate public opinion, as the ignorant masses frequently perceive the court as filled with loyal ministers, while viewing the emperor as foolish, tyrannical, and indifferent to their plight. In the end, the people might receive a mere pittance of benefit, if any, yet they would still express gratitude towards certain individuals. Meanwhile, the emperor remains the perennial target of criticism. In an era where imperial authority does not extend to the countryside, local officials wield considerable influence, and given their close ties with court officials, it is often the emperor who concedes. Unless, like Zhu Yuanzhang, one is unyielding, declaring that one's head is not up for discussion. However, Zhu Jianxin is not Zhu Yuanzhang. Even if he wished to adopt such an approach, the political landscape does not permit it. The current Ming dynasty is no longer the same as it was during the Hanwu period. Certainly, it has evolved into a better, stronger, and more prosperous state. Yet, it has also become worse, more corrupt, and darker. The Ming remains the Ming, yet a significant transformation has taken place. It cannot be deemed entirely bad, but neither can it be considered exceptionally good. Yet, despite everything, it can still be referred to as a prosperous age. For the introduction of new crops has alleviated hunger among the populace, and the opening of maritime commerce has provided them with means of livelihood. In the era of feudal dynasties, for the common people living in such times, it is indeed a golden age. Even with its many shadows, it remains so. There is no other way. This has been the norm throughout the ages. In this context, it is already quite commendable. Zhu Jianxin made a compromise, ultimately imposing a nominal increase of 10% on commercial taxes, and the officials did not push their advantage excessively. The edict was swiftly promulgated and implemented. Thus, Zhu Jianxin became a benevolent emperor, a ruler who empathizes with the common folk. In truth, although the Great Ming is affluent now, the court itself is impoverished, as the improvement in living standards has also escalated labor costs. The most evident manifestation of this is in the military. Previously, one could enlist with mere sustenance and a modest sum of money, but that is no longer feasible. With better options available, no one desires to live a life of extreme frugality. They had no choices before, but now they aspire to a life of comfort. While this is understandable, the dilemma lies in the fact that if everyone wishes for a luxurious existence, the inevitable outcome is that none will attain it. Li Qing is also contemplating strategies, yet he finds himself at a loss. On the surface, the most ideal strategy seems to be the abolition of the military household system in favor of a conscription system. However, this conscription method presents a significant flaw. It is exceedingly costly. Should such an approach be adopted, The additional expenses in silver alone could reach several million taels annually. War incurs mortal risks, which naturally demand higher compensation than mere labor. While enduring several million in short-term costs may be manageable, persisting in this manner would lead to an unsustainable fiscal deficit, potentially culminating in collapse. This is merely an objective consideration. The more alarming aspect is that once the military household system is abolished, the Ming army would instantly fragment. To initiate reforms gradually? That is a mere jest. The concern of inequality applies universally, and applying such a strategy within the military is akin to lighting a lantern in a latrine. After much deliberation, the only viable solution is to revitalize the martial examination. This would open pathways for military leaders, elevate their status in the eyes of the populace, and ignite enthusiasm for military service. Only through this can the strength of the Ming army be secured, enabling it to compete with the ever-expanding civil officialdom. This sphere of power must not be dominated by a singular voice. However, with the advancement of civil governance and the reduction of military engagements, the influence of civil officials has grown increasingly pronounced. In fact, the martial examination was initiated by Zhu Wanqing during the Hanwu period, but it has consistently yielded little success. The reason is simple. The Ming dynasty did not lack military leaders. Rather, it was experiencing an oversaturation. This trend continued into the Yongle era, where Zhu Di's formidable foundation similarly saw little development in the martial examination. The Rinxian period emphasized civil governance, and by the Zhengtang era, with the political situation teetering on the brink, little attention was afforded to military matters, while the Jingtai era focused predominantly on stability. Consequently, the martial examination in the Ming dynasty has never received the development it warranted. However, the necessity of reinstating the martial examination has become urgent. In the Qinqing Palace, Li Qing and Zhu Jianshan sat across from one another, the atmosphere markedly more harmonious than before. Zhu Jianshan found Li Qing increasingly agreeable. With the passage of time, he perceived that the majority of civil officials were even more irksome than Li Qing, and not by a small margin. Li Qing rarely visits without purpose. "You have come today with counsel, I presume?" Zhu Jianshan inquired with anticipation. He is currently overwhelmed and has been in a constant state of discontent, merely hoping that Li Qing might devise a strategy to alleviate his burdens. Li Qing did not respond directly, but instead inquired, "Your Majesty, what extent of power do you currently wield? What power is there to speak of? I have barely been on the throne for a year, and you have seen the officials for yourself." Zhu Jianshan replied with a bitter smile. "If one were to truly assess who holds sway, it would only be the eunuchs. Are you certain they can be influenced?" "Of course," Zhu Jianshan retorted, somewhat flustered, adding, "I have always treated the eunuchs generously. When Niu Yu behaved so recklessly, I merely exiled him to the southern province. After Xiao Hengzi stepped down, I rewarded him with estates and monetary gifts, showing unparalleled favor. Naturally, the eunuchs in the palace will be appreciative of my kindness." Li Qing nodded slightly. "Aside from the eunuchs, there is you," Zhu Jianshan declared with a touch of sentimentality. "Li Qing, your dedication to the nation is evident to the heavens." All right. Li Qing interrupted hastily, a chill running down his spine, speaking candidly. "Your Majesty, that won't do." Zhu Jianshan replied, "Do you think I do not desire this? However, it has only been half a year. Wielding power is not so easily accomplished." Zhu Jianshan grumbled, "Is Lord Yongqing coming to mock me? I am not so bored." Li Qing chuckled, shaking his head. "This time, I genuinely come to offer my counsel." "Oh," Zhu Jianshan perked up. "You have a plan?" "The military examination." "Excellent." Zhu Jianshan clapped his hands and laughed. "I have considered this as well. Truly, great minds think alike. You are indeed a stalwart of three reins." After a brief pause, he added, "However, while the strategy is commendable, it must be executable. The officials are not so easily swayed." He then smiled again. "But with you, I believe they would not dare to oppose you." Li Qing rolled his eyes. "They would dare to oppose you. Why would they not dare to oppose me? Of course, if I employ both soft and hard tactics, I could assist your Majesty to some extent, but the effectiveness would undoubtedly be significantly diminished." "True. Substantial decisions must operate within the confines of established rules. Coercion is impractical." Zhu Jianshan nodded. "I am all ears." "Eunuchs must be employed," Li Qing stated firmly. "At the very least, they are obedient and have their hearts with you. The authority of the Grand Secretariat is considerable, yet remains largely untapped. In fact, when Emperor Xian established the Neishu Tang, It was to prevent today's court situation. You are aware of this? Zhu Jinshin asked in surprise. That is not important. Li Qing diverted the conversation and continued, utilizing the Grand Secretariat to engage the ministers, thereby compelling them to compromise to some extent. Of course, merely this will not suffice to make them yield, so Your Majesty must also make appropriate concessions, such as to stabilize the court. The late emperor promoted a very pivotal figure, Li Xian. Indeed, Li Qing did not mind his interruption and continued, now that Li Xian has departed. The position of chief minister has become merely titular. During Li Xian's tenure, he held substantial power with the endorsement of the Ministry of Personnel and the Grand Secretariat. Now, with no connection between the Ministry of Personnel and the Grand Secretariat, that authority is lost. Perhaps it would be prudent to delegate it to Chen Wan, allowing him to become a truly effective chief minister. Li Qing suggested this would not lead to a loss of control in the Grand Secretariat, as the final approval would still lie with you, Your Majesty. Is the bait offered to the chief minister not too meager? As the situation unfolds, the first minister is poised to become increasingly sought after, eliciting joy among the members of the cabinet and potentially igniting their enthusiasm, even leading to internal strife. Li Qing chuckled darkly, reminding, let us not forget, Chen Wan is not the Minister of Personnel. Thus, the difficulty in bringing him down is not insurmountable. Ultimately, for the cabinet members aspiring to the position of First Minister, their fate rests in the hands of His Majesty. Wouldn't you agree? Li Qing raised an eyebrow. Zhu Jinshin erupted in hearty laughter. Indeed, it is you who bring such insight. How cunning. And what else do you propose? While the position of Minister of Personnel remains undecided, it is only a matter of time before a selection is made. Li Qing contemplated, suggesting, considering the upcoming martial examinations, we might as well pave the way for Yao Kuei, who possesses extensive connections and a formidable reputation in the officialdom. He continued, yet, this alone does not guarantee success. We must ensure a solid foundation. Zhu Jinshin, now exhilarated, believed that with this approach, the martial examinations were likely to succeed, and he perceived no loss in pursuing such a plan. Li Qing remarked on the reduction of military forces, clarifying, this is not intended to appease the civil officials or to undermine the military might of the Ming dynasty. On the contrary, it aims to refine the military, reduce fiscal expenditures, and simultaneously lay the groundwork for infusing fresh talent. After careful consideration, Li Qing proposed, soldiers who reach the age of 45 may be allowed to return to their farms and receive certain rewards, thus winning the hearts of the military while providing a sense of hope for the soldiers of the Ming. He initially considered setting the age at 40 but feared that a mass exodus could adversely affect morale, hence he increased it by 5 years. Zhu Jinshin pondered briefly before nodding vigorously, agreed, let us proceed with this plan. He joyfully exclaimed, your strategy is truly brilliant, exceptional. Hearing the emperor refer to him in such a manner stirred complex emotions within Li Qing, a blend of nostalgia and sentiment. Chapter 25. Sacrifice brings gain. Zhu Jinshin was overwhelmed with joy. Li Qing's words had illuminated his mind, lifting the weight of his previous gloom, and at last, he glimpsed a flicker of hope. Bring forth the food and wine. Zhu Jinshin called out, turning back with a smile. It has been far too long since we gathered. Let us indulge in a fine drink today. Li Qing nodded with a smile. Zhu Jinshin inquired, do you have any further suggestions, my friend? None, Li Qing replied, shaking his head. Your Majesty, what you are doing is commendable. Consolidating power is not an endeavor to be rushed. Patience is essential. Maintain your current pace. Do not be hasty, and proceed step by step. This is Zhu Jinshin's most admirable quality. Li Qing wished not to instill any impatience within him. After many years, it was a rare occurrence to have such a promising emperor emerge. Li Qing desired for Zhu Jinshin to wield power through his own merits rather than becoming overly reliant on Li Qing's guidance. As had been the case with Zhu Qizhen, the results of such an approach had proven questionable. One must be strong in their own right. Too easy a gain often leads to either a lack of appreciation or an inflated ego. In either outcome, Li Qing was unwilling to witness. As the food and drink were prepared, the two sat across from each other, raising their cups in a shared toast. With that drink, all past grievances were set aside. Zhu Jinshin lifted his cup, smiling, my friend, I toast to you. To your Majesty, Li Qing replied, clinking his cup with enthusiasm. He was immensely satisfied with Zhu Jinshin, surpassing the admiration he had for Zhu Zhangji in his earlier years. As long as Zhu Jinshin maintained his composure, his ascension to power was a foregone conclusion, allowing him to retire with peace of mind. His departure was not solely due to the pursuit of longevity. Li Qing also desired a respite and had other significant matters to attend to. However, prior to that, it was imperative to ensure the stability and health of the court. Today, Zhu Jianxin truly comprehended the prowess of this esteemed minister who had served 2 dynasties, marveling at the reality that beneath the veneer of great renown, there existed no charlatans. The ability to instill such trepidation and resentment among the ministers while remaining unscathed was indeed commendable. He humbly inquired, "Sir, in what areas do you believe I require improvement, or are there any faults I must rectify?" Li Qing contemplated for a moment. Aside from Zhu Jianxin's slightly impulsive handling of the Wanjiner affair, he found little to criticize. Zhu Jianxin exhibited neither arrogance nor impatience, nor did he compromise his principles. While he may not have accomplished monumental feats, he had not lost ground. At the very least, he had preserved the dignity of the emperor and maintained control over his authority. It was undeniable that the power of the Ming emperor had encountered systemic risks since Zhu Zhangji's reign, primarily due to Zhu Zhangji's untimely demise and Zhu Qixin's ascension at a tender age. From the 10th year of Xuanda to the 5th year of Jingtong, while the Grand Dowager Empress Zhang ostensibly held sway, the court was effectively manipulated by the 3 Yangs, leading to the rapid expansion of the civilian officials' power. Whether through the recommendation system or the deployment of military governors, the civilian group burgeoned uncontrollably. Fortunately, with only 5 years of influence, their malpractices had not taken root. Otherwise, Li Qing might not have been able to rectify the chaos so swiftly. Even so, imperial authority had undeniably weakened, as evidenced by Zhu Jianxin's current situation. While it was true that his recent ascension played a role, the growth of the civilian officials was equally real. Li Qing exhaled, remarking, "Your Majesty exhibits no flaws. The current pace is quite appropriate. Haste often leads to mistakes. Similarly, the more aggressive one is, the fiercer the resistance. The optimal strategy is akin to boiling a frog in warm water. Gradual, imperceptible changes render them apathetic, and by the time they realize, the momentum will have shifted irrevocably." Zhu Jianxin pondered this novel expression, nodding in agreement. "Sir, your words possess great wisdom. However, they are not fools and may prove difficult to implement. This would indeed test the emperor's mettle. Undoubtedly, they are astute, yet they are merely seeking their own interests." Li Qing smiled, suggesting a divide-and-conquer approach to exacerbate their inequities. Zhu Jianxin was taken aback, then vigorously nodded. "Your sage advice has truly enlightened me." Li Qing grinned proudly. "Can it be said that my words are worth their weight in gold?" Just as Zhu Jianxin was about to affirm, he suddenly realized Li Qing's penchant for wealth and awkwardly replied, "Sir, I am not exactly affluent myself. Such stinginess. Truly the son of your father." Li Qing retorted with a scoff. "Do you think I am a greedy person? Of course not. Your integrity is commendable," Li Qing continued. But he could no longer tolerate the conversation and interjected, "Enough. I have eaten my fill, drunk my share, and provided you with counsel. The specifics of implementation are at your discretion." With that, he rose to depart. "Sir, please wait. Is there something else?" Zhu Jianxin remarked. "Why not attend court tomorrow? They have quite a fear of you. Your proposal would likely yield better results." "I shall refrain from intervening." Li Qing gently waved his hand, saying, "They harbor significant reservations about me. If I were to voice my thoughts, they would naturally reject them and engage in extensive interpretations, diminishing the effectiveness. It is far better for you to take the lead." "Very well then," Zhu Jianxin replied with a hint of resignation. "This fellow is indeed quite indolent." Nevertheless, Li Qing had rendered him considerable assistance, prompting Zhu Jianxin to feel that he should not be overly parsimonious. Thus, he stated, "Now that summer has arrived, the heat intensifies day by day. I shall arrange for ice to be delivered to you daily to keep you cool." "I am grateful, Your Majesty," Li Qing responded. Zhu Jianxin smiled. "If you wish to express your gratitude, then do come to court more frequently." "I take my leave, Your Majesty," Li Qing said. Upon returning home, Li Qing reclined beneath the shade of a tree, idly flipping through a novel, and soon succumbed to a deep slumber. With Brother Donkey departed, the household had grown even quieter. Without the daily obligation of feeding, Li Qing became increasingly lethargic, and life grew ever more mundane. A state of apathy is not a favorable condition, as it can lead to despondency and a loss of ambition. Days swiftly passed, and as early summer faded, the weather grew sweltering. Although Li Qing was impervious to the heat, a gentle breeze provided some comfort, and he occasionally indulged in making ice treats, enjoying a leisurely existence. In early May, under Zhu Wanqing's orchestration, the martial examinations were reinstated. The cabinet granted approval, and the newly appointed Minister of Personnel, Yao Kuei, concurred, with the support of the Imperial Sacrificial Office. Meanwhile, the reduction of military forces alleviated the civil officials' resistance to the resumption of martial examinations. With the emperor's promise of increased salaries, they reluctantly acquiesced. This significant national policy for the Ming dynasty was finally implemented with the backing of all parties involved. The martial examinations, akin to the civil examinations, were divided into local, provincial, and palace tests, with the only distinction being the subjects assessed. Everything unfolded in accordance with Li Qing's expectations. Zhu Wanqing maintained his sharp intellect, remaining unclouded by temporary triumphs, treating his ministers with continued benevolence and a blend of gentleness and firmness. His commendable attitude was evident. At the very least, Zhu Wanqing succeeded in projecting a polished exterior. As the ministers recognized that the emperor was not easily trifled with, they gradually curtailed their audacity. Moreover, with the Minister of Personnel and the Chief Minister being different individuals, the rivalry within the cabinet showed signs of resurgence. This development significantly alleviated Zhu Wanqing's pressures. Inspired by Li Qing, Zhu Wanqing adapted the strategies employed by Zhu Zhangji and Zhu Qizhen regarding the grasslands to the court. He adopted a method of internal criticism while supporting external endeavors, occasionally favoring the 6 ministries, but more often leaning towards the cabinet. This approach, to some extent, weakened the cohesion of the civil officials faction. Within the court, all were astute individuals, readily discerning that this young man lacked martial virtue. However, they recognized the efficacy of his tactics. Human nature is inherently selfish. Since the rivalry within the cabinet was unavoidable, why not leverage the emperor's power to strike at political adversaries, particularly concerning the cabinet, which had thus far remained subordinate? Their ability to withstand the onslaught of the 6 ministries necessitated reliance on imperial authority. The cabinet was engaged in pragmatic affairs, asserting that their contributions surpassed those of the 6 ministries, and being closer to the emperor, they naturally deserved greater influence. However, the 6 ministries hold a different perspective. In their eyes, the cabinet merely serves as the emperor's secretary, an auxiliary department added temporarily by Emperor Taizong. They believe their role is to diligently perform their duties without engaging in any high-level maneuvering. The 6 ministries, having existed since the Sui and Tang dynasties, represent a venerable bureaucratic institution with a deeply rooted heritage spanning over a millennium, which instills in them a sense of superiority, leading them to look down upon the cabinet. In terms of both longevity and rank, the 6 ministries overshadow the cabinet, rendering any comparison futile. Yet, the cabinet members have the advantage of working closely with the emperor daily, a privilege the ministers of the 6 ministries cannot claim. With the absence of Li Xian as a pivotal figure, the relationship between the 6 ministries and the cabinet has deteriorated instantaneously. In a small courtyard, Li Qing and Yu Qian sit across from each other, enjoying a modest drink and engaging in conversation. Yu Qian often brings wine and meat. Well aware of Li Qing's laziness, as he frequently skips meals, "This roasted chicken is quite delectable. You should have some," Li Qing says, spitting out a chicken bone and adding with a smile, "Stop wearing that long face and lighten up." Yu Qian responds, "Sir, you are aware of the current situation in court, aren't you? You always have a few words to say each time you visit. It's impossible for me not to know." Li Qing rolls his eyes and chuckles. "Isn't everything rather tranquil? What troubles you?" Yu Qian sighs, noting that while the conflict between the sovereign and his ministers has eased, internal strife is rising again, which ultimately bodes ill. When Li Xian was around, the efficiency in governance was far superior to what it is now. Previously, the departments and the cabinet collaborated seamlessly, but now, he laments, muttering to himself, "Is this truly the case of wanting both fish and bear's paw?" Li Qing wipes his hands and replies, "One must sacrifice to gain." Even if Li Xian hadn't departed, the situation wouldn't have improved significantly. With every new emperor comes a new set of ministers. You have served through several reigns. Can't you see this? Yu Qian sighs heavily. Indeed. Every time a new emperor ascends the throne, some degree of turmoil is inevitable. I do not seek much. I merely hope for stability akin to that during the reign of Emperor Xian. Li Qing rolls his eyes. What a fanciful thought. Zhu Zhangji, that grandson of Emperor Xian, was nurtured directly by Taizong and had the teachings of Emperor Ren to guide him. How can the three subsequent emperors possibly compare? Sir, there's nothing you can do. Yu Qian asks. Do you truly consider me a deity? Li Qing retorts, exasperated. The current situation is the best I can conceive. Is that how it will remain? Yu Qian presses, unwilling to accept such stagnation. Of course not. Li Qing replies with a subtle smile. You must have faith in our new emperor. He is genuinely quite capable. Give him some time, and I believe he will perform admirably. Chapter 26. Yu Qian requests to resign after so many years. This is the first time Yu Qian has heard Li Qing praise the emperor, and it is laced with anticipation. What? Do you lack confidence? No, Yu Qian responds. His expression peculiar, yet curious. Li Qing chuckles. Good is good. There is nothing strange about it. Now, do not fret. We are merely in a transitional phase. Once the emperor wields real power, operations will flow more smoothly. Pausing for a moment, he adds, what concerns me now is the situation on the grasslands. However, Yu Qian remains optimistic, noting that the Walla have already achieved a great victory. As long as the Ming continues to engage in trade with them, the Walla will be secure and devoted to serving the Ming. Li Qing sighs. But have you considered what might happen if Walla changes leaders in the future? This thought leaves Yu Qian momentarily speechless. Upon the ascension of the new emperor of the Ming dynasty, one cannot help but wonder if the newly appointed leader of the Walla will navigate his reign without turbulence. Li Qing expressed his concerns, fearing that a significant upheaval might arise during the power transition within Walla, potentially allowing the Tatars to exploit the situation. Yu Qian furrowed his brow, pondering for a lengthy moment before replying. Indeed, such a scenario cannot be entirely dismissed. However, the Tatars have already suffered a catastrophic defeat, particularly this time, enduring a fierce onslaught that had been brewing for years. Without a period of no less than 5 years for recuperation, the Tatars will find it exceedingly difficult to recover. Even if Walla were to experience unrest, it is unlikely that the Tatars would be able to capitalize on it in the short term. One must not only focus on the Tatars, but also consider the local inhabitants of the Walla steppe. Li Qing remarked. The internal strife within Walla is no less significant than external threats, and with the absence of external pressures, internal discord may flourish. Yu Qian fell silent. Do you have any viable solutions? He inquired. Given the current uncertainty, what solutions could there possibly be? Li Qing responded with a wry smile. I hope my worries are unfounded. Once Shi Hong and the others return, we shall ascertain the situation. Prior to the army's departure, he had specifically instructed Shi Hong to gather intelligence regarding Walla's circumstances to facilitate future responses. Yu Qian asked, what if such a situation indeed arises? Li Qing contemplated. As you mentioned, if the Tatars remain incapacitated, then it would not be a matter of great concern. Let them first descend into chaos. Once the situation stabilizes, we can extend our support. However, such a course of action would complicate the integration of the steppes. Yu Qian nodded slowly, sighing. Let us hope that such circumstances do not come to pass. Li Qing observed, you seem somewhat perturbed today, overly cautious. Yu Qian chuckled, taking a sip from his cup. My friend, since this year began, I have increasingly felt my limitations. I intend to submit my resignation to the emperor tomorrow and return to my homeland. Li Qing's gaze sharpened, quickly grasping Yu Qian's wrist. Yu Qian felt a momentary blur, and in the next instant, Li Qing frowned and spoke. You are not ill, but you certainly require proper recuperation. Li Qing refrained from persuading him to stay. Yu Qian had toiled for so long, beginning his arduous journey during the Yongle era, and Li Qing wished for him to enjoy a few tranquil days. When do you plan to depart? That depends on the emperor, Yu Qian replied with a bitter smile. Perhaps he will not permit my departure. Li Qing stated. If he refuses, I shall intercede on your behalf. Yu Qian raised his cup. This frail body of mine can hardly accompany you for much longer. To you, my esteemed friend. Do not speak so. Take good care of yourself. There is still much time ahead, Li Qing replied, clinking his cup against Yu Qian's. Once you resign, do not burden yourself with concerns. I will manage things here. Your only task is to live well. Indeed, Yu Qian understood. He softly added, it is I who have burdened you. It is no trouble, after so many years. I have grown accustomed to it. Li Qing smiled, draining his cup. The two conversed for a considerable time, and as dusk approached, Yu Qian rose to take his leave. Li Qing reclined once more in his chair, feeling increasingly desolate. With Yu Qian's departure, he would lose the confidant with whom he could share his innermost thoughts. While he felt a pang of reluctance, he was even more saddened by the thought of Yu Qian continuing to labor. After a lifetime of hardship, he deserved a respite. The next day, within the Qianxing Palace, Yu Qian requested to resign, but Zhu Jianxin refused to grant his request. Despite repeated appeals, Zhu Jianxin remained steadfast in his denial. Yu Qian persisted 3 times, yet still received no approval. Teacher Yu, though you are of advanced age, your health appears remarkably robust. Zhu Jianxin expressed his reluctance, remarking that even the venerable Lian Pu, at 60, still possesses vigor. I do not wish for you to return to the battlefield. Why must you insist on departing? Your Majesty, I truly am old. Remaining longer may only impede the court, Yu Qian replied with a hint of bitterness. Among the court, there are many astute and capable individuals. I have grown increasingly weary in recent days, finding the handling of state affairs quite burdensome. It is indeed time for this old minister to retire. Zhu Jianxin furrowed his brow. Very well. I shall grant you a month's leave to recuperate. Once you have restored your health, you may resume your duties. The emperor declared this with finality, not allowing Yu Qian the opportunity to decline. If a month proves insufficient, I shall extend it. You need not feel pressured. It was impossible for him to accept Yu Qian's resignation. Trustworthy and capable individuals are scarce, and Zhu Jianxin was reluctant to part with him. Yu Qian wielded considerable influence within the court, alleviating much of Zhu Jianxin's burden. The emperor felt gratitude towards him, but was compelled to retain his presence. Bring forth the imperial physician, Zhu Jianxin called out, then turned to Yu Qian with concern. Please remain calm. Shortly the court physician will examine you, and perhaps a couple of doses of medicine will suffice. Thank you, Your Majesty, Yu Qian politely declined. I am not ill. There is no need for such trouble. With Mr. Li present, there was truly no requirement for the imperial physician, Yu Qian thought with some resignation, knowing the emperor was steadfast in his decision to keep him. Despite his foresight, he could not help but feel a sense of disappointment. At his age, he yearned to return to his hometown to enjoy his twilight years, especially with Li Qing capable of managing affairs. He held great confidence in Li Qing's abilities. Yet, the emperor's edict was not to be defied. To demonstrate his regard, Zhu Jianxin resolutely prevented Yu Qian from leaving until the court physician had completed his examination and prescribed medication. Only then did he say, Teacher, please focus on your recovery and refrain from concerning yourself with state matters. I shall visit you another day. Yu Qian hurriedly replied. I cannot trouble your Majesty with such worries. I am quite well. Indeed, you are my teacher. Zhu Jianxin appealed to their shared bond. Watching Yu Qian exit the grand hall, Zhu Jianxin let out a long sigh. It was inconceivable to allow Yu Qian to depart, even if he performed no duties. He could not be let go. However, this relief did not last long. In the afternoon, Li Qing arrived, getting straight to the point. Why won't you allow Yu Qian to retire to his hometown? I need him, Zhu Jianxin replied candidly. But he is already old, Li Qing frowned. Has he not contributed enough to the Ming dynasty? Must you cling to one individual until his last breath? Zhu Jianxin protested. I have granted him leave. What more do you desire? If a month is insufficient, I can extend it to 2, and if that 2 is inadequate, we shall discuss further. I have never claimed that I intend to use him until he can no longer serve. Do you not have any sense of reason? Listen to this. What a callous sentiment, Li Qing said patiently. If the emperor truly cares for him, then allow him to return home and enjoy a few peaceful days. It is quite pleasant here as well. The capital's splendor far surpasses his hometown. Additionally, I can provide him with medical care and recuperation. Is that not sufficient? Zhu Jianxin retorted. Li Qing maintained a stern expression. Do not twist the narrative. As one ages, it is natural to desire to return to one's roots. Do you not think your stance is excessively heartless? Zhu Jianxin felt a surge of irritation. If I were to be compassionate in every regard, I could not fulfill my duties as emperor. The court is fraught with challenges. What would you have me do? Indeed, I am aware of his difficulties, yet, how can I not endure my own? Whom shall I confide my sorrows to? Should I turn to your Wanjinu? Li Qing rolled his eyes, suggesting, let him return. I shall be more diligent. Be diligent indeed. Zhu Jianxin pondered for a moment before nodding. If you can meet my expectations, then? He refrained from finishing his sentence, for Li Qing's gaze was too fearsome. What do you stare at me like that for? Zhu Jianxin instinctively took a step back, feeling an absurd thought cross his mind, that Li Qing might strike him. Let him go, Li Qing exhaled, stating, he has served your family well. Observing Li Qing regain his composure, the emperor's aura surged within him, ready to erupt. Li Qing, you have overstepped. The anger that Li Qing had just subdued flared back to life. Repeat that? Zhu Jianshun felt an inexplicable fear and hastily responded, Li Aiqing. It seems you ought not to be so disrespectful. Li Qing's eyes gleamed dangerously as he replied, I am not here to negotiate regarding Yu Qian's request for retirement. Are you threatening me? If that is how you perceive it, then so be it. Zhu Jianshun momentarily choked on his words, then managed a smile. Sir, let us temper our tempers. Anger clouds reason, which is unwise. With the presence of the retired emperor in Jinling, Zhu Jianshun truly feared Li Qing's potential move to have the retired emperor return to his hometown. After all, he had yet to assume full control. Li Qing, feeling exasperated, thought it foolish that one must provoke anger to communicate effectively. Yu Aiqing has toiled for a lifetime, contributing greatly. How could I not empathize with him? Zhu Jianshun smiled, suggesting, let him restore his health, and I shall permit him to retire. Would that be agreeable? Li Qing responded with resignation. Why must you complicate matters? He is not ill. He merely wishes to return to his homeland to live out the final chapter of his life. Such a simple desire. Why can it not be granted? He is a loyal minister, a capable one. Zhu Jianshun frowned. I do not wish to lose him. Li Qing retorted, must loyal ministers and capable men serve until death? What kind of nonsense is that? Look at you. Why are you angry again? Zhu Jianshun, adopting a strategy of appearing weaker, quickly spoke more pleasantly. I too fear the long journey. Yu Aiqing's health cannot withstand it. Li Qing's expression turned cold. Do not provoke my emotions further, or I may truly lose my patience. Just say whether you approve or not. I do not wish to approve, but Zhu Jianshun's voice faltered. As Li Qing leaned forward, seizing his collar, their foreheads nearly touched, and his eyes shone like a sharp blade, seeming to pierce through Zhu Jianshun. Yet, who among mortals is devoid of sentiment? I approve, Zhu Jianshun finally conceded. Li Qing relaxed his grip, smiling as he clasped his hands. Your Majesty is as benevolent as the heavens. I shall express my gratitude to you on behalf of Yu Qian. Zhu Jianshun breathed deeply, nodding gently. I take my leave, Li Qing declared. Zhu Jianshun, feeling his blood surge, took a full quarter of an hour to regain his composure before erupting in fury. Li Qing, you scoundrel, you have gone too far. Damn it, how outrageous. Chapter 27. Farewell. In the small courtyard, smoke curled gracefully into the air. In the bustling kitchen, the sound of clattering pots and pans echoed as Li Qing donned an apron, skillfully stir-frying meat and vegetables. The air was thick with a rich aroma that tantalized the senses. Sir, it's nearly ready. No worries, my appetite is substantial. I'll be fine in a moment. Li Qing deftly transferred the cooked dishes onto a plate, splashed some water into the pan to clean it, and expertly heated oil. Moments later, he added the freshly washed vegetables to the pan. The sizzling sound of water meeting oil filled the air, mingling with the rising steam of spices, creating a fragrant yet pungent atmosphere. Don't linger here inhaling the smoke. Let us head to the parlor, Li Qing chuckled. Today, you shall savor my culinary skills, which far surpass those of the imperial chefs. Yu Qian hesitated briefly, then nodded and turned to leave. Sometimes, humility may be less appealing. One must embrace the kindness of others. Tomorrow, Yu Qian would depart, and who knew when they would meet again? Perhaps this would be their last encounter. Thus today as feast must be bountiful. For 2 people, Li Qing prepared a lavish spread of 8 dishes and 2 soups, truly extravagant. When the meal was served, Li Qing retrieved a treasured vintage wine, pouring a glass for Yu Qian with a smile. This was a gift from the late emperor, buried for over 20 years. Today, it shall accompany your farewell. Sir, you flatter me too much, Yu Qian replied, quickly steadying his wine glass. In the future, I shall enjoy the fruits of my labor. But let us not dwell on such matters. Li Qing boldly stated, after all these years, everything has turned out well, so you need not worry. I am not concerned about your capabilities. Yu Qian gently shook his head. However, once the court stabilizes, I hope you will take time to wander and find some solace. He understood Li Qing, aware of his struggles, genuinely fearing that Li Qing might not endure the long, arduous path ahead. Indeed, I share that sentiment. In a few years, once the court is firmly established, I shall step down to pursue my desires. Li Qing nodded. What do you wish to pursue, sir? Yu Qian inquired with curiosity. Li Qing smiled. Let us not forget, I am still a Taoist priest. Yu Qian paused, momentarily taken aback. He had overlooked this aspect. For so long, Li Qing had been embroiled in the intricacies of court politics, and even Yu Qian, who knew him well, had forgotten this layer of his identity. That does sound appealing. Yu Qian nodded with a smile, raising his glass. To you, sir. Cheers. Li Qing chimed, merrily lifting his glass. The two shared a hearty drink, their laughter growing ever more vibrant. Come now, let us eat and see how it tastes. Indeed, Yu Qian said, picking up a piece with his chopsticks. After savoring it for a moment, he praised, excellent. Even the imperial chefs cannot compare. Isn't it so? I think so too, Li Qing replied with a smile, encouraging him to indulge further. You should partake as well, sir. The meal lingered on, more a conversation than mere dining, as they reminisced until the hour grew late. Finally, Yu Qian rose, stating, Sir, I must take my leave. What time will you depart tomorrow? There is no need for farewells, Yu Qian replied with a smile. After so many years of acquaintance, why concern ourselves with such formalities? Li Qing understood that Yu Qian wished for him to rest well, and thus he refrained from pressing further. Travel safely. Yes, of course. The following day, just as dawn began to break, a crowd had gathered outside Yu Qian's door, with several carriages and over 100 armed guards in attendance. Zhu Jinshan is quite thoughtful, having specially dispatched the Jinyui to escort us. Soon, all the luggage was loaded into the carriage. Yu Mian gazed at the home he had inhabited for over a decade, feeling a profound sense of reluctance. Growing up in Shuntian, he held deep emotional ties to this place. Moreover, which man in the world can resist the allure of power? His father's identity and status were unparalleled. With just a word, he believed the emperor would certainly grant him a convenient path, considering his father's tireless contributions. Furthermore, the officials in the court would not voice any objections, for his father possessed such qualifications. However, the question arose, do you wish to remain? Yu Qian discerned his son's thoughts. After a brief silence, Yu Mian nodded slightly, saying, Father, I also wish to serve the country with loyalty. Yu Qian chuckled softly and sighed. Being an official, especially one in the court, is no easy task. You are not suited for such a role. My refusal to allow you to pursue this path is for your own good. He paused, adding, Perhaps you believe me to be harsh or that I am sacrificing your reputation, but the truth is, once you become an official, you will come to regret it. Yu Mian responded earnestly, Father, I will not bring shame to our family. In the court, many matters are beyond one's control, Yu Qian said with a wry smile, fully aware of the depths of the political waters after so many years as an official. I do not wish for you to be entangled in such complexities or face exclusion at every turn. Not everyone is as incapable as you think, Yu Mian retorted. Mr. Li has succeeded, as his father. Why can't I? Yu Qian shook his head with a smile. How many individuals like Mr. Li exist in this world? A significant portion of my success is attributed to fortune, which you may not possess. In truth, your identity as Yu Qian's son may not be of much assistance to you, and could even work against you. You should be aware that I have offended many during my career. I am growing old, and do not wish for you to wade through these murky waters. After a moment's reflection, Yu Qian affirmed, You are indeed exceptional, and I am proud of you, yet you are not cut out for an official's life. Poetry and literature are more suited to your talents. Disheartened, Yu Mian nodded gently. I will abide by father's arrangements. Very well, let us depart. Yu Qian replied with a light-hearted smile. He murmured to himself, finally leaving this arena of power. Alas, how many in the court are truly devoted to the nation and its people? Most are merely driven by greed, becoming slaves to power. After all these years, he felt weary. His aging body could no longer serve the country with dedication, and he yearned to return home for a peaceful retirement. Yet, there lingered a sense of reluctance and sorrow. Though he could enjoy a tranquil old age, Li Qing suddenly appeared, exclaiming, I pay my respects to the eternal Qing Marquis. Yu Qian came to his senses and turned toward the door. Moments later, Li Qing stepped over the threshold and into the courtyard. Yu Mian hurriedly approached to pay his respects, greeting Mr. Li. Ah, no need for formalities. Li Qing waved his hand, quickly making his way to Yu Qian, sizing him up and jesting. It seems that with this talk of departure, your complexion has noticeably improved. Yu Qian nodded with a smile. I apologize for interrupting your pleasant dreams. Oh, not at all, Li Qing replied, producing a prescription from his sleeve. This is tailored to your health. Take good care of yourself. Once things settle down here, I shall visit for a drink. Yu Qian accepted the prescription with a smile, saying, I shall do my utmost. At last, the burdens were lifted, and Yu Qian felt a newfound lightness. Yet the deep furrows etched between his brows remained, impervious to any smile. Li Qing, feeling a sense of joy for Yu Qian, inquired if he had finished packing. Yes, came the reply. Then let us depart, Li Qing stated, adding, I shall not delay you any further. Upon returning home, do send a letter to inform me of your safety. Indeed, Yu Qian responded, folding away the prescription and taking a couple of steps back to perform a deep bow. Li Qing reciprocated the gesture. Raising his gaze once more, Li Qing smiled warmly. Take care. Yu Qian nodded, replying, You too, sir. The carriage gradually receded, disappearing at the alley's end. Li Qing sighed softly, his heart growing more desolate and lonely. In the Yiqing Tower, he listened to the courtesan's melodies and observed the courtesan sway gracefully, only to find, with dismay, that he had outgrown such base pleasures. It was not a pretense of superiority. Rather, he found himself unable to muster any enthusiasm for it. Ultimately, he only consumed a bellyful of wine. More tragically, even without relying on true energy, he could not intoxicate himself. Beneath the shade of a tree, Li Qing reclined on a lounge chair, his right hand dangling loosely, the book he held having slipped to the ground. Despite appearing to be in a deep slumber, he exuded a lingering weariness. Zhu Jianxin made a gesture for silence and seated himself at the stone table opposite Li Qing. Observing the sleeping figure before him, all his pent-up grievances dissipated, replaced by an inexplicable sense of tenderness. The Jinyui bore an odd expression but dared not speak, bowing silently at the emperor's gesture before retreating from the small courtyard. Zhu Jianxin exhibited remarkable patience, remaining seated as he observed the slumbering Li Qing. How curious it was. This fellow, seemingly idle all day, appeared utterly exhausted. Zhu Jianxin pondered mischievously. Could it be that he was worn out from the pleasures of the brothel? When did the emperor arrive? Li Qing suddenly asked, catching Zhu Jianxin off guard, nearly causing him to topple over. When did you awaken? Just now, Li Qing yawned. What brings the emperor here to seek me? Upon hearing this, Zhu Jianxin's temper flared. Yongqing Marquis, do you not think you have gone too far? In what regard? Li Qing queried. It has been several days. How long has it been? Zhu Jianxin retorted. Yu Qian has been gone for half a month, and yet you have not attended court even once. Has it truly been that long? Li Qing murmured, furrowing his brow. Has anything of great import arisen in the administration? No. Then there is no matter, Li Qing replied, reclining once more, languidly stating, why must I attend court if there is nothing to discuss? Zhu Jianxin, exasperated, replied, oh, so this is how you wish to play it, is it? Look at you, all flustered. Li Qing smirked. Has any correspondence arrived from the grasslands? Yes, Zhu Jianxin affirmed. A letter arrived the day before yesterday, indicating they will return around mid-August or early September. This time, we have amassed significant gains, with over 50,000 expected to join our ranks. I have already instructed the Ministry of War to allocate another batch of grain to prevent any starvation. Li Qing nodded slightly and inquired, what of the Walla situation? You should get up first, Zhu Jianxin remarked, disapproving of Li Qing's languid posture, as if he were a lord. This scene felt as though he were reporting to Li Qing, awaiting his directives. One truly cannot distinguish between the high and low, can one? Zhu Jianxin thought. Feeling increasingly vexed, Li Qing straightened himself and said, do tell. The Walla have triumphed, while the Dada have suffered defeat. Is it truly that straightforward? Li Qing frowned. Where is the correspondence? In the palace. If you wish to know the details, I shall show you after tomorrow's court session, Zhu Jianxin replied. In a moment of helplessness tinged with pleading, Zhu Jianxin remarked, it's about time. We must attend court and fulfill our duties. What do you require of me? Li Qing retorted with amusement. If you truly find yourself in need, I shall certainly assist you. But let us not place too much significance on ceremonial formalities. You did not voice such sentiments when Yu Qian was still present, Zhu Jianxin replied, taking a deep breath. I have procured a position for you within the Ministry of War. Minister of War? Chapter 28, Moving. Indeed. Zhu Jianxin nodded. This way, you will receive 2 salaries. What do you think? Am I not generous? Li Qing gazed at him as if he were a fool. Do you truly believe that I subsist on a salary? If not, then what? Zhu Jianxin inquired. To be candid, I am not in want of money, Li Qing stated nonchalantly, exuding an air of high esteem. My attendance at court is solely for the sake of the nation and its people, with no other desires. Zhu Jianxin responded. Do you expect me to believe that? 2 salaries, and the year-end bonuses will also be doubled, Zhu Jianxin pressed on. Li Qing sighed. Your Majesty, it is not a matter of laziness. Rather, my role as Minister of War equates to waging direct conflict with the civil officials faction. Are you afraid? Zhu Jinshan inquired. It is not a question of fear. Li Qing shook his head. I ask you, is the Minister of War not part of the civil official system? Have you considered that if I were to succeed, the civil officials would also reap the benefits? Zhu Jinshan paused, realizing the validity of this argument. Yet, he remained unwilling to relent. Will you continue to languish in idleness? Zhu Jinshan exclaimed with frustration. You previously stated that if I consented to Yu Qian's return to his homeland, you would take on more responsibilities. Are you not being unreasonable? I am indeed willing to work. Li Qing laughed. The act of working is not inherently linked to attending court. For instance, with a single strategy of mine, I alleviated much of your burdens. Very well, if you devise another plan, I shall overlook your breach of trust, Zhu Jinshan replied. Li Qing pondered for a moment before suggesting, I propose that we allow all those who seek refuge from the grassland tribes to reside outside the borders, where they can tend to horses for our Ming dynasty. Is that all? Zhu Jinshan questioned himself, maintaining an admirable composure. Yet he found it difficult to remain calm in Li Qing's presence. When the late emperor passed, I vowed to accomplish what he could not. However, if we proceed as you suggest, will there be any tribes from the grasslands willing to seek allegiance with the Ming in the future? Zhu Jinshan expressed indignantly. I see now that you are merely a scoundrel. Li Qing, undeterred, responded with exasperation, Your Majesty, I must ask you, with so many people influxing into the Ming, how do you intend to manage them? Liaodong, Zhu Jinshan replied. Liaodong is vast, yet it offers limited accommodations. How do you propose to allocate space? Li Qing continued. Have you considered that with such a large concentration of people, should they turn to malevolence, it could result in catastrophic consequences? Zhu Jinshan muttered. Yet, according to your method, the Ming should not incorporate the grasslands. Integrating the grasslands into the Ming's territory is inherently a formidable task. Li Qing sighed. Throughout history, many calamities faced the Central Plains have stemmed from the north. Do you truly believe that none of those monarchs contemplated the inclusion of the northern territories? Zhu Jinshan found himself at a loss for words and fell silent. Observing his calm demeanor, Li Qing pressed on. The population of the grasslands is excessively large, and the financial resources of the Ming are limited. We cannot afford to sustain such a multitude. If everyone were to come, what would you do? Zhu Jinshan found himself at a loss for words. Therefore, the most prudent course of action would be to encourage them to become self-reliant. Li Qing remarked that pursuing them too eagerly would not constitute a fair exchange. Overly generous treatment would only embolden them. However, one must not be excessively harsh. The court could impose certain conditions. Did Yu Qian not convey this to you? Zhu Jinshan pondered for a moment and replied, It seems he did. But I did not absorb it. He still harbored aspirations of reclaiming the grasslands and inquired, Is there truly no better solution? What possibilities exist? Li Qing rolled his eyes. Given the long-standing grievances between both parties, it would be nearly impossible to achieve assimilation without ample time for accumulation. After a pause, he continued, In truth, there is no need for excessive concern. The living conditions on the grasslands are harsh. As long as the Ming dynasty offers them a modicum of protection, preventing them from suffering raids, they will be grateful. They will not resent the Ming for their inability to integrate. They can raise horses, and the Ming can purchase them. Li Qing chuckled, asserting that even if chaos were to ensue, it would not be of great consequence. Isn't your Majesty keen on reinforcing the military? Zhu Jinshan's eyes brightened with realization. Indeed, they need not fear rebellion, as it would provide an opportunity for practice, and the proximity would render the costs negligible. Remember, Li Qing advised, one must plan before acting. In times of trouble, remain composed and deliberate. As the emperor, you should not be so hasty. Zhu Jinshan felt a twinge of indignation but accepted the counsel. Typically, he did not behave in such a manner, but Li Qing's tone was particularly irksome, easily provoking impatience. After all, I am the sovereign. A modicum of respect is in order, Zhu Jinshan huffed. Li Qing smiled, responding, I shall adhere to your wishes. Grateful for Li Qing's agreeable words, Zhu Jinshan's demeanor softened considerably. He settled across from Li Qing, observing the somewhat irritating figure before him, and involuntarily recalled Li Qing's appearance while asleep moments ago. I know a bit about your past. You took a godson in Jinling, did you not? Indeed. Zhu Jinshan, perplexed, asked, Why have you not established a family? Li Qing, unsure of how to respond, could only say, In truth, I am a Taoist. A Taoist visiting Yiqing Tower? Zhu Jinshan's expression darkened, adding, Moreover, not all Taoists are celibate. Some marry and have children, as in the case of Longhu Mountain. Li Qing sighed softly. A person like me is ill-suited for family life. Zhu Jianshun, momentarily taken aback, soon felt a deep sense of empathy. Ah, it is indeed difficult. Having committed numerous unsettling acts, one cannot guarantee immunity from retribution. Ultimately, it is all for the sake of the Ming. His resentment towards Li Qing significantly diminished. Such a person was simply impossible to despise. Li Qing, appearing bemused, remarked, "Why are you so moved? My lack of a family seems unrelated to you, does it not?" "Your Majesty, what is this?" "It is nothing." Zhu Jianshan shook his head, then inquired, "Is your godson still filial?" "Quite filial," Li Qing replied, puzzled. "Your Majesty, why do you ask this? Did you not notice? I am merely expressing concern for you." "Thank you," Li Qing replied. The two fell into a moment of contemplative silence before Zhu Jianshan asked, "How is the retired emperor?" "Quite well," Li Qing responded. "Jinling is prosperous and vibrant, and the climate is far superior to Shuntian. He has gained quite a bit of weight. Does he truly not wish to return?" Li Qing nodded with a smile. "At least for a considerable period in the future, he shall not return. However, when he grows old, he will inevitably come back. As fallen leaves return to their roots." Zhu Jianshan gave a slight nod, feeling a mix of relaxation and melancholy. "In truth, I also miss my father. If one day you return to Jinling, please convey my regards to him. First, you must grant me a leave." Li Qing pondered for a moment and suggested, "How about this? Once Shiheng returns and settles matters with the prairie tribes, you could grant me a leave?" Zhu Jianshan neither agreed nor refused, merely stating, "We shall see how things unfold at that time." Subsequently, the two conversed about the current state of affairs in the court. During their discussion, Li Qing imparted a wealth of knowledge, from which Zhu Jianshan greatly benefited. His confidence grew stronger as well. "Sir, given the current vibrancy of the Ming dynasty, where do you believe one should begin to ascend to the next level?" Zhu Jianshan inquired. Without hesitation, Li Qing replied, "Commerce." Zhu Jianshan frowned. "Merchants are cunning and profit-driven. I fear, The emperor is mistaken. The old hierarchy of scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants is no longer applicable." Li Qing stated plainly, "What does a nation need for prosperity? Money? Yes, but not entirely." He elucidated, "It is the liquidity of money that matters. If your Majesty possesses a mountain of gold, yet chooses not to spend it, that wealth holds no value. However, if it is put to use, it can accomplish countless endeavors." The Zhu family lacks understanding of economics. Li Qing exerted considerable effort to help Zhu Jianshan grasp even a modicum of understanding. Money generates immense driving force. With wealth, the enthusiasm of the populace can be mobilized, enhancing their productivity. Li Qing remarked, "Before maritime trade was initiated, various industries in the Ming were not particularly remarkable, and prices were generally high. Yet, with the rise of sea trade, while it may seem that prices have surged, this is merely a result of excessive issuance of treasure notes. In reality, the common people can afford to buy." He continued, "However, did the flourishing of commerce cause agriculture to stagnate? Not at all. The Ming did not neglect its lands. The impact of commerce on agriculture was minimal. Indeed, many landlords converted rice fields to mulberry, but with the support of high-yield crops like Yongla rice, Yongla beans, and Xuanda potatoes, no food crisis arose. So, does your Majesty understand?" "I comprehend," Zhu Jianshan replied solemnly. "Merchants are wealthy. We must take advantage of that." Li Qing chuckled. "Well, I was merely jesting." Zhu Jianshan nodded, indicating that Li Qing meant to say that the economy resembles a vast river, which must flow to foster prosperity, and that the presence of merchants can accelerate that flow. "Your Majesty is astute." Li Qing smiled and nodded. Zhu Jianshan mused, "I shall prioritize this development, but first, I must secure actual power. Only with authority can one effectuate change." "Indeed, I believe you can achieve it," Li Qing said with a smile. Seeing that Li Qing remained resolute, Zhu Jianshan had no choice but to be straightforward. "So, you still choose not to attend court?" Li Qing countered, "Your Majesty, wielding your power through your own means will garner greater trust, will it not?" "Very well." Zhu Jianshan recognized that forcing the issue was futile, so he decided not to dwell on it and stated his bottom line. "I empathize with you, but you must also understand my position. Once Shiheng returns and the matters of the prairie tribes are arranged, you shall take charge of them." "All right," Li Qing readily agreed. Zhu Jianshan rose and remarked, "Do not confine yourself to the house all day. Venture outside for a stroll." Such seclusion may lead to peculiar afflictions. Alternatively, I could bestow upon you two beauties to alleviate your solitary plight and prevent you from succumbing to folly. Li Qing, caught between laughter and tears, replied, Your Majesty, I appreciate your kind intentions, but it is truly unnecessary. Is it unnecessary, or is it of no use? Zhu Wanqing quipped, turning swiftly and departing, his pace brisk, as if fearing Li Qing might pursue him for a reprimand. Having been on the receiving end of Li Qing's sharp tongue multiple times, he felt a twinge of vindication today, which brightened his spirits significantly. Zhu Wanqing hummed a cheerful tune, striding with a buoyant gait. Li Qing, disinclined to engage in further banter with the impudent youth, nonetheless pondered that perhaps it was indeed time to stretch his legs, as he had not checked on the progress of the compilation of the historical records for some days. Chapter 29. Compilation, not fabrication at the Hanlin Academy. Li Dongyang wrote with remarkable swiftness, his fine calligraphy densely covering the entire writing desk, arranged in a pleasing manner. Suddenly, noticing a shift in the light, he looked up in confusion, and upon recognizing the visitor, he hastily set down his brush and rose to pay his respects. I have the honor of greeting the Duke of Yongqing. No need for such formalities. Li Qing replied with a warm smile. It has been a while since my last visit. To what stage have you progressed? In response to the Duke, we have now reached the 3rd year of the Jingtai period in our compilation, Li Dongyang explained, gesturing to the manuscripts spread across the desk, which were freshly penned and yet to undergo refinement. Please peruse these drafts and see if there are any discrepancies. Very well. Li Qing approached, resting his hands on the imperial desk, meticulously reviewing each word. After a quarter of an hour, he lifted his gaze and inquired, From where did you obtain this information? What are the sources? Part of it comes from the previous emperor's attendants, while a larger portion is derived from the memorials of the Jingtai period, as well as the archives of the previous emperor's policies, Li Dongyang responded. Li Qing raised his hand to interrupt. What I mean is, where is your original text? It is next door, where Liu and his team are responsible for the sourcing, and then I compile and summarize, Li Dongyang clarified. Do you not need to transcribe it? This is merely a draft. It requires repeated verification before being refined step by step, Li Dongyang elucidated. What you have seen previously were the final versions. These on the desk are merely rough drafts, and there are still many verification steps to complete. By the way, the 2nd year of the Jingtai period has been finalized. Would you like to review it? That can wait, Li Qing replied. First, bring me the original text for comparison. Certainly, please wait a moment, Duke of Yongqing. Li Dongyang bowed and hurried away. Before long, he returned, carrying a large stack of books, numbering over 30 volumes. Li Dongyang placed the books on the nearby tea table, opened one to a specific page, and approached, saying, Please take a look, Your Grace. The manuscript's line 2738 originates from here. Li Qing took the book and compared it meticulously with the manuscript, finding no discrepancies whatsoever. Have you memorized it all? After reading it once, I remembered it. Li Dongyang replied nonchalantly. Li Qing said, Extract the original texts of the manuscript. I wish to compare them. He remained skeptical. Li Dongyang complied, retrieving the original texts for Li Qing to examine. After a brief period, Li Qing exhaled in relief. The manuscript of over 5,000 characters contained not a single error, which was indeed a rarity. Such remarkable memory is truly unparalleled. Li Qing marveled, yet he found himself puzzled. Why not transcribe the text directly, rather than relying on memory? The esteemed Lord Yongqing is unaware that many of these tomes are shrouded in secrecy, with stringent borrowing time limits. Numerous volumes are unique copies, and only upon damage will the Internal Affairs Office consider printing new editions. Li Dongyang hesitated, acknowledging that this information cannot be disseminated widely. Liu Xiaozhuan and his colleagues initially identified the key points, allowing the students to peruse and memorize them before continuing with their compilation, summarization, and formatting. This method significantly conserves time, as Li Dongyang elucidated. Is that so? Lord Li Qing exclaimed, realizing he had been preoccupied with state affairs, lacking knowledge of these intricate details. Hearing Li Dongyang's explanation illuminated the complexities of compiling the official records, far from the ease he had imagined. Nevertheless, this visit had led him to discover a remarkable talent. Li Dongyang bowed politely, stating, If the esteemed Lord Yongqing has no objections, I shall excuse myself to return these volumes to Liu Xiaozhuan and his team. Very well. Go ahead, Li Qing nodded, his curiosity towards the young talent piqued. no longer in haste to review the records. Such potential, if not fully utilized, would indeed be a detriment to the Ming dynasty. However, he mused, a thorough assessment was necessary to ensure he was not merely a bookish scholar. After a while, Li Dongyang returned from the adjacent room, inquiring, "Does Lord Yongqing wish to review the finalized draft that has been compiled and summarized?" As the reviewing official, the decision rested upon Li Qing's judgment. "Bring it forth," Li Qing replied. Li Dongyang nodded, approached the bookcase, unlocked it, and presented the finalized draft to Li Qing, stating, "This is the draft from the second year of the Jingtai era. Please peruse it, my lord." "Very well." Li Qing accepted the document, instructing, "Continue with your tasks." "Do not mind me." "Understood." Li Dongyang bowed respectfully, seated himself at the writing desk, and resumed his silent transcription. Initially somewhat reserved, he gradually relaxed upon observing Li Qing quietly reviewing the manuscript, immersing himself in his own world. This marked Li Qing's inaugural involvement in the compilation of the Ming Shirlu, and he approached the task with utmost seriousness, fearing to disappoint Zhu Qiyu. The records chronicled the emperor's life, which was extensive, necessitating brevity and clarity in language to accommodate more content. It was not a concern for parchment, but rather the realization that using plain language could easily exceed 10 million characters, rendering the text unmanageable. Despite this, the Ming Shirlu remained largely unread, even by Li Qing, due to the vast and intricate material it encompassed. Besides the records of Emperor Renzong, he had not fully perused those of the founding emperors, Taizu and Taizong. As for the current content from the second year of Jingtai, it comprised a staggering 60 to 70,000 characters, all narrated in classical Chinese, solely documenting facts without delving into their causes or consequences. Fortunately, having experienced much of it firsthand, Li Qing found it comprehensible, albeit challenging. After an hour and a half of diligent reading, he finally completed his review. Closing his eyes, he mentally retraced the key events before seating himself opposite Li Dongyang. With pen in hand, he dipped it in ink and inscribed the causal relationships of the significant events, along with Emperor Zhongzong Zhu Qiyu's responses, enriching the portrayal of the characters. These insights would be incorporated into the final version. Li Dongyang received the notes, glancing through them before hesitantly asking, "Forgive my boldness, but can the Lord assure that these accounts are accurate?" "Certainly. All of this is drawn from my personal experiences and observations," Li Qing affirmed. Li Dongyang awkwardly inquired, "Does the student mean to ask for a source?" "Certainly. I wrote it myself," Li Qing replied with an air of nonchalance. Li Dongyang found himself in a quandary. As a principled historian, he believed that the compilation of official records should be approached with diligence and rigor, rather than simply incorporating whatever Li Qing suggested. Compilation is not an exercise in capriciousness. Although Li Qing held a prominent position, his assertions did not constitute absolute truth. "You need not doubt. Everything I have written is indeed true," Li Qing assured him. Li Dongyang was tempted to retort, "How can you prove that?" Yet he refrained from voicing such skepticism. Instead, he mustered his courage and asked, "My lord, is there anyone besides yourself who can corroborate this?" Li Qing found himself momentarily at a loss. "Indeed, there is no one." Noticing Li Dongyang's evident discomfort, Li Qing did not wish to impose unduly upon him. After all, this was a historical record, and such a stance deserved acknowledgement. Thus, he proposed, "How about this? I shall present the manuscript to His Majesty for his review. If he consents, you may then include it." Li Dongyang nodded slowly. "That would indeed trouble you, my lord." In truth, he preferred to document matters substantiated by literature, as that would lend credibility. However, he also recognized that certain compromises were necessary. Li Qing then tucked away the manuscript and inquired, "From your accent, it seems you are also a local of Shuntian?" "My family hails from Huguang, Chailing. Due to generations of military service, I have lived in Shuntian," Li Dongyang explained, his mind racing with curiosity. Why was this nobleman asking such questions? Li Qing nodded slightly, expressing interest. "I hear Lu Jian refers to you as a prodigy. It must not solely be due to your remarkable memory, correct?" "Indeed," Li Dongyang conceded, sensing that this venerable nobleman intended to cultivate his talents. He decided to be forthright, stating, "I have been fond of reading since childhood and have garnered some renown. I was specially recruited to the Shuntian Prefectural Academy at the age of 8. I must confess, it was not until the 13th year of the Jingtai era that I achieved the imperial examination, and only in the 15th year did I attain the second-class Jinshi degree, being appointed as a scholar." Li Qing remarked, "If you find that embarrassing, what of others?" Many have turned gray while still fretting over their examination results. You, who have not yet reached adulthood, have already become a jinshu and been appointed as a scholar. You are truly a paragon among scholars. Li Qing stifled the urge to roll his eyes, nodding in acquiescence. Indeed, you are deserving of the title of prodigy. What books does the esteemed Li prodigy prefer to read? Li Dongyang chuckled awkwardly, seemingly unaccustomed to being addressed in such a manner. He replied, I have explored a wide array of literature from various dynasties. My favorite, however, is the romance of the Three Kingdoms. How fortuitous! Li Qing exclaimed. I, too, have a fondness for the Three Kingdoms. He suddenly fell silent, realizing that his admiration for the Three Kingdoms was quite distinct from Li Dongyang's appreciation for its historical context. One was a narrative, while the other was a historical record, entirely different realms of discourse. If he were to ask, what do you think of Guan Yu's slaying of Hua Xiong while drinking wine? Li Dongyang would likely be at a loss for words. Li Qing deftly changed the subject, steering the conversation toward matters of state. He made no effort to conceal his admiration. Recognizing the weight of the title prodigy, Li Dongyang discerned the underlying implications and engaged with the same earnestness he had displayed during the imperial examinations. Their discussion flowed freely, and Li Qing found himself increasingly fond of Li Dongyang. Although Li Dongyang exhibited a touch of idealism, it stemmed from his inexperience in the halls of power, and Li Qing appreciated such idealistic individuals. This is a rare and commendable quality, especially considering that the Ming dynasty has never been short of bureaucratic individuals. After engaging in the records for quite some time, the evening approached, and Li Qing rose, saying, I shan't delay your work any longer. I will present the records to His Majesty upon my return. Li Dongyang also stood, clasping his hands in salute, and replied, May the Duke of Yongqing travel safely. Once Li Qing's figure vanished from sight, he returned to his desk and mused, Could it be that my surname, Li, has led the Duke of Yongqing to regard me so favorably? The two had no prior association, and Li Dongyang could only ponder this. In his view, there are no unmerited favors in this world. However, he overlooked a significant factor, luck. There are indeed individuals like Bo Lo, but the prerequisite is to be a steed of exceptional caliber. Lu Jian and Li Dongyang are both commendable. Li Qing quietly reflected that Li Dongyang is slightly superior. Yet his youth necessitates the passage of time for him to gain experience. Lu Jian, being in his 30s, could be presented to the emperor once the records are compiled, thus providing an opportunity for his promotion. Li Qing reclined comfortably against his chair and mused, It is imperative to discover more talents, though gold will inevitably shine. Early recognition can lead to an even earlier brilliance. Chapter 30. The slaughter of the fat sheep the next day, in the palace of heavenly purity. Li Qing perused the letter from Shi Hong, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Zhu Jinda inquired, Is there something amiss? The letter indicated that the Walla leader, Boyan Timur, was aged and in poor health, raising concerns about his longevity. Li Qing frowned and replied, This is rather troubling. Zhu Jinda set down his teacup and leaned forward, saying, Are you worried that disorder will arise within the Walla after Boyan Timur's death? It is not merely a concern. Such chaos is almost inevitable. Li Qing stated with gravity. Indeed, I have pondered this matter as well, Zhu Jinda responded, sipping his tea. As things stand, should the Walla descend into chaos, the Tatars would not be able to capitalize on it, so there is no need for undue alarm. While this may be true, it is ultimately not a favorable scenario. Li Qing queried, Does your Majesty harbor intentions of military action? Zhu Jinda felt a flush rise to his cheeks and awkwardly replied, If it reaches a point where conflict is unavoidable, I shall certainly deploy troops. Li Qing sighed, saying, If we can avoid warfare, it is preferable to do so. I understand your desire to bolster your prestige and wield power through military endeavors. Yet to initiate conflict recklessly in pursuit of authority is not the hallmark of a wise ruler. What strategies do you propose? Zhu Jinda retorted. Should the Walla become unsettled, we must immediately halt trade, Li Qing suggested, and then seek to bolster the most formidable faction to ensure their continued support. He paused, adding, Ideally, we would assist the Walla in maintaining stability. Zhu Jinda shook his head slightly. That would be quite challenging. Given the current state of the Walla, their collapse could occur at any moment. The distance makes it impossible for us to monitor their situation in real time. Even if we could, our responses would require considerable time. Moreover, even if I were to issue a decree for reconciliation in advance, it would likely bear little fruit. chaos would ensue regardless. Li Qing could not refute this, as it was indeed the truth. Ultimately, one must strive to steer matters in a positive direction and avoid complete ruin. Indeed, I am the emperor and shall not behave in such a manner, Zhu Jinda replied with a hint of gloom. By the way, why did you remain silent during today's court session? Why did you not lend your support to me? I am not skilled in oratory. You, Zhu Jianxin, reproached with a voice filled with disdain. You are not a martial general. Why then do you lack eloquence? I have prepared the stage for a performance. Yet you refuse to sing. Do you have any idea how awkward that made me feel? Li Qing shook his head slightly. I do not. Then why did you come to court? Zhu Jianxin shouted. Did you not summon me? Li Qing replied. Speechless. If you are displeased, I shall refrain from attending court. Enough. Do not be angry. I have serious matters to discuss with you. What is it? Li Qing retrieved the manuscript he had written the previous day. These are true events I have witnessed firsthand. Take a look. If there are no objections, please include them in the official records of Emperor Zhong. Is this all? Just take a look, Li Qing urged, handing it over. Zhu Jianxin perused it briefly and nodded. Include it. Please affix your seal. Zhu Jianxin stamped it twice and inquired. What else? I have discovered 2 talents in the Hanlin Academy. One is Lu Jian, and the other is Li Danyang. Both possess exceptional abilities and commendable character. Your Majesty may wish to consider them for promotion, Li Qing stated. Zhu Jianxin pondered. I had already intended to promote Lu Jian. However, I am not familiar with Li Danyang. I shall review his credentials later. Indeed, Li Qing replied, not insisting further. Only advising, Your Majesty, do not focus solely on the pursuit of power. You must also attend to the welfare of the state. Lest you confuse the means with the ends, Zhu Jianxin, frowning, nodded. You speak from a position of comfort, detached from the realities of governance. I am truly baffled by your naivety. Li Qing smiled lightly, choosing not to engage in further debate. Rising, he concluded, there is nothing else of significance. Once Shi Hong and the others return, I shall resume my duties. This scoundrel has truly grown accustomed to idleness, coddled by the late emperor. Zhu Jianxin grumbled, venting his frustrations. It was unavoidable. Holding back was too difficult, and since he dared not voice his complaints openly, he resorted to muttering behind their backs to release his pent-up emotions. After venting his ire, Zhu Jianxin found himself troubled once more. The current Ming dynasty flourished, yet embarrassingly, the national treasury was impoverished, unable to retain wealth. He had contemplated printing currency, but Li Qing vehemently opposed it, insisting on currency exchange instead. Given their dire financial state, Zhu Jianxin was naturally reluctant, and ultimately, they reached a compromise. Neither printing nor exchanging currency would occur. Nevertheless, the predicament of an empty treasury remained unaddressed. The court's trade relations with Japan continued, yet expenses persisted. Zhu Qiyu had already engaged in currency exchanges, leaving little behind. After ascending to the throne, Zhu Jianxin first arranged the late emperor's funeral, then his own coronation, followed by lavish rewards for his ministers and a grand amnesty, all of which drained the treasury and the internal vault. Where could he procure funds? Zhu Jianxin furrowed his brow, speaking to himself. Without funds, the emperor could not stand tall. Increase commercial taxes? He had tried that, but it was not feasible at the moment. It would have to wait until he consolidated his power, those in Jiangnan. Zhu Jianxin's expression suddenly brightened. If the south is unyielding, perhaps the north will not be. I have heard that the wealthy merchant Shun is not to be underestimated. Very well, it is decided then. That glutton is ripe for plucking. Zhu Jianxin smirked. Shun, you had best not allow me to find any incriminating evidence against you. Summon someone. After attending court, Li Qing, having grasped the situation on the grasslands, returned to his leisurely life. However, he was no longer in such a despondent state. He frequently ventured outside, visiting the Hanlin Academy to check on the progress of the compilation of the annals of the reign of Zhongzong, attending performances at the theater, or listening to storytellers at tea houses, finding a certain ease in his routine. During this time, he explored the Hanlin Academy once more, but could not find anyone who could rival Li Danyang. Most either exhibited a scholarly idealism or, having not yet entered the halls of power, had their edges dulled, leaving much to be desired in Li Qing's eyes. Nevertheless, settling for lesser talents. He noted that there were still some capable individuals, though he chose not to mention them, to Zhu Jianxin. After all, the imperial examination occurred every 3 years, and talent would continue to emerge. There was no need to sacrifice quality for quantity. In the blink of an eye, summer transitioned into autumn. The persimmons in the small courtyard turned from green to red, and the osmanthus tree blossomed, releasing a fragrant aroma that was refreshing and invigorating. Leaning back in a chaise lounge, Li Qing inhaled the floral scent and drifted into a sweet slumber. Suddenly, a series of knocks interrupted him, followed by a frail, unfamiliar voice. "Is Lord Yongqing at home?" Li Qing slowly opened his eyes and sat up, momentarily disoriented before responding. "Who is it?" "It is the commoner, Shen Xian." "Shen Xian?" Li Qing was taken aback for a moment, then called out, "Come in." As he opened the door, Shen Xian's aged face came into view, after several years. The man had visibly aged. Li Qing glanced behind him and said, "Come in, let them leave." "Yes," Shen Xian complied, not daring to defy him in the slightest, and quickly instructed, "Go back, all of you, do not linger here." Once those individuals had departed, Li Qing closed the door and gestured toward the stone table, indicating for Shen Xian to sit first. "Ah," Shen Xian nodded, taking a few steps before suddenly turning back and kneeling, saying, "My lord, I have encountered trouble. Please save me." "Who have you offended?" Li Qing inquired. I've offended the emperor," Shen Xian replied, tears brimming in his eyes. Li Qing was taken aback and stepped closer, saying, "Calm down, get up, and let us discuss this." Shen Xian shakily rose, supporting himself on the stone table as he began, "Truth be told, I do not know how I have offended the emperor. I have always paid my taxes in full." "Get to the point," Li Qing urged. "Oh." The Jinui received a report claiming I evaded taxes, mistreated workers, and owed wages. The emperor has fined me 300,000 taels of silver and accused me of consorting with powerful figures, intending to disrupt governance through commerce. Leaving it to me to figure out. Li Qing furrowed his brow. "Is this true?" "Of course, it is not true," Shen Xian protested, "heaven bear witness. Since coming to the north, I have adhered to the law without faltering. Admittedly, I have shown some respect to the local officials, but I have never asked them to do anything improper. Do not be anxious. The fact that the emperor has not arrested you indicates he does not wish to punish you," Li Qing reassured him. Shen Xian smiled wryly. "I understand that, but I fear I cannot produce a satisfactory resolution. Having been in the north for less than 5 years, I have spent heavily, and only this year have I barely recouped my costs. Just as I was about to expand my business, this situation arose." Shen Xian did not dare to criticize the emperor, but his face was drawn with despair. "Surely, there are envious and malicious individuals among us who have reported me unjustly. I implore you, my lord, to intercede on my behalf." "Let us not rush," Li Qing said. "Are the supplies from various industries currently stable?" Shen Xian was anxious but, needing assistance, could only focus on Li Qing. "Though it has begun to take shape, it certainly cannot compare to Jinling. After all, I have only been here for 5 years. My lord, most of my wealth is tied up in my ventures. I truly have very little cash on hand." He spoke the truth. These past few years have seen me expending funds liberally, and it was only last year that I began to see returns. Yet, this year I have been fined 300,000 taels, leaving me utterly disheartened. "My lord, you know me. I genuinely wish to conduct business without any ulterior motives." Shen Xian lamented, tears streaming down his face. "I am begging you on my knees. Get up, stop crying," Li Qing retorted, exasperated. "You are no child, have some shame." "Yes," Shen Xian replied, struggling to suppress his sobs. "My lord, could you perhaps speak to the emperor on my behalf? I am truly wronged. How about I bring the emperor here for a thorough discussion?" "What?" Shen Xian's face drained of color, fear gripping him. "I dare not." Li Qing, however, asserted. "There is nothing to fear, it is settled." He intended to seize this opportunity to enlighten Zhu Jinshan about commerce, providing him with some valuable lessons. "Wait here. I shall visit the palace." "My lord, please listen to me." Bang. With a swift motion, Shen Xian rushed forward, peeking through the door's crack at the imposing lock and the receding figure of Li Qing, his heart sinking in regret. "My life is forfeit," he cried out in anguish. He was not foolish. He understood that the fine was a result of the emperor's directive, a deliberate act against him. He had initially hoped for Li Qing's assistance, but now Li Qing had gone straight to the source. How could he possibly defend himself? To accuse the emperor in his presence would be tantamount to courting death. Chapter 31. The importance of commerce. Leaning against the door, Shen Xian gazed upwards, feeling himself slide downwards until he collapsed onto the ground, speechless and choked with emotion. He never anticipated that his visit would not only fail to resolve his predicament, but would also thrust him into an even more perilous situation. I fear my days are numbered. He lamented, sorrow etched upon his face, unable to contain his tears. The eternal Qing Marquis has led me astray. He merely wished to prosper. What crime has he committed? In the Qianqing Palace, Zhu Jinshan was astonished to learn that the man named Shun had arrived in the capital. His surprise quickly turned to anger. How fortuitous. This unscrupulous wealthy man has arrived. Enough, do not act so self-righteous, Li Qing interjected. He received 300,000 taels without merit and now seeks to engage in foolishness. Zhu Jinshan expressed his dissatisfaction. What do you mean by that? How can it be said that I am exploiting him? If he had committed no wrongdoing, would I? He paused, realization dawning upon him. Did he report me to you? Not quite a report, Li Qing teased. He did not speak untruths. Zhu Jinshan retorted. Those who are guilty are always aware of their faults. I could never admit to such a thing. It would be utterly disgraceful. I have received a report. Very well, let us go for a visit. Li Qing proposed, intending to educate Zhu Jinshan about commerce, enabling him to govern more effectively once he assumed power. Zhu Jinshan, suspicious, inquired. You are not suggesting that I return the money to him, are you? Guess. Li Qing narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint in them. Oh. The eternal Qing Marquis is a man of integrity. He would never stoop to such actions, Zhu Jinshan replied, albeit uncertain. His resolve weakened. He conceded, very well. I must admit, I am not well versed in matters of trade. After a brief pause, Zhu Jinshan somberly remarked. Let me make it clear from the outset. The money is non-refundable. He has evaded taxes and mingled with the powerful. Although he has not directly disrupted governance through commerce, there are clear signs of his misdeeds. I have only imposed a modest fine on him, which is quite magnanimous. After all, once something is consumed, how can it be regurgitated? Furthermore, returning the money would equate to admitting a mistake, and how could an emperor ever be wrong? Especially in matters concerning merchants. Li Qing, uninterested in further debate, replied, let us go. With a sudden thud, Shen Xian fell to the ground, his bones nearly dislocated. This marked his 7th attempt to leap over the courtyard wall, a futile endeavor. His aging body could no longer support such acrobatic feats. Heaven is bent on the destruction of the Shen family. He lamented, tears streaming down his cheeks. With a shiver, Shen Xian turned his head towards the entrance. And upon spotting a young man clad in the imperial yellow garb, adorned with a 5-clawed golden dragon, he was struck with terror. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Hey, wake up! Shen Xian, groggily opening his eyes, chuckled softly. Thankfully, it was just a dream. Before he could finish, a voice rang out. So you are Shen Xian? Stunned, Shen Xian turned his head with great difficulty, realizing that this was not a dream at all. He scrambled to his feet and hastily knelt, exclaiming, Your humble subject pays homage to His Majesty. Long live the Emperor. Although Shen Xian had never encountered Zhu Jinshan, he required no introduction. The distinctive yellow robe, embellished with a golden dragon, could only belong to one individual, the Emperor of the Ming dynasty. Zhu Jinshan spoke calmly. I have heard that you have come to the capital to seek justice. Speak of your grievances. I shall advocate on your behalf. Shen Xian, trembling uncontrollably, struggled to articulate a coherent thought. After much effort, he finally managed to stammer, I have no grievances, Your Majesty. Li Qing rolled his eyes, given an opportunity. You still prove useless. Very well, rise. Yes, I shall obey, Shen Xian responded, laboriously getting to his feet, his legs quaking beneath him, barely able to stand. The intensity of his fear rendered him like a tightly wound spring, ready to snap at any moment, though this explosion would be inward rather than outward. In his current state, he could easily succumb to a fatal collapse. Li Qing had no desire for him to perish in such a manner. The northern economy depended on this man. Shen Laoban, there is no need to be anxious. The Emperor is here to deliver justice, not to punish you. Relax. Yes, relax, Shen Xian stuttered in agreement, yet his mind was blank, devoid of understanding even of what he had just uttered, instinctively echoing Li Qing's reassurances. After all, this was the Emperor of the Ming dynasty. A mere word from him could alter everything, not just for Shen Xian, but for the entire Shen family. A thought could bring life or death. Shen Xian wished to plead for mercy, yet tragically, he lacked even the courage to do so. Observing Shen Xian on the verge of collapse, Li Qing recognized the precariousness of his composure and felt compelled to intervene. With another roll of his eyes, Shin Xian fainted once more. Li Qing sighed in exasperation. How can you not be gentler with your own subjects? Zhu Jianshin, with an expression of innocence, remarked. I have said nothing. It is clearly he who harbors guilty thoughts. He continued, I am aware of your financial constraints, yet such desperation cannot justify this course of action. This individual must remain untouched. Li Qing retorted sharply. Have you forgotten what I mentioned about the economic river last time? Zhu Jianshin shrugged, responding. I did not suggest moving against him. He then insinuated, this fellow still harbors a degree of reverence towards me. Unlike certain individuals who fail to grasp their own standing and the implications therein, he dismissed the notion of disobedient ministers. Seizing the opportunity to shift the conversation, Zhu Jianshin inquired, have you summoned me merely to witness his fainting spell? Li Qing, uninterested in further debate, assessed Shin Xian's pulse and declared, do not frighten him any further. His demise would be a significant loss for the Ming dynasty. Zhu Jianshin questioned, is it truly worth such concern for a mere merchant? Li Qing insisted earnestly, in terms of contributions, none among the court's prominent figures can rival him. Do you comprehend the magnitude of his enterprises and how many livelihoods they sustain? Zhu Jianshin scoffed. Should he perish, would those enterprises collapse? Li Qing replied, they may not collapse, but without him as the patriarch, his family members are likely to squabble over inheritance, leaving little interest in managing the businesses. Li Qing added, at the very least, he must not die here. Zhu Jianshin, at a loss for words, conceded, very well, I shall refrain from frightening him this time. Indeed, Li Qing supported Shin Xian's back, subtly channeling a surge of vital energy into him. Soon, Shin Xian awoke. Though still trembling with fear, he was less agitated than before. The commoner pays homage to your Majesty. Long live the Emperor. Shin Xian bowed again, hastily explaining, the commoner bears no grievances. I have come to the capital solely for business matters and happened upon Duke Yongqing, engaging in a brief conversation, nothing else. Zhu Jianshin nodded. That is for the best. Yes, your Majesty, Shin Xian replied, rising and, with a stiff demeanor, added, as the Emperor and Duke Yongqing wish to discuss state affairs, I shall take my leave. Do not be in haste to depart. Zhu Jianshin smiled, asking, I am quite intrigued by commerce and wish to learn more about you. Shin Xian, filled with trepidation, replied, I dare not, your Majesty, please instruct me. Internally lamenting, he cast a pleading glance at Li Qing. Li Qing reassured him, there is no need for concern. The Emperor harbors no ill intentions, simply answer truthfully. Shin Xian, skeptical of the Emperor's benignity, having been fined 300,000 taels, felt trapped by the Emperor's refusal to let him leave. What does your Majesty wish to know? Zhu Jianshin queried. What enterprises do you manage? Shin Xian's heart raced, realizing he could not evade this inquiry. Your Majesty, I truly possess little wealth, he began, but I shall respond. I manage a total of 18 workshops and shops, 5 dealing in silk, 3 in furniture, 3 in cosmetics, 3 in antiques, 2 in leather goods, and 2 in herbal medicine. Shin Xian dared not lie, for these establishments could not be concealed. The Jinui would uncover the truth with ease. Zhu Jianshin, having never encountered these workshops, lacked a direct understanding of their nature. Li Qing interjected, how many employees do you have in total? Shin Xian, uncertain of the precise number, could only estimate, there should be around 3,000. Such a multitude? Zhu Jianshin expressed surprise, contemplating, this fellow indeed possesses wealth. However, Li Qing remarked, it is likely even more, considering those who supply you with raw materials and those responsible for the transport of goods. If all are counted, then the common folk would be at a loss. Shin Xian spoke candidly, stating that, aside from the cooperative transport and the personnel from the escort agency, the total number exceeds 2,000. If one were to include the suppliers of raw materials, how many might that amount to? Li Qing inquired further. Shin Xian was unable to ascertain an exact figure and could only estimate. It should be around 10,000. What? Zhu Jianshin was taken aback. Under Li Qing's guidance, he had developed a certain understanding of economics, and he profoundly grasped the implications of this revelation. 10,000 workers signify at least several thousand households that had profited from Shin Xian, thereby improving their livelihoods. The impact of a single individual on so many families was truly unfathomable. Zhu Jianshin solemnly remarked, do you know the consequences of deceiving the sovereign? The common folk would not dare. Every word spoken is the truth. Shin Xian knelt once more, anxiously clarifying. In truth, if one were to calculate accurately, the number far exceeds 10,000. Without delving into the intricate silk processes, just in terms of the supply of the primary ingredient for rouge, the blue and red flowers, there are hundreds of households involved. Each product, from inception to sale, necessitates a substantial workforce. Shin Xian defended himself, stating, "The common folk faithfully adhere to the Duke of Yongqing's instructions, striving to provide employment for more citizens. Since arriving in the north, I have not appropriated a single acre of land. I allow the people to cultivate it themselves while I finance the purchase." After hearing his explanation, Zhu Jinshan's expression softened considerably, and he genuinely recognized the significance of commerce. "Speak of your industries in detail," he commanded. "Yes, I shall comply," Shin Xian replied. Relieved to see the emperor's countenance no longer stern, he began to elaborate on each sector. The silk industry, furniture manufacturing, and cosmetics. Shin Xian recounted them with enthusiasm, perhaps due to venturing into a domain where he excelled. The more he spoke, the more fluent he became, even exhibiting a hint of excitement as he chattered incessantly. Zhu Jinshan, however, grew increasingly alarmed as he listened. Commerce was indeed the most effective means to enrich the nation and its people. Chapter 32. The Value of Merchants' Existence. While Zhu Jinshan marveled, a sense of unease crept in. If left unchecked, the threat posed by commerce would escalate. One day, it might grow to a point of overwhelming the imperial authority. A surge of murderous intent flickered within Zhu Jinshan, but quickly dissipated. He recognized that the current merchants posed no real threat to the throne and that there was no need for haste. Furthermore, the state treasury was not affluent, and commercial taxes constituted a significant portion of revenue. He could not afford to undermine his own strength. Allow them to mature for a while, but do not let them gain too much power, Zhu Jinshan contemplated. At that moment, Shin Xian, having concluded his fervent speech, returned to a state of alertness. Bowing once more with trepidation, he sensed that the emperor would not impose severe punishment, but feared being fined several million taels. He was truly running low on funds. Another penalty would disrupt his financial flow. Shin Xian stammered, "Your Majesty, the common folk's wealth is reflected in the industries. There is little surplus." Zhu Jinshan scoffed, asking, "Are you suggesting that I have wronged you regarding tax evasion?" The common folk have not." Shin Xian stammered, "I have no intention of evading taxes. It is likely the subordinates acted independently. Upon my return, I shall conduct a thorough investigation." The emperor could not possibly be mistaken. Yet Shin Xian did not dare to shoulder such a grave sin and could only offer a feeble excuse. Although the reasoning may be flimsy, it at least presents a polished facade, neither tarnishing the emperor's dignity nor compromising his own position. Zhu Jinshan did not wish to pursue a relentless vendetta. As Li Qing remarked, Shin Xian currently holds significant value for the Ming dynasty, capable of extracting resources without being directly eliminated. "Go attend to your affairs," he instructed. "Yes, as you command, humble subject will comply." Shin Xian felt an overwhelming joy, a sense of survival that was simply exquisite, rendering the penalty of 300,000 taels of silver trivial in comparison. In the grand scheme of life and death, everything else could be relinquished. Not to mention that 300,000 taels would not render him destitute. "I take my leave." Shin Xian bowed twice with a thud, trembling as he rose, stepping back a few paces before turning to exit the courtyard. Upon emerging, he encountered the imposing figures of the Jinyui, each robust and formidable, exuding an intimidating aura that compelled him to shudder involuntarily. As he walked, he nodded and bowed deeply, silently vowing never to provoke the court again. "Your Majesty, what are your thoughts?" "Indeed, commerce holds immense significance," Zhu Jinshan conceded, realizing he had underestimated the merchant's importance to the Ming dynasty. Li Qing chuckled, "Just moments ago, Your Majesty seemed intent on bloodshed." "Did I?" "You must have misinterpreted," Zhu Jinshan responded, though a pang of anxiety struck his heart. Li Qing merely smirked, choosing not to engage in debate, instead stating, "Certainly, while the expansion of commerce may not always bode well for the Ming, we must be cautious of excessive growth. However, at present, merchants lack formidable power. I implore Your Majesty not to act out of fear." Zhu Jinshan contemplated briefly, asserting, "Prosperity born of adversity, demise born of complacency. It is wise to prepare for the future. Should merchants gain significant power, what then? At a certain level of wealth, it is likely that many Ming officials will resort to monetary gain for their endeavors, and they could very well transition into positions of authority. That is indeed a valid point, Li Qing agreed, but this is predicated on your Majesty's inability to assert control. As long as you wield power, all shall remain manageable. And your Majesty, too, requires funding, do you not? Zhu Jianshan sighed. I shall not hastily act against them. However, if they exhibit any signs of threatening imperial authority, I will not hesitate to respond. Very well, Li Qing replied, expressing no dissent. Observing Li Qing's agreeable demeanor, Zhu Jianshan's mood brightened considerably. Shi Heng and the others are returning soon. Prepare accordingly and draft a set of regulations. After a pause, he added, in the short term, I shall grant Shen Xian certain conveniences to stimulate internal demand. Indeed, stimulate internal demand, Li Qing interjected as Zhu Jianshan faltered. Yes, once internal demand is invigorated, I shall impose strict regulations. Zhu Jianshan grumbled. This includes merchants and gentry from Jiangnan. I will not permit their unchecked proliferation. Whether Shen Xian has evaded tax obligations is one matter. But it is a well-known fact that the landlords in Jiangnan have engaged in tax evasion for the better part of the past decade. This was indeed accurate. Having begun during the Jingtai period, a fact Zhu Qiyu was aware of, yet he hoped for stability first, fearing that excessive pressure might incite unrest. However, following Zhu Qiyu's demise, commercial taxes had further dwindled, and not by a trivial amount. Li Qing was well aware of the situation. However, he preferred to maintain a harmonious relationship between the sovereign and his ministers for a while. With over 50,000 officials in the Ming dynasty, it was impossible to maintain pressure indefinitely. There had to be moments of leniency, or else they would be driven to desperation. Yet, one could not afford to relax for too long. In recent years, the officials had gained numerous benefits, both overtly and covertly, and thus, one had to remain vigilant. Do you feel confident in your current position? Li Qing inquired. Indeed, I am, Zhu Jianshan replied with a confident smile. You need not concern yourself with this matter. Your focus should solely be on managing the returning tribes from the grasslands. Li Qing cautioned, since you have yet to establish your prestige, do not employ excessively forceful tactics. Rest assured, I am well aware of my approach, Zhu Jianshan countered. When have you ever seen me act rashly? Who was it that once scoured the capital in search of his beloved, in such a state of urgency? That instance was an exception, Zhu Jianshan retorted, his expression darkening. Regarding court affairs, I have always maintained a cautious stance. In any case, you need not worry. I will not act impulsively. Li Qing nodded slightly. Feeling reassured by Zhu Jianshan's composure, he was indeed quite steady. I expect Shen Xian will visit again tonight. Do you have any messages you wish me to convey? Subtly suggest that he continue his business endeavors, but do not grant him too much leniency, Zhu Jianshan remarked. I still harbor a disdain for merchants. Zhu Jianshan added with a huff. Li Qing chuckled. Well, I summoned you today primarily to underscore the significance of commerce. There is not much else. If you have other matters, you may take your leave. You truly are something else. Everyone else serves tea to their guests. Yet you cannot even part with a glass of water, Zhu Jianshan teased. Can you be any more miserly? Li Qing was at a loss for words. Very well. I shall fetch you a ladle from the eastern kitchen. Zhu Jianshan's face darkened. Forget it, it's not necessary. No, it is indeed necessary, Li Qing declared heartily. You must drink. By the time Li Qing returned with the ladle, Zhu Jianshan had already made his escape. Li Qing shook his head and chuckled, drinking from the ladle himself. It was indeed inferior compared to the imperial spring water. He then retrieved a copy of Water Margin and reclined in a chair to pass the time. As evening approached, Shen Xian arrived once more. This time, he did not dare to ask Li Qing for assistance. He had accepted that the money was irretrievable and merely wished to move on, hoping the emperor would not single him out. My lord, as you know, making money in business requires a process, Shen Xian lamented. From investment to setting up workshops, hiring workers, training them, establishing supply chains, and finally producing and selling. Recouping the costs is not so swift. I find myself short of funds now. As he spoke, he produced a substantial stack of silver notes from his sleeve, each worth 1,000 taels, totaling no less than 50,000 taels. I remain ever grateful for your kindness. My lord, Shen Xian said with a sycophantic smile. This is but a small token of respect. I hope you will not disdain it. Li Qing hesitated for a moment before accepting his gesture. Surely, you understand the principle that merchants should not contend with officials. I understand, Shen Xian nodded. He was acutely aware that had he not been overly ambitious, he he would not have found himself in his current predicament. Li Qing continued, facilitating the well-being of more common folks is your true value, as it is for all merchants. There is a saying, harmony brings wealth. Simply conduct your business honestly, and that will suffice for your earnings. Do not be overly greedy. Yes, I shall heed your advice, my lord, Shen Xian replied earnestly. Shen Xian nodded thoughtfully, then smiled awkwardly. My lord, what of the emperor's side? I shall advocate on your behalf. Li Qing promised, pondering for a moment before adding. There is one thing you must remember. Please, my lord, speak. Do not conduct business within the capital, Li Qing replied calmly. Beneath the emperor's feet, in the heart of governance, should you make your presence known here, even if you do not seek others out, they will undoubtedly keep a watchful eye on you. Remember the last lesson. If you attract the attention of the local magnates, it will be enough to give you a serious headache. Shen Xian's heart tightened, and he hastily clasped his hands in respect. The commoner will remember. Good, Li Qing sighed. Go forth and conduct your business diligently. Keep your involvement in politics to a minimum. If you truly find yourself cornered, you may write to me. I will assist you if I can. After a pause, he added, but remember, my help is contingent upon the benefits you bring to the people. The commoner will remember, Shen Xian affirmed. Li Qing resumed his reading of Water Margin, though his thoughts drifted to the future of the Ming dynasty. The current era saw a flourishing of commerce, with various industries thriving, suggesting a promising future. Yet, behind this prosperity lay hidden perils. With flourishing trade came vulnerabilities. The central government's oversight of local affairs was inadequate, not for lack of desire, but due to inability. The transmission of information was sluggish, and the intricate relationships among local officials, gentry, and commoners rendered effective governance nearly impossible. As commerce advanced at a breakneck pace, the influence of merchants would inevitably grow, potentially unsettling the balance of power, even threatening imperial authority. This was the rationale behind Li Qing's acquiescence to Zhu Jinshan's views. However, while prosperous commerce greatly benefited the common folk and provided substantial tax revenues, abandoning its development would be a lamentable loss. This presented a paradox, no matter the approach. Drawbacks were inevitable. Li Qing pondered deeply but found no viable solution. Human nature, he sighed. Let us observe further. If it truly comes to it, the most straightforward and forceful methods may be the only recourse. This was a thought Li Qing had contemplated numerous times, only to discard it repeatedly, secretly nurturing a force loyal to him, employing physical means to restore order. Such an action would be tantamount to treason. Yet, Li Qing bore no loyalty to the emperor. His concern was whether such actions would lead to future rulers of the Ming dynasty becoming complacent, or worse, if he became the ultimate antagonist, provoking the court to hunt him down at all costs, resulting in a tragic cycle of love and hatred. Chapter 33. Do you think I am a parvenu? Li Qing meticulously weighed the pros and cons, ultimately concluding that intervention was indeed necessary. The Ming dynasty was vast and developing rapidly. In the future, external influence would be imperative. It was foreseeable that extreme wealth would breed decadence. When individuals amass great fortunes, they often succumb to degradation and even moral decay. Such is human nature. Faced with overwhelming wealth, few can remain steadfast in their principles. Let us proceed with this plan. Li Qing mused with a heavy heart, deciding to set these thoughts aside for now. The time was not yet ripe. The immediate priority was to address the issues posed by the nomadic tribes of the grasslands. Upon reflection, he realized that there were still numerous tasks awaiting his attention in the future. However, Li Qing did not perceive this as a burden. Rather, having responsibilities was indeed a fortunate circumstance. Otherwise, the interminable journey of life would be exceedingly dull. Li Qing stretched languidly and began to earnestly contemplate how to manage these nomadic tribes. His philosophy regarding these tribes was to treat them kindly, yet not preferentially. Firstly, the Ming dynasty was not particularly affluent. Secondly, excessive favoritism might engender a sense of superiority among them, which would not only foster arrogance, but also severely hinder the path to integration. Moreover, he was reluctant to indiscriminately absorb the Mongolian people into the Ming dynasty. The grasslands possessed their own resources, which would be too wasteful to forsake. After much deliberation, Li Qing concluded that relocating these individuals to the Hetao region would be the most advantageous choice. Due to geographical factors and the influence of the monsoon climate, the grasslands experienced annual rainfall that was far inferior to that of the central plains, compounded by their cold climate. rendering agricultural conditions exceedingly harsh and nearly incapable of yielding crops. In contrast, the conditions in the Hetao region were somewhat improved, albeit only marginally. In reality, it remained largely unsuitable for farming. The true advantage of the Hetao area lay in its location within the Yellow River Basin, where conditions could be cultivated. As early as the Han and Tang dynasties, irrigation systems such as the Han Canal and the Tang Canal were established here. Furthermore, surrounding the Hetao area were the basins of the Huang, Tao, Luo, and Wei rivers, suggesting that with some effort, viable agricultural conditions could indeed be achieved. That said, the current Ming dynasty was not the same as during the Han and Tang eras, not due to political relations, but rather climatic changes. The cooling climate significantly impacted agriculture. Nevertheless, mulberry cultivation and the planting of Yongla beans remained feasible, particularly the latter, which was ideally suited for regions with shorter frost-free periods. At this juncture, an idea struck Li Qing, cultivating potatoes in Siberia. Although the climate permitted only one season of planting each year, the vast and sparsely populated land alleviated concerns about food scarcity. Li Qing exhaled deeply but furrowed his brow. Recognizing the crux of the matter, those tribes sought to ally with the Ming dynasty in pursuit of a better life, and persuading them to develop in Hetao would not be an easy endeavor. After all, having gathered so many people, he was reluctant to force them away. Capturing the leader of the tribes would facilitate policy implementation significantly. He sighed, realizing that he would have to part with some of the funds he had obtained from the young Sion Shin Xian. He could easily envision the expression on Zhu Jinshan's face when the demand for money arose. This is excessive. I have barely warmed the treasury. And you wish to spend it already? Li Qing shook his heavy head and noticed that dusk had already fallen. Despite accomplishing little throughout the day, he had certainly worried a great deal. After expressing his grievances, he rose and made his way to the bustling streets of the capital. At this hour, restaurants and taverns were mostly closing, while the brothels were just beginning to open their doors. Li Qing requested a private room, summoned 2 courtesans, and, with a cup in hand, reveled in the performances and music until the late hours of the night, finally returning home in high spirits. The following day, in the Qinqing Palace, Zhu Jinshan lamented, "I am out of funds. I have no money." His head shook as if it were a rattledrum. "Think of a way that does not require expenditure. Your Majesty, please do not be agitated. This is an investment. If the Hetao region is developed properly, recouping the costs is merely a matter of time." Li Qing remarked that with this auspicious beginning, the nomadic tribes would have a place to turn to for support. Alleviating concerns, Zhu Jinshan managed to calm his emotions and, in a somewhat sullen tone, asked, "How much are we talking about?" "Approximately 3 million taels." Li Qing replied with a sheepish smile. "What? Why not just rob a bank?" Zhu Jinshan exclaimed, overwhelmed. "Li Qing, you have gone too far. I have barely warmed to the idea." Li Qing then posed a question. Is the stability of the nation more important, or is it wealth? However, was such an amount truly necessary? Zhu Jinshan scoffed. "I understand rewarding those tribal leaders, but such lavish gifts are uncalled for. Do you take me for a nouveau riche? Am I not a sovereign? Indeed, you may have come into sudden wealth, but these funds must serve a purpose," he continued, expressing his discontent. "Excessive rewards lead to ingratitude. Moreover, these are merely newly allied outsiders." Li Qing clarified, "It is not about rewarding them with 3 million, but rather encompassing all expenditures, such as the restoration of irrigation areas and initial supplies." Upon hearing this, Zhu Jinshan's demeanor softened slightly. The national treasury is indeed not affluent. See if you can reduce the amount. Very well, I shall endeavor to be prudent, spending the least while achieving the most. Now, that is your promise, Zhu Jinshan retorted. Should you exceed the budget, you shall bear the consequences. Li Qing responded, "What did you say?" "I said one must honor their word," Zhu Jinshan replied. Li Qing chuckled. This lad's strategy is to retreat when faced with a strong enemy and to advance when the enemy retreats. One must not show leniency. Li Qing maintained a serious expression, stating, "I must remind you that the national treasury is not solely your private wealth. While you are indeed the emperor with the authority to manage these finances, the money belongs to the Ming dynasty. Of course, you may indulge in extreme extravagance, taking whatever you desire, but that would merely earn you the title of a tyrant who disregards the welfare of the Ming and forsakes the legacy of your ancestors." Zhu Jinshan felt a flush of heat on his face and retorted, "How can you say such things? Am I truly that kind of person? With the vastness of the Ming, I cannot feel secure knowing the treasury is depleted. As long as your Majesty can distinguish between priorities, that is sufficient. Li Qing replied calmly. The Mid-Autumn Festival is approaching, and I suspect Shi Heng and the others are not far from returning. I shall prepare and will not attend the morning court the day after tomorrow. Zhu Jianshan, furious, thought, you do not even attend court twice a month. No matter. It is time to get busy. A break is indeed warranted. Then I take my leave, Li Qing said. Take care, sir. Zhu Jianshan nodded with a smile. Shortly after, he approached the imperial desk and sat down, the smile on his face visibly fading. The more he contemplated, the angrier he became. And he slammed his hand on the table. Old scoundrel, you are pushing me too far. He realized he needed to seize power swiftly. He did not wish to endure Li Qing's disdain any longer. Why must he be so insufferable? Zhu Jianshan grumbled. Yet, he had grown somewhat accustomed to it. He would vent his frustrations, and after doing so, would move on. Zhu Jianshan had matured and could discern who appeared brazen but remained loyal, and who seemed respectful yet harbored ill intentions. He could generally tell the difference, especially since Li Qing not only commanded respect from officials, but also possessed genuine talent. Such a person, Zhu Jianshan would not take lightly. However, he also felt a twinge of apprehension. That old fellow was quite intimidating. Your Majesty, are you once again angered by the officials? Zhen'er approached gracefully. As Zhu Jianshan lifted his gaze, the frustration that had previously occupied his heart dissipated, replaced by an expression of tender affection. What brings you here? He inquired. The court physician advised that taking gentle strolls would benefit the baby. Zhen'er replied softly. I was merely walking and found myself here. She caressed her slightly rounded belly, her face illuminated by the radiance of motherhood, overflowing with happiness. Zhu Jianshan stepped closer, taking her hand, and smiled. Come, I shall accompany you on your walk. Has His Majesty completed his state affairs? She asked. There has not been much to attend to these past few days, he chuckled. Let us wander through the imperial garden. Very well, Zhen'er replied, her eyes sparkling with delight. Perhaps it was the bliss that enveloped her, for at over 30 years of age, she appeared significantly younger than her years. Her life of luxury within the palace enhancing her beauty, akin to ripe grapes. Zhen'er, you are truly captivating, Zhu Jianshan remarked dreamily. Not at all. She gently shook her head. The Empress and the noble consort are far younger and more beautiful than I. Though she spoke thus, she still reveled in his praise. In my eyes, you surpass them all in beauty, Zhu Jianshan declared with deep affection. As their feelings deepened, Zhen'er shyly stepped back, evading his kiss. Zhu Jianshan felt a tinge of disappointment, but did not press the matter, continuing their stroll hand in hand. Before long, they encountered the Empress Dowager and the Empress, prompting them to release each other and approach to pay their respects. Your son, or daughter, greets you, mother. Zhen'er pays her respects to Her Majesty the Empress. Let us dispense with formalities. The Empress Dowager waved her hand lightly, casting a sidelong glance at Zhen'er that betrayed a hint of disdain. It was not merely disdain for Zhen'er, but a profound loathing for this woman, who, despite being of similar age, enjoyed her son's exclusive affection. After all, in this era, Zhu Jianshan's inclinations were rather avant-garde, making it understandable that the Empress Dowager found it difficult to accept. Li Hong was only 7 years older than Zhu Wanqing, and even Zhu Qizhen found it somewhat intolerable. Thus, Zhu Jianshan, being a full 17 years younger than Wan Zhen'er, posed a challenge to societal norms, especially given the disparity in age between them. The Empress Dowager remarked coolly, the Emperor is burdened with state affairs. Do not presume upon your pregnancy to seek undue favor. The stability of the Ming dynasty is of paramount importance. Can you bear the consequences of neglecting state matters? Mother is correct. I was in the wrong. Wan Zhen'er replied demurely. However, her submissiveness did not elicit a more favorable response from the Empress Dowager, whose countenance darkened further. Being addressed as mother by someone of her own age was hardly a delightful experience, a reality that would be difficult to accept even in later generations. Recognizing one's mistakes entails rectifying them. With so many servants in the palace, must you cling to the emperor? The Empress Dowager said, her expression grim. Can you not walk on your own? Mother, Zhen'er. Zhu Jianshan began. What mother says is true. I have grown somewhat weary and shall take my leave. Zhen'er interjected, tugging at Zhu Jianshan's sleeve, offering a slight bow to the Empress before turning to depart. Zhu Jianshan frowned, struggling to contain his rising anger. Mother, do you truly despise Zhen'er so? Indeed, the Empress Dowager replied bluntly, I simply cannot abide her. Why is that? Zhu Jinshan asked, his voice low. Is it merely because of her age? The Empress Dowager laughed derisively. I would ask you the same. What do you see in her? Her age? In chapter 34, titled The Generation's Thoughts, Zhu Jinshan inhaled deeply and remarked, Mother, you do not comprehend. Empress Dowager Zhou retorted with a cold smile, then enlighten me. How is it that I lack understanding? Do you know what love truly is? The Empress Dowager, who had once suffered neglect, could hardly bear such matters, particularly when the subject was Wan Zhin'er, a woman of considerable age. As the Emperor of the Ming, you should not be preoccupied with matters of affection while neglecting the welfare of the realm and its people. Is this the conduct expected of an emperor? Zhu Jinshan replied with an air of indifference. Mother, are you attempting to instruct me on how to be an emperor? The Empress Dowager was momentarily taken aback. She found herself at a loss for words, for interference in the affairs of state was a cardinal sin for any monarch. Not even a mother could trespass in matters of imperial power. She had previously been admonished for her overreach, and while time had dulled her sensitivity, her son's words now stirred feelings of anger and sorrow within her. Once disregarded as a concubine, she found herself in the same plight even as Empress Dowager. Sighing, she resolved to let it be, rising silently and stating, The Emperor is indeed wise and formidable. There is no need for me to instruct him. With that, she turned and departed. Mother, take care, Zhu Jinshan said softly. Once the Empress Dowager had distanced herself, he cast his gaze towards Empress Wang. Your Majesty, I have said nothing, she quickly explained, recalling the fate of her predecessor, which she wished not to emulate. The emperor was not to be trifled with. The deposition of a consort was executed with ruthless efficiency. I understand, Zhu Jinshan replied with a smile. Come, accompany me for a while. Empress Wang was taken aback, but her heart soared with joy as she promptly moved to walk alongside him, appearing gentle and demure. Since her elevation to empress, this was the first time the emperor had shown such closeness to her. It was somewhat tragic. During her time as a consort, she had enjoyed his favor multiple times. Yet now, as empress, she found herself alone night after night. More sorrowful still was her ignorance of what had displeased the emperor. As they walked, Zhu Jinshan remained silent, and Empress Wang hesitated to speak, yet recognizing the rarity of this opportunity, she decided to take a risk. With a bashful heart, she reached for his hand. Zhu Jinshan paused momentarily, neither rejecting nor reciprocating her gesture. A flicker of disappointment crossed Empress Wang's face, yet she held onto his hand and softly inquired, Is there something I have done wrong, Your Majesty? Not at all. You are wonderful, Zhu Jinshan replied. Then why do you ignore me? Empress Wang asked quietly, her tone tinged with grievance. It is not your fault. It is a matter of family, Zhu Jinshan chuckled softly. Upon ascending the throne, I found myself overwhelmed with duties, and in my distraction, I inadvertently neglected the Empress. Your Majesty must also take care of your health and refrain from staying up late, she gently reminded him. Zhu Jinshan nodded. Indeed, I shall be mindful. Empress Wang felt a pang of melancholy. Zhu Jinshan, feeling a twinge of guilt, took her hand in his, sharing some earnest words. He did not harbor disdain for Empress Wang. Rather, he was still shaken by the recent turmoil involving Wu Jun and feared a recurrence of such incidents. At merely 18, the weight of familial, national, and worldly affairs pressed heavily upon him, leaving him in a state of great distress. With the officials causing unrest, his mother meddling, and his wife's family scheming against him, Zhu Jinshan felt utterly drained and increasingly sensitive to the tumult surrounding him. In this palace, the only person he could place his complete trust in was Sister Zhen, who had cared for him since childhood. All others remained subjects of doubt, even his own mother. The burden of being an emperor weighed heavily upon Zhu Jinshan, a bitter smile gracing his lips. On the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, the moon rose early. Li Qing raised his cup to invite the luminous moon, his thoughts drifting to old friends. The night breeze was gentle, imbued with the refreshing chill of autumn. Yet Li Qing found little joy in the moment. Beneath the resplendent moonlight, he drank alone, enveloped in solitude and melancholy. Festivals evoke longing for family. Yet on this day of reunion, he found himself bereft of kin. He remained unaccustomed to such solitude, having never truly adapted to it. Li Qing's gloom deepened as he sought solace in alcohol, only to find that it intensified his sorrow, leading him to curse the heavens. Just as his tirade reached its peak, a sudden knock on the door startled him. Who is it? He queried, surprise flickering in his eyes. It is your godson, my lord. A warmth spread through Li Qing's heart as he approached the door, only to find Li Hong standing there, weary from travel. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Had something occurred in Jinling? No, everything is fine, Li Hong replied with a chuckle. I came to keep you company in the capital. Li Qing exhaled in relief, smiling as he nodded. But why did that little girl not accompany you this time? It was that certain someone, Li Hong lamented. Sister Wanqing had intended to come, but he insisted on forbidding her, claiming that as a young lady, she must learn to avoid certain situations. Li Qing chuckled, indeed. Some discretion is necessary. Why the hurry, though? After a brief pause, he added, however, your timing is unfortunate. I shall soon be quite busy. Not to worry. I can cook for you while you work. It won't hinder your affairs, Li Hong assured him, shaking his head gently. I must embark on a distant journey. Li Qing replied. A distant journey? Li Hong paused, then asked, may I accompany you? Li Qing frowned. Come inside, and we shall discuss it. Leading his horse into the small courtyard to tie it up, Li Hong then sat opposite Li Qing. You are occupied with state affairs, are you not? Indeed. Li Qing acknowledged. Do you aspire to pursue an official career? You are now of age. It is time to consider your future, Li Qing continued. Li Hong pondered for a moment before asking, do you wish for me to walk that path? I am asking you, Li Qing remarked with a roll of his eyes. I do wish to, Li Hong replied sheepishly. What man doesn't he desire to achieve greatness? Noticing the furrow in Li Qing's brow, he added, what are your thoughts on this, godfather? Honestly, I would prefer if you did not tread that path. Inheriting the title of Marquis Yongqing is not a poor fate. Li Qing said, the road of officialdom is fraught with peril. Indeed, I understand the dangers of the court, Li Hong replied. But you once spoke of a man's ultimate romance being found in the intrigues of the court and the strategies of the battlefield. His face was alight with yearning. Li Qing was at a loss for words. I merely spoke in jest. How could you take it to heart? To think of such schemes at your young age is rather misguided. If you do not wish for me to pursue this path, I shall refrain, Li Hong declared. Li Qing chuckled softly. Yet, I fear you would live a life of regret. Your reluctance stems from concern for my well-being. Li Hong replied, I trust your judgment. You would never lead me astray. Yet, you would still harbor those thoughts, that sense of unfulfillment. Li Qing sighed, contemplating. Very well. Accompany me on my journey in a few days, and upon our return, you may make your choice. Li Hong's heart raced with excitement. Is that permissible? I shall speak to the emperor. As a scion of nobility, it would not be considered inappropriate to broaden my horizons. Li Qing nodded, acknowledging that you have grown up and can now make your own decisions. If you truly wish to pursue a career in the officialdom, your godfather will not stand in your way. Is that true? Li Hong exclaimed with delight. Do you really enjoy being an official? He chuckled, envisioning galloping across the battlefield, slaying foes. Who wouldn't desire such a life? At the tender age of 20, Li Hong was brimming with youthful vigor. As a descendant of nobility, he was inclined towards a martial path. Having listened to tales of the three kingdoms since childhood, he harbored a profound fascination for the battlefield, yearning for adventure. With his godfather's endorsement, his path to an official career would undoubtedly be smoother. However, the battlefield is not as romantic as depicted in literature. The glory one perceives is forged from countless sacrifices, devoid of romance, steeped instead in bloodshed and brutality. Li Qing remarked solemnly, should you fall in battle, your beloved Wanqing will be left to mourn your absence. I still wish to give it a try, Li Hong asserted earnestly. Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity. Li Qing sighed, recognizing that not attempting would leave him unsatisfied. Thank you, godfather, for your support, Li Hong exclaimed joyfully, surprised by this unexpected boon during his visit. Li Qing chuckled softly. All right then, let us share a couple of drinks. Of course, Li Qing secretly hoped that his godson would become a carefree noble. He considered him not only as his own son, but also as the descendant of an old friend. Li Qing did not seek for him to achieve great feats, but merely wished for him to lead a joyful life. Yet, each generation harbors its own aspirations, and Li Hong's desire to avoid a mundane existence was not misguided. Li Qing had no intention of imposing his wishes upon Li Hong, wishing instead for him to live without regret. The following day, Li Qing entered the palace and discussed this matter with Zhu Jianshan. Zhu Jianshan readily agreed, eager to bind Li Qing's godson closely to the court. I am in need of capable individuals at this moment. Upon his return from this experience, I shall offer him a military position. That may not be necessary. He might decide against an official career upon his return, Li Qing gently countered, inquiring, have we received any news from Shiheng? Yes, The army has now settled in, Zhu Jinshan replied with a light smile. In about 7 days. Shi Hong will return with the tribal leaders, and you will need to be prepared for that. Li Qing nodded slightly, saying, that is manageable, but I will require funding. How much do you need? 200,000 taels, Li Qing stated, with adjustments made for any surplus or deficit. It is not safe to carry such a large sum at once. Let us do this. Take 100,000 for now, and I shall send the remainder later. Zhu Jinshan proposed. Adjustments can be made as necessary, Li Qing replied with amusement, but this time, the construction in Hatao is quite significant. If executed properly, it can accommodate the nomadic tribes wishing to ally with the Ming. The land is lush and fertile, serving not only for agriculture, but also as a natural pasture. Capable of functioning as a horse farm for the Ming. Do not be stingy with the funds. Rest assured, I am well aware of this, Zhu Jinshan nodded. Though I may be low on resources, I will not be miserly regarding such important matters. However, if unnecessary expenses can be avoided, it is prudent to save a little, as the national treasury is indeed not abundant. Yes, I trust you. By the way, there is something I need to discuss with you, Zhu Jinshan continued. When you go, take Zhu Yong with you. He shall receive half of the credit for any achievements upon your return. I intend to rely heavily on him. Li Qing did not refuse, merely stating, he may accompany me, but I must first assess his capabilities. That is acceptable. Please ensure he meets my standards, Zhu Jinshan replied. What sort of official position do you envision for your godson? Li Qing chuckled, we'll discuss it later. Truth be told, I do not wish for him to pursue a political career. Your thinking is misguided. I must offer you some criticism. Zhu Jinshan has indeed grasped the opportunity. What is wrong with being loyal to the country? The Ming dynasty bestows titles upon you as a form of encouragement, not as a means for you to rest on your laurels. Do you truly believe you are worthy of the Ming? Chapter 35, The Wise Walk Alone. Ahem. Li Qing raised his fist to his lips and cleared his throat. Zhu Jinshan, who had been speaking fervently, abruptly fell silent and awkwardly replied, the deeper the affection, the sharper the criticism. Your godson possesses a heart devoted to the country, and he should indeed be encouraged. As the saying goes, a tiger father does not raise a dog's son. Another round of soft persuasion ensued. Li Qing found it amusing and said, all right then, I merely came to greet you. And now I shall take my leave. Zhu Jinshan expressed dissatisfaction. Are we not even exchanging pleasantries now? By the way, are you certain you can provide the funds? Zhu Jinshan declared proudly. Of course, the money is all in the treasury. There is no need to consider the Ministry of Revenue. Having said that, he turned to Li Qing, eagerly awaiting those 3 words. I take my leave, Your Majesty. Li Qing fulfilled his wish. Mr. Li, do take care. Zhu Jinshan felt comforted. Those 3 words were his final dignity. In the small courtyard, Li Hong was selecting vegetables. Upon seeing Li Qing return, he immediately clapped his hands and rushed forward. Godfather, did the emperor agree? Li Qing chuckled and nodded. Indeed, he has agreed. Splendid. Li Hong exclaimed with uncontainable joy. Godfather, can we now discuss our plans? Li Qing approached the stone table and sat down. This time, we are embarking on a long journey to the Hatao region, seeking to garner the allegiance of various tribes on the grasslands and provide them a place to reside under the Ming. Li Hong followed suit, sitting across from Li Qing. Will there be battles? Are you so eager for conflict? Li Qing frowned. With your current abilities, whether you return from the battlefield is a matter of concern. Do not underestimate me, Godfather, Li Hong replied confidently. I have been diligently honing my skills for years. I assure you, no more than 3 or 5 individuals can approach me. Li Qing scoffed. The battlefield is not merely a brawl. It is a matter of life and death. To believe you can simply fend off 3 or 5 foes is naive. A single strike could send you to your demise. Am I truly that incapable? Once you witness the brutality of war, you shall understand, Li Qing replied calmly. Furthermore, do not presume that my influence in the court will aid your future political aspirations. Quite the opposite, I have offended too many individuals. Should you ever step into the court, you may find it exceedingly difficult. Li Hong was taken aback. Godfather, do you not have any friends? Li Qing hesitated, realizing he indeed had few companions. Yu Qian had already retired to his hometown. Shi Hong was semi-retired. And although Shi Biao was slightly younger, he too was nearing 50. By the time Li Hong emerged, Shi Biao would likely be in retirement as well. The political careers of military generals typically pale in comparison to those of civil officials, as generals are preoccupied with warfare, while civil officials engage in cunning maneuvers. The physical toll on both paths is not comparable. Truly none? Li Hong could not conceal his disappointment. Li Qing retorted, "You are still young. Yet you are solely fixated on relying on your father's influence. It is quite disheartening. You are my godfather. What is there to be ashamed of?" Li Hong had learned to adopt a thick skin from Li Qing, feeling no embarrassment whatsoever. Li Qing, with a grim expression, scolded, "You have yet to step into the halls of power, and already you contemplate leveraging connections and taking shortcuts. I fear you may struggle to achieve anything meaningful." The young man merely felt that a higher starting point could facilitate a swift rise. Li Hong chuckled awkwardly, replying, "If one has connections, why not utilize them? Who did you learn this from? Your godfather? Do refrain from such lessons in the future." Li Hong nodded with a forced smile and asked, "So, godfather, do you truly have no friends?" Li Qing replied nonchalantly, "The weak seek companionship, the strong engage socially, while the wise walk alone. Is there anything else?" "You are quite infuriating." "Godfather, I still need to prepare dinner," Li Hong said, his eyes resembling those of a panda, a visage of despair. Li Qing remarked, "If you don't manage to eat on time, you shall have but one meal left." "Understood." After lunch, the two engaged in casual conversation. Li Hong, filled with excitement and visions of the future, asked, "Godfather, will there be a possibility of battle in Hetao this time?" "The likelihood is low, but preparations for conflict must still be made," Li Qing replied lazily. "With so many people arriving on the plains, all instability must be eradicated." "Does this mean our Ming dynasty is preparing for war?" Li Hong inquired. "Indeed, it seems so." Li Qing then playfully questioned, "Are you anticipating a chance to fight and achieve glory?" Li Hong paused, feeling awkward as he admitted, "To be honest, I do entertain such thoughts. But I am aware that mere desire does not guarantee outcomes. Wouldn't you agree?" Li Qing shook his head, chuckling softly, "I understand your enthusiasm. Being young, it is natural to harbor ideals and aspirations. However, I hope you can maintain a calm heart amidst your fervor. An excessive pursuit of certain ambitions may lead one astray, resulting in restlessness or misdirection." He spoke softly. "In this world, few can withstand temptation." "I can withstand it," Li Hong asserted earnestly, "I promise." Li Qing smiled lightly. "Many can resist at first, yet as time passes and they encounter more, their hearts may inevitably change. The pursuits of wealth, power, and sensual pleasures are ingrained in every individual, irresistible temptations indeed. Perhaps some can endure with sheer willpower, but the process often brings immense suffering, leading the majority to eventual moral decline." Li Hong pondered for a moment and nodded gently. "You speak the truth, godfather, but I shall never bring shame upon you. I am not concerned about you shaming me. As long as you do not cause harm to others, even if you indulge a bit or stray, it matters not. In this life, joy is paramount," Li Qing said warmly. "As your elder, I do not demand grand achievements from you. I have already elevated your starting point significantly. There is nothing wrong with living a simple life." "But godfather, I am still young, and I wish to accomplish something," Li Hong replied. Li Qing nodded. "Your aspirations are commendable. I shall not hinder you, and will support your ambitions." Li Hong relaxed, smiling as he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, godfather." With this affirmation, Li Hong immersed himself in dreams of a promising future. Aside from preparing meals for his godfather, he devoted his time either to martial training or seeking guidance from Li Qing on matters of governance and military strategy. Li Qing, naturally, had no need to withhold knowledge from his godson, yet he refrained from overwhelming him with information, instead opting to guide him more subtly. After all, what is taught pales in comparison to the value of contemplation. The most nourishing wisdom is that which one distills for oneself. Days swiftly passed, and on this particular afternoon, after lunch, the imperial envoy arrived to convey a summons from the emperor. Li Hong, filled with exuberance, leaped up and grasped Li Qing's sleeve, whispering, "Godfather, are we about to set off?" "Indeed, I presume," Li Qing replied, casting a sidelong glance at him. "Look at your eagerness. Calm yourself." "Ah, yes, yes," Li Hong stammered, nodding awkwardly as he rubbed his hands together. "Godfather, you should go ahead. I shall procure some wine for us to share upon your return." Li Qing scoffed, "Such character." Within the imperial palace, in the central hall, Li Qing followed the eunuch bearing the imperial edict inside, and upon spotting Shi Hung present, he understood that he would soon be quite occupied. Zhu Jinda appeared in good spirits, smiling as he gestured to a nearby chair. "Please, sit, sir." "Thank you, your majesty." Li Qing replied with a perfunctory bow, taking his seat beside Shi Hong. Have all the leaders returned? Shi Hong nodded succinctly. The leaders are being received by the Ministry of Rights, and the troops are stationed 200 miles outside the frontier, their morale stable. Pausing, he frowned, adding, I've heard the Emperor's specific arrangements, but such measures may not ensure their continued stability. After all, it matters not, Li Qing interjected. If we can maintain the composure of those tribal leaders, we have achieved a significant portion of our goal. As for the lesser individuals, they pose little concern. He continued, their primary motivation for aligning with the Ming is the desire for a peaceful existence, free from plunder. If the Ming can provide that, their resistance will not be fervent. Though he spoke thus, Zhu Jianda coughed, somewhat displeased. Do you two consider me invisible? Both men ceased their discussion, turning towards Zhu Jianda and offering a respectful bow. What wisdom do you possess, Your Majesty? Zhu Jianda felt a warmth on his face, for he had yet to form a response. Clearing his throat, he said, I believe they are merely unsophisticated barbarians. A few favors will win their gratitude. No need to coddle them. Li Qing rolled his eyes but remained silent. Shi Hong, however, offered a few words of flattery before continuing, Your Majesty, should we venture to the Hetao region, we must prepare for battle. Though the likelihood is slim, one must always be cautious. I wish to request a military fund. Why another request for funds? Zhu Jianda scratched his jaw. Carrying military funds is a burden. If war is to be waged, let it be so. Lord Yongqing will bring a substantial sum of silver to serve as military funds. He looked toward Li Qing and smiled. If war does break out, those funds will not be needed for construction, would they? Your Majesty is wise, Li Qing remarked. Li Qing then inquired, Your Majesty, while funds may be scarce, surely we have sufficient provisions? Plenty of Yongla beans and Xuanda potatoes, Zhu Jianda declared grandly. The treasury lacks silver but is well stocked with grain, especially coarse grains like Yongla beans and Xuanda potatoes, piled high. I shall issue an edict shortly, instructing the Ministry of Revenue to procure and transport supplies, Zhu Jianda assured with a smile. Shi Hong pondered for a moment and asked, Your Majesty, will the Ministry of Revenue be reliable? Absolutely. Li Qing and Zhu Jianda replied in unison. Are you the Emperor? Zhu Jianda shot Li Qing a glare, calmly stating, If this task fails, we shall have no choice but to resort to war. The Ministry of Revenue will not only comply, but will actively assist. Shi Hong scratched his head, his worries dissipating. He then turned to Li Qing. Lord Yongqing will also be accompanying us, correct? Indeed, Li Qing affirmed. Shi Hong grinned widely and addressed Zhu Jianda, Your Majesty, may I suggest that Lord Yongqing serve as my military supervisor? He has been contemplating this matter for quite some time. However, Li Qing declared, I shall be the commander. Have you ever fought in battle? Stone Hung retorted indignantly. What do you think? Do you possess any experience in commanding? Li Qing chuckled. When I first stepped onto the battlefield, you were still. He turned to the Emperor earnestly. Your Majesty, Stone Hung is quite aged. It is best that I take command. Trust me, given the multitude of troops. Li Qing doubted Stone Hung, the aggressive general, could withstand any unforeseen changes. Stone Hung, furious, exclaimed, You are talking nonsense. Enough of the bickering, Emperor Zhu Jianshan interjected. Here is the plan. If there is no battle, Marquis Wu Qing shall be the commander. If there is a battle, then Marquis Yongqing will take command. Is that acceptable? What use is that to me? Stone Hung said, his face filled with frustration. Chapter 36. The joy of youth. Stone Hung cast a resentful glance at Li Qing, feeling discontented. Your Majesty, I, too, was once a border general, and I believe I am superior to Marquis Yongqing in matters of warfare. Please have faith in me. Emperor Zhu Jianshan hesitated. On the surface, the data indeed favored Stone Hung over Li Qing. Observing this, Stone Hung raised an eyebrow at Li Qing in triumph. You should be certain of your position. Li Qing shrugged. Your Majesty, consider this carefully. He is an offensive general. While commanding a mere 10 or 20,000 troops may be feasible, do you truly think he could manage the strategy for 50 or 60,000 in an actual battle? That is excessive. Stone Hung retorted angrily. Am I truly so incapable? Li Qing smiled gently. You may excel in battle, but your strategic command leaves much to be desired. After weighing the pros and cons, Emperor Zhu Jianshan ultimately upheld his decision, as he felt more assured with Li Qing, despite the latter's questionable character and laziness. He had consistently executed his duties with reliability and without error. Ahem, the Emperor's word is unyielding and cannot be rescinded, Zhu Jianshun interrupted Stonehong, who was about to speak again. It is settled. I shall instruct the Ministry of Revenue to commence preparations forthwith. Minister Sure, your contributions are invaluable. With this heartfelt acknowledgement and generous rewards, Stoneheng's resentment was greatly alleviated. Upon exiting the palace, Stonehong, with a somber expression, remarked, "Why do you insist on vying for this position?" "It is merely a precaution," Li Qing replied with a smile. "Anyway, the likelihood of conflict is slim. Besides, wouldn't it be exhilarating to charge into battle?" "That is true," Stonehong conceded, his demeanor softening. "However, you lack experience in commanding large-scale battles. Warfare is unlike other endeavors. Should a situation arise, you may not surpass me." "Rest assured," Li Qing laughed. "When have you ever seen me boast?" "Very well. I concede this time. Allow me to invite you to my home for a drink." "Now that is more agreeable," Stonehong replied. "In truth, I am not truly angry. At our level, advancing further is exceedingly difficult. At most, one might be posthumously honored as a duke. The distinction of merit is inconsequential. It is simply that your words can be quite infuriating. After all, I am also a border general. I am not as inept as you suggest." "Haha, my apologies. I shall pour myself 3 cups as penance." Li Qing smiled and nodded. Stonehong grinned, but quickly composed himself, stating, "Moreover, you truly lack experience in commanding large forces. If we are faced with such a situation, I shall take charge, and the accolades shall be yours." "That is unacceptable." Li Qing shook his head in refusal. "I am doing this for your own good. I understand. Yet while you may cast doubts upon my character, you cannot question my capabilities." Li Qing remarked, "Without the strength of a diamond, I would not take on such delicate responsibilities." Stonehong scratched his head, perplexed by the term diamond, but upon reflection, he acknowledged that Li Qing had never overstepped his bounds. "Very well, I shall not contest with you," he conceded. "Now, let us go and indulge in some wine." In the small courtyard, Li Hong had prepared a lavish feast and fine wine, initially hoping to share a drink with his godfather. However, guests arrived unexpectedly. As a junior, he naturally lacked the privilege to drink at the same table as his elders and could only immerse himself in military texts, sharpening his skills in preparation. "Is this your godson?" Stonehong inquired. Li Qing nodded. "What do you think?" Li Hong hurriedly set aside his books and approached to pay his respects. "The younger generation greets, Lord Wu Qing." "No need for excessive formalities," Stonehong replied with a slight nod. "Your godfather and I are old friends. Come, let us share a few cups." "It would be improper for me to overstep," Li Hong politely declined, smiling as he retreated to practice his martial arts in the courtyard. After taking a sip of wine, Stonehong asked, "Are you certain you wish to involve him? It is beneficial for the youth to witness the world." Li Qing replied candidly. "He possesses ambition, and as an elder, I cannot stifle that." Stonehong hesitated, then finally voiced his concern. "Forgive my bluntness, but it may be wiser to keep him away from the political arena. Your reputation in such matters is well known, yet in your absence, he may become a target for others' grievances." Li Qing nodded. "Whether he enters the political realm remains to be seen, but if we hinder him, he will carry that burden for life. You, too, have experienced youth. You should understand their mindset." Stonehong fell silent, contemplating Li Qing's words. Li Qing poured him another drink and inquired, "You previously mentioned that the leader of the Walla, Borjigin Timur, is quite aged. What is the situation?" "I estimate his time is limited," Stonehong replied with a frown. "The Walla is internally unstable. Upon his death, chaos is likely to ensue. While the current strength of the Walla is significant, it is also precarious." Stonehong tilted his head back and finished his drink, continuing, though referred to as the Walla. "The local inhabitants now outnumber the Walla people significantly. Even though senior commanders are predominantly Walla, Borjigin Timur's demise may incite dissent among the ranks." Li Qing set down his chopsticks and asked, "Having visited the Walla, you possess some understanding of their situation. Do you think that unrest could undermine their foundation?" "That likelihood is rather slim, at least in the short term," Stonehong analyzed. "The Walla are aware of their issues and have implemented numerous defensive measures against backlash. Many of those brought back are restless tribes selected by the Walla, significantly alleviating their internal conflicts." Stonehong reflected, "I believe that following Borjigin Timur's death, the Walla will experience a degree of turmoil. They will certainly not be as united as they are now, yet they will not descend into complete disarray." After a pause, he added, "During my stay at the Walla camp, I observed that both the Walla and the local inhabitants harbor no animosity towards the Ming. Is it due to trade?" Li Qing inquired. Indeed, Shi Hung affirmed, they are not foolish. War leads to death, and they are more inclined to engage in commerce with the Ming. Li Qing nodded slowly and asked, is there any news from the Tatars? I am not certain about that, Shi Hung replied. Shi Hung shook his head, contemplating the vastness of the prairie, realizing that complete extermination was utterly impossible. Furthermore, with the internal instability within the Walla tribe, their pursuit had not been vigorous. I heard from Boyan Timur that within a decade, the Tatars would find it difficult to recover their strength. That is reassuring. Li Qing felt a slight sense of relief and remarked, our primary objective in Hatao is construction, which will demand considerable time. We shall not return until at least this year's new year. Shi Hung smiled wryly, acknowledging, I am well aware of that. Alas, I had hoped to retire this year and enjoy my twilight years at home, but it seems I must postpone that. He had indeed aged. Both his body and spirit had deteriorated. Upon returning from the prairie, his condition had visibly declined. Acknowledging Shi Hang's contributions to the state, Li Qing did not wish for him to toil excessively in his later years. After some contemplation, he advised, once things are running smoothly over there, you may return, and I shall handle the remainder. Shi Hung was touched, yet hesitated, you are not young anymore either. Not to worry, I am in good health, Li Qing said with a smile, raising his cup. Come, let us drink. Indeed, your physique is remarkable, truly fitting the saying, calamities endure for 1,000 years. Shi Hung murmured, clinking his cup with Li Qing's and downing his drink. The two continued to drink and converse until the end of the hour, at which point Shi Hung took his leave. During their time together, Li Hong had been practicing martial arts in the courtyard. Once Shi Hung departed, he eagerly approached, beaming, Godfather, when shall we set off? Li Qing stretched lazily, I estimate we still have a few days. Once the emperor summons the tribal leaders and provides incentives to win their loyalty, we shall depart. After a pause, he added, you must prepare yourself. This journey means you will be separated from your beloved Wanqing for at least a year, perhaps even longer. Li Hong hesitated for a moment before responding with a manly resolve. A true man cannot be solely preoccupied with romantic sentiments. Li Qing chuckled softly, dismissing further discussion. 10 days later, Li Qing and his party embarked on their journey to rendezvous with the main forces beyond the borders. On the day of their departure, Zhu Jianxin, accompanied by his ministers, escorted them to the city gates to express his regard, though his face remained dark with apparent displeasure, likely due to significant losses. The tribal leaders, on the other hand, were all smiles, evidently having obtained what they desired. Li Qing was unaware of the specifics and had little interest in such trivial matters. 3 days later, the party exited the city and continued their advance northward. Once outside the city, Li Hong was in a state of exhilaration. Having never ventured beyond the central plains, he was awestruck by the scenery outside the Ming borders. The desolation and vastness, stretching endlessly before him, provided a powerful visual impact that plunged him into an extraordinary excitement, igniting an impulsive desire to gallop freely. This feeling intensified, making it difficult for him to contain himself. Godfather, may I gallivant? Li Hong asked, eager to act. Li Qing, taken aback, inquired, what do you mean by gallivanting? To run and ride. Li Hong replied enthusiastically. This is magnificent. It would be a shame not to race about. Li Qing could not suppress his laughter. Very well, we are still far from the main group. If you wish to let loose, do so, but do not stray from our sight. All right, Li Hong exclaimed joyfully. He turned his horse and, with a kick to its belly, sped away from the group, galloping with exhilaration. As the horse raced forward, Li Hong bounced slightly in rhythm with its movements. The cool autumn breeze brushing against his face, filling him with delight and exhilaration. Ha! What a thrill! At this moment, he was spirited and unrestrained. Shi Hung observed the scene and remarked, youth is indeed a splendid time. Li Qing chuckled, I expected you to say he was rather reckless. Oh, youth should be like this, running, jumping, galloping with abandon, Shi Hung exclaimed. Young people must be impetuous, full of vigor and ambition. Li Qing nodded with a smile, gazing fondly at his spirited godson, murmuring, indeed, the youth must embody the essence of youth. I was once like that too. How wonderful it is to be young. Yes, how delightful it is to be young, Shi Hung echoed with deep sentiment. If only I could reclaim 20 more years. Alas, age inevitably weighs upon us. He turned to Li Qing, teasing, you seem quite robust. Why not let loose a bit and ease your mind? Perhaps not, Li Qing replied, shaking his head. I find this perplexing. You seem quite fit. Shi Qing sighed softly, responding, though my body may yet be youthful, my heart feels aged. Chapter 37. Li Qing's bravado night fell, adorned with a dazzling array of stars. Li Qing leaned against the tent's entrance, gazing silently into the cosmos. Dinner is ready, Godfather, Li Hong announced cheerfully, approaching with his bowl and utensils. Still riding the waves of exhilaration, he noticed his godfather appeared somewhat discontent, prompting him to temper his enthusiasm as he settled beside Li Qing. Li Qing accepted the bowl and took a bite of rice, inquiring, "We've been marching for several days now. Are you adjusting well?" "Quite well, actually. I am a bit weary, but a good night's sleep does wonders," Li Hong replied, scratching his head. "Godfather, do you miss Grandfather Zhang?" Li Qing forced a smile, not excessively. One must always look forward. Dwelling in the past can drive one to madness, though sometimes emotions are difficult to suppress. Indeed, Li Hong comforted, "May Grandfather Zhang watch over us and wish for your happiness." "Huh, I am stronger than you imagine. I require no consolation," Li Qing replied, lowering his gaze to continue eating. "Enough of this. You've had your fun for the day. It's time to rest. The journey has only just begun." "Godfather, I am not tired. I wish to keep you company for a while," Li Hong insisted. "I said it's unnecessary. Go and rest," Li Qing stated, his tone impatient. With a sigh, Li Hong conceded, "Very well, Godfather. Do take care of yourself." As Li Hong's footsteps faded, Li Qing lifted his gaze to the hazy starlight and continued his meal. The following day, they resumed their march. Li Hong had subdued his exuberance somewhat, yet remained cheerful and excited. The scenery beyond the borders was indeed captivating. Despite the lack of vibrant colors and the grass beginning to wither, this desolate expanse, filled with grandeur, was a rare sight in the Central Plains. However, as the march continued, Li Hong's initial exhilaration gradually waned, leading him to boredom. The monotony of marching could be tiresome. What once felt fresh eventually succumbed to aesthetic fatigue, returning him to reality. Gradually, he began to feel fatigued, and after a night's rest, his body still felt as if it were falling apart. At this moment, Li Qing began to impart wisdom. "This is merely the first step in warfare, and indeed the easiest one. You still have a horse to ride. When the battle truly commences, then you will understand hardship. What you read in books is just that, words in books. The notion that one can simply flick their sleeve and annihilate the enemy is a mere fantasy." With a forlorn expression, Li Hong nodded, "Godfather, have you ever commanded troops in battle?" "Indeed, it has transpired more than once." Li Qing nodded, yet this marked his inaugural venture as a head coach. "Are you nervous?" "Nervous about what?" Li Qing retorted, a hint of irritation in his voice. "I've encountered far grander spectacles. This is merely a trifle. Remember, I once basked in glory myself." Li Hong, intrigued, pressed on, "Do share." "Forget it. A true hero does not dwell on past exploits." Li Qing waved his hand dismissively, exuding an air of inscrutability. "How can one speak half-heartedly?" Li Hong lamented, glancing around and lowering his voice. "The father of Wanqing, he is the one you rescued. Do recount the circumstances." He refrained from uttering the term emperor, instead opting for a riddle-like approach. "You might as well engage in storytelling. It could be quite dull otherwise." "That episode bore little technical merit," Li Qing replied nonchalantly. "Armed with a mere blade, I vanquished all who opposed me, cutting through foes as though they were nothing." "Come now, you can embellish, but not exaggerate," Li Hong countered. "You know nothing." "I have been exceedingly modest," Li Qing shot him a glare. "When the barbarian forces besieged the capital, I wielded a hefty blade, instilling dread in the enemy, scattering them into disarray wherever I went." "That seems rather far-fetched," Li Hong retorted, incredulous. He recognized his mentor's prowess, yet struggled to accept such a fantastical account, which seemed to transcend the bounds of humanity. "Young man, your mentor does not boast," interjected Shi Hong, who had ridden closer. "You have yet to witness it. Your mentor was a veritable force of nature, akin to a wild beast." Shi Hong animatedly recounted the tale, as though the accolades were his own. Li Hong remained skeptical, yet a flicker of doubt crept in. For Shi Hong spoke with such conviction. He sighed. "Time is a cruel blade. It feels like merely a moment has passed." He suddenly halted, then continued. "In the blink of an eye, 16 years have vanished. I recall those days when I was a fearless warrior, unstoppable in my pursuits." "Damn it," Shi Hong cursed. "I often feel as though I am still youthful, yet here I am, aged in a heartbeat." "You're hardly youthful. Your grandson is more fitting of that title." Li Qing chuckled, suppressing laughter. That's too harsh. Shi Hong exclaimed. Li Hong, amused by the banter, slowed his pace to allow the two to ride alongside each other while he quietly admired the scenery beyond the Great Wall, daydreaming of the battles against the barbarians and the foes he might vanquish. After several days of travel, the group finally rendezvoused with the Ming forces and the tribal clans of the steppe. With supplies still en route, the army temporarily encamped. Li Qing busied himself, diligently restoring military discipline and allocating tasks, immersed in his work. Li Hong was taken aback by such a side of his mentor. He had always perceived him as a notably languid individual, one of rare idleness, even in labor adopting a slow and methodical approach. To his surprise, Li Qing's fervor in action rendered the young man astounded. It seemed as though no thought or planning was necessary. Commands flowed forth like beans from a bamboo tube, leaving him awestruck. Suppressing his curiosity, Li Hong adhered to his mentor's instruction: speak less, observe more, learn diligently. Soon, he observed that under Li Qing's adept management, the initially discontented tribes of the steppe began to accept their fate with a surprising sense of enjoyment. Under the adept orchestration of the elder, the vast multitude of over 100,000 individuals from both sides was seamlessly organized, exhibiting no signs of disarray. Furthermore, through the elder's machinations, the women and children of the nomadic tribes were subtly consolidated under the watchful eyes of the Ming army, effectively becoming hostages. Strikingly, these nomadic people expressed no dissent and cooperated willingly. Li Hong was taken aback, pondering whether these individuals were lacking in intelligence. That night, as the elder finally found a moment of respite, Li Hong could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "Elder, how did you manage to make them so compliant?" Li Qing responded with a twist of his neck, by appealing to their emotions, reasoning with them, and promising them benefits. "Be more sincere. Speak in a manner I can comprehend," Li Hong replied with a wry smile. Li Qing replied calmly, "In truth, it is quite simple. Offer them some money, paint a rosy picture, and demonstrate strength. Ultimately, engage them in rational discourse while subtly appealing to their emotions. For instance," he explained, "by placing the women and children in the center of the army, it may appear that they are under constraint, but they receive assistance and support, thus avoiding the fate of being abandoned on the march. Moreover, I have previously gained the trust of the nomadic tribes through various means. They believe that the Ming will not betray them and will ensure the safety of their families, which naturally leads them to accept such arrangements." Li Hong pondered aloud, "Elder, is this your strategy of transparency?" "Indeed." Li Qing nodded. "Remember, my boy, that schemes and deceit cannot sustain themselves for long. Once uncovered, they become utterly ineffective, or even backfire. Unless you possess an overwhelming intellectual advantage, which is a rarity, the world does not abound with fools, particularly in the halls of power. It is wiser to employ overt strategies, revealing your intentions so that others feel compelled to act according to your desires." Li Hong pressed further. "How can I ensure that others are aware of my intentions and still follow them?" "Encourage them to weigh the advantages and disadvantages, leading them to realize that complying with your wishes yields the greatest benefits or minimizes their losses," Li Qing advised. Li Hong grimaced. "That seems exceedingly difficult." Li Qing scoffed. "Do you truly believe that merely studying military strategies and historical texts will secure your position in the halls of power and enable you to command the winds? Consider the officials in the court. Are any of them not well versed in the classics?" He continued, "At all times, mere cleverness will not suffice. Only profound wisdom prevails." Li Hong nodded sheepishly and added, "Elder, could you provide specific examples? How should one respond to particular situations?" "Impossible." Li Qing chastised him with a tap on the shoulder. "You should learn the methodologies rather than simply replicate others' work. If you maintain such a mindset, it would be better for you not to enter the halls of power. Otherwise, you will inevitably be rendered ineffective." "Enough of this," the elder admonished. Li Qing struck again, scolding, "The struggles within the court are not child's play. There is no such thing as replication. Ultimately, it is about the interests at stake, the beneficiaries, and the intricate forces involved in the conflict that cannot be unraveled. Focusing solely on copying others' work will only lead to your utter defeat." Li Hong dared not retort. Tears welled in his eyes as he felt a deepened admiration for his godfather. "Godfather, you are truly remarkable. So many cannot rival you." Li Qing shook his head slightly, saying, "My influence in the court does not solely rely on wisdom, but also on the support and trust of the emperor." After a brief pause, he added, "Sometimes, when provoked, I may resort to unconventional methods. Such as? Li Hong inquired. If someone angers me, I bury them, Li Qing replied ominously. Godfather, have you killed officials? Li Hong stammered. Indeed, not just one, Li Qing shrugged. What can I do? They present their necks before me. If I do not act, would I not be a coward? Li Hong was taken aback. You kill officials in the capital? Why would I deceive you? This is no secret. You can ask the Marquis of Wuqing, Li Qing stated. Almost everyone in the capital is aware of this. You have killed officials, and the emperor does not punish you? Li Hong was flabbergasted. It seemed utterly absurd. Li Qing nodded, saying matter-of-factly, who told them to provoke me? But you cannot kill your peers. Li Hong doubted his godfather's claims, though he had no proof. Li Qing scoffed, but then grew serious. Remember, do not think you can emulate me. No one can replicate what I do. Chapter 38. Constructing the Hetao region. From that day forth, Li Hong became considerably more reserved. He understood that the court's machinations he admired were far from romantic. On the contrary, they were often fraught with terror and peril. A single misstep could lead to downfall or even calamity for one's entire family. The more he learned, the more he appreciated the extraordinary feats his godfather had accomplished. Half a month later, with reinforcements arriving, the army set out once more for the Hetao region. The march was monotonous, and Li Hong's fervor gradually waned under the weight of boredom. He no longer galloped wildly, but instead spent his days pondering how his godfather managed to ride while reclined. Despite numerous attempts, he failed to succeed, nearly being trampled by a horse's hoof in the process. It was then that Li Hong truly accepted reality. His godfather was not someone he could imitate. Perhaps no one could replicate Li Qing. As the army marched day after day, the tedium and frustration grew, rendering even the unique landscapes beyond the pass less impressive. With his head drooping and shoulders slumped, Li Hong lamented, "When will this life come to an end?" "It has come to an end," Li Qing replied, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Li Hong's spirits lifted as he quickly scanned the surroundings, exclaiming, "Godfather, this Hetao is desolate. Can people truly live here?" "Of course, it's winter now, so it appears barren," Li Qing retorted brusquely, "though it is cold and dry. This area is near the tributaries of the Yellow River. The terrain is relatively flat, and the soil can be deemed fertile, entirely suitable for cultivation." After a moment's pause, he continued, "Do you know why it is called Hetao?" Li Hong, feeling somewhat embarrassed, remarked that his studies had primarily revolved around classics and historical texts, military strategies, and warfare tactics, leaving him rather unfamiliar with the current topic. "Useless," Li Qing retorted, gesturing towards the distant tributaries and streams. "Do you not see how they converge, resembling a lasso?" Li Hong straightened his posture and squinted into the distance. "Where? I can't see it, Godfather." "Find a higher vantage point," Li Qing said, delivering a couple of playful kicks to his legs, which slightly lifted his spirits. This mischievous child still needs a good thrashing. Once so endearing, he now grows increasingly irksome. After receiving a light beating, Li Hong wore an expression of resignation. In truth, he had wished to quip, "A small stick receives a heavy stick." But he lacked the means to do so, as before he could even flee, his godfather had already caught him. Running away was futile. It would only lead to a harsher reprimand. Li Hong opted to tug at the emotional strings, saying, "Godfather, you rarely scolded me before, and you spoke kindly with reason. You've changed." Li Qing, furrowing his brow, replied, "Is that something you learned from your sister Wanqing?" "Truth be told, you have indeed altered," Li Hong said, noticing the rising hand of his godfather, his voice gradually diminishing before he changed his tune. "To be beaten is to be loved. Under the rod, a dutiful child emerges." "I understand your good intentions, Godfather." With a serious demeanor, Li Qing huffed, "Do not try to charm me with words. This journey has taught you much. If you aspire to enter the military ranks, do not merely circle around me. Explore and comprehend the world for yourself. Remember, no matter how eloquently others speak, it pales in comparison to your own experiences and insights." Li Qing continued, "Every phenomenon possesses a certain exclusivity. Few are universally applicable. What suits you best is what you should seek, understood?" "Yes, I shall take my leave," Li Hong affirmed. "Go on," Li Qing replied, stretching lazily before returning to his tasks. The Hetao region serves as a vital springboard for the Ming dynasty's aspirations for expansion. As early as the Hongwu era, Zhu Wanqing had envisioned plans for this area, but the execution was too rudimentary to yield any significant development. Over the years, while Hetao has provided some warhorses, it has not brought substantial gains to the Ming. This is not due to any shortcomings of Hetao, but rather a lack of adequate development by the Ming. Previously, Li Qing had focused on maritime trade, the development of Ming handicrafts, and the political landscape, neglecting this area. However, with a large influx of nomadic tribes seeking refuge, he immediately thought of Hetao. If it were to be properly developed, it could encourage the tribes to congregate here voluntarily, eliminating the need for coercive measures. Blessed with the climate of the grasslands and the agricultural potential of the Central Plains, Hetao is ideally suited for such integration. Not only that, but it could also serve as a testing ground. Those who excel here would be granted the privilege of entering Ming society. A sly smile crept onto Li Qing's lips. With the numbers involved being substantial, mobilizing everyone would prove challenging, especially in the face of frigid weather, which poses a severe test for individuals. Nights, particularly, are harsh, with the biting winds akin to knives against the skin. Without timely preparations, the chilling cold of midwinter could prove fatal. In pursuit of more efficient construction, Li Qing had no choice but to separate the two parties, with the Ming army divided into camps and the steppe organized into tribes. He delineated areas to serve as future settlements. Under the rallying cries of the Ming generals and tribal leaders, the people's enthusiasm surged, and they worked fervently. Everyone understood that if they did not complete their shelters before the harsh winter set in, they would face dire consequences. With a limited number of tents, they were forced to crowd together, a torment for all. No one wished to endure such conditions indefinitely. In their minds, living with family was the essence of home. Hence, the community endeavored diligently to construct their dwellings. Observing this scene, Li Qing felt a sense of contentment. He aimed to root these people firmly in this land. Only when there are people can value be created. Otherwise, even if the territory of the Ming dynasty were to double, it would merely remain a numerical figure on paper. After following developments for over 10 days, Li Qing noted that everything was falling into place and proceeding methodically. He decided to relax and cease his relentless wandering. At present, Shi Hong was exceedingly grateful that he had not taken on a leading role. During these days, he had essentially done nothing but enjoy himself. It was not laziness, rather. He was simply not adept in this area. In the command camp, Shi Hong brought wine and meat to invite Li Qing for a drink. "Sir, I must commend you. I never expected you to be not only formidable in conflict with the civil officials, but also an adept manager of affairs," Shi Hong declared with genuine admiration. Raising his cup, "You truly deserve to be the great commander." Li Qing shook his head with a smile, lifted his cup to his lips, but paused after just half a cup, saying, "Do not become a hands-off manager. Make sure to observe more. Your influence within the army is quite significant. Encourage them a bit. The cold days of winter are not far off." "All right, that's no trouble at all," Shi Hong replied with a smile. "I'll go check in tomorrow and ensure that the rascals get a move on. Let us not allow the barbarians to outdo us." Li Qing furrowed his brow and corrected him. Such phrases should be avoided in the future. They have already sworn allegiance to the Ming. Although they are not Han people, they are still subjects of the Ming. Remarks that hinder integration should not be uttered. Shi Hong pouted but did not retort, though he remained unconvinced. Li Qing could not help but smile wryly. The integration of the inner and outer realms is a lengthy process. Aside from geographical factors, the hearts of the people present a formidable barrier. In this era, the pride and superiority felt by the Huaxia people are profoundly ingrained, almost to the marrow. From the emperor to the common folk, this sentiment prevails. Beyond the borders of the Ming, all are deemed barbarians. Even eunuchs commonly referred to others as such. This sentiment is not confined to scholars, but resonates with all within the Ming. Huaxia, known for its grand propriety, is called xia. Its elegant attire is termed hua. This pride emanates from the heart, not a mere pretense. However, to return to the point, scholars often state, the barbarians of the four seas are unaccustomed to culture, not solely for the purpose of disparagement. There are indeed many small nations that remain uncivilized, even in a primitive and barbaric state. Such biases are not without foundation, particularly against the Yuan people, who dominated the Central Plains for a century and inflicted considerable harm upon the Han. Even after a century has passed, many still harbor disdain toward them, which significantly hampers genuine integration. Such matters cannot be resolved merely by an emperor's proclamation that we are all one family. The prejudices within people's hearts do not dissipate so easily. Certainly, possessing a sense of national pride is commendable, and it is imperative to remember and respect our history. We must not stifle it. Li Qing sighed and remarked, Observe the soldiers who have come to pledge their allegiance to the Ming. We must not meet them with indifference. This move is crucial and must not be mistaken. Rest assured, Shi Heng nodded. Though I may not be well read, I understand the gravity of the situation and will not jeopardize the national policy. Li Qing gently nodded, finishing the remainder of his wine, and said, by the way, the emperor specifically instructed me to keep a close eye on Duke Fu Ning. Zhu Yong, I am not familiar with him. Since you have dealt with him, what are your thoughts? Shi Heng tilted his head back, downing another glass of wine hastily, which prompted a bout of coughing before he replied. He is quite capable in military matters and maintains a low profile. His modesty lends him an air of scholarly generalship. After a few more coughs, he continued. It seems he has received the emperor's subtle hints and approaches his duties with great enthusiasm. Indeed, Li Qing said, nodding slowly. I shall observe him in due course. If he is as you say, he could be cultivated. Pausing, he added, you are growing older. This wine should merely satisfy your cravings. Do not indulge too much. I know. Shi Heng sighed. I cannot deny my age. Li Qing chuckled. You have climbed your way up. Now is the time to enjoy your fortune. And you ought to pay more attention to your health. Here we go again. Shi Heng shrugged, then raised an eyebrow. From what you just said, do you wish to retire gracefully like Minister Yu? Li Qing did not shy away and replied candidly. Indeed, once the court stabilizes, I wish to step back and pursue my own desires. Shi Heng, puzzled, responded, if I recall correctly, you are just over 50 and in good health. Why the rush to retire? Although every new emperor brings new courtiers, the new ruler evidently trusts you, and your abilities are beyond reproach. Li Qing smiled lightly. My desire to retire is solely my own, unrelated to those individuals. Do not say that. Shi Heng exclaimed anxiously. If you leave, who will I drink with? Li Qing laughed heartily. Do not worry. I shall not depart until the court is thoroughly stabilized. There are many matters still to resolve, and it will not happen swiftly. Chapter 39. A lack of fairness. Shi Heng stared at Li Qing, his raised cup suspended in midair, contemplating his words but hesitating to speak. What is troubling you? You need not burden yourself so heavily. Shi Heng set down his cup and said solemnly. To speak somewhat irreverently, how does the Ming dynasty truly relate to you? Li Qing smiled and replied, I have been told this before, yet having arrived in this world, one must contribute something. One cannot simply exist without purpose, can one? A man of stature ought to leave a legacy during his time on earth. Shi Heng nodded. However, you have already contributed immensely. Your accomplishments during the Zhengtong and Jingtai reigns are significant enough to earn you a place in history. There is no need to shoulder every burden. What is that saying again? Ah, indeed, the Yangtze River's waves push forward the ones before. In this world, the young inevitably surpass the old. Though one Li Qing may be absent, there will certainly be others. Li Qing smiled softly, saying, Yet there is only one Li Qing, is there not? He took a sip of wine and remarked, as Mencius said, when impoverished, one should cultivate oneself in solitude. When prosperous, one should aid the world. If I were merely a wretched being, I would not hold such beliefs. However, from the moment I descended the mountain, I ceased to be a mere Taoist. A Taoist? Li Qing chuckled, aware of his slip, and quickly added, In the past, my family was impoverished and with nothing to eat. I had no choice but to become a Taoist. Shi Heng, oblivious to any ulterior motives, laughed and replied, I never imagined you had such a difficult past. However, your choice of path seems misguided, becoming a monk at a temple. He abruptly stopped, realizing the political implications of his words, which could be seen as disparaging toward the founding emperor. Li Qing wished to avoid delving deeper into this topic and chose to act as if he had not heard. He then redirected the conversation to the present. The days grow colder. Take care to keep warm, and remind the soldiers not to be overly harsh, he advised. They have journeyed from afar to serve the nation. Shi Heng nodded in acknowledgement, assuring him not to worry. After conversing for a while longer, Shi Heng reluctantly retired, leaving behind the majority of the wine for Li Qing. Li Qing was not particularly fond of drinking. Rather, he considered it for Shi Heng's benefit, given his advancing age. The construction of the river basin had not slackened and was progressing with great urgency. Although it was termed building a home, it was, in essence, merely digging cave dwellings. Winter had already set in upon their arrival, leaving no time to erect proper houses. They would have to reside in cave dwellings temporarily, with plans to commence proper construction in the spring. Survival was paramount before any further endeavors could be embarked upon. Li Qing organized matters adeptly. And with the encouragement of Ming army generals and tribal leaders, progress was remarkably swift. Consequently, he appeared somewhat idle, spending his days wandering here and there. Li Hong began to understand why his adoptive father often seemed disengaged from work. It was because of his exceptional planning skills and his mastery over the larger picture. What appeared to be exceedingly complex to him became effortlessly simple under his adoptive father's guidance, and the efficiency was so high that there was little need for concern. As the days passed, Li Hong's admiration for his adoptive father deepened. It seemed that no matter how formidable the challenges, his father had a way of overcoming them effortlessly. "Father, might you teach me?" Li Hong asked, his curiosity piqued. "Such knowledge cannot be imparted," Li Qing replied lightly. "Ability is forged through experience. Only through practice can one truly learn. Do not constantly seek shortcuts. The world offers few." After a pause, he added, "In truth, I am not omnipotent. There are many matters beyond my resolution." Li Hong, astonished, inquired, "Given the current situation is so precarious, with both sides exceeding 100,000, including the elderly, women, and children, how can there be anything that poses a challenge to you?" "Indeed, there are," Li Qing replied with a wry smile. "For instance, the human heart." Li Hong did not comprehend. Li Qing chose not to elaborate, simply asking, "What insights have you gained during these days?" "Establishing a legacy is no easy feat," Li Hong admitted with self-deprecating humor. "Previously, I had thought too simplistically and naively." He knelt to clear a space and helped Li Qing to sit, then took a seat beside him. Gazing at the toiling multitude beneath the earth mound, he sighed, "Godfather, I consider myself rather fortunate in comparison to them. My life seems extraordinarily blessed." "Indeed," Li Qing smiled warmly. "You have lived in the affluent land of Jinling since your youth, surrounded by luxury and comfort to the utmost degree. This can easily lead one to develop a misguided perception of one's own exceptionalism and maintain a sense of superiority. However," Li Qing gestured towards the individuals below, "if you were to switch roles with them, you might not measure up. They may not be inferior to you at all. Your ability to grasp such insights renders this journey worthwhile." Li Hong slumped his shoulders and replied despondently, "Godfather, is the court truly that challenging? There are many difficulties, not limited to the court. Do you think their lives are any easier?" Li Qing countered. Li Hong fell silent. His pride significantly diminished as he sorrowfully realized he was merely an ordinary person. He no longer perceived himself as the protagonist. Shifting closer to his godfather, he asked, "Godfather, it must be quite arduous for you to contend with so many alone, correct?" "It is not particularly arduous. I have grown accustomed to it," Li Qing chuckled lightly, ruffling his hair and softly adding, "What is familiar is not burdensome, but if one is unaccustomed, it can be exceedingly painful." Li Hong nodded slowly and inquired, "Godfather, deep down you do not wish for me to enter the court, do you?" "Indeed, for I am well aware of the darkness that lurks within, and I do not wish for you to suffer," Li Qing admitted. "Yet, if you genuinely desire to pursue this path, I shall not hinder you. Your life should be yours to govern." After a deep breath, Li Qing continued, "Should you truly step into the court, I will naturally support you. However, I cannot shield you indefinitely. Once significant matters are resolved, I shall retire from public life." "Retire?" Li Hong exclaimed in astonishment. "Godfather, you are still quite young. Having achieved so much, why would you relinquish it? Do you find it regrettable?" Li Hong nodded fervently. Li Qing laughed heartily. "Do you truly believe I am so concerned with fame and fortune?" Li Hong pondered for a moment and replied, "As for fame, I am uncertain, but regarding fortune, you certainly care, for where else could our family's wealth originate? Uncle Zhu mentioned that such wealth does not belong to Grandpa Zhu, but rather is managed by him on your behalf." "Calm yourself, I did not mean it in that way." A quarter of an hour later, Li Hong lay sprawled on the ground, staring at the gray sky with vacant eyes. Suddenly, a chill brushed against his cheek, raising his hand. He felt the dampness in his palm. "Godfather, it has begun to snow." Li Qing furrowed his brow. "We must accelerate our progress. It is already quite swift." "Where are you going, Godfather?" Li Hong quickly rose, exclaiming, "Wait for me." Li Qing, however, had little time to wait and soon left Li Hong behind. In the command tent, Li Qing convened all the Ming generals and leaders of the tribal clans, numbering no fewer than 100. He inquired about the progress of each faction. The result revealed that the tribal clans had achieved over 70% completion, while the Ming army had only reached 65%. This was not due to a lack of effort from the Ming army, but rather the tribe's superior experience. Shi Hung felt embarrassed. having previously proclaimed that they would not be outdone by the barbarians, only to face a harsh reality. Just as he was about to express his frustration, Li Qing preempted him. All those who have completed their tasks immediately assist those who have not. Li Qing, without waiting for others to speak, continued. Those who assist will each receive 1 tael of silver, while those who fail to complete their tasks will be awarded only half a tael. Within 10 days. The work must be completed, otherwise, the rewards will be revoked. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qing added, the Ming army aids the Ming army, and the tribes support their own. Go forth and convey these orders. Execution is immediate. Having said this, Li Qing reiterated his instructions in Mongolian, adding another point. Women and children shall have priority for accommodation. Li Hong was taken aback. My godfather can even speak Mongolian? Although he could not comprehend the rapid-fire words. The reactions of the tribal leaders indicated that his godfather's pronunciation was impeccable. How many hidden talents does my godfather possess? Li Hong marveled. Once the crowd had dispersed, he stepped forward and asked, Godfather, when did you learn this? Be off. I have no time for idle chatter, Li Qing replied, his brow slightly furrowed. Fingers rhythmically tapping on the desk, lost in his own world. At that moment, Li Hong dared not utter a word, fully aware that disturbing his godfather in this state could be detrimental to his own well-being. After a lengthy pause, Li Qing let out a soft sigh, murmuring to himself, the issue is not significant. He then closed his eyes and contemplated for a while longer, feeling assured of no errors before turning to Li Hong. What did you just say? Nothing. Li Hong quickly retracted, unwilling to voice trivialities at such a critical juncture, and instead inquired, Godfather, do you not think this is somewhat unfair? Li Qing looked at him in astonishment. Unfair? In what way? Look, Li Hong explained. Those who finish their work early still have to help others, receiving a reward of 1 tael, while those who have not completed their tasks receive half a tael for assistance. This seems quite inequitable to those who completed their work ahead of time. Li Qing rolled his eyes. In this world, absolute fairness is a myth. Political matters cannot be approached with the same principles as business. The goal is to narrow the gap, enabling broader acceptance. As a competent politician, one must prioritize effective resolutions rather than fairness. Li Hong pondered for a moment, slowly nodding. Yet he still felt a tinge of injustice for the diligent workers, muttering, the child who cries receives the candy. Li Qing chuckled softly, nodding in agreement. You make a valid point. It is indeed the case. However, this arrangement facilitates universal acceptance, does it not? If we truly sought fairness, then the helpers would receive 1 tael, while those receiving help would receive nothing. How do you think those without rewards would feel? All right, Li Hong conceded. So it's just the way of the world? You're quite right this time, Li Qing affirmed, for the first time showing such confidence in him. The political arena is indeed a realm steeped in human relationships. Li Hong fell silent, murmuring, I do not favor such social intricacies. Li Qing paused, reflecting, and realized that he himself did not relish it either. Chapter 40. Godfather, I yearn to progress. With the promise of silver and the looming threat of survival, the enthusiasm of the people surged, dramatically enhancing efficiency. Fortunately, the snow did not linger long, leaving merely a thin veil upon the ground before ceasing altogether. Everything unfolded as Li Qing had anticipated. The problems were indeed minimal. Li Hong accompanied his godfather, walking and observing along the way. While he felt a sense of joy, there was also a hint of melancholy. This journey was entirely different from what he had envisioned. What is the matter? Oh, nothing much. Li Hong scratched his head and remarked, I had thought this would be a grand affair where I could shine, but it seems to be quite the opposite. He smiled wryly. It appears I am merely here to play a supporting role, utterly useless. You have yet to step into the halls of power, so there is no need for you there. Besides, you currently lack the necessary skills, Li Qing remarked bluntly. The prerequisite for showcasing talent is possessing the ability to do so. After a brief silence, Li Hong inquired, Godfather, is it certain that there won't be any conflict this time? You rascal! Li Qing's gaze turned dangerous, but he restrained himself, understanding Li Hong's feelings. Well, there is a 99% chance of no conflict, though it's not entirely out of the question. Internal stability does not guarantee the absence of external crises. External? Li Hong paused, astonished. Are you suggesting that tribal forces from the grasslands might attack Yitao? Attack? They would never dare. Not to mention the tribes we have now. We have over 50,000 troops in our Ming army. Would they risk their lives to fight? Li Qing scoffed, estimating that they would only attempt to steal something, making a quick escape to sustain their livelihoods. Li Hong asked, "Is that a likely scenario?" "Not very likely, but it cannot be ruled out." Li Qing stretched his arms and continued, "Whether it be the Tartars or the Walla. Even some major tribes will position scouts outside the pass, closely monitoring the movements of the Ming to prepare for any eventuality. Isn't that putting the Ming in a passive position? Not particularly," Li Qing replied nonchalantly. "All schemes, both overt and covert, become as fragile as paper tigers in the face of absolute power, easily crushed. The tribes are well aware of the Ming strategies, yet so what? They still cannot compete. Even if they understand the Ming army thoroughly, they remain no match for us." Li Qing smiled. "As long as one is sufficiently powerful, there is no need to fear being understood by one's adversaries. Of course, under such strength, it is also difficult not to be comprehended by them." Li Qing remarked leisurely, "Let them be arrogant. The bright moon illuminates the great river." Li Hong felt his heart stir, the coolness within him reigniting with fervor. "Godfather, if enemies do come, may I take to the battlefield? You? No, that is out of the question," Li Qing chuckled. "Do you think you can step onto the battlefield and fight?" "Yes," Li Hong insisted, "I can do it." "No, you cannot." "I can." Li Hong's tone was resolute. "I have been practicing martial arts for years, hardly missing a day, and I can handle 3 or 5 opponents easily." Li Qing laughed softly. "It cannot be denied that warfare is greatly influenced by personal combat skills, but more crucial are courage and the resolve to kill." "I have the resolve, and am not cowardly," Li Hong quickly assured him. Li Qing, however, merely smiled. "You have never even killed a chicken, let alone a person. When the time comes to face the battlefield, you will find that you cannot utilize any of your skills. Your legs may even weaken." He did not doubt his godson's character, but the battlefield is not a place for someone born with a silver spoon, raised in luxury since childhood. It is not merely a question of bravery, but rather of psychological endurance. Leaving aside other factors, the unique atmosphere of slaughter on the battlefield is something most cannot withstand, let alone the extreme bloodshed and the sense of life and death urgency. The scene before him was utterly beyond the endurance of a pampered young master. It was not that Li Qing underestimated his godson. However, Li Hong's competitive spirit was ignited as he implored, "Godfather, would you grant me a chance? Engaging in warfare is not a trifling matter. You have yet to even partake in a mock battle, and you remain unrefined," Li Qing replied, shaking his head. "Please, just this once," Li Hong pleaded earnestly. "I yearn for progress." Observing the fervent desire etched on his godson's face, Li Qing sighed softly. "If you truly wish to engage in battle, first familiarize yourself with the army. Since there is no time for drills now, assist them in digging tunnels." Li Hong hesitated. "Will this truly aid me in warfare?" "Not directly, but it will grant you insight into the soldiers' lives," Li Qing explained. "As the art of war states, to know oneself and one's enemy is the key to victory. If the enemy is unknown, one must at least understand one's own." Li Hong nodded softly. "Then I shall do so." "Very well, go." Li Qing gestured dismissively as he continued his solitary stroll. The land was desolate, a vast expanse of white stretching endlessly, with sparse and chaotic dried grass adorned with delicate strands of snow. A careless step could easily disrupt the fragile snowflakes. Beneath his feet, Li Qing felt the warmth of his soft shoes. The snow was minimal, yet the low temperatures prevented it from melting, creating an air of stark desolation. He murmured to himself, "When spring arrives next year, this place shall surely witness a new vitality." He held confidence that the future of the Hetao region would be vibrant. Upon reflection, aside from the troublesome power struggles within the court, many aspects of the Ming dynasty were rather commendable. While shadows lingered, light prevailed in greater measure. However, Li Qing recognized the limitations of his individual power. Having achieved this much was a remarkable feat, and he felt a sense of satisfaction. There were many deeply entrenched issues he could neither alter nor influence, at least, not for now. "What more can I do?" Li Qing pondered, momentarily at a loss for answers. Maritime trade not only enriched the populace and advanced handicrafts, but also opened the Ming dynasty to the world, fostering communication with foreign nations. The reform of tax burdens significantly curtailed land consolidation and alleviated the people's burdens, resulting in a demographic surge. The introduction of new crops fully sustained the population, leaving a surplus. In terms of succession, apart from the eldest son, all other offspring of the feudal lords were relegated in titles, greatly alleviating the court's financial strains. The household registration system, save for military families, had been largely liberalized, providing citizens with more choices and invigorating their ambitions. The Ming dynasty remained the Ming dynasty, yet it trod a distinctly different path from its historical counterpart. At present, the overarching direction appeared relatively sound. However, in observing the power dynamics within the court, the Ming bore similarities to its historical self. Civil officials wielded considerable influence, while military generals were marginalized. The cabinet's authority had been somewhat bolstered, and eunuchs had intruded into the realm of power struggles. In this regard, Li Qing saw little recourse. Where there are people, there exists contention, particularly in the sphere of power. Even within a small county, the magistrate's subordinates formed cliques, while the county deputy and the clerks engaged in intrigue and rivalry. Once the Hetao region was established and firmly on track, after some years of Zhu Jinshan's governance, it would be time to withdraw. Li Qing mused to himself, this evening, devoid of brilliant stars, I shall retire early, perusing water margin by candlelight. After flipping through a few pages, Li Hong entered, his head bowed and his posture slumped, exhaling weakly, Godfather. Ah, Li Qing closed the book, casting a glance at his godson and chuckled. What is the matter? Can't endure just half a day's toil? Indeed, it is quite exhausting. But not to the point of being unbearable. Li Hong sat down, seizing the remnants of his godfather's snack and indulging heartily, mumbling, Godfather, do you have any water? Are you looking to bathe? Yes, I'm drenched in sweat and utterly uncomfortable. None available, Li Qing replied nonchalantly, at present. I am occupied with the construction of the cave dwellings and cannot spare the energy to fetch much water. If you truly desire a wash, one might venture outside for some snow and wipe down. Li Hong smacked his lips and sighed. Then I shall forego the bath. Please don't find me odious. Li Qing sniffed the air and remarked, if you hadn't mentioned it, it wouldn't be so bad. But now that you have, it's quite pungent. You should reside in the cave dwellings. Godfather, how can you say such things? Don't you care? Li Hong retorted, exasperated. Li Qing rolled his eyes. What nonsense is this? If you can't endure the hardship, then off you go. After a tiring day, how about tomorrow? Li Hong attempted to negotiate. Li Qing, however, replied, to aspire to be a general, it is essential to integrate with the soldiers. All right, I shall depart once I finish eating. Fine, but do not return tomorrow. Eat what the soldiers eat, Li Qing stated firmly. If you choose this path, commit to it fully. Understood. After sending his godson away, Li Qing resumed his reading of water margin until the candle extinguished, before finally retiring to bed. The following day, Li Qing woke slowly as dawn approached. There had been no snowfall, nor did the sun grace the sky. Instead, it was overcast, with the biting northern wind stinging his face. Nevertheless, all were diligently engaged in their tasks, and thus, it did not feel excessively cold to him. Dressed in a thin dark blue robe with merely a white undergarment beneath, he maintained an elegant demeanor, though to Shi Hong, it appeared rather ostentatious. After inquiring about the progress of the construction, Li Qing sought out Zhu Yong, the Earl of Funing, whose development he deemed worthy of close attention. It was prudent to monitor the situation closely, lest he find himself in the company of an unreliable individual. Zhu Yong, in his 30s, was a robust man exuding authority, personally overseeing his subordinates. Upon catching sight of Li Qing, he promptly approached and saluted. This humble soldier, Zhu Yong, pays his respects to the Earl of Yongqing. Less formalities. Earl of Funing, Li Qing replied, gently supporting him. Having surveyed the area, it appears your progress is the swiftest. It seems completion is just 2 or 3 days away. However, he added, do ensure that in your haste, you do not compromise on quality. This structure is meant for habitation, and should it collapse, how shall we endure this winter? Rest assured, Earl of Yongqing, I am mindful of this, and my brothers are as well. None would dare jest with such matters. Zhu Yong assured him. Should you have leisure, I invite you to inspect the site, Zhu Yong offered. Ah, that can wait. Are you busy? Not at all. Not at all. What are your commands, my lord? This place is too noisy. Follow me, Li Qing instructed as he turned to walk away. Yes, my lord. Zhu Yong quickly fell into step behind, his heart brimming with joy. If he could cultivate a favorable relationship with the esteemed Duke Yongqing, his career prospects would undoubtedly flourish. Chapter 41, The Reconnaissance Mission. Zhu Yong's heart raced with excitement. He had received the emperor's subtle hints, and should he secure the support of the powerful Duke Yongqing, a meteoric rise could be within reach. Perhaps, even a title of duke would not be beyond the realm of possibility. Li Qing walked ahead, while Zhu Yong followed closely. his mind alight with thoughts yet maintaining a measured restraint, refraining from speaking. After a prolonged moment, Li Qing halted his steps, prompting Zhu Yong to pause as well. His expression one of utmost respect. "Your father is Zhu Qian, is he not?" Li Qing inquired. "Indeed, my father is Zhu Qian," Zhu Yong replied, feeling no aversion to Li Qing addressing his father by name. After all, Li Qing and his father were of the same generation, and given Li Qing's authority and status, such familiarity was not presumptuous. Regardless of his father's stature, one must always tread carefully in the presence of Duke Yongqing. Li Qing turned to scrutinize Zhu Yong earnestly, a smile gracing his lips. The younger generation must push the older forward. Duke Funing is indeed a figure of great promise and will undoubtedly become a pillar of the nation in the future. "You honor me, my lord," Zhu Yong replied with a modest smile. "If you do not mind, you may call me by my courtesy name, Jingshang." Zhu Yong's diplomatic demeanor was evident. He was not like the brash individuals, Shi Heng or Shi Biao, who often lacked finesse. It was no wonder that Zhu Jianshan held him in high regard, perhaps also due to their shared surname. Li Qing's mind raced, though his countenance remained inscrutable. With a cheerful expression, he remarked, "I have reached an age where, should the Ming dynasty have more promising youths like yourself, I could contemplate an early retirement." "My lord, that is hardly the case," Zhu Yong responded earnestly. "The Ming dynasty can afford to have fewer individuals like myself, but cannot do without Duke Yongqing." "Huh, your words are indeed exaggerated," Li Qing chuckled, shaking his head. His impression of Zhu Yong notably improved. It was not merely due to Zhu Yong's flattery, but rather his evident worldly wisdom. Such individuals possess the capability to contend with the bureaucratic elite, whereas those like Shi Heng, despite their ability to counter the civil officials, can easily be outmaneuvered or manipulated. Had it not been for Li Qing, Shi Heng might have long been a memory. The current circumstances of the Ming dynasty differ vastly from the past. There are not as many battles to engage in, and the martial emperor's legacy has begun to fade. It is imperative for military leaders to navigate the political landscape with finesse. Individuals like Lan Yu, who excel in battle yet remain oblivious to the intricacies of court politics, will not endure in this era. The reigning emperor of the Ming possesses far less authority than the formidable Zhu Yuanzhang, and this disparity is only destined to grow. Thus, military leaders must adapt to the strategies of their civil counterparts, albeit without becoming too closely aligned with them. Li Qing crouched down, clearing a patch of ground before taking a seat, engaging in casual conversation. "Where do you hail from, Jingshang?" Zhu Yong promptly sat down as well, aware that addressing a superior while standing could be deemed disrespectful. He even neglected to clear his space, plopping down into the snow. "Your Excellency, I am originally from Xiayi in Henan. In my youth, I accompanied my father to guard the borders at Xianzhou, occasionally venturing beyond to patrol. When encountering marauding tribes, I would not hesitate to confront them directly," Zhu Yong articulated, adept at striking a balance between showcasing his capabilities and maintaining an air of authenticity. Without prompting from Li Qing, he readily divulged the details of his background, to be honest with superiors and to spare them from unnecessary effort. Presenting only the information they seek, Zhu Yong undoubtedly possesses a profound understanding of the political landscape. Li Qing was quite pleased with Zhu Yong's responses, not merely due to his approach to problem-solving, but more significantly because of his esteemed lineage. Coming from a distinguished family of military generals and having honed his skills alongside his father on the frontiers, he has little entanglement with the court, which renders his background remarkably untainted. This may very well be the reason he has not yet been given significant responsibilities. If such an individual were to be promoted, he would naturally feel immense gratitude, and the rapid ascension of a lesser figure often provokes envy, not only among the civil officials, but also the nobility. In such circumstances, he can only remain loyal to the emperor, clinging to his favor to secure wealth and status. Upon analyzing this, Li Qing's smile became even more genial. Simultaneously, his confidence in Zhu Jianshan grew. Selecting Zhu Yong from among numerous nobles could not merely be attributed to chance. Li Qing remarked, "You complete your tasks with remarkable speed. Your subordinates will soon be liberated. I hereby assign you a task." Zhu Yong promptly clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, responding, "Please, my lord, give your orders." When a superior entrusts you with a mission, it signifies a precursor to your elevation. How could one be daunted by hardship or toil? Our large contingent's arrival in the Hetao region cannot remain concealed. The various tribes of the grasslands are undoubtedly aware. Li Qing continued, as the saying goes. Untilled land remains barren. Once cultivated, it invites contention. The winters on the grasslands are particularly arduous, especially after the recent conflicts, during which many tribes have suffered. In their struggle for survival, some may resort to desperate measures. They may not dare to confront us directly, yet they might seize the opportunity to strike when we are lax. Li Qing stated, "Once the cave dwellings are excavated, I shall entrust you with reconnaissance duties. Execute it diligently." Patting his shoulder, Li Qing assured him, "Those who align themselves with me have never faced losses, whether or not there are enemies. Your contributions will be acknowledged." Zhu Yong felt a surge of joy, yet maintained a demeanor of solemnity. Defending against foes is the duty of a warrior. How could I presume to take credit? Rest assured, I shall not disappoint you. Should those barbarians dare to approach, they shall find no safe return. Well said, Li Qing exclaimed, laughing heartily. Zhu Yong joined in the merriment. In the command camp, Li Qing savored hot pot and sipped on liquor, finding his life to be moderately comfortable, albeit with a limited selection of dishes, merely potato slices, spinach, and lamb. In the biting cold, the mere availability of such fare was a blessing, and Li Qing felt no discontent. He could relish comfort as well as endure hardship. During his travels to Jiaoji, he had gone for extended periods without sustenance, thus being able to enjoy hot pot now felt like a considerable luxury. Suddenly, the tent flap was lifted, and Shi Hong, drawn by the aroma, entered. What a surprise! You feast without inviting me. How inconsiderate! Shi Hong teased. You truly are a greedy goose, not allowing the ducks to partake. Li Qing, somewhat exasperated, replied, "Where did you learn such banter? Besides, it's hardly a grand feast, and you are not deprived. Eating alone is rather dull." Shi Hong chuckled, unceremoniously taking a seat, pouring himself a drink, and downing it in one go. "Ah, delightful. Moderate yourself. One more drink and you may overindulge." Li Qing advised, "At your age, it's wise to exercise restraint." With a resigned sigh, Shi Hong acknowledged, "I understand, but I do relish this drink. After 2 more cups, I shall abstain for the day." "Very well," Li Qing replied with a bemused nod, setting the tableware before him. Just then, the tent flap was lifted, and Li Hong entered, his face smeared with dirt, salivating at the aroma. "Godfather, it's time to eat," Li Qing said with irritation. "No, I have come to request something from you," Li Hong replied, swallowing hard before continuing. "I have observed that the Duke of Funing has begun to assemble the soldiers. He mentioned that you intend to prepare against the barbarians who may come to pillage. I wish to join." Li Qing raised an eyebrow. "Oh," Shi Hong interjected. "If you wish to go, then go. What is there to deliberate? If you do not face the battlefield, you shall forever remain a novice. Go ahead." Li Qing maintained a stern expression. "Is he your son?" Shi Hong responded, "One should not indulge the younger generation. If he possesses such ambition and you have the means, why not grant him the opportunity? A true man must harbor the desire to achieve greatness," Shi Hong continued. "He is of age, and this is the time for him to strive. He cannot afford to remain idle." Li Hong eagerly chimed in, "Indeed, Godfather, what the Duke of Wuqing said is true. Please grant the child a chance." After a moment of hesitation, Li Qing nodded, "Take care of yourself. If you encounter the enemy, do not act recklessly. You must obey the orders of the commanding general on the battlefield." "Yes, I shall remember," Li Hong promised earnestly. "I will not bring shame to you, Godfather." Li Qing chuckled, "It matters not. I have a thick skin. Whether I lose face is inconsequential. Just ensure your own safety." "Indeed." Li Qing took a sip of wine and admonished, "Why are you still dawdling? Go." "Yes, I take my leave." After the boy departed, Li Qing sighed, noticing Shi Hong's desire to drink more. He snatched the cup away, saying, "You've had enough." Shi Hong, feeling helpless, then asked, "You do not seem like the type to coddle the younger generation. Why do you resist his enlistment?" Li Qing retorted, "And why do you not cultivate your son? I would like to, but he is rather unambitious." Shi Hong lamented, "My son is as dull as a wooden block. I fear he cannot uphold the family's legacy." Li Qing found his frustration both amusing and exasperating. "You certainly possess self-awareness." "Now that is going too far," Shi Hong scolded. "Is it so remarkable for a son to be clever?" Li Qing shook his head. "I would prefer he be a bit dull. The court is not an easy place to navigate." Shi Hong nodded slowly. "True, but do not worry too much. Your godson is sharp-witted and not one to be easily taken advantage of. I salute the Duke of Funing." "No need for excessive courtesies, Masterly," Zhu Yong said politely. Inquiring, Are you certain you wish to accompany me on the inspection of the Hetao region? Li Hong nodded. Rest assured, Duke Funing. I will obey orders and follow your commands. Treat me as a mere soldier. With your godfather being the Duke of Yongqing, how could I dare? Zhu Yong felt a headache coming on. It was not that he feared losing credit. Li Hong had not even gone through the proper channels to join the army yet. Rather, he was genuinely concerned about what might happen if this young noble were to find himself in a perilous situation, with no way to refuse. Zhu Yong had to suggest, would Master Li consider serving as my personal guard? I shall obey, Li Hong replied with a respectful gesture. Haha, do not be so formal. Zhu Yong laughed, albeit with a hint of bitterness. He doubted this young noble could endure the challenges ahead and added, if Master Li feels unwell, do not hesitate to voice it. Li Hong clasped his hands and respectfully replied, I am now a personal guard of the Earl of Funing. You may simply call me Shaoli. His humility slightly assuaged Zhu Yong, for at least this young gentleman was amiable. Lao Lu, take Shaoli to don his armor. We shall depart shortly. A quarter of an hour later, clad in chainmail and donning a steel helmet, Li Hong mounted his majestic steed, exuding an air of gallantry. At this moment, his heart surged with excitement and fervor. Oh, wild men of the grasslands, I sincerely hope our paths do not cross. Li Hong smirked with a hint of mischief. Chapter 42. The mouth unleashed like a tiger in human form and a dragon upon a steed. Over 1,000 riders surged forth with the swiftness of lightning, a formidable sight indeed. Giddy up. Li Hong shook the reins, leaning forward, his feet rhythmically striking the horse's belly, matching the pace of the surrounding cavalry. As they galloped, the crisp sound of clinking armor ignited his ardor. The biting northern wind struck his face, yet he felt no chill, only a swell of emotions. They were finally inching closer to the battlefield. In that instant, he yearned for a blood-soaked clash. The hooves of his steed pounded the ground like thunder, stirring clouds of dust behind them, a truly imposing spectacle. The dreams of his youth found their utmost fulfillment in that fleeting moment, and Li Hong's eyes seemed to blaze with intensity. What exhilaration! What delight! This was the very scene he had envisioned. Li Hong, brimming with vitality, thought to himself, if only I could encounter those wild men of the grasslands again, it would be even more perfect. He glanced at the sword hanging at his waist, breaking into a broad smile. However, his smile faded swiftly, for he was soon filled with the biting wind. After galloping for over an hour, their speed gradually diminished before they finally came to a halt. Zhu Yong dismounted and ascended a small earthen rise to survey the surroundings, then crouched down, sketching in the dirt with his finger. What is the general doing? Li Hong inquired, curiosity piqued as he approached. Please, do not call me general, just refer to me as the commander, Zhu Yong replied graciously, explaining, our task is reconnaissance, and it is essential to comprehend the terrain around us. By understanding the landscape, we can ascertain the general direction from which the enemy might approach, thereby enabling us to respond more effectively. Zhu Yong continued to sketch while speaking. Our contingent of over 100,000 occupies a considerable expanse, spanning more than 20 miles. Moreover, Lord Yongqing has delineated several areas for future development. The territory is vast and cannot be entirely managed. We must prioritize. Given his connections, Zhu Yong could not afford to be negligent, especially since this connection had yet to officially enlist, posing no threat to him. With a congenial demeanor, Zhu Yong was more than willing to impart some foundational knowledge to Li Hong. This young gentleman showed promise, and upon returning, Zhu Yong could earn the favor of Lord Yongqing. He would not hesitate to share his wisdom. Li Hong listened attentively, silently taking notes, mindful of his adoptive father's teachings to observe, listen, and learn. Zhu Yong alternated between sketching and gazing at the horizon, refining the rough draft, while Li Hong refrained from interrupting, quietly observing from the sidelines. After a significant period, Zhu Yong completed the rough draft, then retrieved a piece of Xian paper and charcoal, meticulously transcribing the terrain map onto the paper, which he then carefully stored away. As Li Hong appeared to be restless, displaying a look of discomfort, Zhu Yong pondered for a moment and said, Young Li, please inform the brothers to find a sheltered spot to rest, fill their stomachs, and feed the horses some fodder. Yes, my subordinate obeys your command. Li Hong clasped his hands and hurried off. Zhu Yong couldn't help but chuckle at the amusing nature of this young nobleman, then resumed planning for the subsequent reconnaissance. After about a quarter of an hour, Zhu Yong had nearly completed his preparations. He muttered to himself, the supplies are sufficient for only 3 days of sustenance, at most 2 days for reconnaissance, and 1 day for the return. As he was halfway through his thoughts, he suddenly looked up to find Li Hong staring intently at him. "Young Li, is there something you need?" No, nothing." Li Hong shook his hand awkwardly and said, "I merely wish to learn from the general." After a brief pause, he hesitated and asked, "General Zhu, do you think the nomads from the prairie will come?" "The likelihood is rather slim," Zhu Yong reflected. "The prairie nomads are not reckless. Given our numbers, they would normally refrain from provoking us. However, we cannot rule out the possibility that desperation might drive them to take a bite out of us." "I see." Li Hong nodded slowly, somewhat disappointed. "It seems that this journey to the Hetao region will ultimately not lead to battle." Zhu Yong chuckled. "Are you so eager for war?" "Well, a little," Li Hong replied candidly. "To be honest, I too long to engage in battle for my country," he added with a smile. Zhu Yong nodded. "You are still young. There will be ample opportunities ahead. When I was your age, I held the same sentiments, so there is no need for embarrassment." Li Hong inquired, "General, where shall we head next?" "We shall follow the tributary a bit further to find a sheltered place for the night," Zhu Yong said with a smile. "However, I must warn you that you may have to endure some discomfort tonight. We have not brought tents, and you might find it a bit challenging." "How could that be?" As night fell, Li Hong gazed at the crowded open-air communal dormitory, hesitating to proceed. Setting aside the extreme congestion, he harbored doubts about whether this arrangement might lead to frozen limbs. Zhu Yong reassured him, "This small area serves as a windbreak. The low terrain can retain some warmth. We must rest early as we have more ground to cover tomorrow." Though Li Hong was somewhat reluctant, having made a firm commitment, he did not wish to contradict himself or bring shame to his mentor. As night deepened, Li Hong lay wide awake, gazing at the starry sky, unable to find slumber. The cold was bearable, primarily due to the close proximity of bodies, with the warmth of exhaled breath mingling together, despite losing a considerable portion of heat, still providing some warmth. However, the cacophony of snores, grinding teeth, flatulence, and various murmurs of sleep rendered this pampered young noble incapable of sleeping. Did my mentor endure such hardships as well? No wonder he didn't want me to join the army, Li Hong thought to himself. But I will not yield. If my mentor can endure hardships, so can I. In truth, Li Hong was mistaken. His mentor had never faced such trials. Li Qing started as an inspector general, residing in the commander's tent, feasting on roasted lamb legs, having never experienced such suffering. "I can do it," Li Hong whispered, rallying himself. "If my mentor can, so can I." Oh! Suddenly, a large foot unexpectedly landed heavily on his thigh, and Li Hong could not help but exclaim, "Do not blame me. My stomach aches urgently, and I must find a solution. My brother, please bear with me." The man hastily apologized and hurried away, inadvertently stepping on two others along the way, receiving a few scoldings in return. Soon, the previously subdued snoring around him resumed with fervor. Li Hong could not help but smile wryly. Perhaps it was a psychological effect, but he detected a faint odor. That night, his slumber was far from tranquil. At dawn the following day, while others appeared invigorated, Li Hong resembled a wilted eggplant. Shoulders slumped, head bowed, as he sought out his commanding officer. Zhu Yong, observing Li Hong's demeanor, felt unsurprised. He too had felt similarly during his first experience. "Are you feeling unwell?" Zhu Yong inquired with concern, wishing he could send Li Hong back if possible. Li Hong forced a smile. "I'm fine. When do we depart?" "In a quarter of an hour." "You should eat something first," Zhu Yong advised. In military matters, one cannot afford to harbor even a trace of complacency. Though the likelihood is minimal, we must be prepared for battle in case we encounter the enemy in unfavorable conditions. The general's words resonated with Li Hong, who agreed that the possibility of an encounter was indeed plausible. He steeled himself and went to eat. The rhythmic sound of hooves echoed like a symphony, composing a passionate melody. Li Hong felt less exhilarated but retained a flicker of hope. What if they did encounter the foe? Alas, contrary to his desires. The evening of the second day arrived without sight of the enemy. While this was anticipated, Li Hong felt a deep sense of disappointment. Reality seldom aligns with idealistic expectations. On the earth mound, Zhu Yong completed the terrain map and tucked it away, addressing Li Hong. "Convey the order, rest for the night, and we shall return at dawn." "Yes," Li Hong replied with a bow, turning to relay the military command. Yet, just a few steps away, he sensed something amiss. Before he could react, Zhu Yong's expression shifted. He suddenly crouched down, pressing his ear to the ground. After a brief moment, he urgently instructed, "Quickly, inform the brothers to prepare for engagement." Although the number of approaching foes was unknown, A reconnaissance mission necessitated taking risks. Retreating without sighting the enemy would render the endeavor futile. Zhu Yong thought to himself, may the enemy not be numerous. Li Hong initially stood in shock, but soon felt invigorated, bowing deeply, yes. His heart raced, blood surged through him, and his handsome face flushed red. Finally, a battle was imminent. When that moment truly arrived, Li Hong realized that his excitement overshadowed his joy, tinged with a hint of trepidation. Yet, he quickly suppressed all emotions to fulfill his superior's orders. Over 1,000 soldiers lined up in an orderly fashion, and under Zhu Yong's command, they gathered on a relatively elevated earthen slope, positioning themselves advantageously for a cavalry charge. Within mere moments, they spotted the enemy, a contingent of approximately 3,000 troops. Though the distance was considerable, their tattered clothing and disheveled appearance revealed their dire state. However, their imposing presence was undeniably fierce. Zhu Yong's expression shifted slightly, and he promptly issued the most prudent command, retreat, facing an adversary of more than double their numbers. The odds of victory were exceedingly daunting. Even if they could emerge victorious, it would likely be a costly triumph, devoid of true significance. Moreover, behind them lay tens of thousands of Ming soldiers. Zhu Yong saw no reason to take unnecessary risks. Li Hong felt a profound sense of disappointment. Yet as a mere attendant, he was but a novice in the grand scheme of things, bound to obey orders and retreat with the army. General, do we stand a chance of victory? Amidst the thundering hooves of war horses, Li Hong voiced his inner turmoil. Our odds of success are barely 20%. Zhu Yong replied hastily. Although our Ming forces have triumphed over the barbarian tribes on numerous occasions, those victories were achieved through the coordinated efforts of our 3 major camps. In a direct confrontation of cavalry, these barbarians are no less formidable than we are. Pausing for a moment, he assessed their dire predicament, recognizing that they had reached a critical juncture of survival. The strength they could muster in such circumstances far exceeded their usual capabilities, rendering a frontal assault exceedingly unwise. Li Hong turned to glance back, finding himself surrounded by a throng of allied soldiers, the enemy obscured from view, yet their pursuit could be felt through the clamor. But they have already detected our presence. With such proximity, it may be impossible to avoid combat. He exclaimed urgently, we must retreat, nightfall approaches. And they may not be able to pursue us in the dark. Zhu Yong responded quickly, his voice betraying a slight tremor, revealing his inner turmoil. He had not anticipated such misfortune, encountering a cavalry force of 3,000 right at the outset. Generally, smaller tribes could not muster such numbers. In most cases, when prairie tribes mobilized, they would not deplete their entire forces, as they frequently engaged in mutual raids. Thus, a force of 3,000 likely indicated an overall strength of at least 7,000. 7,000 fresh troops suggested a tribal population of at least 40 to 50,000. This scale could be classified as a large tribe on the plains, and such tribes rarely ventured out alone. They typically allied with other tribes of equivalent strength to maximize their raiding potential. This meant that what they faced might merely be the vanguard, with more to follow. Zhu Yong realized the gravity of their situation. If they succeeded, it would be a significant achievement, but failure could lead to encirclement and annihilation. Damn it! Has this young master truly run out of luck? Chapter 43. I, the adopted son of the Yongqing Marquis, urgently call for reinforcements. In the winter, the days are short and the nights long, and darkness descended swiftly. Before long, the sky darkened completely. However, the heavens were unkind, as the moon shone brightly that night, providing excellent visibility. The distance was not great, making it exceedingly difficult for the Ming army to shake off their pursuers. Zhu Yong lamented inwardly, feeling utterly powerless, forced to retreat desperately, as did the soldiers of the Ming army. The disparity in strength was too vast. If they could avoid fighting, they certainly wished to do so. While gaining merit was desirable, the risks this time were insurmountable. Among the Ming forces, only Li Hong expressed regret, while the others were preoccupied with the urgency of escape. General, this cannot continue. Li Hong urged rapidly, observing their pattern of resting by day and marching by night. It had already been over half an hour, and their pace had not diminished one bit. We cannot carry on like this. Though Li Hong had never been on the battlefield, he frequently studied military strategy and understood the basic principles. He knew that if they continued in this manner, they would inevitably be caught. They had not received adequate rest. This cannot go on. With our backs turned to the enemy, if they catch up, it will result in a one-sided massacre. Li Hong understood this truth, as did Zhu Yong, who comprehended it even more thoroughly. He realized that even if they fought, their chances of victory were exceedingly slim, which was why he hesitated to make a decision. However, it was clear that a decision could no longer be postponed. Xiao Li quickly returned to find Yongqing Ho and inform him of the situation, urging him to provide swift support. Li Hong, gazed out at the vast expanse of land, hesitantly muttering, "This is my first time out of the pass. I fear I may struggle to find my way. Old Lu, you shall accompany him." Zhu Yong instructed a nearby soldier. Understood. The soldier replied dutifully. Li Hong was reluctant to depart so easily, having finally encountered this opportunity. He had yet to showcase his abilities. "General, I am now your personal guard. How could I abandon you?" Zhu Yong, nearly frantic, disregarded Li Hong's status. "Enough of this chatter. Hurry back to deliver the message. Those who delay military orders shall face dire consequences." "Yes." Zhu Yong sighed in relief and continued. "In approximately 15 minutes, you will come across an area of rising terrain where the main forces will regroup. You and Old Lu should take a contingent of 30 soldiers and promptly detach from the main army to seek aid." "Yes." Li Hong and Old Lu responded in unison, understanding that hesitation was not an option in their current predicament. The war horses continued to gallop, albeit at a considerably reduced pace, primarily due to their exhaustion, while the Mongolian steeds maintained their impressive speed. The gap between the two sides gradually closed. With growing anxiety, Li Hong pondered whether they would have sufficient time to return and deliver the message. He was not alone in his trepidation. Zhu Yong's heart sank as the situation proved graver than anticipated. Yet, lacking a superior alternative, Zhu Yong issued military orders, instructing the Ming troops to prepare their minds for confrontation. 15 minutes can feel both long and short. The Ming forces halted at the designated location, turning their horses to face the enemy, transforming the rear guard into the vanguard. At that moment, Li Hong and Old Lu, accompanied by over 30 soldiers, pressed forward. The distance between the two forces was now merely a mile, and the impending battle loomed ominously. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhu Yong issued the counterattack command, creating conditions for Li Hong and his companions. In truth, by this point, Zhu Yong had little hope left. His actions were merely to alert the Ming forces, exerting his final efforts. Admittedly, there was a touch of self-interest as he sought to preserve his reputation and secure a benefit for his family. Just when he believed the future was bright, he found himself facing the specter of death on the battlefield. Zhu Yong sighed in resignation. "Damn it. What a stroke of ill fortune. Charge." Li Hong cast a final glance at the advancing troops, his eyes reddening with emotion. Gritting his teeth, he fiercely spurred his horse onward, urging, "Hold on. You must endure." Anxious beyond measure, Li Hong longed to sprout wings and soar. Though he had never fought before, he could discern the grim reality. With forces of 1,000 against 3,000, their chances of survival were slim. Zhu Yong's men would likely meet their end on the battlefield. Having shared merely 2 or 3 days together, the collective experience had fostered bonds. These rough warriors, though coarse and at times uncouth, were endearing. Li Hong had grown fond of them. Given the choice, he would have preferred not to encounter the savage plainsmen. The echoes of battle grew nearer, twisting his heart in anguish. Ignoring the weariness of his steed, he vigorously wielded his whip. The others mirrored his fervor. Many of these rugged men were illiterate, yet the camaraderie forged in the military rivaled that of blood relations, evoking a profound sense of heartache. Simultaneously, the animosity towards the nomads of the grasslands deepened. Humans are imbued with a plethora of emotions, yet the horses remained devoid of such sentiments. They were indeed fatigued, and regardless of the urgency expressed by Li Hong and his companions, their pace gradually diminished. To their despair, a contingent of over 100 cavalrymen emerged from the flank, relentlessly pursuing them, with the distance closing rapidly. "Damn it, let us fight them to the death," Li Hong exclaimed, his emotions surging as he contemplated a desperate stand. However, his loyal soldier, Old Lu, intervened swiftly, saying, "Young Li, you must retreat. I will hold them off." "How can I flee alone?" Li Hong retorted. "At this juncture, what does that even matter?" Old Lu shouted urgently. "Hurry back to inform the commander. At the very least, we can sound the alarm, allowing him to prepare. And if fate allows, avenge us." With reddened eyes, Li Hong declared, "We are all born of the same mother. I am no more noble than you. Furthermore, I cannot remember the terrain. I will stay, and you must go. Do not contest with me." Old Lu pressed, I am the personal guard of the Duke of Funing. According to the laws of the Ming, if the commander perishes, those guards who survive are to be executed. Li Hong hesitated. So am I. You are different. Old Lu insisted swiftly. Little Wang, you accompany young Li. The rest, follow me to confront these savages. Yes. Little Wang shouted, brotherly. This is not the time for sentimentality. Hurry. Li Hong's heart was filled with sorrow and indignation. How could this be happening? Why did it come to this? In that moment, he was emotionally shattered. It was entirely different from what he had envisioned. Yet he had no choice but to accept it. Let us go. Old Lu's voice jolted Li Hong back to reality. Without uttering another word, Li Hong brandished his whip and, alongside little Wang, broke away from the group once more. He wept. Since he could remember, he had seldom cried, but this moment was particularly profound, one he would never forget. Giddy up. He wiped away his tears, exerting all his strength to urge the horse onward. The steed still could not quicken its pace, yet under Li Hong's relentless urging, it reached its utmost limit. At that instant, he even contemplated abandoning the horse to run wildly, but ultimately retained a flicker of reason. Suddenly, the sound of hooves echoed once more. Judging by the noise, it was fast and numerous, estimating several hundred, perhaps even 1,000. Li Hong's face turned pale as he could not suppress his lament. Before the campaign has even begun, one meets their demise. How often do heroes weep? Little Wang did not comprehend his words, yet he too heard the thundering hoofs. However, his emotions were in stark contrast to Li Hong's. He shouted with excitement, Brother Li, it is our people. Reinforcements have arrived. Li Hong was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the sound of hooves was coming from directly ahead. The nomads could not have circled around that far. His sorrow was instantly eclipsed by overwhelming joy, and disregarding any sense of shame, he bellowed, I am the foster son of Duke Wanqing. We are facing a large-scale attack from the nomads. Come quickly to our aid. While galloping forward, he continued to shout. Within less than a quarter of an hour, he received a response. Stop shouting. I can't hear you. Soon, a rider surged ahead, swiftly approaching. Foster father? Upon recognizing the figure, Li Hong was struck with astonishment, soon followed by elation. Just as he was about to speak, tears streamed down his face, rendering him speechless. Little Wang succinctly reported the current situation. Duke Liqing swiftly made a decision, his voice resonating. Form a spearhead formation. The piercing sound shattered the silence of the night, and Li Hong soon beheld a throng of heads gathering, not even requiring the intermediary of a messenger. Before he could collect his thoughts, the voice of his godfather resonated once more. You too. Exchange horses and lead the way. Yes. Young Wang hastily cupped his hands in respect. I shall obey. Ah, indeed. Li Hong also regained his composure and hurried forward to swap horses. Once the exchange was complete, he swiftly approached Liqing, exclaiming with surprise, Godfather, what brings you here? I was merely bored and thought to take a breath of fresh air, Liqing replied with casual ease. Li Hong pressed his lips together, his vision blurring again. Though his godfather spoke lightly, he understood the weight of the concern behind those words. I have brought shame upon you, Godfather. Indeed, Liqing remarked coolly. Wiping away his tears, we must set off immediately. Yes, Li Hong said, rubbing his face with his hands. Seizing the moment before the formation of the sharp blade array was complete. How many men have you brought, Godfather? 1,000, Li Hong replied anxiously. The enemy numbered at least 3,000, and judging by the tone of General Zhu, there might be more behind them. We must hasten to relay the message. Upon hearing your call, I dispatched someone to return and convey the news. Liqing shot him a glance and continued, the more urgent the situation, the less one should rush. Haste will not resolve the problem. We must remain calm. Li Hong reddened in response. As they spoke, the sharp blade array was already in place, and Liqing commanded, lead the way. A fierce battle erupted with a thunderous roar. The Ming army, relying on their advantageous terrain, charged forward like a fierce tiger descending the mountain. The clash of weapons rang out, blood raining down amidst the shrieks of horses, and in mere moments, the intensity of the battle reached its zenith. The Ming forces, though fewer in number, transformed their momentum into a razor-sharp spear, bravely colliding with the barbaric tribes of the grasslands. Despite being outnumbered, their lethality and ferocity surpassed that of their enemies by twofold in that fleeting moment. Beneath the resplendent moonlight, the tranquility of the night was shattered by the cacophony of slaughter and cries of anguish, accompanied by dark crimson fluid, enacting a tragic and bloody spectacle. The brief advantage did not grant Zhu Yong much relief. He was acutely aware that this was merely a temporary respite. He wiped the blood from his face, casting a glance at the radiant moonlight, recognizing that such beauty may never grace his eyes again. Alas, how regretful. Chapter 44. The baptism of the battlefield. The carnage persisted. Though the numbers were not vast, the brutality of the battlefield was heightened to an extreme. Neither side had a path for retreat. Should the grassland tribes fail to vanquish this Ming army, their subsequent plans would inevitably fall apart, leaving their families to face starvation come winter. The Ming forces similarly saw no retreat. They desired to return for reinforcements, yet the enemy offered no opportunity. And retreat was a futile hope. Only battle remained. Kill! Zhu Yong bellowed fiercely. This fight to the death allowed for no reservations. In the prime of life, with adequate nourishment, a man in his 30s is at the pinnacle of physical prowess. With a broadsword wielded as effortlessly as a windmill, he displayed unparalleled valor, cutting through the fray with ease. Zhu Yong, the Duke of Funing, while not widely renowned among the nobility, hailed from a lineage of martial prowess and had the fortuitous experience of accompanying his father to the borders in his youth. Years of accumulation erupted in a moment of explosive magnificence. Zhu Yong cast aside the notion of centralized command, embracing the role of a resolute leader, charging into the fray with the fervor of a warrior. With merely 1,000 men at his disposal, the intricacies of tactics and formations became trivial. What mattered was the indomitable courage and the audacity to fight to the last breath. Zhu Yong, though he feared death, understood that in such dire circumstances, the more one feared, the swifter their demise. Only by risking everything could there be a glimmer of hope. Under his fearless leadership, the morale of the Ming soldiers surged to an exhilarating high, each one emboldened and unafraid of death. According to the laws of the Ming dynasty, if the commanding general falls in battle while his personal guards remain unharmed, they face execution. Zhu Yong charged forth, compelling his 20-odd personal guards to follow suit. To fight was to earn the state's compensation should they perish, while retreating could lead to execution regardless of survival. Although the common soldiers were not bound by such collective punishment, abandoning their general in combat was a grave offense, and given the current circumstances, escape was not an option. In such a dire situation, with their leader exhibiting unparalleled valor, all were left with no choice. The fierce spirit and bloodlust erupted with fervor. To kill one would restore their honor. To slay two would be a boon. They charged, 1,000 against 3,000, yet their spirit was unwavering, even surpassing that of their foes. With a swift motion, Zhu Yong cleaved through an incoming blade, the tip of his weapon slicing open the chest of an enemy, who fell with a chilling scream. Panting heavily, Zhu Yong felt his arms grow weary, fatigue creeping in, the once sharp saber now dulled. Nevertheless, he dared not pause, pressing forward relentlessly. The initial surge of energy was like a tiger, potent yet waning. Zhu Yong could not afford to halt, striving to prolong this momentum. Yet, the decline in his condition gnawed at him. He could alter the course of battle, yet not the ultimate fate. After dispatching 2 more foes, his trembling hand could barely grip the weapon. He had reached his limit. Just as despair threatened to envelop him, the sound of thundering hooves caught his attention. A cavalry force erupted from the side, akin to a sharp dagger, striking with unmatched vigor at the enemy's flank. Reinforcements. Zhu Yong's heart soared with joy. He knew not how they had arrived so swiftly, yet that was of little consequence. The distinct attire of the Ming soldiers, their direction of assault, and the battle cries unmistakably confirmed their identity. Hold strong, brothers. Our reinforcements have arrived. Zhu Yong bellowed. In truth, his shout was unnecessary. The sudden appearance of 1,000 cavalry under the resplendent moonlight was evident to all who had sight and hearing. In that instant, the morale of the Ming soldiers, which had been steadily dwindling, soared anew. Closer and closer, Li Hong gazed at the increasingly near battlefield, his face flushed and body trembling uncontrollably. The nighttime visibility paled in comparison to daylight, yet the cacophony of battle, the clash of steel, anguished cries, the neighing of war horses, and the dim outlines of ominous fluids spoke of the battlefield's brutality, bloodshed, and ferocity. This was the reality of war. Li Hong's pupils dilated, shattering his imagination once more. Fear, shock, and excitement intertwined, ultimately morphing into an overwhelming exhilaration. His hand trembled around the hilt of his sword, after several futile attempts to draw it. Panic set in as he faced imminent confrontation with the enemy. How many times must I tell you? In urgent moments, one must remain calm. Li Qing's tone was calm. Yet suddenly, he let out a fierce shout. Draw your sword. This exclamation struck like a bolt to the heart, causing Li Hong's soul to tremble. Then, almost involuntarily, he drew his sword. The blade sang as it was unsheathed, glinting coldly in the moonlight, which further steadied Li Hong's racing heart. In the next moment, he charged headlong into the enemy ranks. Kill! Li Hong shouted, releasing the pent-up frustration that had been building within him. However, in the next heartbeat, a spray of blood shot skyward. Li Hong barely had time to react before his vision blurred, his face splattered with gore. In a flurry, he wiped his face and realized, to his relief, that he was not the one wounded, only to be met with another torrent of blood moments later. With a sigh of relief, Li Hong finally discerned the sight of his adoptive father wielding a blood-red blade. The sword sliced through the air with a relentless hum, scattering severed limbs and dismembered bodies in its wake. Suddenly, Li Hong noticed two arrows hurtling toward them at an astonishing speed, aimed directly at his adoptive father. It was too quick. He couldn't even muster a warning. Clang! The arrowhead struck the back of the blade, sending sparks flying. As his father deftly caught the arrows and flung them away with a resounding whoosh, their speed surpassing that of their arrival. This sequence of actions, though it seemed to unfold over a lengthy narrative, transpired in the blink of an eye. To Li Hong, all he could perceive was a whirlwind of afterimages. And before the visual information could fully register in his mind, the moment had passed. He wished to express his awe, but Li Qing was already ahead. Be careful, father, Li Hong called out anxiously. He spurred his horse forward, determined to protect his aging mentor, for despite the latter's valor, he was still no match for the vigor of a 20-year-old. Amidst the brutal chaos of the battlefield, Li Hong's heart raced once more. The calm he had just achieved replaced by a surge of exhilaration. Yet, in that moment, fear faded from his mind as he focused intently ahead, brandishing his sword. Li Qing fought valiantly, unmatched in his prowess, yet he retained a portion of his strength to safeguard his son. In the path of military might, one could hardly avoid the battlefield. This was a rare opportunity for real combat, an excellent means to temper Li Hong's skills. Whether or not they succeeded in slaying foes or achieving glory mattered little. What was paramount was the baptism of war. For a warrior's growth accelerates most rapidly in battle. There is no alternative. Isn't father a bit too ferocious? It's almost superhuman, Li Hong thought. Stop dawdling. Isn't this the battlefield you've longed for? Slay the enemy. Li Qing's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in Li Hong's ears. Yes, Li Hong responded hastily, tightening his grip on the sword, his gaze icy. Just then, an injured barbarian lunged at him, and without a moment's hesitation, Li Hong unleashed a powerful strike with all his might. Thud! He felt the blade slice through flesh and bone. In the next instant, he stumbled, nearly falling from his horse, but a strong hand caught his shoulder, and with a swift motion, the blade struck the barbarian, allowing Li Hong to reclaim his sword embedded in the foe's body. Li Qing swiftly dispatched another barbarian, continuing his discourse on the battlefield. He emphasized the importance of maintaining one's weapon, asserting that killing did not necessarily require brute strength, unless one possessed such might. As he spoke, another barbarian charged toward him. With a swift motion, Li Qing severed the man's head, sending blood raining down. He then added, unless you possess such immense strength. Li Hong, about to respond, noticed that the enemy forces on the plains were beginning to regroup, no longer remaining passive. He shouted, be careful, foster father. It had been said that in the face of adversity, one must remain calm and composed. In the midst of his lecture, Li Qing efficiently dealt with the first wave of attackers and advanced further into the fray, leaving behind the instruction, observe well, learn diligently. Li Hong, momentarily taken aback, hastily followed, wielding his large blade against the foes who dared to escape his foster father's wrath. This time, he had learned his lesson and refrained from relying on sheer brute force, instead targeting the enemy's vital points. Perhaps due to fortune, the barbarians he faced were mostly wounded, or at the very least, diminished in strength, clearly not at their peak. Gradually, Li Hong's racing heart began to calm, allowing him to find his rhythm. In a single charge, he managed to slay 6 enemies, achieving remarkable success. This greatly bolstered his morale, instilling a newfound tranquility and confidence within him. The spearhead formation broke through, forcibly creating a breach in the enemy lines. With relentless momentum, they continued their advance until they had covered 5 or 6 miles before coming to a gradual halt. Regrouping, Li Qing exhaled softly and commanded, "Kill. Slay." They surged forth once more. Li Hong, now composed, urgently cautioned, "Foster father, do not charge so far ahead again. You have already expended too much energy. Please, allow me to handle this. With your capabilities?" Li Qing scoffed. "Do you truly consider yourself significant? I am the commander here." His tone remained indifferent, focused solely on vanquishing foes, for how the battle unfolded was dictated by him. "Understood," Li Hong replied, resigned. "Kill." Zhu Yang's spirit soared, banishing any remnants of despair. With the arrival of reinforcements, the enemy's formation was thrown into disarray, presenting a prime opportunity for conquest. Not only was the crisis averted, but it also became a stepping stone for personal advancement. Worst case, such accomplishments would earn him the emperor's commendation. Zhu Yong was exhilarated, drawing from a wellspring of newfound strength within his weary body, growing ever more valiant. The soldiers of the Ming dynasty felt similarly invigorated. The timely arrival of reinforcements greatly boosted their confidence. Once fully assembled, they would be able to decimate the enemy in less than an hour. As Zhu Yong engaged the enemy, Li Qing charged once more, further unsettling the already disorganized barbarian tribe. Despite their existing combat strength being on par with the Ming forces, they dared not linger in battle, fearing the sudden onslaught of yet another Ming contingent. Just as Li Qing had penetrated halfway through the opposition, the barbarian tribe sounded the retreat. Chapter 45, Strategies for Response. Foster father, they are retreating. Li Hong shouted anxiously, "What should we do?" "Stop babbling and focus on the fight," Li Qing replied, cleaving through an enemy with his blade as he continued to advance. The clash of weapons echoed around them, and the battle raged on. Li Hong, jolted back to awareness, plunged once more into the fray. However, this time, it seemed that fortune had abandoned him. His adversaries were no longer as feeble as before. In fact, one strike nearly severed his throat. And it was only thanks to his adoptive father's timely intervention that he was spared from imminent peril. A cold sweat broke out on Li Hong's brow, and just as relief began to wash over him, his expression suddenly shifted. Whoosh! A feathered arrow, as thick as a thumb, shot forth, aimed directly at his brow. Even before the arrow reached him, the force of the wind it carried struck him in the face, leaving Li Hong no time to react, nor the capacity to do so. In that fleeting moment, he was acutely aware of his impending death, too rushed to even bid farewell to his sister Wanqing. The arrow reflected in his pupils, magnifying in intensity. Darkness enveloped him. "Awaken. This is a battlefield." Li Hong opened his eyes in confusion, only to find that what loomed before him was not the arrow, but a large hand, gripping the very arrow that sought his life. "You have disappointed me greatly," Li Qing said, a hint of anger in his voice. "What are you thinking about on the battlefield?" Li Hong felt a pang of injustice. It was only because he sensed death that he had reacted so. Yet there was no time for explanations, so he hastily uttered an apology and resumed wielding his sword, charging forward once more. Noticing that despite his fatigue, Li Hong had found his rhythm, Li Qing redirected more of his own energy towards dispatching enemies. The sound of his blades slicing through the air resonating continuously. Any foe who crossed his path was either wounded or slain, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance. Li Hong dared not allow his mind to wander, fully immersing himself in the battle alongside his adoptive father. After a quarter of an hour, the enemy began to retreat in an orderly fashion, releasing arrows to prevent the Ming forces from pursuing. Li Qing did not command a chase, but instead ordered the battlefield to be cleared and casualties accounted for. The Ming forces were already outnumbered, and after a fierce engagement, both soldiers and steeds were nearly spent. Pursuing them at night would be unwise. If pushed too hard, the enemy might resort to desperate measures, which could prove disastrous for the Ming. Though Li Hong felt a sense of dissatisfaction, he soon understood his adoptive father's reasoning. The conditions simply did not warrant a pursuit. At that moment, a bloodied Zhu Yong strode over. Upon seeing Li Qing, he was both shocked and overjoyed. As a general of the Yongqing Marquis, he had no intention of claiming credit for Li Hong's efforts, and simply being acknowledged by Li Qing was an honor. He quickly approached, kneeling on one knee and clasping his fists together, declaring, "I am General Zhu Yong, paying my respects to the great commander." "General Zhu, please rise," Li Qing said, assisting him up with concern. "Have you sustained any injuries?" Although he did not know the full extent of the situation, Li Qing could infer that Zhu Yong had performed remarkably in this skirmish. Zhu Yong smiled and replied, "Do not worry, my lord. I have merely sustained some minor flesh wounds, nothing serious. That is good to hear, Li Qing nodded. What of the casualties? I had someone tally them. I estimate under 300, but the enemy's losses are far greater, Zhu Yong replied confidently. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Li Qing, whose attire was drenched in blood. Zhu Yong was astonished. How many foes must one slay to emerge looking like a bloodied specter? He questioned whether he had done enough. Having taken down at least 15, yet it paled in comparison to Li Qing's apparent ferocity. The blood-soaked armor Li Qing wore continued to drip with crimson, a testament to his valor on the battlefield. Zhu Yong, with deep respect, clasped his hands and exclaimed, Your Grace, you remain as valiant as ever. Your prowess is unmatched throughout the vast realm of the Ming. Upon hearing Zhu Yong's words, Li Hong gradually came to a realization. He had fought alongside his adoptive father, witnessing firsthand the numerous foes he had vanquished, no fewer than 50, by conservative estimates. Such ferocity was remarkable. Even more astonishing was the fact that his adoptive father seemed utterly unfazed, as if the fierce battle had merely served as a warm-up, carrying an air of nonchalance. The boastful claims of his adoptive father from days past resurfaced in Li Hong's mind, and he began to waver. Perhaps his father's assertions were not mere bluster. Perhaps they were indeed grounded in reality. Li Qing interjected, This place is not suitable for lingering. We must swiftly assess our casualties and retreat, for the enemy may return. Understood, Zhu Yong replied hastily before departing. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Li Hong asked, Great General, if you unleashed your full potential, how many foes could you fell? He sensed that those adversaries he had dispatched were deliberately allowed in by his father for him to hone his skills. In this encounter, his father had not truly unleashed his formidable might. Li Qing cast a sidelong glance at him and remarked, On the battlefield, individual valor holds little significance. A commendable commander does not rely solely on personal kills, but rather on leading their subordinates to victory. Your wisdom is enlightening, Li Hong acknowledged sheepishly. He wished to explain his earlier lapse in composure on the battlefield, but Li Qing offered no opportunity, striding away to take a seat nearby. You are now a personal guard of the Duke of Funing. Go, attend to your duties, he instructed. With a silent sigh, Li Hong complied, saying, Yes. A quarter of an hour later, the battlefield was thoroughly assessed. The Ming army had suffered 207 fatalities and nearly 500 injuries, while the enemy's losses were even greater. However, as midnight approached and the cold settled in, there was no time for further accounting. The number of enemy dead alone far exceeded that of the Ming. This battle could be deemed a resounding victory. The two cavalry detachments converged, retracing their steps towards the sheltering area Zhu Yong had previously utilized for rest. Exhausted from both the fierce combat and the journey, the weary soldiers, many chewing on jerky, succumbed to slumber, their snores echoing through the night. Li Qing, however, remained awake, his hands clasped behind his head as he reclined on the earthen slope, gazing at the brilliant starry sky, seeking the brightest star in the firmament. As dawn broke, the soldiers had garnered ample rest and regained much of their vigor. Fortunately, the enemy had not launched an attack. With supplies depleted and reconnaissance conditions no longer viable, Li Qing decisively commanded, Return to camp. The journey was uneventful, and by midday, they encountered 5,000 Ming troops who had come to provide support. After a brief respite to replenish their strength, they set off once more. Upon returning to the main camp, Li Qing learned that indeed, a tribal raiding party had intruded. However, they had taken little and, after causing a commotion, departed swiftly upon realizing there were no opportunities for plunder. In the command tent, Li Qing convened the Ming generals and tribal leaders to propose a strategy for the situation at hand. First, reconnaissance tasks would be divided into 3 parts. With the Ming taking 2 and the tribes 1, it was sufficient to sketch the terrain within a 100-mile radius without engaging the enemy, returning promptly to signal any danger. Secondly, provisions for the winter would be distributed in advance, with each individual responsible for guarding their own supplies. Li Qing's actions were aimed at ensuring that everyone participated in the resistance against plunder. The burden could not rest solely on the shoulders of the Ming army, while various tribes reaped the rewards. By distributing supplies in advance, the tribes were naturally inclined to cooperate, as they preferred not to wait for provisions while having to gauge the expressions of others. Although there was a certain level of risk involved, possessing winter supplies brought them a sense of security, for they had grown weary of poverty. Ultimately, Li Qing, taking into account the distribution of the population, organized the tribes to muster a certain degree of armament to fend off potential invaders when one side faced peril. The support of all was required, fostering mutual assistance among everyone. Li Qing's arrangements were equitable, no tribes suffered losses, and the Ming army's burden was alleviated, concluding the meeting in an atmosphere of harmony. With over 100,000 people stationed there, the objective was undeniably vast, making concealment impossible. Hence, they opted for transparency. I am here. Whether to fight or not is up to you, provided you can ensure that, amidst our multitude, you can pry away food. Having organized these matters, Li Qing instructed his adopted son to continue accompanying Zhu Yong to account for and bury the fallen soldiers of the Ming, and to serve as Zhu Yong's personal guard, thereafter relinquishing oversight of him. With the danger largely averted, there was no need for excessive protection. It was essential for him to endure some hardships and trials. 3 days later, the cave dwellings were completed, and everyone moved in, eliminating the risks of freezing illnesses or even death during the harsh winter. There was no longer a need to crowd into tents, particularly for the tribespeople, who could now reside with their families, each face beaming with joy. Indeed, living in cave dwellings was not particularly comfortable, but at least they were spared the cold. And while the food was not lavish, they would not go hungry. With so many gathered together, including 50,000 soldiers from the Ming, there was no fear of being plundered. Having shelter and sustenance, free from anxiety, such a life was already exceedingly good for the tribes. In truth, they merely wished to survive, including those who came to plunder. In this era, for many, merely existing consumed all their strength. Li Qing harbored no fondness for war. Thus, he sought to promote the integration of the interior and exterior regions, yet such efforts were destined to take considerable time. Days passed steadily, with sporadic enemy incursions occurring. But under the resistance of the Ming army and the tribes, all adversaries retreated empty-handed. After more than a month of this, no one dared to approach. The calmness of life always seemed to pass swiftly, and before long, it was time for the new year. On the first day of the second year of the Chenghua era, in the commander's camp, Li Qing and Shi Heng sat facing each other, with Zhu Yong accompanying them. Steam rose from the pot, the broth bubbled, and slices of meat floated enticingly, filling the air with a delectable aroma. Li Hong stood at the tent entrance with a grimace, swallowing hard from a distance. However, Li Qing did not speak, and he dared not approach. In this commander's camp, neither his lineage nor his position warranted a place at the table. Zhu Yong turned to glance back, and said with a smile, "Lord Yongqing, there is so much food here that we cannot possibly finish it all. Why not invite young Li to join us for a bite? I have a large appetite." Li Qing replied nonchalantly, reaching for the wine jug. Zhu Yong swiftly intercepted it, pouring a cup for him, then filling one for Shi Heng, and finally serving himself. Once the wine was poured, he raised his cup and declared, "I, your humble servant, toast to Lord Yongqing and Lord Wuqing." Zhu Yong was filled with excitement, fully aware of the significance behind the invitation from the two esteemed individuals to share a drink during the New Year festivities. In both the political and military spheres, seniority is paramount. Only those within the same circle as the Duke could partake in such drinking, and outsiders, no matter their intentions, would find it nearly impossible to integrate. Zhu Yong understood that his promotion from Baron of Funing to Duke of Funing was all but a foregone conclusion. Chapter 46. I simply wish to progress. What crime have I committed? The atmosphere at the banquet was lively, with cups being raised and exchanged. In the corner, Li Hong stood rigidly, merely swallowing his saliva. By the time the gathering concluded, he had not managed to eat a single warm morsel. Afterward, he had the responsibility of escorting the inebriated Zhu Yong back home. Shi Heng glanced outside the tent and pondered. Do you genuinely believe Zhu Yong can take your place? What do you think? It seems unlikely. Shi Heng shook his head slightly. He was seasoned and well-versed in the nuances of the political arena, yet this knowledge, while advantageous, also bore the risk of losing one's moral compass. Li Qing, surprised, remarked, I never would have guessed you possessed such insight. What do you mean by that? Shi Heng retorted with a stern expression. After all, I am the Marquis of Wuqing and the Commander-in-Chief. I am not a mere fool devoid of understanding. Li Qing scoffed, uninterested in further debate, asserting, he need not replace me. He simply cannot. The Emperor would never permit a second Li Qing to emerge. He was not stepping into my shoes, but rather assuming a significant role within the Ming army. Shi Heng paused for a moment, then nodded slowly. That may indeed be the case. Not only the Emperor, but I fear those officials would also not allow for another individual of your caliber to arise. He expressed genuine regret, stating, "You are still in your early 50s. With your physical condition, another 30 years of service should pose no issue. Why the urgency to retire? With your capabilities, if you choose to remain, no one can challenge you," Zhu Hung added, perplexed. "Moreover, the emperor holds you in high regard, and your presence serves to temper the ambitions of your peers. He will not seek to undermine you, at least for a considerable time." Li Qing took a sip of his drink and smiled, saying, "As I have mentioned before, my decision to retire is solely my own, devoid of any ulterior motives. After all these years, I have grown weary and long for a period of rest." "What a pity," Zhu Hung remarked, understanding Li Qing's temperament and refraining from further persuasion. He then shifted the topic. "What are your plans for your adopted son?" "I have yet to determine that. I will consider it upon my return," Li Qing replied, setting down his cup. "Living here is indeed arduous for you. Once the weather warms, you should return and truly enjoy life." Zhu Hung responded with a deep voice. "What do you mean? Am I only concerned with my own enjoyment? Whether you are here or not makes no difference." Li Qing interrupted him bluntly, teasing, "At your age, why still strive for prowess? Simply return and enjoy your twilight years." Zhu Hung acknowledged Li Qing's abilities and knew his words, though harsh, were sincere and for his own good. His health was indeed waning, and any attempts to appear strong were no longer feasible. After a moment of silence, Zhu Hung inquired, "When do you expect to wrap up your affairs and get back on track?" "It's difficult to say, even if expedited. It won't be until the latter half of the year." "Give me a clear answer." Li Qing thought for a moment and replied, "I should be able to return before the new year." "Very well." Xiang, shedding his pretentiousness, declared that he would return after the Lantern Festival. "By the way, do you want me to convey a message to the emperor?" "Yes, I require grain and silver." Li Qing remarked that after the 15th, they would commence extensive land reclamation, a process from cultivation to harvest that demands considerable time, and presently, their food supplies were insufficient. Xiang hesitated, suggesting that grain would be easily resolved. But the emperor might not readily approve the silver. "He will approve it. Although he is frugal, he possesses discernment in significant matters. Just relay the message." Li Qing chuckled softly, lowering his gaze to sip his drink. Xiang, longing for more, reached out for the wine jug, only to have his hand swatted away before he could grasp it. "No more drinking. You have exceeded your limit for today." Li Qing remained leisurely, occasionally observing his adopted son, while spending the rest of his time engrossed in water margin. In the days leading up to the Lantern Festival, not just Li Qing, but everyone enjoyed a light-hearted existence, widely regarded as the most relaxed period of the year. However, Li Hong found no solace. He had truly become a personal guard. Under Li Qing's instruction, Zhu Yong no longer treated Li Hong with leniency. Privileges were revoked, and he was often assigned menial tasks, including serving tea and water. Li Hong did not relish this lifestyle. He yearned to engage in meaningful endeavors rather than perform menial duties. One day, after serving Zhu Yong foot-washing water, Li Hong could no longer endure it and sought out Li Qing to express his grievances. "Foster father, I no longer wish to be a personal guard." "Very well," Li Qing replied. "You have been away for quite some time. In a few days, the Marquis of Wuqing will return to the capital. You may accompany him back to Jinling." "What?" Li Hong was taken aback for a moment and quickly exclaimed, "Foster father, you misunderstand my intent. I was wondering if you could arrange for me a position where I could make progress." "How do you wish to progress?" Li Hong tentatively suggested. "Perhaps I could go on reconnaissance?" Li Qing shook his head. "There is no need. We have thoroughly mapped the terrain within 100 miles, and the general direction of the enemy's advance has been determined. There is no purpose in undertaking such futile tasks. Then I shall guard the crucial paths at the front." Li Hong insisted. Li Qing replied indifferently, "Is the army your family's enterprise? Do as you please." "Foster father," Li Hong chuckled awkwardly. "You are the commander. This is merely a matter of your word." Li Qing scoffed, shaking his head. "I offer you two choices. Either continue as a personal guard or leave promptly." "Foster father." "I mean commander." "Understood, commander. I shall continue as a personal guard." Li Hong felt disgruntled, but more so, he was perplexed. He understood that his foster father was not a pedantic individual, nor one to impose hardships on his adopted son to demonstrate selflessness. To suggest that serving tea could be a form of training was absurd. After much contemplation, Li Hong concluded, his foster father did not wish for him to pursue a political career, intending instead for him to lead a complacent life as a second-generation noble, deliberately making things difficult for him. Oh, foster father, I am merely in my 20s. Life stretches long ahead of me. I simply wish to advance. What sin have I committed? Li Hong felt a surge of rebelliousness. What was being a personal guard? He would do it. The comfortable life passed swiftly, and before long, the day for eating the sweet dumplings arrived. However, at present, outside the fortress, Li Qing could not partake in the Tangyuan. Having spent considerable time in the Hitao region, the overall development has largely unfolded as Li Qing had envisioned, albeit with certain exceptions, notably the climate. Li Qing's original plan was to commence land reclamation after the Lantern Festival. However, unexpectedly, heavy snowfall ensued immediately following the festival. Reluctantly, Li Qing had to postpone his plans, awaiting a warming of the weather. By early February, the ice and snow began to melt, signaling a shift in climate. The somewhat reluctant Shi Hong, despite his advancing age and frail health, prepared to take his leave, eager to return from this desolate place. Li Qing specially summoned Li Hong, inquiring if he wished to return to the capital as well. It had been over half a year. Surely, it was time to visit home. I shall not return, Li Hong declared emphatically, his tone resolute. Li Qing chuckled. Are you not concerned that your uncle Zhu might arrange a marriage for your beloved Wanqing? Li Hong paused, retorting, Wanqing is still too young for marriage. Do not mislead me, General. Yet, an engagement could be arranged, and who knows, she may develop affections for another. Li Qing replied with a knowing grin. You are well aware of your uncle Zhu's nature. He has caused you enough distress. I trust her, Li Hong asserted. Li Qing merely smirked, opting not to pursue the matter further, and rose to bid farewell to Shi Hong. Rest assured, upon my return to the capital, I shall report to His Majesty at the earliest opportunity, Shi Hong stated, albeit uncertain if the emperor would grant his request. Simply convey the message. He shall approve. Li Qing assured him with a nod, advising, take your time on the journey. Do not rush back and overexert yourself. Rest well upon your return. Understood. Shi Hong replied with a bow. Take care, sir. You too. Take care. Li Qing smiled. Now go, and enjoy life to the fullest. I shall take my leave. Shi Hong responded. After seeing Shi Hong off, Li Qing returned to his leisurely pursuits, only to soon find himself busy again. Li Hong, relieved of his duties as a personal guard, faced a harsher fate as Li Qing assigned him to accompany the soldiers in land reclamation efforts. The arduous task nearly overwhelmed the young man. In the capital, on this particular day, Zhu Jinshan suspended court proceedings and refrained from conducting business in the imperial study. For it marked a momentous occasion. He was to become a father. Outside the Yongning Palace, Zhu Jinshan paced anxiously, his heart racing with concern for his beloved Zhener, whose anguished cries echoed in the air. A sense of dread gnawed at him, a feeling he had seldom experienced throughout his life. Even during the somber days of his ascension, when he was forced to gauge the emotions of others. Why is it taking so long? Zhu Jinshan fretted, pacing restlessly, wishing he could rush in to assist, yet ultimately restraining himself. The chief eunuch, Huayan, sought to offer comfort, but feared any misstep could bring calamity upon them both, thus adopting a facade of shared anxiety. Time dragged on. 15 minutes, then half an hour, and the sky began to darken. Suddenly, the wail of a newborn pierced the air. Zhu Jinshan halted, and instantaneously, his anxious demeanor transformed into one of elation. His face flushed with excitement. He stammered with joy. I am to be a father. I am to be a father. Huayan found himself being shaken by the collar, nearly breathless, yet he could only muster a smile, joyfully exclaiming, Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations. Ahaha. Zhu Jinshan laughed heartily, his joy akin to that of a child. After a considerable time, he finally calmed down and strode inside. The servants bowed before the emperor, but the midwife did not. She was busy wrapping the newborn in clothing. After a moment, she turned, cradling the infant, and respectfully announced, Congratulations, Your Majesty. The empress has given birth to a dragon son. Zhu Jiandang was even more elated. He eagerly reached out to embrace his son, but halfway through, he withdrew his hand and hastily sat down beside the bed, gently saying, Zhener, you have worked hard. It is not a hardship for me. Zhener replied weakly with a faint smile, struggling to catch a glimpse of her son. Zhu Jiandang rose and took the baby from the midwife, placing him before Zhener, softly stating, Zhener, look, this is our child. Yes, Zhener gazed at her son, her face lighting up with a joyous smile, radiating maternal warmth. Chapter 47. Courage to take the first step. Newborns often appear unappealing, with wrinkled skin and sparse hair clinging to their scalps, looking quite unattractive. Yet the couple did not share this sentiment. They found him beautiful and laughed joyfully. The infant, eyes closed, cried softly, evoking concern in both of them. Zhu Jianding quickly urged, "Hurry, find a wet nurse." Soon, the child was taken by the wet nurse to be fed, while the servants, clever and discreet, withdrew to grant the couple some privacy. "Your Majesty, please go see our son. I am fine here," Zhener encouraged. Zhu Jianding kissed her lips and whispered, "You are more important than he." "Your Majesty, such joyous news. Do not weep," he said, wiping her tears away, his eyes filled with tenderness. The birth of the crown prince was momentous, impossible to conceal, nor was there any need to do so, and soon it spread throughout the court. However, the ministers did not express joy upon hearing the news. In their eyes, only the legitimate eldest son could qualify as the heir. The question remained whether the empress could bear a dragon son, or even conceive at all. As long as the empress failed to produce a dragon son, this current crown prince would be the most eligible candidate for the position. This was not a scenario the ministers wished to see, beyond the issue of legitimacy. Zhener's background was unacceptable to them. The fact that she was merely a palace maid, and the emperor only 17 at the time, seemed ludicrous. How could a child of such a woman be deemed worthy of the title of heir apparent to the Ming dynasty? Moreover, the problem was compounded by Zhener's remarkably unblemished background. She was not part of the bureaucratic system, making it impossible for them to curry favor with her. And even if they could, they would lose face. What could they do? Destroy him. Naturally, this destruction did not entail harming Zhener or the crown prince, but rather stifling the crown prince's potential to ascend as heir. Thus, petitions regarding the emperor's neglect of the harem proliferated. Ironically, they seemed to have a say in whom the emperor chose to bed. Yet, astonishingly, they could indeed meddle, cloaked under the pretext of imperial affairs, making it impossible for him to find fault. The crown prince was the foundation of the nation, vital to the longevity of the Ming dynasty, and the minister's reasoning was seemingly sound. Zhu Jianding was furious, yet felt powerless. What infuriated him further was that even his own mother was advising him to favor the empress more, all under the guise of serving the interests of the Ming dynasty. They were all astute individuals, fully aware of Zhu Jianding's thoughts, yet they could not accept the situation, including the Dowager Empress Zhou. She harbors an intense disdain for Zhener, loathing her more than she does for the entire court. This old woman, of the same age as herself yet favored solely by her son, has always irked her, making it even more intolerable that the son born of Zhener is to be the crown prince of the Ming dynasty. Although the boy is indeed her grandson, she is capable of producing many more grandchildren, should her son be diligent enough. Thus, she hardly cares for this one, with so many pressing her. To claim there is no pressure would be deceitful. Zhu Jianshan, with a foundation too fragile, hesitates to confront the situation outright, a testament to his wisdom in recognizing the current state of affairs. Consequently, he acquiesces to the opinions of others and, indeed, spends several days residing in the empress's palace. However, whether he takes any substantive action remains a mystery to outsiders. Who would dare eavesdrop on the emperor and empress? The empress cannot publicly declare that the emperor is merely indulging in idle slumber, can she? Once the turmoil subsides, Zhu Jianshan's counterattack commences. Since his ascension, he has portrayed himself as sagacious, welcoming counsel and honoring the worthy. Yet, this is not his true character nor his desire. His ambition lies in becoming a revered emperor in the annals of history rather than merely being regarded as a commendable ruler by his subjects. Having reigned for a year and a half, while feigning a benign disposition, he has simultaneously been cultivating his own power. The office of the imperial sacrifices, the Eastern Depot, and the imperial guards have already pledged their allegiance, and he has also endeavored to win over several censors. Zhu Jianshan's focus on the censors is deliberate. Although they wield limited power, they possess the formidable ability to shape public opinion and hold supervisory authority, an institution of considerable influence. While it would be advantageous to win over those in the cabinet and the 6 ministries, the associated costs would be significantly higher, and a single misstep could lead to disastrous consequences, awakening their vigilance and complicating future operations. Zhu Jianshan understands profoundly that he must either act decisively or not at all. Otherwise, his previous forbearance would render itself meaningless. The military power is already in motion, yet its effects are not immediately visible, necessitating an alternative approach. Zhu Jinshan thus sets his sights on financial authority. Since his ascension, the national treasury has remained in a state of precariousness. It is somewhat embarrassing to admit that the 300,000 taels of silver were extorted from wealthy merchants through his own subterfuge. However, this is not a sustainable strategy. Recognizing the role of commerce, Zhu Jinshan extinguishes any thoughts of exploiting it for petty gains, at least until merchants pose a threat to imperial authority. He does not intend to take action against them. Nonetheless, while he may refrain from suppressing merchants, the commercial taxes must be restructured. In truth, though referred to as merchants, over 70% of these so-called merchants are officials and gentry. Either they have someone in the family holding an official position or have had someone in the past. It is within this intricate web of official and commercial relations that commercial taxes frequently dwindle. Their fortunes are intertwined. When one flourishes, all flourish, and when one suffers, all suffer. In reality, given the current scale of commerce in the Ming dynasty, the established commercial tax quota should yield at least 600,000 taels of silver annually, if not more. Yet, in the first year of the Changhua era, the total commercial tax collected was less than 200,000, revealing a clear picture of tax evasion. What belongs to me, I shall gradually reclaim. Zhu Jinshan's expression turned resolute. On this particular day, during the morning court assembly, Zhu Jinshan attended as usual, and the ministers, as customary, paid their respects, chanting "Long live the emperor." Overall, the ministers were generally satisfied with their new sovereign. Firstly, Zhu Jinshan consistently adhered to established protocols. Secondly, he did not exhibit excessive rigidity, nor did he unduly exploit their interests. Despite some absurd actions, he was often quite agreeable. For instance, a few days prior, when counseled not to neglect the imperial harem, Zhu Jinshan genuinely took the advice to heart. Among the emperors of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Jinshan was indeed commendable. After the formalities of court proceedings, the ministers returned to their respective duties, taking turns to present their reports. Zhu Jinshan responded with decisions tailored to each matter, and all seemed to proceed as usual. However, before the court adjourned, the Minister of War presented a petition. The ministers, who were preparing to leave, were taken aback when Zhu Jinshan, after reviewing the document, was profoundly impressed and requested the attending eunuch to read it aloud. Initially, the ministers paid little heed, but upon hearing the strict scrutiny of commercial taxes, many visibly changed their demeanor. Suddenly, one minister rose, brandishing the banner of the common people, urging the emperor to cherish his subjects, arguing that excessive taxation was detrimental to the populace and tarnished the emperor's esteemed reputation. This time, however, Zhu Jinshan did not respond with his usual leniency and firmly rejected the appeal. Indeed, the welfare of the people is paramount. But is the grandeur of the Ming dynasty not of equal importance? Having contemplated this matter for an extended period, he would not relent. With a composed demeanor, he stated, "Have I ever proclaimed an intention to increase taxes? I, the Son of Heaven, would never neglect my subjects. What I seek is merely a stringent enforcement of the commercial taxes already established by the Ming." He surveyed the court with an air of righteous indignation. "Why are you all so agitated? Do you not realize that the average tax rates during the Xuanda, Jingtong, and Jingtai reigns were all higher than in the first year of Changhua? The Ming is flourishing. Have you not considered how this situation has come to be?" There was no turning back. Zhu Jinshan could not afford to yield this time. This scene was utterly unexpected, leaving the ministers unprepared and momentarily at a loss for a suitable rebuttal. They could challenge the emperor or even criticize him, but only under the pretense of legitimate reasoning, at least superficially. Unprepared as they were, Zhu Jinshan had rehearsed this scenario countless times. With unwavering conviction, he declared, "I will not harm the populace. Yet I will not allow the unscrupulous to run rampant. Commercial taxes will not be raised, yet they shall be scrutinized rigorously." Then, with a commanding voice, he proclaimed, "I desire a clear and just administration to be a wise sovereign. Do any of you dissent?" Zhu Jinshan's strategic maneuvering was indeed astute, equating the stringent examination of commercial taxes with the pursuit of administrative clarity. To oppose the scrutiny of commercial taxes would imply opposition to the emperor's vision of just governance and to his aspiration to be an enlightened ruler. This left them with no viable counterargument. The primary reason for their disarray was the suddenness of the situation. The ministers were entirely unprepared and had not conferred beforehand. Lacking a unified front, they were unable to mount an effective challenge. Seizing the moment, Zhu Jinshan intoned, "Who among you dares to oppose?" The ministers exchanged glances. And to their surprise, no one stepped forward. Misfortune was a collective concern. Why should one person take the lead? This was the prevailing sentiment among them. Yet, they were not overly anxious. The implementation of decrees from issuance to execution was not instantaneous, and they had ample time to strategize. A stringent examination of commercial taxes? One must be able to investigate, without delving into the court's affairs, how many officials and wealthy gentry in the provinces are in collusion. As long as we discreetly provide guidance, even if something were to be uncovered, it would bear no significant consequence. However, in the next moment, their expressions shifted dramatically. Zhu Jinshan declared, "I intend to entrust this matter to the inspectorate. What do you all think? Your Majesty, think carefully. Your Majesty, it is absolutely unwise. The inspectorate operates with ferocity. It could disturb the peace of the populace. Your Majesty must not allow the inspectorate to conduct a thorough investigation." Dissent echoed throughout the chamber. The inspectorate serves solely the emperor and is entirely uncontrollable, making even the thought of their inquiry terrifying. Many ministers fell to their knees, while others, initially indifferent, weighed the pros and cons and soon joined them. The emperor, at present, remains too weak to detach them from the masses. In this realm where appearances matter and one must tread cautiously, it is said, "The king of hell is easy to provoke, but the little devils are troublesome." Offending the emperor may not lead to disaster, yet antagonizing the ministers could be perilous. After all, many have already crossed the emperor. Zhu Jinshan, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, "Do not presume I am unaware. If your hearts are innocent, why do you view the inspectorate as a pack of wolves? Your Majesty, we act for the sake of the people. The inspectorate has a notorious reputation. They employ unscrupulous methods for achievements, and once dispatched to the provinces, the populace will surely suffer. Indeed, Your Majesty, this matter should not be handled by the inspectorate." Correct. The late Emperor Xuanzong established the inspectors to oversee local governance and military affairs. Does Your Majesty not agree with Emperor Xuanzong's principles? Zhu Jinshan seethed with anger, but found himself at a loss for words, nearly losing his composure. Yet beneath the surface of his fury lay a thrill of triumph. "I have been plotting this for over half a year. Surely, I possess more than just this." What you perceive is only what I wish to reveal to you. Chapter 48. This young man, familiar yet cunning. Zhu Jinshan suppressed his anger and said with a venomous tone, "What if I insist on having the inspectorate investigate? Your Majesty, think twice." The ministers, well trained, remained kneeling. With a resounding crash, the jade paperweight shattered, fragments flying like marbles bouncing upon the golden bricks. The ministers fell silent, their faces etched with fear, yet their hearts brimmed with delight. He is anxious, he is anxious. In the court, anger resolves nothing. It serves only to display incompetence. Of course, if one were a ruthless character like Zhu Yuanzhang or Zhu Di, that would be another matter. At least the recent emperors of the Ming dynasty have not matched the fortitude of their illustrious predecessors. Zhu Jinshan's chest heaved violently, his hand trembling against the royal desk. Yet his mood contradicted his expression. Life is but a performance, reliant on skillful acting. This scene could only be described as a gathering of masterful thespians. Even the eunuchs attending nearby could outshine many future actors, perfectly capturing a myriad of emotions, anxiety, fear, and concern for the emperor's well-being, all portrayed with remarkable subtlety. "Your Majesty, please calm your wrath. Your health is paramount," the eunuch implored, his voice tinged with desperation, tears welling in his eyes, bowing deeply as he gently patted the emperor's chest. Zhu Jinshan, consumed by resentment, brusquely pushed aside the young eunuch and rose to survey the assembled ministers, his gaze icy and penetrating. However, to the ministers, this was merely a manifestation of impotent rage, a display of timidity veiled in bravado, hardly worthy of fear. The grand hall fell into a prolonged silence. At last, Zhu Jinshan exhaled a sigh of frustration and declared, "Dismiss the court. Long live the emperor." The ministers bowed once more, bidding farewell to the emperor, their hearts brimming with delight. In this round of political maneuvering, they had emerged victorious yet again. If this continued, their prospects seemed boundless. In the Qinqing Palace, upon his return, Zhu Jinshan promptly instructed Huai En to summon the censors he had previously courted in secrecy to the palace for an audience. By noon, Zhu Jinshan personally drafted the edict, selecting candidates and commanding the Ministry of Rights to issue the proclamation. Upon witnessing the emperor's concession, the ministry refrained from further complicating matters and gladly promulgated the decree. There are rules to adhere to, while one can inch forward. It is essential to allow a moment's respite. Otherwise, if pushed too hard, the ministers might retaliate, and they too would find themselves in a precarious position. However, it wasn't long before they received Zhu Wanqing's imperial decree, the first issued since the new emperor's ascension. The discovered surplus from commercial taxes would allocate 1/10 for the welfare of officials, as a gesture of appreciation for their loyalty and dedication to the state, with promotions for meritorious service to be granted at the emperor's discretion. This maneuver exceeded everyone's expectations. No one had anticipated that the young emperor would suddenly play such a card, causing a situation that was thought to be settled to veer into uncontrollable territory. Unlike proclamations, which undergo deliberation by the cabinet, drafting by the Hanlin Academy, and issuance by the Ministry of Rights, imperial decrees are directly enacted by the emperor, leaving no room for negotiation. Nevertheless, imperial decrees are not without their limitations. In fact, most often, emperors are reluctant to issue them, as without the endorsement of the ministers, their implementation is merely a formality, yielding little effect. There is even the risk that a decree lacking substance could backfire, leading to the ministers undermining the emperor. Thus, while imperial decrees appear unassailable, they are often less formidable than they seem. The ministers were not concerned about the decree itself, but rather its implications. The allocation of 1/10 for the welfare of officials and rewards for loyal and dedicated service undoubtedly hinted at a single word: division. Human nature is driven by self-interest. In the presence of potential gain, the so-called alliances of interest become tenuous, particularly given Zhu Wanqing's cunning approach, which circumvented both the cabinet and the 6 ministries, directly targeting the censorate. It is well known that the censorate is notoriously fickle. Under the previous leadership of the 3 Yangs, they aligned with the cabinet, but upon their departure, they swiftly shifted allegiances to the 6 ministries, becoming their loyal subordinates. Yet, both the 6 ministries and the cabinet understood that this subordinate was anything but trustworthy. With 13 inspectors in the censorate, each with their own ambitions, the desire to dominate the court had never waned. Their predatory aspirations were widely recognized. Now, confronted with this situation, it would be astonishing if they did not strike with lethal intent. Moreover, the statement regarding the allocation of 1/10 of the discovered surplus for rewarding officials bore a particularly devastating potential. Indeed, while a significant portion of the officials in the capital maintain close ties with maritime merchants, it cannot be said that all do. Approximately 1/3 of them still adhere to the ideologies of landowners and smallholders. The stringent scrutiny of commercial taxes does not affect them adversely. On the contrary, they stand to gain from it. So why would they not lend their support? Although the profit margins may seem modest at just 10%, those with discerning eyes understand precisely how much silver that represents. With a series of strategic maneuvers, Zhu Wanqing swiftly dismantled their ranks. It is only now that these seasoned individuals have begun to grasp the reality. The young emperor had orchestrated this all along, merely putting on a facade previously. This seemingly honest and harmless youth harbored a cunning disposition that the older generation had grossly underestimated, failing to anticipate his clandestine assault. One moment, he wore a smile and exuded warmth, and in the next, he unsheathed a dagger, delivering a sudden and lethal blow straight to the heart. The issue was not their inadequacy. Rather, it was the youth's profound cunning. The elderly officials seethed with indignation, their beards bristling. If they could not triumph in a fair fight, would they resort to underhanded tactics? They found themselves at a loss, for driven by self-interest. The unity among them had frayed. It was not solely the court of judicial review. In the broader context of the cabinet's conflicts, no one could remain unscathed. Everyone recognized that to avert the crisis, unity was imperative, yet this very crisis was intertwined with opportunity. With the prevailing circumstances altered, how could one ensure that adversaries would not seize this moment to mitigate their losses? A facade of smiles while wielding knives behind the scenes was the norm. To place trust in the other party's promises was nothing short of absurd. The term naive would not appear in the lexicon of these seasoned players. Following the issuance of the edict, a tempest of turmoil erupted. While all felt the weight of insecurity, they were also contemplating how to undermine their political rivals to lessen their own detriment, or even to gain further advantage. Their motivations stemmed from Zhu Wanqing's reliance on overt strategies, which had already taken root in the prevailing tide. This explains why many in the court disdain subterfuge, favoring open machinations instead. No one is a fool. Conspiracies can be easily unmasked. Whereas overt strategies reveal intentions yet compel others to act in accordance with those intentions, this is the superior tactic. Naturally, there remain those who persist in attempting to form cliques and rally factions, yet in reality, such endeavors are mere performances. Most harbor the wish for others to resist while they quietly seek to achieve personal gain. The so-called alliances are nothing but empty rhetoric. In fact, some have already betrayed Zhu Jianshan, divulging even the contents of meetings to him. Zhu Jianshan found immense delight in this. The pent-up frustrations of a year and a half were finally released, leaving him profoundly satisfied. In this instance, he had triumphed in a true sense. However, he did not succumb to arrogance. He understood that this victory was achieved through stealth rather than through honorable means, and it had been a victory born from 6 months of careful planning. At the cost of his cultivated image as a wise ruler over the past year and a half, he had indeed won, but not through conventional methods. Rather, his approach was unconventional. After holding back such a significant stratagem for so long, achieving victory was to be expected, yet it did not imply that he was superior to his adversaries. After the first shot is fired, the prey scatters in alarm, becoming acutely aware of the danger, making subsequent hunting endeavors considerably more challenging. Li Su, the left minister of the Duca Yuan, was the first to make a decisive move. He promptly penned a letter to his family, instructing them to immediately pay the overdue commercial taxes from the first year of the Chenghua era. The Duca Yuan reaped the largest benefits from this situation, and as the left minister, Li Su's stature naturally rose as a result. The payment of a single year's taxes was a small price to pay compared to the anticipated rewards. Moreover, failing to act could have led to his downfall at the hands of his subordinates. After ensuring his own interests were safeguarded, Li Su ascended to a moral high ground, beginning to advocate for a thorough investigation into the matter. By mid-February, the 13 inspectors hailing from the northern territories, accompanied by the factory guards, began their descent into the southern regions. It is important to note that the factory guards were merely there to supervise and did not interfere with the inspectors' duties. This arrangement significantly mitigated the likelihood of corrupt individuals covertly showing favoritism. It was only at this point that Zhu Jianshan truly began to relax, contemplating the potential influx of silver into the national treasury. In mid-March, Shi Heng returned to the capital to report to the palace. In the central hall, upon learning of the progress regarding the construction in the Hetao region, Zhu Jianshan was filled with joy and remarked, "Minister Li has always been diligent in his duties. Once again, he has not disappointed me, achieving remarkable results." After a moment's pause, he added, "Minister Shi, you have worked hard. Despite your advanced age, you continue to labor for the state, and I feel somewhat remiss. Speak of your desires, and I shall grant them." Over the years, Shi Heng had matured from the reckless man he once was. He discerned the underlying meaning in the emperor's words and replied, "It is my duty as a subject to share in the burdens of the emperor. How could I dare to ask for rewards? Your Majesty is perceptive. I am indeed advanced in years and often feel my strength waning. My return at this time is also due to the toll on my health, and I humbly request your permission to resign from the position of Grand General." Shi Heng had been contemplating retirement, and Zhu Jianshan's words aligned perfectly with his intentions. However, the emperor feigned displeasure, adopting a stern expression, and stated, "Even at 60, Lian still possesses vigor. Though you are over 60, you are still in good health, and I require your services to alleviate my burdens." The formalities must still be observed, and Shi Heng, understanding this, proceeded to formally request his resignation. In the end, Zhu Jianshan, with a face of regret, reluctantly consented. Nevertheless, to honor Shi Heng's contributions, Zhu Jianshan retained his title of Grand General, a gesture of favor that allowed him to continue receiving a portion of his salary. Both men achieved their respective goals, leaving them in high spirits. Observing the emperor's buoyant mood, Shi Heng seized the opportunity to convey Li Qing's request. "Financial assistance?" Zhu Jianshan prompted. Shi Heng, somewhat abashed, replied, "Lord Yongqing has indicated that the resources from our Ming military are indeed insufficient." "How much?" Zhu Jianshan inquired. "At least 120,000 taels." Shi Heng stated cautiously, monitoring the emperor's expression, prepared to offer apologies if necessary. Contrary to expectations, the usually frugal emperor did not display anger. After a brief moment of contemplation, he readily acquiesced, "No problem. Consider it granted." Chapter 49. Diligent efforts. Shi Hong was taken aback. The carefully prepared arguments and bargaining room he had anticipated proved utterly unnecessary. After bearing this burden for so long, he had not expected it to go unutilized. This sensation is akin to burning the midnight oil to complete lessons, only to be informed the following day that there will be no examination. It is indeed a fortuitous turn of events, yet it stirs a sense of discontent. Why not disclose this earlier? What's the matter, Shi Wanqing? Oh, nothing, replied Shi Hong with a smile, flattering. The national treasury is strained, yet His Majesty continues to support the construction in Hetao. Truly, His Majesty is wise beyond compare. Zhu Jinda could not suppress a hearty laugh, surprised that the typically taciturn Marquis of Wuqing would deign to flatter him. Embarrassed, Shi Hong felt a flush rise to his cheeks and stammered, "What I speak is merely the truth." Confounded, he pondered the emperor's peculiar demeanor. What could this sudden display of exuberance signify? Has he perhaps come into unexpected wealth? The strain on the national treasury is no secret. Shi Hong simply could not fathom why the emperor was so amenable, attributing it to His Majesty's sagacity. In light of this, he could not help but admire Li Qing's discernment. Although he may be frugal, he possesses a clear understanding of significant matters. Zhu Jinda indeed has a clear understanding. Yet without the rigorous enforcement of commercial tax reforms, he would still require negotiations. Is the Marquis of Yongqing in a hurry? Oh, Shi Hong snapped back to attention, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. Not particularly urgent, but it would be preferable if it could be delivered ahead of schedule. While the emperor's prompt agreement is certainly favorable, it disrupts Li Qing's plans. Seizing the opportunity, Shi Hong remarked, "Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yongqing mentioned the strained treasury, suggesting that a small portion of the treasury notes could be employed as a substitute." Treasure notes? Zhu Jinda expressed his astonishment, for he was known to be staunchly opposed to their issuance. Shi Hong scratched his head and clarified, "The Marquis intends to prevent the market from discarding treasury notes, advocating that wider acceptance would enhance their credibility." He, too, was not well versed in these matters, merely echoing Li Qing's original sentiments. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Jinda nodded slowly. Indeed, he is quite astute. "Very well," Zhu Jinda declared. "Let it be 200,000 treasury notes and 100,000 taels of silver." The exchange rate between treasury notes and silver had long ceased to be 1-to-1. After numerous dynasties, the devaluation of treasury notes had been precipitous. Even with Li Qing's vigorous interventions, the conversion rate had only managed to stabilize at 1 treasury note for 101. Hence, 200,000 treasury notes equated to merely 20,000 taels of silver. Shi Hong continued, "The Marquis of Yongqing also cautioned that this measure is merely a stopgap, and implored Your Majesty not to issue treasury notes excessively, lest—" "Enough," Zhu Jinda interjected. "I am well aware of the perils of overprinting treasury notes. There is no need for further elaboration." With a wave of his hand, he added with a smile, "Shi Wanqing has also rendered great service. Feel free to request anything, and it shall be granted. I hold a high position and have frequently received rewards from both the late emperor and Your Majesty. Thus I am quite well off. No further rewards are necessary." Zhu Jinda shook his head. "Rewards are still warranted. Shi Wanqing travels tirelessly between the northern expanse and Hetao. Such efforts deserve recognition." After a moment's thought, he gestured to a nearby eunuch. "Present the Marquis of Wuqing with 20 bolts of silk and 200 taels of silver. Have them delivered to the Marquis's residence shortly. Your servant obeys." "I am grateful for Your Majesty's generosity." Shi Hong bowed deeply in gratitude. A royal gift cannot be declined. He had no reason to refuse the financial boon. After expressing his thanks, he skillfully reminded, "The Marquis of Yongqing is primarily in need of funds and provisions. There is little else to discuss. I shall take my leave." "Very well," Zhu Jinda replied with a smile. "I shall make arrangements shortly. Travel safely, Wanqing." Hetao. Li Hong was indeed feeling overwhelmed, not solely due to the arduous nature of his tasks, but also because he believed that this experience offered little in the way of personal growth, rendering his time seemingly wasted. In the camp, he voiced his thoughts. "Godfather, I implore you to assign me a different position. I no longer wish to toil in the fields." His discontent stemmed from fatigue. Li Qing, nonchalantly perched with one leg crossed, continued to immerse himself in a novel, not bothering to lift his gaze. "I shall neither return home nor continue with the farming," he retorted. "Oh, it seems your temper is growing." Li Qing set down his book and chuckled. Why not take on the role of the commander then? Li Hong, frustrated, replied, Godfather, it is not that I fear hardship. Rather, I find these tasks utterly devoid of significance. Li Qing's demeanor shifted, his expression darkening and his tone growing stern. What an intriguing assertion of meaninglessness. Do you deem the act of cultivating the land insignificant? At the very least, it holds value for me. Li Hong felt a twinge of fear, but stubbornly countered. Li Qing, amused yet exasperated, responded, Do you realize that your claim of meaninglessness dismisses the sacrifices of countless individuals? The soldiers of the Ming dynasty risked their lives in battle and labor in the fields during peacetime, alleviating burdens for the court. And yet, in your words, it is rendered meaningless? That is not my intention, Li Hong mumbled, his voice faltering. I merely wish to progress, whether as a personal guard or in farming. I can still improve. Li Qing reclined in his chair and resumed his reading, remarking calmly, It is simply that your perspective is too narrow to see beyond the immediate. Li Hong, feeling somewhat downcast, replied, I am but a simpleton. I beg you to enlighten me, Godfather. Li Qing closed the book and set it aside, explaining, The reason I have you serve as a personal guard is to expedite your understanding of military affairs, as well as to familiarize you with the intricacies of that position. While Li Hong grasped the first part, he was perplexed by the latter, asking, What do you mean by understanding the position of a personal guard? I ask you, with whom does the commander interact the most? Li Qing retorted, It is neither the superior nor the soldiers, but the personal guards. In both daily interactions and on the battlefield, they play a crucial role, serving as the commander's voice, relaying orders and military matters. If you aspire to become a renowned general, how can you do so without understanding those you interact with most? Li Qing sighed and continued, Indeed, I could directly assign you a position as a military officer, but that would offer you no real benefit. True progress is not merely about promotion, but about developing your abilities. Without competence, all is but a castle in the air. He emphasized, Remember, only through understanding can one truly empathize. Li Hong, feeling a wave of shame, lowered his head. I apologize, Godfather. I was too impatient and failed to appreciate your good intentions. Li Qing chuckled softly and resumed his reading. Are you upset, Godfather? Li Hong asked, his face a mixture of embarrassment and eagerness. You also have me working alongside the soldiers to better understand and empathize with them. Correct? Not entirely. Engaging in